Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. The swan dive off the school roof. Izuku Midoriya towed the edge of the school building, watching his tears fall all 7 stories like a light sun shower just for him. His fingers ached, palms blooming, an indent of the shape of the wire fence behind him, diamonds on worthless skin. His hair stung his average eyes like tiny needles as they flicked teardrops in every direction. The sun was hot on his freckle-infested face and he breathed deeply, selfishly wasting just a little bit more air. He checked behind himself for the note tucked into his shoes. It would have been appropriate for it to have already flown away, however it was still sitting solemnly there, patiently waiting for him to make the jump. There were 2. One for his mother and the other for Kaken. He had tried to explain that it wasn't any of their faults he had done it. To his mother he asked her to keep living a full wonderful life that he had stopped her from living. He apologized for having to leave so soon, but he just couldn't take the tears anymore. To Kaken he asked very selfishly to watch over his mother for him while she grieved. Maybe he would be a better son to her than Deku ever was. He was tired. Bone deep, hollow-chested tired. He had been tired all his life. Tired of the name-calling, the bruises, the pitying stares, the hopeless dreams, the endless nights, his mother's apologies and the tears. He was tired of being quirkless. Of being broken since BRTH. He just wanted it all to stop. So, like an obedient follower, he had followed his only friend's instructions. He swayed slightly as he looked down, searching for the singed notebook Kaken had graciously tossed as an improvised target. The smile on his lips hurt his cheeks. Smile in the face of fear. He wouldn't let All Might down like he had let down everyone else, not even in his last moments. As he went to stare up at the city one last time, the smile slipped from his face. A building began to tilt dangerously, the earth groaning in protest as the screaming reached him even from so high up. Suddenly, his stomach shot up to his head. The world began to blur around him and the solid pressure of the fence on his back was gone. Oh! He let go. He wanted to laugh or scream or cry at just how pathetic that was. Out of habit, out of DMN habit, he had begun to venture closer to the commotion. To catch a glimpse of just maybe one last fight. He didn't even have a notebook on him. His last one, he was falling headfirst towards. It was the world's last joke for the world's most pathetic human being alive. But not for long. He hit the pavement with a tear-jerking crack that ran up his whole body. Ice pulsed through his veins in waves. He tried to swallow down air instinctually, but all he tasted was dirt. There was a hand gripping his throat and hammers beating his arms. His legs were numb. Someone was sitting on his spine. There were creatures tearing up his insides. He was wet and sticky and he couldn't breathe and he couldn't see and he couldn't hear anything but a screaming bell. He wanted his mother. He needed her. Something was wrong. He jumped. He jumped, he jumped, he jumped. And he was still alive. He tried to move. Everything was still but quickly moving around him. He wondered why he hadn't died. He wanted to die. He needed to die. It was too much. He could feel everything and nothing at all. His brain was a kicked beehive and his body was being attacked. There was something crawling inside him. There were talons all over him. There were ants walking over his skin and into his lungs. It was sticky, it was painful, it was over. And there was nothing. No pearly gates. No burning hell. No reincarnation. Just nothing. Not even Izuku. No Deku. He didn't even know what those words meant. He sighed, bowing his head and letting himself be nothing. Game over, continue. Yes, no, he reached out for no. He didn't know what it meant, but he liked it better. It was better. There was always nothing. Yes, he frowned. Loading, please wait. That wasn't his option. He didn't want that option. He didn't. The world crashed into him just as hard as he had crashed into it. Izuku Midoriya screamed out his first breath back into the world. Light attacked him as he was washed away with sensory overload. He folded into himself as a brand new set of tears began to join his last ones on his cheeks. He was alive. He was alive. He was alive. Rolling over, he gasped heavily on his back, shielding his eyes with his arm. The sky was a perfect blue. The birds were happily singing. The world was going perfectly fine even when Deku had taken exit stage left. An ugly sob choked out of his throat. He couldn't even die right. He laid there, baking slowly in the sun as his mind painfully slowly processed what he had just done. I just tried to kill myself, he whispered to the world. He dropped his hand from his face, spreading himself out over the concrete. His fingers brushed against something smooth. His cheek hit the grit as he looked at it. His notebook. The last one he was supposed to make. A frown pinched at his brow. The pages were slowly liking up red into their burnt pages. Oh my god, Izuku laughed, slapping a hand on his face. He chuckled darkly, cheeks hurting again from the smile. He had landed on his notebook. A perfect shot. Maybe he wasn't so useless after all. His fingers gently peeled the pages from the concrete as he slowly sat up. The world spun on its heel a few times, black dots blinking white over his vision before he blinked them out. He flipped the notebook over, running his hand over it and through his own BLD before his fingers froze. Realization finally hit him hard. Hastily, he reached into his pocket and fished out his phone kept on his person just in case they needed to identify his body. The screen was slightly cracked and his finger pad smeared it with BLD, but he didn't care. He flipped open the camera and peered breathlessly at the screen. His hair was a mess of green and red, pieces of gravel still stuck to his cheek and bloody dirt covering most of his face. But he was in one piece. He tested his whole head, feeling for the openings he had definitely felt a few moments before. However, he was whole. He lifted his shirt and examined his limbs, and they too were in good condition. Perfect condition besides from the BLD and dirt. He poked his skinny stomach. "I'm okay," he told the world in utter disbelief. "I'm okay." He shouted, starting birds from the trees beside him into flight. He ripped open his ruined notebook, flipped to the very last vacant pages and wrote a note with his BLD as he began to mumble up a storm. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, can't thing die. Izuku Midoriya had a quirk. And all it took was belly flopping off a building to discover it. Which was kind of fitting if he thought about it. Because who other than stupid Deku finds their quirk at the end of their miserable quirkless life? Luckily for him, it wasn't the complete end, as was evident of him actually walking home straight after kissing the pavement goodnight. He was mumbling up a storm as he shuffled through the streets. He scribbled furiously at his tattered notebook as if it had personally offended him as he wandered blindly through the crowd of people commuting home. He didn't notice when they all parted for him, eyes fearful and worried as the kid who looked like he had crawled out of his own grave hobbled along his memorized path home. A few dared to reach out to ask if he was all right, however their only response was frantic mumbling, which led to the conclusion the boy was some kind of barefooted escaped mental asylum patient of some kind. They left him alone after that. He debated that yes, it was a quirk and not some sadistic miracle he had walked away from being pancaked on the concrete. Because he had felt, and heard and seen his body break when he landed. He suppressed a shudder. He had to try it out again. He had to find out for himself that it wasn't just a slide of luck or bad luck for his case that he had survived without a scratch on him. But falling to his death made him realize something terribly important that all the hopelessness had snuffed out. He wanted to taste his mother's cooking again. Or, really, he just wanted to see her. He wanted to squeeze her as tightly as he could in his arms. He wanted to hear her voice say his name so fondly just one more time. He even wanted to play hero with her, even if they hadn't played in years. He wanted to be her hero again, if only for a little while longer. And wasn't that just selfish? He rubbed at his eyes angrily, to try to stop the new set of tears waiting to run down his dirty freckled cheeks. He needed to focus. He needed to theorize what his quirk actually was. He remembered the nothingness. It wasn't calming or frightening or anything but nothing. And he didn't know how he felt about it just yet, couldn't decide if he liked it or not because there was nothing. Was it nothing for everyone else? Or was he an outlier because of his quirk? He quickly scribbled the questions down. Focusing all-heartedly on his notebook and thoughts, he didn't even realize anyone was in front of him until he ran into them. He gasped, stumbling back from the slimy form that had hugged around his face for a brief moment. His notebook slipped from his grip as he balanced himself. The world snapped back into focus so fast it could have caused him whiplash. Everything was slightly darker than it was before. Sunset. No. Bridge. Yes, bridge. He was under the bridge shortcut just a few blocks from his home. And he wasn't alone. Well, isn't it just my lucky day, grinned the person. Surely it was a person, just one with a very potent mutation quirk. I'm so sorry, sir. He squeaked, bowing rapid speed as the slime bubbled towards him. He was halfway through rising back up again for another bow when he glanced up at the wave of green above his head. Nothing personal, kid. Its floating mouth widened, bobbing eyes creasing with glee. He screamed as it crashed into him, warping around his body. He tasted like trash smelt as it tried to pry his mouth open. It pushed like a wet paw slapping his face, and he at first tried to breathe it out with what little breath he had. A bubble of air escaped his mouth before he shut it again, holding the pitiful supply of oxygen in his lungs. What a perfect skin suit, it gurgled. Midoriya thrashed around inside it, fingers clawing desperately on the outside, but it was like trying to hold water. His legs kicked sluggishly, the villain's body thick as slime. He needed to get to the surface. He just had to get to the surface. The sludge was rolling under his shirt and down his breathes. It licked up his stomach with exploding bubbles on his skin and squeezed. His back contorted, pulling his flailing arms deeper into the sludge until only his forearm was in the fresh air. He grabbed blindly for it, pushed his whole body towards it, and yet he didn't move an inch. Liquid pressed up his nose and his sinuses stung. It covered his eyes as it laughed as the goo slid over his eyeballs. It was as if he had jumped into chlorine with his eyes wide open. Somebody had to help him. His chest burned. A fire had been set in his lungs and he had no way of stopping it. He gasped, small tiny breaths of sludge that squirmed down his throat impatiently. His stomach scorched just the same, flipping at every wave of the villain's movements. And then finally his body couldn't take it anymore. He breathed in a heavy helping of the villain and it cooed, tell him he would feel better soon. His limbs locked up and the world tinged yellow. He was drowning. He was dying. He didn't want to die. He still had to see his mother. He had to tell her in person that he loved her and not with a note stuck in a shoe. He had to go home. She was waiting for him to come home. His legs stopped kicking. It felt like it was an eternity since he was first attacked. The yellow-tinged world suddenly went black. He was euphoric. The pain had stopped almost instantly. His body went limp and he only numbly felt the slime move around him. Only vaguely was aware of it pushing down his throat and filling him to the brim with no resistance. He couldn't hear the sewage cap popping off next to him, or see his greatest hero emerge with a grocery bag and wide grin. All he knew was nothing. For a second time that day he was back to being nothing at all. There was nothing. He was nothing. Everything was nothing. Continue. Yes, no, he didn't want it to end. Yes, it was unlike before. Before he was tossed straight back into his body, yet this time he very slowly came back to himself. He was standing. He could feel a stranger's smile blooming on his face as he waved. His voice was a gurgle of letters that he couldn't translate. Air pushed down his lungs without his consent. He brushed his cleaner school shirt off before turning to walk away from the person he had waved to. There was a skip in his step that he couldn't feel. A song on his tongue he didn't know. Under his skin was an ocean. It bundled up snugly in his bones as it swayed, moving his limbs with artificial waves. He was walking away from his house, but he needed to get home. There was something important he had to do. What the dash? Not, his voice sneered as his body halted its movements. The liquid inside him jerked as he clung to consciousness. Help, he whispered before bile boiled up his throat. Chunks of slime splattered down his chin as his stomach contracted violently. He launched forward onto his knees, heaving before mouthfuls of pungent green liquid evacuated through his mouth. The green ocean pushed against his skin, slipping out painfully through his pores until he was covered in a blanket of slime that pulsed out of him in waves. He choked around his vomit, drowning all over again. His eyes stung as green tears joined the race to evacuate. His nostrils burnt as large bullets of goo popped out of his head. He was on fire again as his arms trembled, trying to hold him above the growing puddle of green. He tasted SHT and sweat and old socks before a shadow blocked out the blazing sun above him. "Young man!" A terribly worried voice gasped before large hands brushed the hair out of his eyes while another soothed his back reassuringly. Teeth pressed against his stomach, clawing for a hold before a vacuum ripped it up and Midoriya hurled them out. "He's a monster!" The mouth in the puddle screamed, "He was dead. I killed him. He's a monster." It screeched and Midoriya sobbed around another wave of slime. The eyeballs were next. They slid slowly up his throat, getting stuck halfway. He gaped for air, holding his throat as his body rocked forward. He made pleading, whining noises as he opened and closed his mouth, but they stayed. His vision began to blur around the edges as the person next to him shouted. The hand soothing his back began to slap it. There was a crack as his back snapped, his spine giving into the powerful blows, and he dropped hard. His trembling legs stopped moving. Stopped feeling. He clawed around the slimy ground and he felt his top half being lifted and squeezed. But it was too late. It was far too late. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as the world went sharp black once more. Izuku drowned a second time. "Continue." "Yes, Eno illed him." Someone laughed gleefully near him. He felt warm. His side was pressed against someone heaving heavy solemn breaths. A hand was brushing his hair out of his face. It was nice. He wanted it to keep happening, if only just for a little while. "I'm sorry," whispered above him. "I lost the villain, I was careless, I was running out of time." The voice desperately tried to explain as it rocked Izuku close to sleep. Young man." There was a hitch in the voice, something wet landed on his cheek. He frowned. Now that he thought about it, he knew that voice. But this wasn't what this voice was supposed to say. It should be laughing, shouting happily, "For I am here." He slowly peeled open his heavy eyes to peek open. The tall blonde hair and familiar face is there. His shadowed eyes are closed, there are tears tracking down his strong cheeks and his broad shoulders were trembling. "All Might," he murmured, and there was a gasp before the world puffed in a cloud of smoke. Izuku coughed, blinking dust from his eyes as something else wet and red landed on his face. "You're alive." Not All Might shouted before the man began to hack up a lung. Startled, Izuku scrambled out of the splash zone hastily. He rocked into 2 soda bottles before recoiling back towards the skeleton of a man once he saw what was contained in the bottles. "My boy. I am so glad to see you are okay," the skeleton said after coughing up 2 handfuls of BLD. "What about you?" Izuku shrieked, patting himself down for a hanky to give the poor dying man. "Wait," he paused, locking eyes with the man for a brief moment. He had limp golden hair, high sickly cheekbones and a grimace of a smile, but Izuku could recognize his hero anywhere. "You All Might." The man flinched, eyes shooting to the bottles. However, the villain had successfully passed out while he had held the dead teenager in his arms. Yes," the man answered, and Izuku felt like he was about to kneel over and die for a 4th time that day. Izuku Midoriya worries his fingers as the deflated version of his hero clears up the BLD dripping heavily down his chin as he collects the villain still unconscious in the soda bottles. The noodle of a man, All Might, was not what Izuku had expected. "You're probably wondering about this form, aren't you?" All Might asks as he straightens up, his sunken-in eyes turning to the shaking student. Izuku flinches, not realizing he had been staring for the last few minutes openly gaping. "Weiss," he answers. All Might beckons him to follow as he begins to walk down the street. Izuku complies. "A few years ago, I received a grave injury." All Might starts and Izuku listens quietly to his hero's dreadful story. He can't hide a horror-filled gasp at the sight of the fateful injury on All Might's side. It was an eruption of stitches, a throbbing purple that ate at the man's skin. Izuku wonders if his own injuries would have looked the same if he had survived his attempt on his own. He shuddered at the thought. They continued walking in silence as Izuku processed All Might's words. He imagined the mass panic that would follow if any of this reached the public's ears. Their symbol of peace, weak and frail. Villains left, right and center would take to beating down his hero until his time ran out. He wondered which one would be the one to give the final blow. He didn't want to think about it. A world without All Might was not a world he would like to live in. He wondered if he would even be able to die when All Might falls. It's a depressing thought. Where are your shoes, my boy? All Might breaks the solemn silence, all of a sudden noticing the boy's bare feet. I left them at school, Izuku squeaks, ears turning red at the mistake. He was in such a rush to get home he hadn't even thought of walking up to the top of the school building to gather his things up again. He just wanted to see his mother. On that thought, Izuku turns to All Might with a question, where are we going? The hospital, of course, All Might answers, glancing at the boy wearily. I would have helped carry you there, however this form would not be able to support the added weight and I have completely diminished my time as is. However you seem alright to walk. He adds the last bit hesitantly at the end, as if speaking it would remind Izuku to be dead walking and halting their progress across the town. Izuku stops. I don't need to go to the hospital, he starts. All Might turns to protest, not wanting to scare the boy by pointing out he had been dead moments ago but needing him to realize the urgency of getting a doctor. As if on cue, slime crawls up Izuku's throat, flying out with a wet cough. All Might dodges the projectile as Izuku curls into his hand, hacking up another handful of sludge that drips down between his fingers. His hero is at his side in an instant, hand ready to start soothing his back, however hesitating as he remembers the heart-stopping crack he had caused in those few panicked moments. Can you breathe? All Might asks instead and Izuku heaves, nodding his head. Just let it come, my boy. Squeeze my hand if you start choking again, he instructs. Green splatters the ground below them slowly, leaving Izuku a shaking mess as his lungs finally clear. He lets himself just breathe for a moment as he wipes the small tears that had gathered from his eyes. Better? All Might asks. Izuku nods his head. I need to see my mum, he insists as he straightens himself up. The sludge below them squirms. I can't go to the hospital, I need to see her first, it's important. All Might shakes his scrawny head. I am sure they will call her once you are getting treated, my boy, he reassures. I need to see her. He pushes, the green soaking his hands and uniform slowly slides off him. And you will, at the hospital, a little bit more stern but still gentle. The bottle wobbles in his pocket. Izuku tries to protest again, however his words are lost in another round of coughing. All Might guides him slowly further down the street. They wait at a corner for the crossing to turn green even when there is no one around to run them down in the quiet little road. All Might brushes his hand against his breath pocket, pausing when he finds them empty. His heart jumps to his throat as he pats himself down, eyes searching Izuku for the villain. The boy makes a quizzical noise before his eyes widen. All Might is too slow to turn to the shadow raising above him. He shouts for Izuku to run as he is flooded in green. Die, hero! The sludge monster laughs loudly. All Might thrashes inside it, red bleeding out into green from his side and mouth. He holds his breath as he wills his power to surge up through him. His body expands, muscles pushing against the sea of slime around him before the monster squeezes. A full body hug startles the hero, the villain compressing his wound until All Might deflates with a bubble of blood that holds half his breath. His mind panics as his limbs weakly beat in the dense slime. He forgets how to breathe, how to think, how to summon his power as his body fills with carbon dioxide. All Might! Izuku screams, running headfirst into the monster at full speed. With his momentum he slips right into the slime, hands outstretched as he presses his fingers into All Might's shirt. The force of the push slides the top half of the hero's body out. All Might chokes down lungfuls of oxygen as he pushes his lower body out of the villain as well as his top half. He flops gracelessly onto the road, spitting out slime and blood as his panicked mind catches up with him. My boy! He shouts in alarm when he realizes what Izuku had done. The boy's smile is full of relief as he looks down at his hero from inside the sludge villain once again. You! The villain shrieks. All Might wobbles to his feet, searching inside himself for even a speck of power, just enough to save the boy. Just a small punch, he pleads, just enough, give me just a little more time, all I need is a second please, just another second. This time you won't walk away. It screamed. All Might held eye contact with Izuku as the villain twisted. Even with a wall of slime between them he heard the deafening crack as the boy's head jerked around. The smile slipped off the boy's face, eyes impossibly wide as green turned yellow around the bone poking out of his neck. No! All Might cried as the villain laughed gleefully, Izuku still and expressionless as he floated inside it. All Might's muscles surged, flashes of light sparking around him as he grew. There were tears in his eyes as he gritted his teeth against the pain, blood flowing down his chin in waves. He clenched his fist, pulling it back as the villain began to slide back, its eyes quivering with fear as All Might, the greatest hero of all time, stood before him. Detroit Smash! He roared, sending all of his power through his fist as he struck the villain dead center. It couldn't so much as scream as it was ripped into flying droplets, releasing Izuku from its form. All Might dived for the boy, catching him before his body hit the ground. My boy, he cried, coughing wetly as his form faded into smoke. He held Izuku close, the boy's neck bleeding sluggishly around the protruding spine. My boy, All Might sobbed, curling into himself as he rocked the corpse gently with full body quakes of bloody tears. There was something in the nothing this time. Izuku, the bundle of nothingness in the center of nothing, leans his head back to observe the 3 blinking hearts above him. They are outlined red, empty just like himself as they shouted in silent warning. He wonders what they mean before he begins to stop caring, embracing the not light darkness that made up his surroundings. HP empty continue. Yes, NO. The new message replaced the usual game over that he had gotten used to. It blinked along with the vacant hearts above him. He reached for NO. Izuku's body was still warm as All Might held it. In the back of his mind he knew he should be calling for assistance, at least to clean up the splattered villain that painted the street. But guilt weighed like the world on his shoulders. In his mind's eye he could see the moment the boy was killed stuck on repeat. He cursed his worthless body. He screamed at his wound. He cried for the boy to wake up. I was supposed to protect you, my boy. It was me that was supposed to die, he sobbed. I failed you twice now. He had given up Junji for a pulse, his fingers becoming slick with blood as his white shirt turned red. What kind of a hero am I if I can't even save one boy, he wailed. The boy's bright green eyes were glazed, staring up at him but not seeing. You were so brave, All Might whispered to him. To face a foe that had hurt you just to save another, and to smile, he coughed on a laughing sob, to smile at me as if I am worth saving. His voice broke when he remembered the boy's last wish. His mother. He just wanted to see his mother. All Might squeezed his eyes shut at the thought of having to face her now, to tell her he wasn't enough, that he was too weak to save him. To tell her son was dead. He didn't even catch the boy's name. A wet, sloshing noise cracked below him. All Might's eyes snapped open, widening as the boy's spine slipped back under his skin. His heart rate quickened, at first thinking the villain was trying to possess the boy again. A quick glance to the still crossed-out eyeball next to his foot said otherwise, however. The villain was still unconscious, probably even dead, but the hero doubted it. Izuku's skin zipped itself up, leaving behind an ugly purple-red scar before it melted back into a lightly freckled throat. All Might gaped as the mortal injuries disappeared before his eyes. The boy's eyes snapped open with a loud gasp. Their heads collided as he abruptly sat up, and All Might was left spinning as the dead boy folded into himself, breathing for breath. Why, young man? All Might openly gawked as the recently deceased child turned to him, a smile on his lips. You're okay, Izuku breathed, thanking every god out there for his hero's safety. His chest blooms with pain, tightening down both of his arms as he is hit by a wave of nausea. How dash. All Might begins as Izuku clutches at his chest. I should be the one asking that, his hero snapped before Izuku dropped back down into his lap abruptly without a sound. Blood sprays out of the hero's mouth as he panics. Young man. He cries as he searches for a pulse again, shaking the teen slightly. He doesn't find one. One heart above Izuku's head isn't so empty anymore. It is filled with rich red before declining quickly, leaving only half of rose on its side. The other 2 hearts are still empty. Izuku tilts his head at it. HP low continue. Yes, No. Izuku sits up again, narrowly missing All Might's head as the man panics above him. I'm fine. Izuku squeaks before his hero swears colorfully in English. We must get to the hospital. All Might declares, hoisting the small boy to his feet sharply. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wobbles on his legs like a baby deer, however his hero supports him. They make it across the road before a crushing pain eats at 𝐒𝐿𝐼's chest again. All Might, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 warns before he drops again. All Might struggles with the added full weight of the boy, however uses his natural height as an advantage to drag him along the street, closer to the hospital. Hang in there, my boy, he shouts. 2 of the hearts are filled this time. One full and the other halfway. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 stares obliviously as the half of red is scared into an invisible void. The bright red of the first heart is pretty. 1 HP Toshinori Yagi is not having a very good day. It started out normally as he roamed the unfamiliar city that morning, half-heartedly patrolling before stopping to get snacks from one of the many July 11ths. It was when he was walking out of said shop where the trouble started. A local bank was in the process of being robbed, the culprit having just fled the scene. It was one of the many petty crimes he had stopped that day. He didn't even think that hard about it as he transformed and pursued the thief. From there it was a 2-hour chase all over the city. He was a slippery fellow, even when cornered and on the receiving end of All Might's famous Detroit smashes he had slipped away down the sore drain. Sadly his smash went straight through a building instead of the villain. Thankfully it was abandoned and didn't hit anyone on its way down. In his search to find any victims of his mistake he was thanked by the local authorities as the building was a safety hazard and famous for local unsatisfactory deals. Thanking his lucky stars, oh how naive he was, he dropped into the sewer to chase the villain while the police took care of the building scene. The trail landed him right under a bridge with a curious young man whom was covered head to toe in sludge, BLD, and dirt. He was polite enough after begging for an autograph which he quickly complied to point Toshinori in the direction the villain had fled. Then he was off again, bounding down the street in search of his trail before the small but nevertheless important cry for help rang in his ears. He had made a grave and terrible mistake. And he paid for it as the helpless civilian choked to death in his arms. He had even made the boy's suffering worse by accidentally using his super strength when trying to help. He had stuck his long fingers down the boy's throat, pinched out the squirming eyeball blocking his airway and began compressions. With one hand he had tried to contact an ambulance, however there was no service in the area, not even for emergency calls. He knew he couldn't stop the CPR for even a second to super jump them to the nearest hospital. With every breath he put back into the boy's lungs, it was only sludge that spilled out of his lips. Half an hour later of constant 30 compressions and 2 breaths the villain had laughed in his face, attempting to possess the very dead boy again. But it still wasn't over. Even after detaining the still squirming villain and the miraculous revival of the civilian, everything was still downhill. Which is how All Might found himself collapse in the doorway of the local hospital. The boy had not been able to keep conscious all the way, waking up and crumpling every other moment their whole struggle trip there. He did not give up on the boy. After the 3rd time, All Might had hoisted him on his back much to his wound's protest and nearly outright ran to the hospital. There was already a shirt soaked full of BLD eating away at his side, and now that they were safe in the hands of doctors, he let himself lose consciousness just as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 bolted upright for the 6th time. The sun was beginning to set, bathing the hospital in a soft orange glow. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 sat anxiously outside All Might's hospital room. He was stupid. Stupid and reckless and didn't deserve to survive his suicide. All Might was in intensive care because of him. All Might's wound had ripped open because of him. All Might, the literal symbol of peace in the modern-day world, could die because 𝐒𝐿𝐼 didn't. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 felt sick. "Excuse me," a petite nurse poked her head out of the room. 𝐒𝐿𝐼's back snapped straight, head hitting the wall he was currently crouching in front of. She nervously giggled as he stood. "Your father is ready to see you now," she gestured to inside the room she was holding open for him. His brain short-circuited for a brief moment, stumbling over his words to tell the lady he wasn't related to the greatest hero of all time. How could she just say that? Now he's all flustered. Just get inside the room already, body." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 fell through the door, the nurse smiling happily to herself as she closed it behind him. All Might was sitting up in his hospital bed, hands clasped in his lap with a thoughtful expression on his face. "Ah, young man," he smiled, that not quite All Might but just enough All Might smile on his sunken face when he noticed 𝐒𝐿𝐼 entering. "Hey All Might, are you alright?" he asked shyly, spotting a large cable-like device protruding under the hero's blankets on his wounded side. I'm fine, All Might waved him off, but what about you? Did you see a doctor? I'm sorry I wasn't much help once we arrived. Izuku swiped his hands through the air hastily, cheeks deepening in color as he tried to brush off his hero's concern. I'm all right really, not even a scratch. They didn't even need to check me over dash, which was the wrong thing to say, for All Might shot upright, ready to shout for assistance for the poor boy. Wait. Izuku shrieked, not wanting to bother the hard-working staff with his useless body. It's my quirk. My quirk. I can't die. Izuku had somehow made his way from the door to All Might's side, holding the edge of the bed as to not press his hands to the man's mouth. See, can't. Toshinori Yagi's hanging jaw could have caught bugs the size of his fist at how wide his chin dropped into his lap. That was if the bugs didn't mind getting sprayed out in a fit of 𝐵𝐵𝐵 quirk. He coughed, staining the sheets red. Izuku jolted next to him, rushing to the door to call for a doctor as Toshinori bled out in shock. It made sense, it made perfect sense. The boy had miraculously revived himself from the dead. Toshi had seen his wounds heal themselves with his own eyes. He held his chest, breaths coming in short, fast bursts. The boy had still risked his own life for All Might. Knowing he was going to revive would not have lessened the pain of death. He owed this boy his life, and countless others owed the boy their lives as he had stopped a villain from wreaking havoc on the city further. A sudden flash to the boy's neck twisting blares across his vision again. The phantom memory of his strong arms pumping the boy's chest rhythmically as the sun beat down on his back. The taste of bin juice slime he was still spitting out from each breath he shoved into the boy. The glazed, green marble-like stare and slack expression he had pleaded with. The strangled gasps of pain the boy had screamed out as he clutched his chest, full weight crashing down onto Tusa's back as he raced against his wound. The helplessness and self-loathing that had hit him like a bus flooded back to him. This kid was going to be the death of him. His fit quietened down shortly after the nurse had arrived. She lightly slapped his shoulder, scolding him for overexerting himself and scaring his son before she took her leave. They were both red-faced. Toshi decided to pretend he didn't hear her last comment. Izuku had pressed himself against the wall, an attempt to take up as little space as he could as the nurse had worked her magic or quirk as it was in this case. What is your name, my boy? All Might asked him finally, feeling a little choked up at the realization he could actually ask him instead of dig through records and missing persons reports that were sure to come through. Midoriya, he squeaked. Izuku Midoriya, All Might sir. He fiddled nervously with his fingers again. My civilian name is Toshinori Yagi, however you can call me Toshi, All Might requested, seeming to not notice the boy's face bloom with impossibly more color than it already had. It was not every day he gives out his real name, not even the media knew it yet, and he'd like to keep it that way. But Izuku had earned the right to his name as soon as the boy saved him from the sludge villain. To Toishi, it would feel awkward to be called his hero name by a person that he owed his life to. Oh okay, Toshi-san. He buried his face in his arms. All Might let him call him by his name. All Might, greatest hero of all time, gave Izuku his name. Toshinori smiled fondly. Midoriya my boy. Izuku's back snapped as straight as a board at the serious expression All Might was giving him. Do you wish to be a hero? Kaken was the first thought that came to him. Smoking fists and ruined notebooks. Flaming desks with poisonous messages burnt into them. Covered up burns and hidden bruises. Quirkless, useless good-for-nothing Deku could never be a hero, no matter how much he begged. More than anything, Izuku whispered. He would rather die than continue to be the useless Deku who could only stand and watch his heroes fight. He could never hope to be alongside them, saving people and giving the hope that he was denied. He couldn't even die, no matter how hard he presses the no when his body asks to continue. That only hope that he will be with a useful quirk, a hero's quirk, in the next life was ripped away from him after he had woken up in the puddle of his own blood. I came to this town, seeking a successor. All Might confided in him. And there was again, the defeating reality that All Might had little time in this world. Deku wrapped his arms around his middle, fighting back the tears that had soured his nose. Maybe he should introduce All Might to Kaken. He had an awesome quirk and would make a fantastic hero one day, and under a person as legendary as All Might, he would rise to the top just as he had always told them he would. I want you to be my apprentice. The world held its breath. Here. Naomasa Tsukochi feels like he will be picking off bits of slime on that road for weeks. Villain activity reports had flooded through to his office as soon as the crashed phone line had been fixed. Crashed apparently courtesy of one of All Might's reckless smashes. That man hadn't been in the city for more than a few weeks and he was already making his life a hell of a lot harder. Said villain had handed over the cash he had stolen easily as he was drained into a police wagon while screaming about a monster or some nonsense Tsukochi really didn't have the patience for. Blessedly, he was requested at another crime scene close to the area. Unfortunately, this new case was a teen suicide. Detective Tsukochi slides off his hat as he enters the crime scene. If there is one thing he hates about his job, it would be the suicides. He glances into the old Dera Junior High classroom windows as he waits to be briefed, a desperate attempt to delay his viewing of the body. It's a messy room. Desks crooked, half the blackboard still filled with scratchy text and the remnants of a paper airplane topping an overflowing bin. He wonders if this was the victim's room. If he sat by the window eating lunch alone, planning his attempt silently. He rips his eyes from the class as a cat-headed officer makes his way towards him. Officer Sangza. Tsukochi inclines his head to the man who salutes his greeting. What have we got today? He asks as he slips on the pair of disposable gloves the cat man hands him. It is not one of your usual cases, Detective Tsukochi, Naya, he informs. The detective raises an eyebrow before silently following the police officer. He is led around the building to the exact scene. Cameras flash as a handful of officers linger around with notepads, sketching down reports from various staff members of the school. The detective spots a shaking man dressed in the traditional junior school teacher wear, ugly sweater under a ratty business coat. He presumes that was the civilian who had discovered the body. Except, he cannot see a body. The BLD stains don't indicate the victim was moved by a third party. The splatter trails towards the school gates as if he had picked himself up after jumping from the roof and went on his merry way. Tsukochi knelt down across from the BLD. It was a deep crimson, flaking around the edge with flecks of green hair and specks of presumably skin crushed into the dirt. His eyes trailed to the koi pond next to the site. If only fish could speak, perhaps bring in an animal speaker Quirk. Only if there was no further evidence that was. I am no forensic scientist. However, I don't see anyone walking away with this amount of BLD loss. A possession Quirk possibly. A third party controlling the victim. Is there any security footage? He theorized with himself as he was handed a tablet by gloved paws. The roof has one working camera, however it wasn't pointed at the door nor directly at the jump site. This back section of the school does not have security and all windows the victim would have passed were classrooms where there are no cameras. The front gate cameras were also non-functioning. Naya, the officer began as the detective presses play. Tsukochi could see the neatly aligned bright red shoes just off to the edge of the fuzzy yellowish footage. Bright fluffy green hair and one shaking hand gripping the wrong side of the fence. He was in a junior uniform. His face was off camera. The student was only there for a moment before he vanished over the edge. Tsukochi closed his eyes. Any witnesses, he asks. The cat shakes its furry head. Suicide note, he presses. The officer flicks through a handful of photos over the detective's shoulder before stopping at two crimp-lead pieces of paper. We believe the victim is Izuku Midoriya, a junior quirkless boy. His homeroom teacher was the one to discover the scene first. Naya, he inclines his head to the panicked teacher off to the side. Tsukochi solemnly reads the notes, gut twisting uncomfortably every word. Have you found who these were addressed to? His voice quivers, trying to remain professional. I have sent a team to go question the mother, however this Kaken person isn't on school record. Naya. The detective flicks through the images of the rooftop on the tablet. It seemed like a straightforward suicide case. Quirkless boy bullied into taking his own life. However, the suspicions lay where the body does not. A sibling maybe, or nickname of a friend, but by the sounds of it, he opens the notes up again. This Kaken was the root of this boy's problems. He hands the officer the tablet back. I'm going to head over to the parents' address. I have a feeling this Kaken could tell us more of this boy's life, and possibly a way to find where his body has been taken to. He sighs, plopping his hat back onto his head. This is turning out to be more of a homicide than a suicide at this point. The officer snapped straight. ₛ again before trailing off to gather all of the evidence from his team. As ₂ exits the school gates, his phone buzzes in his pocket. It's a private number. "This is Detective ₂. Who is this?" is his greeting, years of police work making him weary of private phone numbers after beginning any investigation. "Naomasa ₂. This is the Musutafu Private Hospital," sings a sweet voice through the other side of the line. The detective's stomach flips. "You are listed as Mr. Toshinori Yagi's emergency contact number on his files, is this correct?" Naomasa rips open his car's door, fumbling one-handed with his keys. "What has that idiot done this time?" he grumbles to his steering wheel. "Yes, he is an old friend," the detective confirms as the engine starts. He keeps the phone between his cheek and shoulder as he pulls out onto the road. "Mr. Toshinori Yagi has been admitted to our intensive care section a few moments ago due to an opening of his wounded on his left side. It says on his file that the hospital should contact at least one of his emergency contacts if this were to occur. Could you possibly make it to the hospital this evening?" the sweet voice asks, as if Toshi possibly dying was just a mild inconvenience. "I'm on my way now." He just hopes the idiot didn't do too much damage to himself. "That is, if you want to be my boy. I am no pushing you into anything, it is merely an offer." All Might reassures him. Izuku has been placed on pause. Does not compute. Needs to take a step outside because All Might has gone crazy. Beep. His tongue is too thick in his mouth. "I'm a Deku," his voice is barely a whisper. "A what?" His brow frowns impossibly further. Izuku tucks his thumbs under his fiddling hands. "I can't," he shakes his head. Toshi taps a long finger against his lips in thought. "Did you not just say you wish to be a hero?" His head tilts. Izuku's back is to the wall, a solid pressure to keep him centered to reality. He would have laughed at the parallels between this moment and his suicide if he were any less panicked. One step and he will fall, one nod and he will have all of his dreams a reality. Defenseless, quirkless Deku. He wasn't brave or special or even worthy of being in the same room as someone so great. He didn't reach the scale, was a speck and a mistake and couldn't even reincarnate. He wasn't equal, he was pathetic, delusional, a useless nerd who could only dream. All Might senses the inner turmoil in the boy, assuming he was just overwhelmed with the possibility of training beside him. "I'll let you sleep on it." Toshi grins kindly at the boy. "Do you have your phone on you? I'll pass you my contact details." Izuku flinches, cheeks blooming as he reaches for his phone. One glance at it had him tuck it back away. The BLD smearing the broken screen had only gotten worse. Sludge still lodged into its charge port that he would never be able to get out. He decides to get Toshi-san to write his contact down in his notebook instead, as he doubts his phone would even turn on at this point, and also it would provoke the hero to ask more questions on where the BLD had come from. His hands freeze in his pocket. He didn't have his notebook on him. "Oh no," he gasps under his breath, recounting his steps to try to remember where he had dropped it. It was his last notebook. It had his first thoughts of his quirk written down plus months of notes on various hero fights he had witnessed. It had all of his Kamu Woods observations and was the beginnings of his Mount Lady ones as well. "Something the matter, Midoriya my boy?" Toshi asks. Izuku shakes his head, tears pricking his eyes before he nods. "My notebook," he begins to explain, hands gesturing vaguely. All Might's finger lifts in an aha motion, light bulb going off. "The one I signed back under the bridge. It must be still there, my boy. Not to worry, I will get someone to pick it up for you later." Toshi grins wide, his smile almost as big as his other forms. Why you signed it?" Izuku spontaneously combusts, prompting Toshi to laugh his loud All Might laugh. All Might had signed his notebook. He had All Might's signature. This was the best day of his life. "Am I interrupting anything?" A tall man in a trench coat peers into the room. Izuku steps back quickly out of his way, pressing himself to the wall again. "Detective ₂. All Might greets, trying to repress the BLD leaking down into his lap. ₂ glances at the boy pretending to not exist. Toshinori, he uses his civilian name. The boy doesn't seem to react. "How are you feeling?" he asks, assuming it was safe to keep on general topics. All Might waves him off. "I'm perfectly fine," he says around the mouth full of BLD. I'll be out in less than a day, I assure you. The staff here are the best at what they do. It was like talking to an overly excited child. The detective pinches the bridge of his nose. Whatever you say, he sighs before Toshinori waves for his attention again. Could you possibly do me a favor, detective? All Might asks as if he has another option. Could you take young Midoriya home? He is very anxious to see his mother again. He gestures to Izuku, whose eyes well up with tears again. He was finally going home. Oh, and give him my contact details. We don't have any paper, it seems. The detective's eyes zone in on the boy. Midoriya, he asks. Green fluffy hair, junior school uniform, missing shoes, blooded and covered with slime. The boy lowers his eyes, trying to hide from the intense stare. Oblivious to the atmosphere, All Might waves the boy an enthusiastic farewell and requests to keep safe. The detective glances between the two, deducing that his friend was most likely in the dark about the boy's origins. Of course, right this way, Midoriya. It is getting late, we wouldn't want your mother to worry. He opens the door for the boy, who throws a small wave behind him. It was already dark out as he leads the kid to his car silently. He opens the passenger door and closes it behind the supposedly dead teenager. I'm coming in with a lead, meet at the home address, he whispers into his radio as he rounds the car to his side. A confirmation came through as he hops behind the wheel. Midoriya was sitting stiff in his chair, seat belt tight around his chest. He didn't move at the sound of the engine beginning, just sunk down into the seat as he began to drive. Type your address into the GPS. The detective hands the small machine over, however he turns into the general direction of the junior school where he assumes the kid lives close to. The GPS begins voicing instructions robotically. Thank you for the ride, Midoriya whispers after the first turn. Anything for a friend of Toshinori's, his tone was light. More robotic instructions came through. His finger taps the wheel, contemplating. What school do you go to, Midoriya? The tone is still the same, however Izuku flinches, unprepared. Aldera, Izuku squeaks, Aldera Junior High, he adds. The detective's grip on the wheel tightens. What did you do in school today? Midoriya presses his side to the door, eyes trained on the passing houses outside his window. He bites his lip, crossing his arms. We had an occupation quiz today, he supplies, his fingers find each other, ready to begin fiddling. Oh. And what did you get? He glances at the boy, noting every behavior. A blown-up piece of paper comes to Izuku's mind. Red eyes sneering at him as the word hero is eaten up by flames. Nothing, I didn't finish it on time, he lies, itching his cheek. The detective nods. You know, he starts, stopping at a traffic light, I was just at that school. Midoriya's skin freezes. Oh, he pushes out. The car is moving again. Tsukochi nods. I am a detective, and a crime had been committed on the school grounds sometime after school today. Izuku swallows audibly, know anything about it. They pull up at an apartment complex, 3 buildings long. Tsukochi parks on the street, next to a handful of police vehicles still flashing. The detective slides out of the car, going around to the kid's side and opening his door. The student is frozen in place, eyes wide as he stares at the police vehicles around his home. Is there something you'd like to tell me, Izuku Midoriya, he prompts. He was expecting a confession, a fight or transformation as whatever quirk on this poor child wears off and for a villain inside him to attack. He didn't expect tears. I'm sorry, the boy sobs, pressing the palms of his hands into his eyes as his jaw trembles. The detective takes a step back. I didn't mean to, I just wanted it to just dash, the boy gasps, head shooting to the man. She doesn't know, right? She hasn't read the dash. Tsukochi blinks down at the boy before he bolts from his seat. Wait, the detective shouts, grabbing for the boy, however he slips past. Izuku takes 3 steps at a time, pushing past lingering officers before stopping at his open front door. His mother never leaves it open. Breathing, he inches into his apartment towards the sounds of voices. It's almost dreamlike. He feels numb. When he left that morning, placing a kiss on his mother's cheek as she cleaned the breakfast dishes, that was the last time he was supposed to be here. It was the last good place he was supposed to leave. A horrible loud sob echoes through the hall. His heart squeezes as he steps into the living room. There are police officers scattered around his table. His mother crying into a crumpled tissue, voice aching, as a lady pats her shoulder kindly. She doesn't look like his mother. She looks small and shattered and not sweet and smiling. Her whole body shakes with her sobs as the police try to console her as well as ask their questions. Izuku's knees wobble as he takes a few staggered steps into the room. "Mum," he whispers wobbly, tears still falling and gaining speed at his mother's. Her head shoots up from her tissue, a half-choking noise sounding as the chair she was sitting on clatters to the ground. Izuku meets her halfway, crashing into her embrace as she cries out his name. Izuku's knees give out, pulling them to the floor as they cling to each other. The smell of home and safe and love fills him up and he hides his face in her hair. Her hands brush around his body, feeling for wounds and just a touch to make sure that he was okay. He was here. Izuku was fine. Her hands cup his cheeks, wet sticky tears adhering to her skin. "Izuku, Izuku," she chants. He closes his eyes as she clings to him, both trembling. Don't you ever do that. Don't do that." She sobs, fists weakly beating his chest. He lets her. Her fingers find his uniform and she shakes him before colliding with his shoulder and sobbing. Detective Tsukochi rushes in ready to fight, however he drops his arms to his sides at the sight of mother and son. His eyes meet the officers one by one, all bewildered and concerned. "Well, this case just got a lot more complicated," one of the officers sighs before taking his leave to get a smoke. "How could this happen?" Inko Midoriya wasn't usually a frightening woman. She would rather sit down quietly over a few homemade sushi rolls and talk things out civilly, never raising her voice unless to ask if her guest wanted another drink from the other room. But this was different. Those vacant-eyed Okami had come to her door and told her that her sweet Izuku wouldn't make it home to her. "Who makes a mistake like this?" she hisses in the baffled detective's face, tears still running down her plump cheeks. "Mrs. Midoriya, the detective had tried to take a step forward. "Don't you Mrs. Midoriya me," she snaps, pulling her son's head into her chest, clinging to him like she thought she never could. Again. He places his hand on her arm, trying to pull away, to look at her, but she only holds on tighter. "You come into my house, you tell me these awful lies." Her voice hiccups, she's shaking. "How could you?" Louder this time. "How could you?" "Mrs. Midoriya, please, this is a more complicated situation." He had tried to speak again, however her eyes blaze red at his choice of words. "Complicated? How is this complicated? My son is right here, he's right here. Your men came in here and told me that he jumped off the school roof. He would never do such a thing. He wouldn't just leave me with just a note and I did." Inko's heart jumps to her throat, stilling her words. "I did," Izuku whispers, eyes trained to the ground, aching fingers holding her firmly. "Izuku, baby, no, you're right here, you're fine." She brushes his curly locks from his eyes. Her fingers come back slick with blood and slime. "Izuku," he takes her hand, bowing into it as he trembles. "I'm sorry," he sobs softly. "I'm sorry." The detective shifts, kneeling down to them and offering a hand. "Why don't we take this conversation to the lounge? It will be more comfortable," he suggests. Inko wets her lips, looking between her hunched son and the sympathetic man whom she had just screamed at. Her weak knees wobble as she stands, unaccepting of the offered hand. She bends down, whispering reassurances into her son's hair before he very slowly stands up, eyes downcast and broken. The detective leads the way, taking the single-seated couch and leaving the love seat to the mother and son. The officers around them begin to move as well, however he shoos them off with one hand. They don't have to be told twice to leave the SHT show before it begins. "Midoriya," he presses gently, the boy doesn't meet his eyes. "Why don't you start at the beginning, son?" The boy glances slightly to his mother, biting his lip. I don't want." His vision swims, bright green eyes blurring with water. Inko shifts closer to him, wiping his cheeks as his hands hang midair, lost. "Izuku, baby, please." He shakes his head. You can tell me anything, remember." The boy whines his next sob as her voice hitches. She brings him back in close again and he falls limp in her embrace. He slowly builds his courage in her arms. She deserves to know. She deserves to hear what he had done. He deserves to be punished like this. After everything he put her through. And this was the worst punishment he could think of. I discovered my quirk today, he says into her light pink blouse, her hand stills in his hair. Honey, but the doctor's dash she started as he pulled out of her arms, undeserving of their warmth. I have the double-jointed pinky toe, he agrees, and I didn't show any signs of possessing a quirk ever. He heaved a 1,000-tone breath before raising his head, giving the detective the most heartbreaking smile he had ever seen. So it was a surprise when I woke up after dying today. 𝐒𝐭𝐲's hand shoots to her mouth, a high-pitched weep escaping between her fingers. The detective pulls out his notepad, leaning forward in his chair. So, your quirk makes you virtually immortal. Is that what you are saying, Midoriya? This wasn't one of his usual cases indeed. The boy chews his lip thoughtfully, his mother reaches out for him, trying to give her comfort. I wouldn't say that, he says slowly. The detective raises an eyebrow, intrigued. I have options, and health points, like an old video game save screen. 𝐭𝐿 had introduced him to video games. He always lost. What kind of options? The detective inquires. Izuku shrugs, looking to the right. Yes or no, if I want to continue. His mother grabs for his hands as the detective begins to take notes. And you choose yes, he states more than asks, mind going a mile a minute with theories. Wise, Izuku answers. The detective nearly drops his pen. He glances up at the boy who is trying to stare a hole in the floor. Midoriya, he says gently, I should have said this at the start of our discussion, but my quirk allows me to detect lies. The boy's back goes ridged, eyes shooting again to his mother. He deserves this. He deserves this. What of the health points? The man spares the boy a little bit more heartache. T3 hearts, Izuku answers, picking the slime off his breathes rhythmically, focusing on the texture between his fingers instead of his words. Every time it happens, I think I lose a heart, or health point, HP, whatever. The detective nods, writing this down in his notepad. And if I lose them all? Izuku continues the moment the detective was going to ask that question. I think I have heart attacks to get the HP back. Izuku presses his fingers to his chest, remembering the seemingly endless journey on All Might's back. In and out of nothingness, feeling a world of pain. You will get further questions on your quirk when updating your quirk registry, but that was all I need for now about your quirk for now. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 scribbles down a reminder to inform the National Quirk Registry they will be expecting an update on a sensitive quirk. Oh okay, Midoriya stumbles with his words again. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 reluctantly moves on to the harder questions. The questions that needed to be answered. Why did you jump off the school roof today, Midoriya? Did someone tell you to? Were you under influence of a quirk? These are the questions Izuku didn't want to answer. He shakes his head, fingers splaying across his knees. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲's quirk spikes slightly, his metaphorical needle picking up on the lie. So you were under the influence of another's quirk. He presses, but the boy's mop of hair shakes again. His needle stays in its line. So someone told you to do it. His mother hiccups another sob. He glances at her quickly, guilt and remorse etched across his face. Kids just being kids. Izuku's smile doesn't reach his eyes. It's like a greeting these days, you know. But you are deeply hurt by these so-called greetings, are you not? Izuku stays silent, not trusting his voice at the moment. Are there any specific people or groups that have targeted you before? 𝐒𝐭 takes Izuku's shaking hand again, eyes pleading. No, it's not like that. Izuku begins and the detective's needle goes off the charts. You don't have to protect them, he insists, but Izuku clamps up. Is it this 𝐭𝐿 person? His mother gasps as Izuku jumps to his feet. 𝐭𝐿 did nothing, it's not like that, he snaps. The detective is glad there is a coffee table between them. His mother reaches out again to silently ask him to sit back down. His fists shake but he complies. 𝐭𝐿 did nothing, it was all me. He holds his head in his hands, fingers scratching at his scalp. The painful thing is that 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲's quirk did not go off at the outburst. The boy believes every word. Okay, his heart goes out to the boy. He wouldn't stop looking for this 𝐭𝐿 person, but he wasn't going to press the issue any further for tonight. What about after school? What happened then? Did you seek medical assistance? Izuku recounts the long story, piecing together the puzzle of two of 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲's cases in one conversation. The detective wonders if the sludge villain could squeeze his way out of getting charged for 2 counts of murder, 1 homicide and a whole lot of attempted murder, as well as the stealing charges if the boy he had murdered was still alive and breathing. He wouldn't let that happen. The boy hadn't mentioned Toshi other than a nameless hero who had saved him. This, Tsukochi was thankful for. On his way out, the detective had handed Izuku a neatly folded piece of paper. To his contacts as well as a trusted phycologist's contact info, be sure to tell both about what happened today. The last part wasn't a suggestion. Izuku had taken the paper hesitantly. His mother had watched the exchange with eagle eyes, and at that point he knew he wasn't going to wiggle his way out of contacting at least the phycologist. Izuku rests his head on the cold tile wall of his shower as boiling water beats down his back. He is bone-deep tired and numb-limbed. Detective Tsukochi had left half an hour ago, however Izuku couldn't help replay their conversation in his mind over and over. Had he said too much? Should he had kept his quirk to himself? He drags a cloth down his chest, peeling off slime that clogs the drain. He toes at the green pile he had made. Should he have pushed his mother from the room? Was it as much as a punishment to her than it was to him? Her face, she had looked so lost, so horrified, so guilty. Banging on the bathroom door ripped him from his daydream. "Aizu, baby, are you okay in there?" his mother's unsteady voice called. Izuku fumbled with the taps, turning the shower off. "I'm fine," he answered as the steam blurred the bathroom slightly around him. He hadn't even taken a bath yet and he was already wrinkly. Sighing, he steps out of the shower and dries off and dresses on autopilot. His nose wrinkles at the still vomit smell lingering in the bathroom. He had scrubbed his mouth until it bled, trying to get the trash taste from his tongue, but even after sticking his fingers down his throat and heaving as quietly as he could, the aftertaste still remained. He runs his toothbrush over his tongue again with a good helping of minty toothpaste that burnt his mouth unpleasantly as he sprayed the toilet with a full can of flowery air freshener. It would have to do for now. His fingers find their way onto his neck where it had snapped. He prodded at the soft skin there, remembering the painful shock through his system before he met the nothingness the 4th time that day. He expected to drown again. To suffer longer than he needed to. He was only a little bit grateful that the villain ended it before that could happen again. Shaking his head, he exits the bathroom. His mother is waiting for him in the kitchen, hands working away as she plates up his favorite meal. Pork katsudon. He takes his usual place at the table and she smiles at him as she places down a steaming bowl in front of him. He whispers his thank you as he picks up his chopsticks. Warm water splashes down onto his wrist. He wipes it off curiously, assuming he hadn't dried his hair properly before 2 more drops replace it. "Izuku," his mother's voice is trembling, he looks up at her and sobs. She's hugging him in an instant, hands squeezed tight in his hair as they both cry. He wanted to taste her food. He wanted to be in her warmth. He didn't want to cry, but he couldn't stop. They stayed that way until their sobs had turned to hiccups. The food had gone cold, but Izuku didn't let her heat it up again before digging in. The first few chews had him rubbing his eyes again. It was the best goddamn food he had ever tasted. Izuku's all-might sign clutters against the door as he opens it. The midnight floor was cold on his toes as he creeps as quietly as the screeching floorboards allow him to. He felt like a child as he stood outside his mother's own bedroom door, clutching his all-might pillow he had already overfilled with his tears. He had tired himself out quite quickly when he was finally left alone to process the day. His mumbling had followed him in his restless sleep until he shot awake after falling off the roof again and again. He had reached out, screwing his blankets around his legs as he tried to brace himself for the impact. But it didn't come. The CYCL continued. Sometimes he would wake up and not remember how to breathe. His throat closed tight, his limbs thrashing, tears in his eyes. The noise had roused his mother the first time. He didn't even realize she was there until he was being talked through breathing. In and out, 1, 2, 3, "You're okay, Izuku, you can breathe." She had stayed with him, drawing little patterns on his shoulder until he drifted off again. She was gone the next time he shot awake, his hand reaching out in the now empty air to touch her. To make sure she was all right. To make sure he was all right. He wasn't so sure anymore. Now he stares dumbly at her door handle. His fingers curl into his pillowcase. He was being stupid. He was in junior year. He shouldn't be crawling into his mother's bed like a child after a nightmare. She wouldn't appreciate being woken up again, not after the day he put her through. Would she even want to see him? After what he did? After he threw the life she had given him in her face because what? He couldn't be a hero. He hadn't had one day of his life since he was 4 years old that he hadn't been picked on. Because he made her cry. Others had far worse than him. Why was he complaining? Why did he deserve to be comforted for something so mundane? Something so pathetic? Izuku, is that you? His mother whispers from the other side of the door. He slaps a hand over his mouth. Oh, he had been mumbling. Well, now that he was caught. Why, Mum? He pushes the door open. The room is dark, he can only just make out the outline of her as he approaches. She's slowly sitting up, opening the covers for him without a word. Hesitantly, he crawls into her embrace. The cover sluggishly deflates around them, trapping warmth and his growing anxiety. Mum, he whispers. A hand tangles into his hair, rhythmically brushing the tension from his shoulders. Yes, baby, she whispers just as softly back. He can't see her clearly. The orange lights of the city draw outlines of her face, but the outlines aren't enough to see her sunken tear-dry eyes or the worried line of her lips. He imagines them before he buries his face into his pillow. It's too much. I'm sorry, he mumbles, the fingers pause. He flinches as they pull out of his hair entirely. He feels disgusting. No wonder she doesn't want to touch him. He wouldn't want to touch him either if she clasps his hand firmly, fist trembling as she pulls it to her heart. No, she kisses his knuckles. I'm sorry, he starts to protest, trying to sit up. However, she hushes him gently. I didn't listen, baby. You tried to tell me and I didn't listen. She had thought after he had stopped coming home with bruises that Mitsuki had finally talked her son out of hurting her boy. They had celebrated the week Izuku seemed fine and when Bakugo had come home less angry. They had thought the boys had worked it out. That was years ago. But now, it was clear that Mitsuki's son had found another way to hurt Izuku and not leave behind the obvious evidence. When Izuku flinched when she raised her voice at him for running straight in the middle of a villain fight, she had ignored it. When he stopped fixing his hair every morning, she thought he was just being lazy. When he asked for more than the average needed school supplies, she just thought he was studying hard. When he lost his school blazer, she had just brought him a new one without so much as a silly Izuku. When he stopped talking without being directly asked a question, she thought he was just being shy. When she found out Bakugo had been taking his lunch, he had just said he wasn't hungry and Bakugo needed it more. She thought her son was being thoughtful. She had left him alone when he asked. She hadn't pushed when he didn't bring friends home. She just brought more missing items like phones, notebooks, missing first aid supplies. She hadn't questioned it. She didn't question him. You can tell me, she whimpers. You can tell me anything, Izuku. I want to help, I want to listen, you just have to speak. He was trembling. Heart caught in his throat and brain buzzing with fluff. He opens his mouth to speak, to tell her, but it wasn't that simple, was it? It wasn't. He couldn't just say it and it would all go away. That wasn't how it worked, was it? It wouldn't stop hurting, it would just hurt more, hurt her. But not saying anything had led to this. Had led him to walk in on her crying her heart out on their kitchen table. Did not saying anything hurt her more? There was cotton in his throat. He tries to swallow around it, to push his words out. He closes his eyes and pretends he's not speaking. I don't like school, is the understatement of the year. I like learning, but I don't like school. He doesn't want to elaborate on that. She read his note. She read the note. She knows. He shakes himself. I don't like myself, being quirkless, or well, I'm not quirkless now I suppose, but I haven't decided if this is better yet. She pulls him in close, he lets her. I want to try and see if it's better, because it has to be right. She doesn't answer, so he continues his ramble. I think I know a person who wants to help me. Maybe he doesn't know what happened today. Well, maybe he does if someone told him. Maybe he won't want to train me after he hears about it, but I wanted to see if I'd like myself, my quirk, if I trained with them. She hums softly, kissing his temple. Izuku, he tenses up again. I think you're amazing, with or without a quirk. She wished she had told him that sooner. That she hadn't cried whenever he had tried because she was scared for him. scared that he was going to get hurt by his big dreams. Hurt when he realized they could never come true. But he was amazing. He did well in school and was polite and had the brightest smile in the world. She thought he knew that he was amazing too, even if he couldn't become a hero like he had wanted. You are irreplaceable, one of a kind, Izuku, he sniffles under her chin. Repeat it back to me, baby, I need to know that you understand. She feels him shake his head, her heart cracks in two. You are wonderful, Izuku. You can do anything you put your mind to. You are smart and appealing and irreplaceable. You're not dash, her voice catches in her throat. You are not a Deku, the hand clasping hers tightens. Not. Ayu, she empathizes every word, pleads silently that he believes her. The note he had written to her, the awful things he had said about himself like they were just a well-known fact. It all made her want to scream and cry and shake her son until he loved himself as much as she loved him. She couldn't understand why he thought he was worthless when he meant the world to her. She was ashamed of the things Bakugo and his teachers and his peers and sadly even her, had done to him to make him feel this way. Izuku sobs softly. He pulls his head back up from under the covers, the moonlight catches his sparkling tears and he smiles at her. I am not a Deku. Her chest aches as she knocks him over with another hug. She knew she would never stop hugging him like this now, not when she knew the hollowness of losing him. He holds her back, bottom lip trembling as he wonders if Detective Tsukochi's quirk would have gone off if he were still here. Izuku Midoriya, 10:31 a.m. Hello. This is Izuku Midoriya. Is this Toshinori Yagi's number? Unknown number, 10:31 a.m. Midoriya, my boy. It is good that the detective remembered to give you my number. I was getting worried after the second day of no contact, however it seems you have found my number. And call me Toshi, please. How are you this morning, my boy? Izuku Midoriya, 10:32 a.m. I am doing well. Toshi-san, how are you? I saw you on the news just now, are you alright? Toshi-san, 10:33 a.m. Nothing I couldn't handle, my boy. Thank you for your concern. Muscle. Emoji, I am all healed up, nothing to worry about, my boy. Izuku Midoriya, 10:35 a.m. Muscle. Emoji, that's great. Toshi-san, 10:36 a.m. Have you taken the time to consider my offer, my boy? Izuku Midoriya, 10:39 a.m. I have. And I want to try. If you'll still let me. Toshi-san, 10:39 am party. Popper. Emoji, of course, my boy. How about we meet up today? Is that alright with you? Izuku Midoriya, 10:43 a.m. I can go. Where will I meet you? Which is how Izuku Midoriya found himself on a trash-filled beachfront. He looks down at his phone and then up again at the disgusting beach to make sure that yes, this is the address All Might had given him to meet at. Maybe this was a prank. Was All Might pranking him? Izuku trails along the boardwalk slowly, scooting around random piles and watching his step as to not tread on needles or something just as unfortunate. He stops by a no dumping sign to take a picture, a small smile inching across his face at the irony of said sign. His mother would enjoy it. Midoriya, my boy. Startled, he drops the already broken phone in a sharp-looking pile of trash just as the camera goes off. His eyes snap up to a squatting All Might on top of a refrigerator. They both make a noise as the phone goes down, however All Might's noise is accompanied by a spray of Beard All Might. Izuku squeaks as the hero disappears in a cloud of smoke only to reappear in his true form. I'm alright, my boy, the man says as he hangs into the edge of the fridge. Ran out of time is all. He kicks his skinny legs, trying to heave himself back up with his noodle arms. I'm sorry about your phone, I will retrieve it immediately. Do you need any help? Izuku asks, arms outstretched to catch the man. The fridge was balancing atop of couches, ovens, armchairs and whatever knickknacks that could fit in the holes in between. It swayed dangerously to the side. It is fine, my boy, the hero huffs, toes brushing against the first couch to test it for a landing point to climb down on. Why were you up there in the first place? Izuku asks, swaying with the trash tower to keep in a position to catch All Might. What were to happen if the hero does fall? Izuku does not know. He knows even in this form All Might is heavier than he could ever try to catch. The hero tries for a fearless laugh but BLD blocks its way. Vantage point, my boy, he answers before giving up on trying to test the obviously unstable couch. To see where you were, he blows one of his bangs out of his eyes. looking back up to try to climb the fridge again. His side begins to burn. The fingers holding the edge of the fridge tighten as they shake. It is fine now, he smirks, and Izuku dodges a falling microwave. Why? In a flash of lightning he grows to his hero form, jumping away from the pile, flipping midair and landing a few meters away from Izuku. "For I am here," he grins out his catchphrase, posing with the beach majestically rolling at his back. Izuku's eyes light up with stars as he suppresses a squeaking scream at how utterly cool that was. "That was so cool, all dash. Crash Midoriya." All Might shouts, his hero form deflating in a cloud of smoke and BLD as he bounds to the fridge where Izuku was just standing. "Hold on!" he cries as he heaves, muscles stretching and deflating as he tries to toss the appliance off. BLD splatters the wooden boards of the sidewalk, dripping down into the sand. He gets no reply. His legs shake as the refrigerator tips over, revealing Izuku face down in the broken boardwalk. All Might GGS down bile at the meaty roadkill look. His hands hover over the body. He's not breathing and he knows his heart has stopped, but his body is still moving. Snapping and sloshing sounds ring around Izuku. Ribs pop back into place as lung tissue stitches itself back together. All Might watches in horror-filled fascination as Izuku snaps back up and coughs out, "Ait," into the blooded wood. He blinks at it for a few seconds before he slaps a hand over his face. "I'm so sorry, All Might," he groans before facing the very pale man. "And oh my boy, I am sorry." He places a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "My neglect resulted in another one of your deaths. I should have seen the refrigerator falling and I should have not been up there in the first place as you said. Please forgive me." His bow is low, forehead touching the ground, and it took a few moments for Izuku to register. "Raise your head, All Might." Izuku screeches, arms thrashing as his face boils. "It was my fault. Every time it's my fault. Please raise your head." All Might stays low for a second longer before he rises, concern carved into his face. "This is not how I imagined our first training session to start," he confesses, prompting Izuku to laugh sheepishly. "Me too," he responds lamely. Guilt blooms larger in All Might's chest before a metaphoric lightbulb flashes above his head. He sticks his hand down into his pockets as Izuku tilts his head at the eager expression on his hero's face. Toshi pulls out a familiar battered notebook and holds it out proudly. "My notebook." Izuku gasps, having forgotten about it after giving up all hope of having it returned to him. Happily, All Might hands it to him. "You have some interesting thoughts on fellow heroes. In combat, I hope you don't mind, but these are professional-worthy notes, my boy." Izuku flushes under the praise, flipping through the carefully dried pages. Most of his words were legible, a little burnt around the edges and smudged from the slime and water. However, he could rewrite all the notes from this. Thank you so much, All Might." Izuku hugs the book to his chest, happily reunited. "Call me Toshi, please," he prompts again, and the red in the boy's cheeks deepens. "Sorry, Toshi-san," All Might beams. Izuku digs his shoes into the sand as he pulls a rusty filing cabinet towards the beach stairs. He feels as if he has half the beach in his shoes and the other half fixed to his sticky body. The jammed cabinet door he had been pulling on squeaks as the heavy metal structure stays stubbornly still. He huffs out a burning breath, running on the spot as he leans his whole body weight backwards. With a snap, the drawer gives way and Izuku falls back as moldy paper flies into the air. His embarrassing squeak isn't even halfway out of his mouth before he's caught mid-stumble. The iconic golden bangs hang limply over his head, framing a familiar smile. "Use your legs, not your back," Toshi suggests as he helps him catch his balance again. Izuku runs a rust-dusted hand through his sweaty green hair as he nods, ignoring the escaping paper for now. He places the broken drawer out of his path before he starts again, trying to move the heavier item. He hooks his fingers in the space he had just created and pulls. It doesn't even budge. "It'll be easier if it starts moving," Toshi informs as he walks around to the other side of it. Izuku nods, mouth in a determined line that makes Toshi smile. On the count of 3, Toshi gives the great metal lump a push as Izuku pulls with everything he has. The sand bevels around it as Izuku puffs out gasps of air every breath. All Might cups his eyes from the sun as he watches the boy struggle up the slight slope of sand to the stairs. He catches a few pieces of paper floating back towards the earth as Izuku makes it to his destination. "Good job, my boy," he yells out as the boy heaves, hands on knees as he tries to catch his breath back. He gives the boy a moment before he gestures to the small mess he had made in the largest mess in the world. The boy nods tiredly before trotting back on wobbly legs to the hero. "Why?" Izuku brushes his sweaty brow as he gathers the papers as well as a few knickknacks laying around in the sand. "Why are we doing this again?" He tosses everything into the drawer before hefting it up. Toshi blinks at him before letting out a disbelieving laugh. "We've been cleaning for 3 hours already and you didn't know why." His hand meets his face as the boy looks up at the hero. "This kid," he says in English before meeting the boy's eyes. Now that he thought about it, he did just say, "Let's begin," before instructing the kid to drag pointed items to the stairs. So, that was kind of his fault. Heroes these days like to keep in the spotlight with flashy fights and such. All Might begins as they walk back up to the stairs. But back in the day, being a hero meant doing volunteer work. Izuku puts the drawer on top of the cabinet before properly facing All Might, listening attentively. "Some may think it's boring or whatever, but you cannot waver from those roots." Toshi points to the trash pile. There is a long section that Izuku had been working on the whole time they had been there. The mountain was now significantly smaller than the others, and now they could see a slither of the sea glistening silver and blue as waves played keep away with the sand. "You will restore the horizon for this whole section," Izuku gasps, eyes trained on the small slit of horizon he had carved into the beach already. "That is your first step to becoming a hero." Toshi slaps him encouragingly on the back, righting the boy up automatically when he stumbles. "A, all of it." "B, but that's impossible." The trash mountains seem to cave in on him, growing larger and heavier as his eyes dart around the whole beach. "You want to become a hero, right?" Toshi asks, a smirk in his voice as he watches the boy pause for a moment, teeth caught between his lips. "Yes," Izuku tells the beach softly, eyes distant for a moment before he blinks the glaze away, turning towards the hero. "Yes," he answers more confidently, fists clenched and stance tall. All Might fist pumps the air. "Then we better not fiddle around any longer then. We only have 10 months. Izuku's excited smile slips slightly with his head tilt. Toshi tries not to compare him to a confused puppy. He really does. 10 months, he asks, and All Might wants to slap himself again for forgetting what communication was. "The UA entrance exams are in 10 months' time. We have to train up your weak body before then," he explains. The word weak is a nail straight through his heart. Izuku reframes from holding his chest as he gapes up at the man. "UA?" he asks in a small voice. His desk explodes behind his eyes, paper burning in his hands as All Might's enthusiastic voice sounds like he's shouting through a tunnel. "You're below rejects. You're quirkless. What the hell can you do? That is, if you wanted to go to UA." All Might pokes his fingers together, obviously having gone off on a tangent and now sheepishly realizing he hadn't asked for Izuku's opinion on the matter. There were eyes all over him, laughing all at him, smoke rising, teeth snapping, wall trapping him as he cowered below the too large shadow. "You think you're better than me?" Izuku gives the man a weak smile, one that just reaches his eyes. "I always dreamed of going there," he confesses. "Pathetic." All Might's whole face lights up. "Then we haven't a moment to spare," he cheers, pulling out his phone and taking a quick picture of Midoriya. Izuku flinches at the flash before trying to blink the white spot from his eyes. All Might herds him back down the pile he was sorting through before gesturing to a refrigerator stuck in the sand. "Now don't let this one fall on you, alright?" He chuckles awkwardly, patting the machine as he turns away. "Too soon," he thinks as he coughs in his hand. Izuku's brows knit together, blistered fingers tapping at his chin as he looks over the large item. "A rope possibly," he ponders out loud. All Might glances at the fridge, to Midoriya then to the fridge again. He holds a pointed finger in the air. "You're still weak so you couldn't possibly move it without something like that. I'll be right back." All Might brushes past him. Izuku is frozen in the sand. Weak. He works mostly silent for the rest of the time they have. He nods at his advice and motivation. His legs are past burning, his arms feel as if they were about to fall off and his whole body is screaming by the time All Might calls it a day. "You did well, Midoriya, my boy." Toshi laughs. They sit at the top of the stairs, or, well, Toshi sits, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sprawls out like a rug, chest raising and falling at a rapid pace. All Might places 𝐒𝐭𝐴's phone on Midoriya's forehead as he had been holding onto it after 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had mumbled his concerns if it getting crushed with him if something like the refrigerator happened again. Toshi didn't really argue hard as it would have gotten in the way of training. I would normally suggest we should go out for ice cream to celebrate a successful day, however I think that would just put back all the fat you just lost today. He laughs and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 chuckles softly with him before going quiet a little too suddenly. Toshi slides closer to the boy before waving a few pieces of crisp white paper in his face. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 enjoys the slight breeze from it for a moment before reading the title. Aim to pass, American Dream Plan. He ponders and All Might beams like an excited child. 10 months isn't that long of a time, so I came up with this plan to fully utilize your training to be the best. He holds out the pages for 𝐒𝐭𝐴 to read upside down. He catches a few words like weekdays and weekends with a meal menu and times listed with a few other things. It will help you finish cleaning up the beach as I will not be here every day to help you, you see, he points out. 𝐒𝐭𝐴's chest falls a little at that. He had enjoyed his time with Toshi-san, even if it was just the hero following him up and down the beach, making sure something heavy didn't fall on him and occasionally giving him a push to get him started on the heavier items. But that was selfish of him to ask for the hero's time like that. He could be saving people from burning buildings or heroic acts such as that instead of following his week but along the beach all day. Even if the hero had said he ran out of time, he could still build up time throughout the day, right? He could have a few seconds left in him that could rescue someone instead of being used to push a couch to get it started. I'll have you follow this in every aspect of your life. All Might concludes and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 finally takes the papers. His mornings start early at the beach, a selection of meals list the slot just behind school and then in the evenings back again with a percentage of trash All Might expects to be cleared. A lump forms in his throat. School. He didn't want to think about that right that second. So he turns the page and reads the days the truck will be there to be filled up. Truthfully, it's a super hard schedule, can you follow it? Toshi asks, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, concern in his eyes. He was willing to change it, to ease it down for the boy, he didn't want it to be too much for him. Of course, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 sits up, his forgotten phone falling into his lap, as he glances at All Might with shining eyes filled with the determination of youth. I have to work many times harder than anyone else or else I can't do it, his chest wells up with pride. He nods, smiling down at the boy as if he were made of gold. Fantastic, he shouts in English, slapping the boy on the back again, lightly encouraging. 𝐒𝐭𝐴's smile is small before he flips through the pages again, as if he were to memorize it. Toshi knew he had chosen well, now he must wait and watch to see how much the boy's grows. And to see if the boy would actually take his power after his vessel was completed. He already did have a very useful quirk, heart-stoppingly worrying as it was, but still a hero's quirk if trained correctly. Toshi had no doubt, as soon as 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had sacrificed himself to save him, he just knew he would be a great hero, with or without one for all. And he wanted to be there to see it. All, Toshi-san, 𝐒𝐭𝐴's small voice pulls him out of his quiet musings. The boy doesn't quite meet his eyes, fingers making rabbit ears on the corner of the plan pages unconsciously. Can I ask you something? Well, seeing as that is a question and I am answering it, then yes, you can ask me another question. He gives the boy a cheeky grin which is returned with nervous laughter. You're the only one really who's seen my quirk, and well, it's kind of obvious it takes time, but I was wondering, for my notebook, how long it took me to revive again after each death. All Might's light mood drops straight down. He tries to keep his sunken smile on his face as bright as possible, pretending to wave off the question as if it doesn't dug up thoughts he had tried to lock away every night in a last-ditch effort to actually get some sleep. That is quite curious, I thought you were aware of the time. He throws the statement in the air. He had pictured 𝐒𝐭𝐴 like a ghost beside his body, watching shamefully as All Might tried to revive him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he could almost feel the chest compressions he had worked on for that horrible half an hour. His breathing comes in and out at the rhythm, as if his body is trying to keep the boy beside him alive even now. 𝐒𝐭𝐴's neck stands out suddenly, the light freckles there looking like specks of blood. Toshi wants to reach out and hold it together, to keep the child's spine in his body with his hands alone. I'm not, it only feels like a few moments to me, Izuku confesses, hand covering his mouth as he taps away, the beginnings of a mumble rant on the tip of his tongue. Toshi can't look at the boy anymore. He turns towards the beach, watching the waves through the small slit again as he clasps his own wrist. He pretends the heartbeat there is Midoriya's. It's a little fast, but it's there. Well, his tongue is numb, he tries to swallow around it. When I first found you, the first time, it was half an hour I would say. He clears his throat, hand squeezing his wrist a little tighter. Izuku nods next to him, deep in thought. The next time, crack, it was faster, a few minutes, maybe 10, ice ran across to his skin, he shivers. What about the heart attacks? Izuku has pulled out his notebook, scratching down the observations with various chicken scratches that were probably theories. All Might half shrugs, trying to train his face into something neutral. Around 6 times I think, he knows, he counted, he died a little bit more each time the boy went quiet on his back, went limp and too still. From the street corner to the hospital, time was too quick yet far too slow when running to the hospital. He had felt every second, and what could have been a minute felt like an eternity. He couldn't have gotten to that hospital quicker, but he felt as if he had been too late. Interesting, Izuku mumbles before glancing at the refrigerator just a little ways off, tipped on its side and splattered with badly cleaned off BLD. The HP point had drained, leaving him with only 2 little hearts left happily floating in the nothing. And he points his pen to the sad bloody mess on the boardwalk. All Might didn't look at it. Just as quick as the second time, Toshi scratches the back of his neck awkwardly. Izuku flinches at the tone, finally looking at his hero and instantly feeling regret sucker punch him in the face. His face is paler than usual, his fingers fidgeting and his gaze far away, further than the ocean. I'm so sorry, I made you uncomfortable. Izuku snaps his notebook shut, knees pulling to his chest and hiding his face. He should have kept his stupid mouth shut. His quirk was disgusting, unnatural. He'd made Toshi worry and cry and sent him to the hospital. He'd nearly killed him because he couldn't stay alive for 2 bloody seconds. No, my boy. It is quite all right, it isn't every day you die. There was a question at the end of that sentence, a hesitant, dangerous question. His hand is back to patting Izuku on the back, giving his comfort as well as feeling the boy's breaths and heartbeat, just to be sure. Izuku shakes his mop of green fluffy hair. No, it's not, he mumbles into his knees. Toshi doesn't know whether to feel relieved or 10 times guiltier. Relieved because, obviously, the boy didn't make it a habit of dying when Toshi wasn't around. But on the other hand, he had died more times than Toshi wishes to think of in his presence. And every time Toshi had failed to save him. What kind of a hero am I if I can't even save one boy? Well then there is no harm in being curious then. Toshi inflates into his hero form. It's safer, less fragile. Stronger and always saves the day. It is all right now, for I am here. But, even there Midoriya was still bad thoughts. All Might shakes his head before plucking his American dream plan from the boy's limp fingers. Make sure you follow this to the T, my boy. It is your path to becoming a hero. His smile is blinding as he hands the pages back to Izuku. Midoriya's eyes were wide, filled with awe again. All Might resists the urge to look for falling objects to take that face away from him again. Yes sir. Izuku smiles just as brightly, hugging the pages close to his heart. Toshi stands up, dusting sand from his breathes. Well, I'll walk you home then, make sure to get an early night's rest, it is school tomorrow and your first official day on the training program. He fist pumps the air as Izuku's stomach drops. Right, school tomorrow. He didn't go to school the next day. Or the day after that. Or the one after that. He only left his house for 3 reasons. The first was trips to the beach every morning and evening. Most days Toshi was already there waiting for him safely on the ground now instead of up on towers. Izuku liked his time at the beach, even if he ended them all usually collapsed in his bed for a good few hours before punishing himself with extra exercises in his workouts. Toshi was just as awesome as he had imagined All Might to be and more. He was supportive and funny and strong and was his all-time favorite teacher. He slowly began to let Izuku push the heavier items all on his own, cheering loudly when he manages to get it up the beach or up the stairs. He asks him about his day and listens with a quiet smile whenever Izuku begins to rant about the latest villain fights. Midoriya had almost had a slide when All Might had captured a slippery villain using the technique Izuku had mumbled feverishly to him the previous day. The hero had waved off his gratitude, saying that he should be the one that was thankful for having someone who could think outside the box around. Izuku had caught himself before he had fainted. At the same time, however, Izuku hated lying to All Might. The hero would ask what he had done in class that day and Izuku would run off to carry heavier items to keep his mouth shut. He avoided questions regarding his quirk, specifically the 3 hearts. Anyone who could count to 3 would realize that 2 deaths All Might had witnessed would not make him go into charge mode, as Izuku was beginning to call it. Thankfully he hadn't died again, but there had been close calls. Towers collapsing was the most popular close call. Both were always alert, but one falling toaster had Izuku pushing Toshi out of harm's way. It had only left a nasty purple bruise on his arm and had earned him a lecture from a distraught All Might. From that point onwards they only pulled each other away from danger instead of making themselves the targets of various appliances instead. Then there was that time Izuku had accidentally stabbed himself with a needle. One hysterical trip to the local hospital had them both thankful it wasn't infected with anything. Thick gloves were introduced to their routine the very next day. And not just any gloves. All Might's old pair of UA third-year grip gloves. Izuku had put them on with the utmost care, admiring them for a good hour before Toshi talked him into clearing the beach a little bit quicker. To Toshi, they were only a pair of mass-produced industrial gloves almost everyone in UA hero and support classes had. But to Midoriya they were maximum dexterity, impact-protected, glass fiber blend shell, lightweight, form-fitting, abrasion, cut-resistant high-flex IRX impact exoskeleton that delivers critical back-of-hand impact protection that prevents fatiguing providers unrestricted movement. Toshi nodded along with the frantically mumbled explanation, resisting to note that they were a little too big for Midoriya. The boy seemed happy nevertheless. The second reason he would leave his house was for therapy appointments. His psychologist, Dr. Watson, was a nice lady who had welcomed him in with a friendly smile. But it wasn't the doctor who Izuku had interacted with the most. Because Dr. Watson had a dog. The overly friendly golden Labrador retriever, Einstein, was the first to greet him every time he arrived. The first session Dr. Watson had asked if he wanted Einstein to stop jumping on the sofa with him, to which Izuku had declined. So every time he sat down on the overly soft sofa, he had Einstein crawling into his lap happily and either listened quietly or demand pats. There was no in-between. They started off reviewing Izuku's answers from a questionnaire he had been sent before the session. It was easier to admit he had tried to kill himself with his hand running through smooth fur. She hadn't started with that, but they had built up to it. After the small talk and Izuku's quick verbal analysis of her quirk calming, which he had declined the use of in any of their sessions unless appropriate, they had begun getting into the harder questions. In the end he felt even more exhausted than he was after a long day of training. His voice was stuttery, his eyes stung, his throat was closed and his headaches were strong. She had tried to mention Kaken, but he had closed off every single time, hiding behind Einstein before mumbling up a storm. She had handed him a notebook to fill with his thoughts to be handed back to her after every session. As they talked he would fill it with observations of his own. Mostly about her quirk and horn mutation, but also about heroes he had seen that day and an early breakdown of their abilities. Never about himself. At the end of every session she would summarize it in a nice little package before asking him what homework he should do. She had her suggestions, such as making a list of things he is good at or things he likes about himself, or for him to go and talk and make new friends. He suggested healthy balances, meals that he was already having with his American Dream Plan, or exercise, also a big part of the plan. They usually met in the middle somewhere, and with one last goodbye like from Einstein he would leave, hug his mother and continue where he left off in his training program. The third reason he would leave the house was to visit the police station. The detective was nice, as he answered all of Izuku's questions about his quirk and didn't push too hard with his own questions. Izuku had eventually answered all of them regarding the slime incident. He had confirmed the identity of the villain, his abilities, and given a second-by-second replay of the incident for the detective's eyes only, as it contained sensitive All Might information. Izuku had shut him down when he asked if he wanted to sue the villain or his school. The slime villain was locked away in an airtight tank forever for his crimes. Izuku didn't want to take his money as well as his freedom. The school, as he had repeated far too many times, had done nothing wrong. Midoriya, the detective had said nearing the end of their last sessions together, "Your homeroom teacher, he has been requesting to see you." Izuku's fingers had frozen in one of the detective's mind puzzles had on his desk. He had bitten his lip, thoughts flying through his head too fast for him to catch up. All his work had been sent to him by the school, he was caught up in his study, could go straight back without any hassle. As if he had never left. He was the first on the scene, the detective's voice is careful, the implication heard loud and clear. Dr. Watson had insisted he tried another day at school. He wondered if the detective had access to his sessions recordings, as she had only confirmed it was a good idea in their last session together. "Oh," Midoriya had said, placing the puzzle back. The detective had nodded solemnly. "You don't have to," the detective said, "but I think it would be a good idea. You have your whole life ahead of you, Midoriya. I want to see you succeed in life. But to do that you'll have to go back to school eventually." Midoriya thought of the eyes staring at him. Of the voices laughing. The acts no one tried to stop. Okay, Midoriya stares at the broken security cameras. He was sure Bakugo accidentally blew up on one of his rampages outside the brick school. His fingers are tight around his bright yellow bag straps and he is wrapped tightly in a clean uniform. He peeks back around to the car waiting across the street. His mother gives him a small wave, clutching tightly to a tissue. The detective nods, placing a hand on his mother's shoulder as if to give her strength. He puts on a smile for them, a little wobbly and without any teeth, but a smile all the same. The detective had given him his number, instructing Izuku to call him if he needed to leave at any point in the day or to just talk to him, report how he was being treated. He didn't want to bother the man, but he was very instant, even driving him to school. Pulling his glued feet into motion, he walks through the school gates and into the building. He doesn't stop, eyes trained to his shoes as he marches his memorized path to his classroom door. He stops just in front of it. It's loud on the other side. Roly children laugh and scream. The glow from the kid in the back glistens through the window. Various appendages thrash around from where he can see, including but not exclusive to hair, necks, fingers, eyeballs, rocks and smoke. He bites his lip, fingers still balled tight on his bag straps. He holds his breath and counts to 3, then lets it out slowly. A head of black hair WHPs past the window. His classmate's eyes bulge as Midoriya stumbles back from the door. "He's not dead. You owe me $5, Tashi." The boy screams as he rolls his neck back to his body. The classroom goes quiet. Izuku can hear his own breathing picking up pace as he stares at the door. He counts quietly in his head. Waits for the explosion. Prepares his legs to dodge. Flinching, the door rips open. Izuku curls into himself, eyes squeezed shut and head as low as it could go. "Ah, Midoriya, so glad you decided to show up," his homeroom teacher drawls, stepping aside to let him in. "It's been weeks, make sure to keep attending. I don't want this stain on my record." Izuku gapes up at him before nodding quickly. The snouted-nosed man raises his eyebrow, tossing his head towards the classroom. Taking the hint, Izuku bows tightly before entering. He can feel the eyes on him. The whispering is badly hidden, as if the children aren't even making an effort not to be heard. Jumped off the roof. Wrist-cutting maniac. Watch out, it's contagious. No wonder he tried to kill himself. Whining little did it for attention-lying pathetic Deku. 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 He makes it to his desk, refusing to look up. Hooking his bag on the side, he slips into his seat as quietly as he can. As if that would make a difference. Slumping down, he holds his head in his arms, covering his ears and closing his eyes. "All right, now class, I expect each of you to turn up every day." The teacher lectures before shuffling through his paperwork. "Unlike Midoriya here, you all don't get that many freebies without consequences." Someone behind him raises their hand. He can almost smell the grin on the other's face. "What if we jump off the school roof too? Then do we get a couple days off?" He sneers and the room blows up with laughter. Whimpering, he tries to hide himself in his arms, pleading to the world to let him disappear. Slowly, The teacher settles the class down before turning to the board and writing out various announcements that Izuku doesn't listen to. His desk is just how he left it, added black tape to keep the legs still standing and one long line of it down the middle. It wobbles and squeaks as he moves, so he thrives to keep himself as still as possible. He traces with his eyes the deeply engraved names and taunts on the top of his desk. The carefully burnt-in Deku is the most pronounced of all the engravings. He looks up. It was a mistake. Red eyes glare wholeheartedly at him, face scrunched up with rage as his burning aura drowns him. He chokes on his tongue, ripples of ice running through his skin as Bakugo promises murder with just his eyes. He hides his face back into his trembling arms. He feels so small. Like an insect on attack, ready to be squished by the world. It would be easy to turn that tack around and plunge it straight into his back. No worries, no consequences, just a favor to the world, eradicating one more insect. He pleaded for the class to end while simultaneously hoping it went on forever. Because when it stopped, when everyone was let out, he would be ing. Make sure to hand in those essays tomorrow, guys. The teacher screams out as every student tries to exit the room at once. Every student except Midoriya. He's fastened to his chair, fingers digging deep into his skull as he tries to make himself disappear again. Go on you two, off to class, the homeroom teacher instructs as he too leaves. Izuku smells something burning. He can't bring himself to see if it's anything of his or not. A chair in front of him slides out painfully slowly. The rustling of a bag being brought over one shoulder. Squeak of shoes turning. A sigh. Deku, Kaken growls low and threatening. Feeling sick, Izuku curls further into himself, unwilling to meet his friend's scorching gaze. Footsteps leisurely trudge up to his desk, each one a stab into his insect heart. He can feel the warmth of Kaken's body, the shadow looming over him like it had always done. What the F? His desk moves under him, the only warning he gets before it's blown away with a bright explosion. Kaken, Deku whimpers, turning his body away as he curls into the smallest of ball in his seat. A hot hand reaches through his arms, black smoke rising as he is pulled to his feet by the front of his uniform. You really thought you could get rid of the competition like that? Kaken's breath is searing against his cheek, nitroglycerine oozing into Izuku's uniform like a mark of death. www. Deku's bottom lip was quivering, hot tears already racing down his cheeks. Sending the police to my house, Kaken shakes him, blaming me for your pretend suicide. The back of Izuku's legs hit desks and chairs as the boy pushes him back. That SHT leaves a stain on my clean record, you know. Deku holds back a scream as is thrown back, head hitting the wall roughly, arms flying back to catch himself. If you think you could stop me from going to UA, you have another thing coming. 3 explosions go off in quick succession, each one has Deku crawling into the wall. Kaken, I'm sorry, it wasn't like that, I'm sorry, I didn't want that to happen, Deku cries before a heavy boot crashes into his unguarded stomach. Should have thought of that before making up Fing lies, Deku. Bakugo barks as Deku holds his middle, coughing and ging with his tears. It doesn't Fing matter, he spits, because it didn't work, a blast encases him for a moment. He breathes fire and smoke, attacked by a cloud of death until his left coughing and singed. The tips of his hair light with young flames. He pats them out hastily before they grow. His uniform is charred, cuffs of his sleeves burnt away. So you're a liar now as well as a Deku, Bakugo purrs. Deku quickly bobs his head, say. It, he hisses. I'm a liar, he whispers. What had Dr. Watson said? If he was feeling threatened, he should leave as soon as he could and tell an adult. Endure it. Endure it. Just like a too heavy item that has to be pulled up the stairs. Keep going, don't stop, it'll be over soon. All Might would be disappointed in him. Not that, Bakugo grinds his teeth, I haven't heard you call yourself a Deku in a long time. Kaken explains, Izuku's stomach drops. Repeat it back to me, baby, I need to know that you understand. Deku, Kaken growls, say it, it's a warning. Say it or you know what coming to you. You know how my hands burn. He could trace the indents in his skin in his mind, the palms held deep over his body, branding him. I am not Deku, he whispers, hair covering his worn face. Speak the F up, Deku. 𝐭𝐴𝐚 grins wickedly down at him, a cruel line of teeth and sharp blazing eyes. I'm a Deku. 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐝, poison on his tongue, smells like sludge garbage. I'm a stupid, pathetic, good-for-nothing, quirkless Deku. Okay, he screams, holding his head in his arms as another round of explosions drive him into the wall. Should have died when he fell. Should have died when he drowned. Should have died when he choked. Should have died before he was even born, because then the world wouldn't get a Deku. It would keep going. It could keep going on without him. And don't you forget it. Bakugo spits, the wet wad landing on his cheek, mixing with his tears. The door slams shut, leaving Deku alone in his homeroom, trying to remember how to breathe. The world was ending and he was heaving, but there was a rope bound to his chest, straining his already deflated lungs. The sky was falling. He was drowning in stars that burnt bloody red. His uniform was hot, still smoking that familiar smell of nitroglycerine. It clung to him, as if 𝐭𝐴𝐚 was still there with him. Always. He was branded. He was owned. He could never ever escape. 𝐭𝐴𝐚 was probably still outside, listening into the muffled sobs with a nasty grin. The spit ward was scorching his cheek as sizzling tears poisoned his knuckles. Snuffling, he drags snot across what remains of his sleeve and reaches for his bag, its yellow faded with ash that clings to his fingers. Hastily, he fishes inside blindly until he feels the cold screen of his phone. It slips from his fingers, his hands shake as he sobs with frustration. The clock on the wall ticks, counting down the seconds until the world bursts into flames. Finally it falls out, he clutches to it and unlocks to his All Might home screen. His thumb hovers over the Messenger app. He holds his breath. Tears splatter onto the cracked screen. The detective's name is close to his finger in the embarrassingly small list of contacts. He bites his lip, frozen until he tastes copper. Slowly, the phone goes dark before it locks completely. He silently slides it into his pocket. He stands on RBB knees, stiff arms mechanically slipping on his backpack. He clutches to the straps and pretends he can breathe. He numbly feels himself open the homeroom door, not daring to look at anything but his shoes. He can see his body moving through the halls, past his classrooms where glowing eyes follow him. There is whispering cottoning his ears, and the world is somehow darker when he makes it outside. The color is bleached from the world and he wonders if it had ended already without him. His eyes wander upwards, the little buzzing hope being squished violently when the sleek black car was nowhere in sight. He stares for a moment at the empty parking space across the street, something hollow opening up in his chest before he turns and begins his track home. His mumbling. Talking like he doesn't have enough time to say what he needs to. His words are crowded together, some missing. His sentences are fragmented and his thoughts jump from one thing to another. All his fears tumble unchecked by his brain, a mental freefall, unable to analyze. His words bounce off the pavement like heavy rain. They didn't wait, I couldn't last, it was only a moment, I called myself, 𝐭𝐴𝐚 he grinned, he praised, I really thought that, almighty, Toshi I don't even deserve to, a Deku, just a stupid, mum would, she told me, disappointment, pathetic, quirkless, worthless, words caught in his throat as the world actually darkened. His surprised hitch in his voice echoes as he stands frozen under a familiar bridge. He waits. Fingers gone numb on his backpack straps, nails digging into his palms. Well. He calls out to the tunnel, what are you waiting for? A formal invitation. The wind howls, ruffling his singed hair and freezing his wet cheeks. He waits. Eyes beginning to sting again when nothing happens. Can't even finish the job. He chokes before striding further into the tunnel, feeling stupid and humiliated even when no one was around to hear him. He doesn't spot the car outside their apartment complex either. He takes the stairs, not wanting the forced silence of the elevator to his floor. His door is locked. He reaches out to knock, however his hand falls, pressing against the wood before he slides his bag off his back and grabs the keys from it. They clank together, scraping against the lock, and it turns on the third try. Stumbling into the apartment, he doesn't bother to call out, nor does he hear anyone inside either. He kicks his shoes off, locks the door and checks the main room. It's empty. The kettle on the stove is still warm, he would have laughed if he weren't so tired. He couldn't even stay in school long enough for his kettle to cool. How pathetic. His bag drops off his shoulders near the table and he hisses as the straps slide down new burns. His wrists are bright red where the sleeves were burnt. He closes his eyes and wishes the marks and uniform away. But when he opens them, he is still there, standing in his kitchen in a destroyed uniform and new burns. Sighing, he makes his way to the bathroom to clean up and hide the evidence. He strips as he walks, head catching in the still buttoned-up shirt. He tugs at it. The buttons scrape his face, but he can't find a reason to care as the shirt flings off and flies into the wall. Huffing, he rubs his face, catching his reflection in the mirror. His pale, his chest flat and ribs lining his sides in neat little lines. His hand comes up to rub the scar on his shoulder, 𝐭𝐻𝐿's fingers engraved in his skin from the constant grabbing. It reminded him of his place, of where he stood with his friend. Out of all the burned scars he had over his body, that one was gloomily his favorite. His fingers brush against smooth skin. Startled, his heart jumps as he pulls his hand away. Leaning in closer to the mirror, he runs his eyes across the lightly freckled shoulder, untouched by the nasty red scar. He feels sick. Prodding at the new skin, Deku wonders why he hadn't noticed a permanent scar. He felt like he had always completely healed. Deku's eyes dart around the rest of his top half. The various white slashes and rough skin that he had collected over the years had now faded or completely disappeared. His heart rate picks up as he explores his foreign body with trembling fingers. His mountains and ridges had been squashed down. His body was now just the one ghostly color plus ugly stupid freckles. The evidence of 𝐭𝐻𝐿 had been completely erased. This is your last chance to stop reading. His bottom lip trembles as he claws at his shoulder. It wasn't his. It didn't feel right. It was missing. He was missing. It was all wrong. He was all wrong. He saw the BLD before he felt it. It glistened lightly in the artificial bathroom light. Tears welled in his eyes as he prodded the cuts his nails had dug, smearing the BLD that had begun to lazily drip down his front. Dully, it stung. It stung, but he dabs his fingers in the cuts, pulling the flesh open to release more red. He deserved it. A useless, pathetic Deku deserves this. Deserves more than this. BLD smears on the drawer handle as he pulls it open. He shuffles through the various bottles and hair clips until he finds a little plastic box. Carefully he places it on the sink, opening it up to reveal a handful of sparking razor blades his mother had gotten him for his birthday. For when he started to grow stubble, she had said, winking at him and kissing his cheek. He didn't think he would live that long. He whines out a sob as he picks one up, examining it in his hands. The middle has a weird hole he assumes is used to hold the blade to a razor. It says it's stainless steel, made in Japan. One side is dull, but the other. He presses it experimentally to his fingertip. His shaking hand does the cutting for him, and soon the stainless steel is stained with BLD. He gasps at the sting, pulling the metal away quickly before liking the drop of BLD from his finger. It was perfect. Swallowing down his nerves, he places the metal against his shoulder, staring at himself in the mirror, and slashes down. The relief is instant. Like a headache clearing up, the world becomes just a little bit clearer for just a second. He clenches his teeth before finding the next invisible scar, this one on his chest, and he connects the dots in his mind with the sharp edge. His heart beats faster, endorphins running through his body all the way to the tips of his toes. He finally feels something. He feels angry, he feels sad, he feels excited. He runs the blade across his skin, gasping through the pain and watching the BLD swell fat and deep red before sliding down to stain his breathes. He feels disgust and curiosity. It feels good. The endorphins feel good. It's scary. If you want to be a hero that badly, there is a quick way to do it. He puts 𝐭𝐻𝐿's fingers back as well as his words, carving them into his skin. The slash on his arm is for how pathetic he is. The line between his ribs is to remind him he's always going to be quirkless. The nicks on his hands are to tell him he shouldn't fight back. His shoulder is to remind him to who he belongs to. He feels like he's floating, completely detached to his own body. He looks up to the mirror again. This was his body. It was his. They were back. Things were still missing, but it was better. It was better. He accidentally cuts a little too deep as he begins to rhythmically slash his wrists, making hashes to replace to scars from when Kaken had grabbed him and let off an explosion when they were little. He focuses on the physical pain. That pain is easier, he can deal with this pain. He can't even bring himself to think of the scars on his heart. The ones that rip up his flesh better than any fire has ever done. He deserved this. He cuts down his other arm. That one was for All Might. To remind himself that he was weak. Because Toshi-san had said so. He was weak. He was just being pitied by the hero. He drags another line parallel to it. All Might was just feeling guilty because Izuku died in front of him. He would never in his right mind tell Izuku he could be anything more than a Deku. He was a Deku. He would never get into UA. He would never clean the whole beach. He would never be a hero because heroes are strong. Deku was weak. Deku should have stayed dead. He was worthless and he had failed his hero. Wasted his precious time. All Might, the symbol of peace, was going to die. Maybe he should have Deku's quirk. If only he could hand it over and heal the mightiest hero and then finally die. He'd still be worthless, but at least he would have done something. But he couldn't. It was impossible. He is deadly pale against the dripping red. His fingers hook onto his breathes to give him access to his useless legs, to place the scars back where they belong. His vision is wobbly, fuzzy around the edges as he floats around in his head dulled by pain. He sees his mother's hairbrush, droplets of BLD splattered on the handle. The razor drops with a clang onto the bench. He gasps as if there were not enough oxygen in the air before he heaves into the sink. This wasn't better. This was worse. This was worse. He couldn't keep the scars on his body, but he could try to keep his mother's tears in hers. "I'm sorry," he sobs and he vomits so violently his body quakes. "I'm sorry," his fingers slip around the bowl, bucking under him as he clings to the bench. "Mum, I'm sorry," he sobs, woozy from the BLD loss. He wails loudly into his hands, body rocking before his stomach flips and his vomiting all over again. Guilt is a whole planet squashing his tiny bug body. He'd said he wouldn't do this. He made his mother cry once. Her sobs echoed through his head every night before he closed his eyes. "What is this going to fix?" he hisses to himself. "I have to hide the uniform and now I have to..." His eyes land on the blade again. He reaches for it, weighing it in his palm before pulling out his phone. He clicks out of his messenger app, his phone getting used to be covered with BLD, before tapping into the timer. He sets it on the bench before holding the blade near his throat. "I will not make her cry like that ever again," he orders himself. He had been doing so well. Dr. Watson was getting happier with him. He was doing his homework, he was clearing the beach, he was studying hard, and he wasn't making his mother cry. He had forgotten, lost sight of what mattered because Kaken had blown him back into his dark place. No more. He would endure. He didn't need this. He didn't need it. Because he could endure it. Because if he couldn't, then he would just continue to disappoint the people he loves. He clicks the timer to start on his phone, closes his eyes and pushes deep into his throat. He pulls the blade across in one fast motion. BLD gurgles as he drops the blade. Instinctively he grabs for the table as he goes down, head cracking on the tile floor. His mouth opens and closes, his lungs burning, becoming a familiar feeling. It hurts. He struggles. It's messy and horrible and over. 3 fat hearts float around in the nothingness. He squints at them, watching one drain of its color. Something doesn't feel right, like he had walked into a room and forgotten why he had come. Shrugging it off, he lets himself be nothing for a while. Continue. Yes, Eno Katsuki Bakugo glares at the empty seat that had stayed empty for the past few weeks in his next class. The pencil in his hand snaps in two when the class starts and Deku's freckled face doesn't show. Where the F was that quirkless idiot? His frown deepens every minute the small boy doesn't show up, and by the time the bell rings for lunch, Bakugo is a ball of blazing rage. Storming out of the classroom, a bunch of extras trailing behind, he searches for the fluffy green hair. His mother was going to have a fit if that senseless idiot goes and cries to someone again. He knew how close his mother and Mamadoriya were. He didn't need more SHT on his back if Deku disappears again. He checks the roof first. The extras behind him whistle and laugh, trying to prompt him to make another suicide joke with them. He just glares at the edge, the gate rustling as he holds it, and scowls down at the school eating lunch together outside. After a quick scan, he doesn't spot the pathetic green blob anywhere. Sighing, he turns to the first extra he sees. "Long butt fingers, call me if you see the stupid Deku," he orders as he throws his bag over his shoulder and begins to walk back down into the school building. "Sure man, you want us to start without you or?" There is a large grin on the boy's face, one that is wiped clean off when Bakugo throws pure rage just with his eyes at the sniveling idiot. "Touch him and you're dead," he warns. The other boy chokes on his words as he tries to either explain himself or apologize, but Bakugo doesn't stay around to hear it. He's out the school gates in no time, alone and fuming as he makes his way to his and Deku's apartment complex. He was going to beat the living SHT out of that Deku if he was ditching and snitching again. Burning is a smell Bakugo is familiar with. He had lived with fires all his life and caused the majority of them, so when he finally reaches his apartment complex he recognizes the smell of trash on fire. He investigates it, as a fire so close to his home, probably set off by a bunch of kids with matches, was not what he needed right now. He jogs around his building, spotting the smoking trash can straight away. Approaching angrily, he sneers down inside it. The flames were thankfully out, however the area was still hot. Murky water sloshed around in the bottom of it, ash turning the water black. A handful of what Bakugo assumes to be golden rocks or pieces of spherical metal glint in the sunlight his shadow doesn't cover. "Thing kids," he growls before stepping away from the scorched metal container, weary that he would be blamed being in such close proximity to it. He notes to keep an eye out for culprits before making the trek up to the Midoriya residence. He hadn't been inside since he was little, however he doesn't hesitate to open the unlocked door. He spots the obnoxious red shoes and growls. "Deku," he shouts into the house. An alarmed squeak responds somewhere inside, the crashing noises lead him in further. "Why the F are you skipping class?" Bakugo snarls as he storms into the house. "𝐒𝐻𝐿." Deku's head pops around the corner, Bakugo's nose scrunches at the heavy bleach smell coming off of him. "I could ask you the same thing." His smile is small, eyes red-rimmed from what Bakugo assumes to be one hell of a crying session. "I wouldn't be if you hadn't run away," he snaps, stepping forward. "𝐒𝐻𝐿." Deku is suddenly in front of him, blocking the path further into the house. Izuku trembles, arms held behind his back as he stares up at the explosive boy. Bakugo raises an eyebrow at the distance between them suddenly being shortened voluntarily by Deku. He notes the other boy is out of his uniform, his green locks pulled back in a bandana. The black shirt, helpfully labeled cleaning shirt on the front, holds various wet patches which Bakugo assumes is where the bleach smell was coming from. Indulging a hunch, Bakugo steps to the side to walk around the boy to only be blocked again by the quivering tight-lipped smile. "The F are you hiding?" His voice is low, warning. He recognizes this behavior of Deku's, the many years he had known the boy not amounting to nothing. Nothing. His eyes dart quickly to the right, shoulders tensing even further as he lies. Bakugo steps to the right, Deku's small body instantly there to block him again. "I'm just, doing a little cleaning is all." "Cleaning?" Bakugo deadpans, disbelief heavy in his voice. "You skipped school to clean." Deku's head bobs on double speed. He squints at Deku, lips pulling up into a scold as the boy's quivering increases. He shifts his body to the left. Deku tries to quickly follow him. He grins as Deku falls for his trick, before rushing through the now open path to the shut door down the hall. Strangled, confused noises sound behind him. "Kaken, wait!" Deku shouts as Bakugo opens the door. He feels Deku's fingers grab onto his arm and try to pull him back. He automatically shoves the boy off. Deku goes down with a heavy thud and surprised squeak. "The F are you dash?" His shout cuts off when he examines the wet patch Deku left on his cuffs. Neat imprints of BLD cling to his uniform. His eyes dart down to Deku. The floor where the quirkless boy's gloved hands caught himself is smeared with red. "What the F?" he hisses. The door of the bathroom hits the wall and Bakugo finally sees what Izuku had been hiding. Various cleaning appliances are scattered around the squeaky clean room. The sun from the far window hits the white tiles, making the light blinding. The sink is green and yellow with vomit and a handful of cleaning towels that are still soaked with BLD around the room. There is BLD dried on one of the drawer handles. 𝐂𝐸𝐿 can explain. He yelps, scrambling to stand before Bakugo spins around and grabs Deku's arms wordlessly, before pulling his stained RBB cleaning gloves off. 𝐂𝐸𝐿. Bakugo flips the light freckled skin over, a concentrated line wrinkling his brow. Izuku's heart is stuttering at hummingbird wing speeds as Bakugo releases his arms and moves to his legs, searching. Deku's confused squeak turns into a surprised squawk as Bakugo suddenly pulls his cleaning shirt up. 𝐂𝐸𝐿, he protests, his scrawny little stomach exposed to sharp red eyes. He tries to sit up, however a hand holds him down, his legs pinned between the other's thighs. "What the F did you do, Deku?" he seethes as Deku's throat closes up. "Bakugo Katsuki," shouts a loud heated voice from down the hall. Startled, Deku grabs onto his shirt, trying to push it down more to save his dignity than to get Bakugo off. Detective Tsukochi stands tall, hand resting near his hip where Deku assumes a gun would be. Detective." Deku squeaks, "Is not what it looks like." He tries to reassure before the explosive boy's weight lifts off of him suddenly. He pushes his shirt all the way down, sitting up as he slides away to the wall, head darting from Kaken to the detective. "You're the butthole that questioned me," Bakugo states as he stands back up. The detective's hand lowers, however his stance stays defensive. "And you're the boy that didn't take my advice clearly," he looks between the two. Bakugo scoffs softly as he crosses his arms, a guilty spark flashing in his eyes as if he were just caught with his hand down the cookie jar before it disappears behind the rage. "Izuku!" Mrs. Midoriya cries out, appearing behind the man. She rushes towards her child before stopping, taking in the sight of her son's tormentor, Katsuki. Her eyes go icy. "Midoriya," he greets disrespectfully, "your son has been up to some illegal essing." He glares down at Deku, who is watching him with wide frightened eyes. "What did you do? Kill a cat or something?" He jabs. Deku becomes impossibly smaller. "Needed some BLD to make your suicides more real next time because it didn't work as well before." Deku's lips tremble, tears finally dropping down his cheeks as he silently shakes his head. "Bakugo," the detective begins to step forward, his voice disapproving as well as warning. "Was it you who set that fire?" Trying to hide the evidence. He continues, as if the man hadn't said a word. "And no, it's not like that." Izuku hiccups, deja vu washing over him as his mother moves again. "Get out," she rasps, fist shaking. Betrayal stabs through Deku's gut, his words cutting off with the shock of it. "Katsuki, get out of our house, you are not welcome here anymore." She reaches Izuku, pulling his head into her chest and shields her son with her body as if Bakugo were a rabid dog about to attack. "What the F?" Bakugo growls. "There is a ton of BLD in your bathroom and not a scratch on your fing, precious son." He screams his explanation, hands gesturing to the mostly cleaned room. "I said get out." She shouts even louder. Stunned, Bakugo can't even glare or snap back as he would have done if it were anyone else who used that tone with him. He had never heard her so angry and desperate before. The detective reaches him, a firm hand on his back. "Let's go," he prompts, and they walk out, leaving the Midoriyas to finally cry alone, Izuku's soft apologies following them outside. Detective Tsukochi had been waiting for Izuku's call, thumbing his phone as he chatted lightly with Mrs. Midoriya in a nearby coffee shop to the school. She had clenched her mug so hard he feared it may have broken, her eyes too darting to the little back device on the table. He had tried to keep the topics light, attempting to calm the women before taking her home and starting his shift. No use leaving her in that house to worry herself into an early grave for her child when the detective had a morning to spare. It was a big step, one that had to be made by Izuku and was pushed by the homeroom teacher contacting the detective. He had pulled Dr. Watson aside after receiving that email, asking her professional opinion on the matter. She had said he was ready to try to go back to school. They had both pushed the Midoriyas into considering changing his junior high school. Dr. Watson had shaken her head sadly when Izuku had protested, seeing no need to move and go through the hassle. Mrs. Midoriya was more rational. They had searched together for other local schools before being rejected. The Midoriyas did not live in the area for applications to be accepted. She wouldn't accept his offers to start a fundraiser to build the funds they needed to move to those areas. We may not be in other junior school districts, she had pointed out, but we are in UACE district, so, with heavy hearts, they had sent him back to Aldera Junior High, equipped with the detective's phone number and weeks of therapy, bullying advice and hopefully Toshi's push of confidence to back him up. And now the detective stands outside the Midoriya's residence, feeling violently ill at what he had walked into and feverishly angry at the arrogant boy standing defensively in front of him. This was the situation they had both feared. "You are an extremely stupid boy," the detective states. Bakugo's shoulders tense further, his teeth snapping at the man with a retort on the tip of his tongue that the man quickly cuts off. "I tell you to leave Midoriya alone and then I find you assaulting. His Bakugo shouts. Tsukochi slams his foot down, releasing a burst of anger as well as a sharp noise that has the other flinching into a defensive position. "I find you assaulting the boy in his own home the day he is within your reach again. I may not be on duty right now, but if they press charges against you, and I will push them to do so because a kid like you, what the F-, he spits. A kid like you needs to learn that their actions have consequences." Bakugo's fists shake, teeth clenched. "I will not hesitate to push your punishment as far as it can go. I am no against putting deserving children in jail. Now you're threatening me, BSE," the boy growls. The detective takes a deliberate step forward, cutting off the space between them fearlessly. "Not threatening," he growls just as low back, promising. He lets his words sink in for a moment, the kid looking as if he were about to explode. "Now, one last time," he begins, tone as if he was speaking to a thoughtless child. "You will leave Midoriya alone and let him peacefully finish his schooling before another mark ends up on your record." Bakugo looks away from him, leaning out to take back what little personal space he can salvage. "Go back to school," Bakugo Katsuki, the detective, orders before turning his back on the boy and re-entering the Midoriya household. The door shuts behind him and not 3 seconds later a harsh explosion nearly rocks the building. He mentally adds disturbance of the peace to the list of charges he was slowly building up against the boy before searching out the Midoriyas. 5 minutes, Izuku was saying. He finds the green-haired pair in the lounge. Mrs. Midoriya dabs her eyes with a tissue as Izuku uses wide gestures. "Give or take a few minutes, but my theory is that it takes longer when the detective," the youngest, spots the man. He looks as if he were a second away from raising from his seat, a million questions in his eyes. Did Kaken is he dash? "Gone," the detective answers. Both Midoriyas deflate into their seats. Feeling awkward still standing in the doorway, he takes his place in the lounge chair he had used the first day he had met. "Midoriya, I know what you are going to say, but I must insist. I'm not pressing any charges against him, sir." Izuku ducks his head, worrying his fingers, and before you ask why, he holds back his protest for a moment to hear the boy out. "It's because I made him worry." Izuku closes his eyes, trying not to look at the detective directly. "He made him worry," he deadpans, raising an eyebrow as Izuku starts to hide behind his arms. "I left school and he saw the BLD and got worried," Deku explains, face slowly gaining color. "Which is why when you found us, he just doesn't know the whole story is all." Izuku's fingers unconsciously brush against his shoulder. He breathes out a long breath attempting to ground himself. Izuku, that does not excuse him from Deku's arms hug his head as he shakes it, his eyes still closed. He had good reason to worry. Kaken, he's going to be a hero one day, so what he saw, he put together a situation and it wasn't true, but still, he doesn't know and he had good reason to suspect something when he couldn't find any marks on me. Tsukochi holds his face in his hands, wondering how he was going to deal with this kid. Izuku was a kind boy. Far too kind and forgiving for the world he lived in. Just not as kind and forgiving to himself. Which made Tsukochi all the more frustrated with the boy because his lie detector had picked nothing up. He believed every single word coming from his mouth, which quietly broke the detective's heart. He had put together exactly what Izuku had been through, what Bakugo had put him through. It didn't take a detective to see the damage that was caused. And yet the boy still felt it was acceptable. I used my quirk again," Izuku confesses, his hand now fully resting on his shoulder. Inko tries to smother her tears with a tissue. "I wasn't ready for school," his fingers squeeze into his shirt, "but after today, I think I might be now." He gives the detective that small wobbly smile he had flashed him that morning, added determination fresh in his eyes. "I want to endure. You're here early today," Toshi calls out to him, big hand waving happily from the top of the stairs. Izuku waves enthusiastically back, nearly dropping the balancing act of trash he was trotting around with in his arms. "Yeah," he beams up at the man, "cleaning helps me think, you know." Toshi nods proudly at him, shielding his eyes from the sun as he looks up at the semicircular cleared beach the boy was slowly making his way up from. "Anything good?" he asks, making his way slowly down the stairs to meet him halfway, taking the handful of trash from the boy's hands. Izuku protests, however Toshi brushes him off good-heartedly. "I hope so," Izuku responds, following the hero up the stairs. "I worked out a few things about my quirk, I think." All Might glances at him side-on, curious but cautious. Izuku goes on without being prompted. "I think I can gain health points without going into reset mode. I think time spent not dying is time added to my health bar. I just don't know how long that is until I go back to full health." He talks with his hands, eyes glazed as he focuses and fingers twitching for a pencil. "And how did you discover this?" Toshi asks hesitantly, already knowing the answer but dreading it. Izuku brushes a line up and down his arm, looking away from his hero. "I may have, sort of, died again recently." He smiles bashfully at All Might before the man drops the trash load, splattering BLD all over the last set of steps. "I wasn't anything bad. I'm fine now. And I even got to time it so I know roughly the time it takes to regenerate now. Oh my god, All Might, do we need to go to the hospital?" Izuku shrieks when the usual splatter of BLD goes on for longer than he was used to. "I'm fine, my boy." Toshi heaves, leaning heavily on the railing as Izuku's hands hover over his hunched form. "Just need a moment for my heart to settle," he says before falling forwards as he mentally plans how to permanently bubble wrap a human being. Izuku's arms have passed the "we are going to fall off now" stage of pain and have entered into another realm of "kill me now please," but he knew if he listened then he wouldn't build up his muscles in time. He had passed the hour time goal for weightlifting listed on All Might's American Dream Plan an hour ago, but he still didn't feel like he was done yet. He could keep going, his arms were still moving, he was fine besides the all-encompassing flames of pain stabbing his muscles every single movement he made. He was fine. "Izuku-an." His mother called, shuffling into his room with a handful of letters, newspapers, and a small package. "Something came in the mail for you." Deku's hand slipped, dropping the weight with a loud thunk and distant pain. He blamed the sweat. Oh, he asked, shakily taking the small package, joints snapping and tingling. Thanks mum," he beamed, stashing the package in his pocket before retrieving his fallen weight that he hadn't realized had landed on his foot. His mother hovered. "So what did you get?" she asked, standing expectantly at his door still. He focused on lifting his weight, which had somehow acquired 10 more kilograms from the moment it dropped out of his hand. "Just some stuff for the UA test," he mumbled, giving up on trying to lift something that had turned itself into Thor's hammer. He was unworthy. "Oh, how exciting." She beamed, clapping her letters together. "It's in 4 months, right? I'm so proud of you, Izuku, you're doing so well." "Thanks mum." His smile was wobbly, lopsided but still taped in place. I should go on my run now." His legs were jelly as he stood, but they crystallized with every step he took. Be careful, Izuku," she warned as she followed him into the living room. She unhooked his jacket from the wall, wordlessly forcing his arms into it while he tried to put All Might's old gloves on at the same time. "We're having rice ball for dinner just like your plan says, so work yourself up an appetite, young man." She smiled wholeheartedly, clenching little determined fists in front of herself. He nodded as he tied his laces, thanking her again. As he stood up and opened the door, 𝐒𝐭 saw the outline of the hero he was building himself up to be. His shoulders were filled out, his chin was high, his hands no longer clinging to his clothing to settle his nerves but shoved in his pocket casually. Her eyes teared up quietly. "I love you, Izuku," she whispered, scared she would frighten the building blocks of greatness if she spoke too loudly. He looked back at her, his smile wide and toothy, and 𝐒𝐭's heart swelled. "I love you too, mum," and then he was gone. Izuku's run wasn't a long one compared to the hour sprints he had done last week, but that was only because he had ended back up at the beach this time instead of rushing past it in a cloud of sweat and wheezing pain. He clung onto the railing, heaving his breaths and trying to cool himself down before he started cleaning again. He had half a mind to just collapse into the ocean, but All Might would scold him to no end if he were to leap straight into freezing cold water after overheating himself. Deku supposed if he did die from shock he wouldn't be able to time it because his phone wouldn't work in water, but then again, his theory of whether he would still be exhausted after dying could be tested. Shaking his head, he peels himself from the railing and down the stairs. The sand instantly clings to his shoes, shoveling itself around his socks, but he pays it no mind. He sets himself to work, employing every muscle in his body to haul trash up the stairs. "Izuku, my boy," Toshi calls from across the beach. "Toshi-san." Deku greets back, meeting the spindly man halfway. "Your rescue with that cat lady from yesterday was really awesome." He grins, eyes lighting up with stars. All Might blushes, turning his face away like an embarrassed middle schooler getting their first compliment. "Oh, it was really nothing. That tree villain was nothing but talk, young man. As soon as they are monologuing, you either have them cornered or they think they have won. Either way they get sloppy." Izuku itched for his notebook as he nodded along enthusiastically with the man's unprompted, but not unwanted, advice. "What are you doing here, by the way? Don't you have school?" The man's tone is edging on a light scold. Izuku blanches at the thought of being scolded by All Might. "It's the weekend, Toshi-san." The mention of school digs up sour feelings in his chest. Upon the detective's and his mother's request, Izuku had transferred out of as many classes he had with Kaken. He also took up residence inside the classrooms at lunch. He didn't even see Kaken walking back and forth to school anymore. He'd only seen little glimpses of the boy these past few months, but by the time he summoned up the courage to open his mouth, to call out and stop him from walking away, he was gone again. He knew he lived practically next door to Kaken, however to knock on his door and wait outside for it to open, it was a nerve-wracking feeling. "It is." Toshi glanced at the ocean for answers. "Oh, I mean, it is," he exclaimed more confidently. Izuku's head titled to the side, cataloguing All Might's appearance. He was in an open jacket suit, his tie loose and hair messier than the usual yellow bird's nest. His two twin bangs hung more limply than they usually did. "Everything all right, Toshi-san?" he pressed lightly, his smile was a tried one. "I am fine, my boy, just a lot on my plate and mind is all." He brushed the back of his head bashfully, twirling a piece of hair between his fingers. "Oh, if there is anything I can do to help," Izuku half mumbles, half whispers to the sand. Toshi's smile turns softer. "Thank you, Midoriya." He silently marvels at the boy in front of him. All selfless and determination topped with wonder-filled eyes. Eyes that were hanging onto some very dark bags. "What about you, young man? You look like dead walking," he exclaimed rather loudly, gesturing to the wild green locks and greasy sheen of sweat clinging to the boy. "I'm fine, all Toshi-san." His cheeks bloomed a dark red. At least it added some more color to his face, All Might added quietly. "All right then." He flashed Izuku a signature thumbs up and dazzling smile, its effect lost slightly in his small Might form. "What are we waiting for? Get to work, my boy." "Why, sir?" Deku fist pumped the air before trotting back to the trash piles with a new spring in his step. Toshi followed him happily, the stress of his time limit fading into the background noises of Izuku riffling through trash. Toshi joined him, doing no lifting but inspecting the piles for anything that could be a danger to the boy. He was shuffling through a few heavy chests when his hand landed on a large sheet of bubble wrap. He turns to glance at Izuku just in time for the boy's face to get well acquainted with the sand. The tires he had slung over each shoulder roll away from him. "You alright, my boy?" All Might asked in a strained voice. Deku holds up a thumb, groaning and spitting out grains as he picks himself back up again. Toshi closes the chest to stop the temptation. Another month goes by as quick as the last few. Izuku has modified the American Dream plan down to the last second. His intensive days are almost non-stop exercise and every second day he rests. Rest as in sticks to the original American Dream plan. His tweaks of All Might's regiment were needed in his opinion. He needed to do grip strength under his desk for the hours he was at school. He needed to take Dr. Watson's dog out after therapy and run with him even after the old boy gave up on him and lounged in the shade with his ball. He needed to push that extra hour. He needed that second bowl of rice. He needed to stay at the beach until the sun began to rise. He needed to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Because if he didn't push, he knew he would be left behind. But he was getting left behind, he realized numbly. All Might's Segway zooms off without him, its little motor putting quietly as he traveled over the rough path. The gravel scrapes against his cheek as he shudders forwards. He has to catch up, this isn't any time to rest. Move body, he screams at his limbs. They tremble, jerking in tiny motions as his vision swims. He feels compressed. He can't move. He can't breathe. It smells like trash. He claws at the ground. Liquid sloshes in his lungs. Izuku kicks his legs weakly, barely managing a twitch. His eyes begin stinging. His swimming brain connects the sensation to a murky green memory. Hastily, he shuts his gaping mouth, tightly squeezes his watering eyes and commands himself not to breathe. Lucidity leaves him, because he's drowning. This isn't a dream, this isn't a nightmare, he was running with all might and now he's drowning, he's going to die, the sludge villain has him, he's trapped, he can't breathe, he can't feel his arms, he can't move, he can't Midoriya. Toshi bellows, slapping the boy back to earth. Deku cries out his held breath, gulping down air when he sees Tsu's face because he's here, he's okay, Izuku isn't drowning. He's not dying, because All Might is here, he's safe. All Might. Izuku whimpers, curling in on himself as he GGs. Toshi lets out a long breath, his hand over his heart which he fears is getting too old for these sorts of frights. At first he had thought the boy was slacking off, maybe finally giving up and needed an extra word of encouragement. But then he saw the boy's face, lips going blue and freckles standing out like dirt on his sandy pale skin. Toshi wipes his eyes tiredly as he rubs Izuku's back in slow deliberate motions. You're overworking yourself, aren't you? His tone isn't scolding yet, but it slowly builds up when Izuku doesn't answer him, only nibbles guiltily on a chapped lip. The aim to pass, American Dream Plan was made for your body and mind, Midoriya, he reminds the boy, not sticking to the plan, overworking yourself, will have the opposite effect. Deku shuts his eyes, head hanging low under the disapproving gaze. I know, he feels small. Then why would you do this to yourself, my boy? Because I have to work harder than other people. His limbs twitch, watering eyes becoming more tears than exhaustion. Have to endure the pain. His hand pauses on Izuku's shoulder blade. I want to be a hero like you, but with a body like this, with a quirk like this. All Might's eyes widen, BLD racing at the soulful determination lighting up Izuku's eyes. I can't just get in, I need to push, or else I won't be able to catch up. All Might is left gaping at the young man below him. The power of youth blooms all around them, filling the air with electricity that makes the hairs on his arms stand on end. So this is what it was like, All Might thinks to himself, to watch the son being born. This was what he was looking for. The bright eyes, the determined smile, the unrelenting drive. He knew, he just knew as soon as he was saved from an early death, as soon as he turned around to see the selfless passion in Izuku's face, he knew he had found his successor. You go-getter fanboy. All Might beamed in his large form, effortlessly plucking the limp student. From the pavement, I like that. There is a pained whimper of Deku's soul leaving his body, but All Might pays it no mind. If it's like that then I will modify your plan, but this time you will stick to it, understand? Wise, Izuku's soul whines before he officially clocks out, still hanging mid-air by a hero brimming with pride. Izuku wakes up slowly from a dreamless sleep. A mine has collapsed on his limbs and the world's heaviest person has taken residence on his chest because there could be no other reason for his whole body to feel so weighed down. It was a miracle his bed was still standing and not crashed in a heap on the floor, pancaked with Izuku's body. He groans loudly, not daring to move because he just knows one muscle twitch would send his whole body into cramp central. You're up, my boy, a voice booms next to him, jolting him from his pained cloudiness and onto the pained clarity. He gasps as he rubs his arms, shooting arrows straight into his joints. A little sore I see, nothing a bit of rest can't fix. Izuku slowly glances over and sees All Might's face. Now, seeing All Might's face in his room is quite normal. He has the man plastered on every surface he could find, Especially when you have your wonderful mother around to help with your recovery, but this wasn't a figurine or a poster or bed sheets or limited edition alarm clock, because this was Toshisan. His mother holds her plump pink cheek with her hand. I am not all that special, please. All Might was drinking tea out of his own smiling-faced cup. All Might was sitting on his hero-themed desk chair. All Might no Toshisan was in his room. Izuku invented a new shade of red with his face alone once he realized this Goliath fact. Bashful embarrassment and mortification taking over his senses for a few moments. Nonsense. All Might waves off her denials in English before switching back to Japanese. Just like your son, always too modest, he praises. His mother turns the same shade of red as Izuku, words mumbling together as her brain loudly shuts down. Toshi turns back to Izuku, having a similar meltdown. I've been talking with your mother. His tone sways quickly to something more serious. Izuku's heart lodges itself in his throat. Betrayal flashes across eyes. Did he know? Did his mother tell? The invisible lines up his arms begin to burn. And she will most definitely be one of your enforcers of your new plan. No more overworking yourself with her keen eye. He sends a wink towards his mother, obliviously shooting her heart down as she swoons. Oh. Why yes. The new plan. Izuku's head nods on 10 times speed, turning into awkward bows halfway through. I'm so sorry, All Might, for going off your plan. I will stick to the new one most definitely. All Might laughs, dusting Izuku's apologies through the air. If you wouldn't mind, Mrs. Midoriya, could I have a word alone with your son? Toshi asks as the two finally cool down slightly. Oh, of course. I'll be downstairs making rice ball if you need me. She bows quickly before hurrying off, hands covering her mouth as she mumbles in jittery tones. All Might in my house, All Might really training Izuku, All Might here. The air shifts into something less light as her voice becomes too muffled to hear anymore. Izuku's fists are hanging onto his blankets for dear life, a baby deer frozen in the headlights of a monster truck. All Might rolls his chair closer to the side of the bed, serious expression setting the mood. Midoriya, he begins. Deku flinches instinctively. I've been wanting to ask you something very important, for a long time now. All Might's hands locked between one another as he leans forwards. Izuku can feel the artery in his neck throbbing with his heart, filling his ears with static. When we first met, Izuku sees himself falling from that building. Listens to the cracks of his bones between All Might's words. He knew. He must know. He's worked it out. Do you remember what I told you? The question produces files of conversations he had that day. Izuku examines each word, every detail, to find where he had messed up and let the cat out of the bag. It's a little fuzzy. He stalls, because he's a coward, a Deku. All Might nods lightly. Understandable, that was a very stressful day. Toshi peels his shirt up. Izuku winches. I told you about my wound, about my time limit, but I didn't tell you everything. His shirt flutters back down to cover the nasty purple-red scarring taking up half his side. Many have guessed what my quirk name is, how it works. Izuku sits up straighter in his bed. He had read endless theories, analyzed and discussed with the whole online community. Any evidence he could find was All Might diverting the question not so subtly every single time. It's called One for All, he announced, clenching his fist, gaze blazing. One for all, Izuku repeated back in a quiet voice. All Might nods. It stockpiles power, a flaming torch burning brighter with each holder it is passed on to. Izuku gasps, you mean? The man nods again. I was not born with this quirk, Midoriya, it was given to me. Izuku's limbs lock up, lungs halting their function as his brain tried to wrap around the concept. It was impossible. A quirk like that, something like that, it didn't exist. But All Might, Toshisan, had never lied to him these past few months. Not once. But Izuku, however, the question I wanted to ask you, young Midoriya. Deku's chest does a backflip, mind already turning and predicting what the hero is going to ask, is if you want to add to this power, to wield it as your own. Everything pauses for a moment, his brain rewinding to months ago on top of his school building, in his classroom, under the tunnel, drowning on the street, crying in front of the mirror, scrubbing the red sticking to his fingers. Will you be my successor? Deku's head shakes ever so slightly as he backs away to the corner of his bed, back against the wall. All Might, Toshi-san, that's impossible, something like that, to offer something like that to someone like me, I'm not. All Might stands from his seat, shifting over to the retreating boy. You are more than worthy to inherit my power, but I have spent months by your side, young man, watching you flourish and grow. From the moment I met you, the moment you saved me instead of yourself, when your body moved without your consent, you have been the one. Toshi holds his shoulders, a slight shake in his arms but not as violent as Izuku's trembling as he helplessly looked up at the man. You are Izuku Midoriya, future hero and I hope, the next cultivator of One for All. Izuku's bottom lip trembled, tears sliding down his cheeks because that's not right. That's not right at all. He's nothing special. He's a liar cheating the system, a glitch needing to be fixed. It's up to you though, whatever your decision may be. His hand rested atop of his head for a moment, a calming pressure amongst the sea of self-doubt and guilt. Take your time, you can text me your reply if you want to. The pressure left, door opening, light flooding the swirling dark space Deku was creating in his mind, before All Might left him to pick up the pieces of his shattered reality. Izuku arrived back at the trash beach 2 days later. He hadn't known how tired he was until he actually gave himself time to rest. A fever he had not realized he had finally broke, and he let his mother patch all his scrapes and bruises up he had ignored in favor of training. His foot was wrapped tightly with an elastic bandage. He had apparently been running all over the place with it broken for God knows how long. His blistered fingers were neatly lined with band-aids, each individually kissed gently by his mother. She had been upset after All Might had left and the house settled. She came to him, smiling at first before her lips trembled and the tears began. Her efforts of taking care of him doubled. She watched his every move. Gently reminding him to stay in bed was enough to stab any confidence of escaping within him. If he even touched one of his weights, they would fly out of his hands and tumble down the stairs to her. How she knew, he didn't know. So he was left with no choice but to laze around until he was allowed to leave. But even now he swore he could feel her quirk pulling him ever so slightly back towards the house, which was an unusual feeling as he had not been picked up by her quirk for many years now. Memories of floating mid-air followed him down the steps, filling his chest with warmth. He began where he left off, hauling various appliances up the stairs and tossing them in the back of the rusty pickup truck. He was there on time and would leave on time, so it wasn't a surprise when a large shadow fell over him as he struggled with an air conditioner. It wasn't a surprise, but it was unwanted. "Let me give you a hand there, my boy," All Might suggested, his hands already going to lift the bottom of the device. "And no," Izuku hissed through clenched teeth, "I have it." The words wasted limited breath, his diaphragm being slowly crushed under its weight. But he didn't need help. Couldn't take the help. With a strangled grunt that he tried to keep to himself, the rusty air conditioner flipped straight into the trailer with a bang. Deku coughed, arms shaking but grateful without the added weight. "Nice work, my boy." All Might slapped an encouraging hand against his back, which felt forced and cold. The thing was, having 2 days of doing nothing was enough time to let himself think. He hadn't texted All Might even when the man messaged him a few times, asking about his health and what he thought of the new plan. He had left the hero on red because it hurt. The guilt was a cool blade against hot skin, spilling out all of his insecurities. Izuku wordlessly turned to the next item near him, mindlessly picking it up and throwing it in the truck while All Might watched, smile plastered on his lips and hands on his hips. "You are looking much better, my boy," he added, a worried line forming between his brow when Izuku only continued to haul the junk. Quickly he shook himself, writing down the boy's silence as concentration on his job. He turns to a heavier item, a fridge that Toshi can't even recall how Izuku managed to get up there, and begins to lift it up to help. "I'll do it," Izuku blurts quickly, dropping the chair he was carrying to make his way over to the fridge. "It's no trouble at all, Midoriya," All Might chuckled. "Don't want another fridge incident, do we?" It was a light jest, an inside joke underlined by a wink, but it was the wrong thing to say. "So, that is it then," Deku whispers, fists clenched to his side as Toshi tilts his head. "You're just here to make sure I don't die again, right?" The fridge slowly begins to lower. "Midoriya, what does?" Izuku cuts him off first, a little spark of panic in his voice. "That's why you spend so much time around me, why you tell me all these things, because I'm weak, right?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 runs a hand through his hair, nails digging at his scalp. What are you dash? The wound onto his side throbs suddenly as his heart jumps. It's why you've helped me, see cause you feel guilty. You could spend your time on the city, on helping people, but you're wasting it. All Might, you're wasting it pushing trash around with me and it's wrong. All Might drops the appliance back to its place, his dark eyes wide and smile curling downwards. Deku is shaking, gaze hyper-focused on the ground as if his words were meant to be mumbled instead of told in a clean, easy-to-understand tone. I'm not who you think I am, All Might. His hero name sounds hollow on 𝐒𝐿𝐴's lips, and you know it. Deku hugs himself, a thumb working its way up and down his arm rhythmically. Those things you said, in my room, you don't want that. You can't dash. A spark of hurt crosses All Might's face. Midoriya, he breathes, taking a step towards the boy. Is that what you really think? Deku backs away, pinpricks of tears quivering in his eyes. Well, what else dash? You think I've trained you because I wanted to keep an eye on you? His eyebrow quirks up. Deku slowly nods his green curls. The trash pile finally stops the boy's retreat and to his big hand reaches for Deku's shoulder. I trained you because I saw potential, I saw a hero. He shakes the boy once lightly, as if he could push the thought into his brain with his bare hands. I see a hero, Izuku. His hero form deflates as tears run down Deku's face. Toshi kneels, trying to catch the boy's eye. I came to this city to find a successor, my boy, he confesses. I didn't settle for the first wide-eyed hopeful I saw because I'm running out of time. I didn't choose you because I couldn't save you. If I gave everyone that I couldn't save special treatment, then there would be nothing left of me. He smiles and it feels foreign in this form but not any less real. Gently, he tilts Deku's chin up to look at him, to make sure the boy sees the sincerity in his words. I thought long and hard about what it means to be a hero, the symbol of peace. Deku's eyes are shining, nose running just as much as his tears as he sniffles. Bravery, selflessness, the drive to help others and a little bit of reckless to top it all off. And I see all of that and more, in you. Both of his hands clasp the boy's shoulders, silently pleading Izuku to believe him. But I'm not dash, you are. The confidence in his voice is contagious. I know you can cultivate this quirk into something great, Midoriya, that when you add to it, when both of your quirks bind into one, you will be a great hero, even greater than me. Izuku's eyes are wider than his face, cogs quickly turning behind them. When they bind, his voice is barely a whisper. All Might nods. One for All is a combination of 7 vessels. Not all had a quirk to add to the mix, but just our pure energy added to its stockpiles for the next generation. He waves the thought away quickly, adding, but that's not a reason I chose you, my boy. The person behind the quirk is what matters. How long until they bind? Deku asks, and All Might feels slightly ignored but answers his student's question nevertheless. I don't really know, it takes time, but you'll definitely know if and when they combined. He looks up to the sky for answers before sighing, but even if you don't accept it, Izuku, I just know you will be a great hero still. I just wanted to offer it to you, because I know you can be the next symbol of peace. He smiles again before giving in and ruffling Midoriya's hair. Are we on the same page yet? He laughs because this kid was too serious. He can practically see the thoughts forming in his head and wanting to tumble out of his mouth in a wave of sound. Yes, Izuku says, eyes still glazed while still deep in thought. Excellent. Toshi beams, patting his shoulder good-heartedly. No, I mean yes. His eyes finally focus on All Might again, alight with determination. I will accept your power. Caught completely off guard, Toshi is spitting BLD in an instant. You're really something, my boy, he wheezes as Izuku screams again if they need to go to the hospital. Izuku Midoriya holds his mouth as he clings to the train handrail. His thoughts swirl just as his stomach does. The sour taste of All Might's hair still tingles in the back of his throat. He had felt satisfied and brimmed with pride when he had looked out at the pristine beach. The white sand vacant of any speck of trash whatsoever. He couldn't sleep for nearly that whole night, tossing and turning with excitement and anxiety before he gave up and finishing the rest of his job. He had been exhausted by the time All Might showed up, and thank God he had, saving him again just in time. He had accepted that falling to his death again would be the start of his day and was pleasantly surprised when the man caught him seconds before he met that fate. The photo of himself, slightly bloody, his clothes hanging off of weak limp noodles just as much as his clothes do, was a pleasant surprise also. He had forgotten all about it. It showed him just how far he had come in just a few months. He was so lucky to have All Might in his life. He steps off the train before he misses his stop, trotting along the street with his backpack bouncing on his back. "Eat this," echoes in his head, and he cringes internally, fishing through his bag and pulling out his water bottle to carefully wash his mouth out again, without sloshing the water under his cheeks. Whoever made magical Quirk giving hair needed to check their recipe. He soon finds himself separating from the crowd, marching higher and higher up the hill. His first glimmer of UA sets his chest on fire. The mammoth glass building shaped as an H towers over the school gates. The clouds glisten off of it, making it appear a part of the sky itself. He pauses at the gate, chest filling up with a generous breath and eyebrows drawn in a determined frown. This was it. Deku marches his way through the pillars that lead him through UA, his thumbs hooked under his strap as he keeps his head high. He shifts a small object from one side of his mouth to the other, tucking it in front of his teeth as he realizes he never got time to test out the power given to him. "Move, Deku," growls behind him, all thought and reasoning plummet out of Deku's head. He turns slowly to see 𝐭𝐽𝐿 making his way up to him, his tongue is numb in his mouth. The bloody bathroom sparks in his mind. He can feel 𝐭𝐽𝐿's hands move over his body, searching roughly with unforgiving hands. He can hear his voice, accusing him of, "𝐭𝐽𝐿, don't stand in front of me. I'll kill you." Bakugo spits, Deku's shoulder burns. "𝐭𝐽𝐿, I need to tell you." Deku staggers forwards, hand stretched out to what? "Stop him. Stop 𝐭𝐽𝐿." "No, yes, that wasn't, I've been trying to tell you about the BLD, 𝐭𝐽𝐿, I just, and the note and." 𝐭𝐽𝐿 walks straight past him, not even looking in his direction anymore. Deku turns, desperate and panicked and hurting. "I really need to explain it to you, and I know you're mad at me, but I really didn't want that to happen. It wasn't me intention. 𝐭𝐽𝐿, I'm sorry. His frantic rambling cuts off abruptly just as a hand 𝐭𝐽𝐿's hand launches and stops just before his nose. Izuku can see the spindly pieces of wool on the other boy's gloves. The heavy smell of nitroglycerine clings to his lungs and burns his nose hairs as he takes in wild breaths. It's hot. It's too hot. 𝐭𝐽𝐿 is going to fire right in his face, and it will hurt and he'll get burnt and his scars will come back, but not in the right places, and he'll cry. He's already crying. He won't be able to breathe. His nails pierce through his palms as he squeezes, trembling as his skin crawls and his scars blister and pop under his skin. He can't breathe. He can't think. 𝐭𝐽𝐿's too close. "Don't talk to me, loser." Bakugo hisses between his teeth before he lowers his hand and stalks away loudly. Deku sways, silent explosions popping off in his ears before his knees buckle from underneath him. He distantly feels the pain, but it's through a one-way glass mirror because the world is spinning and he's drowning and he can't stop shaking, but it was only his hand, 𝐿𝐿. Deku jumps out of his skin, his shoulder scorching where a hand had touched it because that had to be 𝐭𝐽𝐿. He looks up into a plump round face pulled in concern. The girl's hair bobbles against her ears as she flinches back herself, hands raised in front of her before flushing a light pink and trying again. "Are you okay? You look really pale," she asks, and suddenly the world crashes back into him, lighting the school up in technicolor. He blinks at the force of it, gawking up at the cute goddess above him. "If you're nervous for the test, you'll be fine," she cheers, raising a hand to pat him on the shoulder again, however pausing just before and pulling away. Do you need help to stand?" she asks quietly, fidgeting as she looks around. He was apparently building a crowd. Silently he tests his legs under himself, pushing up against the floor and making it halfway. His balance topples under jellyfish knees, and for the second time that day he gets ready to meet the ground once again. He waits. And waits. "And, you can open your eyes. You're not going to fall," the girl stage whispers to him. Slowly, he peels his eyes open to stare dumbly at the bricks in front of his face. "Let me just dash." The girl gently picks him up, fingers not squeezing but just adding enough pressure to maneuver his body through the air. Weightlessness is familiar, it's safe. Deku's heart skips a beat. "There," she smiles, her fingers coming together, and gravity returns to him full force. He staggers slightly, but she rights him up again, pinky outstretched. "Better?" she asks, that cute smile back on her face. Distantly he feels himself nod. Great, she fist pumps the air. Well, we better hurry or else we'll miss the introduction, she sings. Let's do our best. With that she spins around, skipping off up the stairs. Deku feels flies buzzing around, ultimately flying in and out of his gaping mouth. I talk to a girl. Welcome to today's live performance. Izuku quickly shuffles into the auditorium, counting the seat numbers quietly as he passes them to find his appointed seat. Everybody say hey, the loud announcer at the front screams, holding a hand to his ear to listen to the dead silence that not even crickets would fill. Izuku finds his row in the silence, already attracting weird glances from the other kids. His eyes jump from seat number to seat number until he gets to where he was supposed to go to estimate the amount of people he would have to bother to get through. His breath catches when he recognizes the scolding blonde in the seat next to his. Well, that's cool, my examinee listeners. His knees lock in place, eyes beginning to sour against his will. I'm here to present the guidelines to your practical. Are you ready? Izuku turns on his heel to face the front as the man below screams, "YH!" for them, and plops himself down quickly on the auditorium steps. He can almost feel the confusion from the people around him. A boy with large green cat eyes reaches to tap his shoulder, however pulls his hand back before Izuku notices. Izuku refuses to meet the confused gazes as he pulls out a notebook and actually pays attention to the person addressing them. He nearly bites his tongue when he realizes just who he was unknowingly ignoring. This is how the test will go, my listeners. The cockatoo-pointed crown of hair, the flashing sunglasses, the blazing smile and the decked-out support gear could only mean one hero. Presentacy. Izuku squeals quietly into his hands, shaking with pure excitement by actually being in the same room as this epic hero. Trivia about the hero pops into his head and unknowingly out of his mouth in a rushed, thrilled mumble. He clutches at his ID badge as the hero explains how they would be split off. There were stars in his eyes when MIC clarified that they would not be paired with people from their same school. Deku was dreading having to fight alongside 𝐭𝐿. To be in the same room as him already set his nerves on end. Izuku scribbled down the rules feverishly, even doodling the outlined shadows of the machines they were to go up against. This will work, I can do it. Izuku grinned, his finger teasing a lump in his cheek excitedly. And you over there, a voice shouted before Deku was blinded momentarily by a spotlight pinning him in place. You are not in your designated seat and you have been mumbling this whole time. Deku chokes on his own spit as the flash of glasses pierce through his soul with a taut hand chop through the air. If this is some sort of game to you, then please leave immediately. Deku finds himself standing, stumbling back out of the spotlight before his ankles crash into the steps behind him, effectively tripping him. He lands with a yelp, hands stinging from catching himself from the fall. There's a muffled laughter that shifts through the whole auditorium as people snicker behind their hands. Suddenly, Deku can see the eyes of all the students, glowing red and taunting him. Leave immediately. Leave immediately. Stupid thing, Deku hisses over the crowd as everyone settles down while Pres Mic continues with his speech. Deku's teeth clench, eyes squeezing shut as he conjures up the only word that keeps him from running for the hills. Endure. He repeats it like an anthem until bodies begin to move into his aisle and up to the exit, ready for the test to begin. So big, he gapes up at the city before him. Well, not a city. Not a real city. A training area. UA really doesn't mess around. Deku plays with the ends of his jumpsuit sleeves, wishing for the comfort of All Might's gloves. But they counted as support items. Any items they take in with them that is not their basic training clothing has to be approved before entry. They were even frisked before being separated into their designated sections. He knew it was to keep advantages down and possible injuries due to weapons at a minimum, but sometimes you just need support items to do the job. Deku startles when he spots the nice girl from the gate practicing her breathing a few meters away from him. He had to thank her. Really actually thank her this time for picking him up from the pathway before he missed the whole lecture before the test. His cheeks bloom red as he takes shaky steps towards her, mentally rehearsing his thank you as to not freeze up the moment she notices him. A hand lands on his shoulder and for a moment it burns. Flinching out of the grip, fully expecting 𝐭𝐿 to be there, fire on his fingers and smirk on his face, Deku prepares himself for a blow. Hoping to interfere, he catches the last of the sentence the not Kaken voice asks him. He blinks stupidly at the boy whose arms cross disapprovingly as if he were scolding a naughty child. "I'm sorry." Deku squeaks up at the boy. He mentally shakes himself as he watches the hand chops of the frightening student lecturing him once again. This was the second time that day he had been touched on the shoulder and jumped out of his skin for no good reason. He needed to chill out, maybe even take a note from that nice girl's book and have a moment to breathe. He nods along with the boy, bowing slightly as he takes his punishment for nearly distracting the girl from her meditation. That was the idiot at the front gate. He flinches at the slightest touch. "I guess that's one less rival for us." Izuku's shoulders slump impossibly further as the atmosphere bubbles with the word lucky, grinning student sparkling behind him. He looks to the girl, hoping to pick up some of her second-hand zen she was producing to block out the lecture as well as the taunting whispers all around him. "And begin." Present Mike's voice shouts as the gates behind him open. The tiny speck on top of the tower he assumes is the hero thrashes his arms about. "What's wrong?" "The test has started." "Run! Run! Run!" A gust of wind rushes by him in the form of the crowd of students in an instant. Deku stumbles his first steps into the arena, his eyes glued onto the backs of his competitors. So much for breathing and zen. "Calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down," he chants under his breath, arms swinging at his sides as he frantically scans the streets around him. He passes smoking scraps of metal scattered around the road. The tiny pieces are like glass, the ones he doesn't dodge lodging themselves in his shoes, and he is thankful for having his thick red boots back. Come on, give me something," he pleads with the universe because he was going to go to UA. He wasn't going to waste All Might's time. He was going to prove to the hero and himself that he can. One moment Izuku is running and the next he's flying through the air. He isn't even given a second to scream before he is skidding across the road like a skipped rock on water. His back slams into a downed robot, violently beating his breath out. He gasps uselessly, coughing as he looks up to see a serpent-like metal head spin in his direction. "Target locked. Prepare for termination." The one-pointer declares, metal arm rearing back and wheels skidding up a cloud of burnt RBB to propel itself towards him. Izuku's heart seizes, teeth clenched and limbs frozen as his eyes dart rapidly over the advancing form. He couldn't afford to die. His regeneration time was too large. He only had 10 minutes and not a single point yet. He had to make it count. Izuku's boots launch him across the street, limbs still numb and heart still trembling as he pulls his arm back to strike. They meet in the middle of the street. Wind bellows over his head, shaking every hair on his body before he drives his fist up and into the underside of the robot's head. The head joint whines and something audibly snaps with it. Izuku was blind for a moment, biting back a scream before he reaches his other hand into the breached base of the robot's head. His skin burns as it twists around the slippery wires, humming like hissing snakes. Grabbing the largest handful he can manage, he tugs hard, ripping out sparking cables, liking his fingers with electricity. The machine trembles above him, alarms sounding and lights flashing before it's falling right on top of him. Izuku scrambles back, diving out of the way of the heavy head before it catches him. "Seika Blue," a voice shouts. Behind the fallen robot is a boy decorated in frills, the large metal belt around his waist twinkling in the sunlight. "You stole my chas," he cries as he runs. "You are on fire, monsieur." He winks a star as he rushes past, throwing an enthusiastic adieu behind him to a baffled Izuku who very suddenly feels the telltale pain of burning alive. This time he does scream, wires flying out of his hand as he bats his arm into the dirt. He chokes on his next cry, bowing into his smoking hand that pulses with bubbling pain. 6 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. Present MIC sings out over hidden loudspeakers. "And no," Izuku gasps, watering eyes turning up to search out for more enemies. It wasn't enough. 1 point isn't enough. Izuku pulls himself up, stumbling forward before breaking out into a frantic pained run. Drawn by the clouds of smoke, he turns into an open street intersection littered with metallic bodies. 45 points, zooms past his ear before the glasses boy lands an engine-powered kick to a 3-pointer. 28 points, the nice girl huffs as 2 1-pointers drop from skyscraper heights. A shower of missiles rains down on another boy who continues to jump, burying his sharp arm into the robot head. Another claws with shadows. Another launches with flames. Another zaps a three-pointer clean in half. Another directs a black and white drawing to take down 3 at a time. 15 points. 30 points. 26 points. 18 points. 1 point. He only had 1, and the enemies were running out the longer he waited. A shadow impales itself into a 1-pointer beside him. It screams, beeping and flashing erratically, and Izuku doesn't have to be told twice before he is diving for cover. The explosion shrieks over the intersection, followed by a dozen others that have him clawing at his ringing ears. Tears prick the edges of his eyes as he hysterically scans his surroundings for a robot that wasn't being taken down by another. His eyes freeze on the robot scraps he had taken cover behind. It was a 3-pointer gun launcher with 6 neatly lined holes filled with undetonated missiles. This is a terrible idea, he hisses to himself as he rolls to his knees. The fingers on one of his hands had started to turn purple amongst the red, so he carefully slips his other hand into the hole and feels for a hold on the missile. It is only when he is elbow deep in the warm metal when he finds the latch to release the projectile. "Please don't blow up, please don't blow up, please don't blow up," he pleads with the machine as he slides his finger between the missile and the latch. Izuku flinches as the latch clicks out of place, squeezing his eyes shut as he waits for the game over screen to take him away from his future. The missile slumps, hitting the bottom of the hole with a thump. "Oh God," he sighs, head hitting the metal as his tense shoulders fall. A red light pulses from inside the barrel, illuminating his cheeks as his eyes snapped to attention. "Oh God," he shrieks, hand wrapping around the cold metal that had begun to buzz at his touch. The missile slips free from the barrel, landing dangerously in his lap as the blinking red light accelerates. He scrambles to his feet, arm held up to throw as he scans for another robot, any robot, as long as it wasn't near a person. There is movement next to him. It's silver and fast and shines bright red lights in his face. Like throwing a piece of trash into the truck, he heaves the bomb in the robot's direction before dropping back down. Eyes squeezed shut and hands over ears as the missile hits its mark, light blinking in finality before lighting up the sky. 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Present MIC sings over the arena. Izuku darts up just in time to see a 3-pointer tip back, a hole shot clean through its middle. His heart soars. 4 points, he clenches his hand, spirits lifted somewhat before turning back to his missile launcher. His spirits immediately run for cover as soon as he spots all of the 6 barrels flashing red. With a shriek he darts away from the firing line before 5 bolts of light rip through the space he had just been occupying. "Watch out," he screams, the warning lost on a 2-pointer that is suddenly annihilated by its brethren's weapon. 6 points, he wheezes, hoping that had counted as an attack from him instead of an accident. He coughs, ready to stand back up to try that again with another robot before the sun is blocked out far too quickly to be a cloud. "Please no," he whispers as he tips his head back, taking in the full monstrosity that was the 0-pointer. Its hulking hand clings to the building, blazing eyes zoning in on the participants rushing away as fast as they could. It reaches 4 iron fingers out, the wave of air of it just moving blows debris and dust through the air, and slams a fist down in the middle of the intersection. If he were standing, Izuku would have been knocked back with just that sonic boom. He shields his face from the dust and stones, coughing on dirty air as people rush past him, away from the 0-pointer. This was stupid. This was stupidly overwhelming and impossible to even fathom to fight. It was 0 points, why was it even in this test with no meaning? This isn't funny. Izuku cries as he turns away from the Goliath, "I gotta run. I gotta run." He crawls on jelly legs, limping with his injured hand held close to his chest, dimming it, dimming it, dimming it. People fly past him without even a glance, one thing on all their minds, "I have to get more points, 6 points, no not even 6 points, 4 points, I only have 4 points, that's not enough. That's not enough. If I can't get more, this will all be for nothing." His feeling through the sharp rocks that cut into his palm and knees, vision blurred with tears. His last resort still kept secure in his mouth. Everything All Might did for me, all the time he wasted at the beach, all the things Detective Tsukochi did for me and Mum, everything she said, I can't let her down dash. Help. All thoughts freeze in his mind. Someone. Slowly, he looks back. His lungs fill with dust. It's the nice girl. Whimpering, she holds herself up on one arm, trembling and tears in her eyes as she tries to crawl away from the robot. She cries out again, falling back to her stomach. Why wasn't she running? She had to get away, she was going to be crushed. The debris burying her leg catches his eye. She was going to be crushed. She couldn't get away. Let's do our best. Izuku is standing before he can even think it through. He's running towards the danger without a plan. He slams into the boulder holding the girl in place. I tease you, she hiccups as he claws at the bottom of the stone, trying to find a hold. No, you'll get crushed too. Please, run. She cries, voice quaking, even through the pleading for him to save himself, her tone still screams for help. It's okay, he chants, smiling down at her with tears falling down his cheeks. You're going to be okay, he promises before turning to the robot slowly descending on them. You're going to be okay. He pushes off the stone holding the girl in place, every step forwards echoing in his mind. He clenches his butt. His teeth. His fists. His thighs. And leaps. The ground is suddenly far away, the 0-pointer becoming impossibly larger. His chest fills with fire as his limbs sprout lighting. His heart cries out. Smash, he screams, connecting his fist with metal and glass with an explosion of sound and light. The 0-pointer's face crimples like a squeezed soda can as it tips backwards, the shadow of its foot above the girl disappearing as its back meets the ground. 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. Izuku's stomach suddenly meets his brain. 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Below him the 0-pointer roars fireworks as it scrapes against buildings with a gigantic V. I'm falling. I'm falling. I'm falling. Izuku cries, tears flicking into the sky just as fast as is creating them. That was All Might's power. He realizes, wind bellowing around him. This was a familiar feeling. The world around him just a fuzz of blue as he descended back to Earth. Would he die instantly this time? This was much higher than before, but then again if he did live would he have enough strength to try to restart? He was going to splatter anyway. Splatter, he choked, a flapping sound catching his attention beside him. He glances back, his legs and arm flail like limp balloons behind him. Instantly he is hit with unimaginable pain. He is blinded by whiteness as his brain swims. It is as if he was set on fire while being jammed with knives again and again and again. His vomit stings his throat and clogs his nose as it flies in the other direction. His body wasn't ready. All Might warned him. He was such an idiot. This wasn't his power, he couldn't even hope to control something like this. It was powerful and pure and All Might's. And it would break him. Just like the hero had said. Izuku squeezes his shoulder, his whole body throbbing as he cries. If I die, he whines, will I still have this power? He passes the tallest buildings, the ground becoming intimidatingly closer. Why? Why am I thinking about this now? He grits his teeth, glaring at the ground below him. What choice did he have now? He was dead, he was dead, he was dead. And he'd let All Might down. He didn't have enough points. The test would be over as soon as he splatters on the pavement. He could lose All Might's power. Everything would be for nothing. He couldn't give up, this couldn't be the end. I can use, he sobs, the air pressure from Detroit Smash. His mind turns 1,000,000 times a second. He can make out the people on the ground now. One chance, just one arm left. It's still a little broken but it's better than his other limbs. Timing, it all depends on the timing. He raises his fist against the crushing wind, clenching his muscles just like before. Not yet. The lines on the road become clear. Not yet. He passes a 4th-story window. Not yet. He sees his shadow now. Not Yifwump. His face stings for a moment and he fears he's already hit the ground, that he's already dead. He opens his eyes and the pavement's still there, his nose centimeters away from it. But he's not falling. The girl jigs and he's dropped on the road along with a loud crash beside him. He takes a moment to appreciate the not-nothingness of his surroundings. His legs still hurt, his arms still hurt. But he's alive. He's alive and there's still time. He looks up to see the girl withering on top of another three-pointer machine gun. Thank goodness, he whines, because she's okay, she's alive, she saved him. He can now try to get more points. He had one arm left, one arm to pull himself across the ground, one arm to punch more points for himself. He wouldn't disappoint All Might. He wouldn't disappoint his mum. It's all over. Present MIC cheers over the speakers. A wave of ice washes over his whole body. No, he whimpers, cheek falling into the grit as tears clogged up his senses. He could hear the crowd of people around him, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. He could feel every bone in his legs and arm being crumpled and shaken with every throbbing heartbeat. His limbs were meat bags and his uninjured hand was broken and covered with bubbling burns that were turning black. His body was useless. Nothing and no one could heal this. Your own Quirk did this to you, a crinkly old voice asked him from above. He lifts his head a bit to see the concerned face of one of the greatest heroes that ever lived. Our recovery girl. He coughs, her needle-like walking stick stops just before his head. You poor child, she knew that there was no coming back from this. She didn't even pucker her lips or advance any further, only dialing a number on her little flip phone for presumably an ambulance to take him away. His lips pull into a quivering smile at her. He's okay. His throat was raw, voice scraping across it like sandpaper. She rests a wrinkled hand in his hair. I can make the pain a little better, but you will be very tired, child. But you have to stay awake, you hear me? She kneels down to him, wetting her lips and waiting for him to agree to her terms. No, it's okay, don't waste it on me. He squeezes his eyes shut and blocks out her protest. I have a backup plan. He flicks his tongue to the back of his mouth, pushing up a ring of plastic wrapped around his molar. The casing unlatches and he directs the capsule that was held in place between his teeth. It's going to be okay, he mumbles before biting down on the plastic and releasing a salty fish taste through his mouth. He swallows it quickly, cringing as it goes down, and he closes his eyes until the toxin takes effect. An ambulance sings near him and a wet pluck on his cheek makes him flinch, but the damage is already done. His face is swarmed with pins and needles and the world starts to tilt and spin. His chest squeezes and his breathing becomes labored. He thinks about his mum, puts himself in the kitchen, cooking with her peacefully as his body convulses. He pictures the beach when his heart starts to skip and beat at his ribs. He can't hear the screaming and crying around him. The nice girl asking what was wrong as recovery girl pulls the empty capsule from his mouth, horror in her eyes. He's sitting at the dinner table happily before the nothingness takes him, with his mother, All Might, the detective and Bakugo quietly eating by his side. Continue. Yes, three pulsing hearts hang happily above him. One slowly drains of its bright red. This was normal. He had done this before, hadn't he? He wasn't just nothing. A blinking red hangs above the large bold continue option. Izuku tilts his head at it, because that wasn't right. That wasn't there before. The red is fuzzy, something moving quickly inside before the color changes to orange. Izuku floats there, a little bewildered as his hand hovers over his two options. The orange turns to green, but there is still something in there, something too far away for him to see. He shrugs, turning back to his options and picks the one that appeals to him the most. The fish's eyes were glazed. Sharp mouth gaping open as if it was still alive, gasping for water to its gnawed-off gills. Izuku held it stiffly in place with his chopsticks, holding it aloft even if it was only its head, the meat in the middle already picked to the bone. This was him, wasn't it? A skinny fish bone stripped of its flesh, destined to stare into the nothingness as he is eaten slowly with a bowl of rice. He nearly made it to the cold plate of the morgue. When he opened his eyes he was startled to only find darkness there. He had hoped a little selfishly that he had actually died this time. That was until he remembered how he had died, which was when the panic set in. His hands had pushed against the darkness, it crackled and squeaked as he shifted. If he listened, he could hear voices distorted around him. He concentrated on them, trying to discern where exactly he was. As soon as his fingers found a cold strp of metal his world jolted. Tires squealed loudly followed by several surprised shouts. He pulled the metal down and with a long zipping noise his eyes blinked at the bright white lights. Lifting himself up on his arms, hair ruffled and tracksuit tattered and blood soaked, his head shot around to the two people's backs, both leaning across a driver's seat to look out the front window. He would have cleared his throat to alert them of his revival if his throat weren't so dry. His mouth tasted salty and bitter with the distinct sensation of cotton balls soaking up all the moisture. He consciously tried not to swallow. There was a booming shout, followed by a loud banging on the ambulance back doors that had all the people turning back to look. Izuku heard a scream behind him along with a startled gasp from who he assumed was Recovery Girl. Before he could even think about explaining himself, the doors shot open, bathing the artificial white with blazing yellow. All Might stood there, his two proud tufts of hair frizzled at the ends as his chest heaved with mighty breaths. "He's not dead," he shouted, his shadowed eyes blazing a panicked blue as he took in the scene. "My boy," he gasped as soon as his eyes met Izuku's. His bottom half still tucked tightly into a black bag, hair tossed into a bloody green mess as he trembled at the sight of his hero. 𝐿 hot tears spilled down his cheeks. He had failed. He had failed. He had failed. Suddenly, the ambulance tipped and squeaked with the abrupt weight of the number one hero as he climbed in. Izuku shifted back, head hitting the front seat before strong arms curled around him. His cheek pressed against a solid chest, a large hand cupping the back of his head as he listened to stuttered heartbeats. "I'm so sorry, my boy," Toshi whispered, and any thoughts or words Izuku might have had died then and there. "I suspected but I didn't realize to this extent. My boy, I'm sorry you got hurt." Izuku's arms are pressed against his body, not pushing the man away but a little lost and useless. This wasn't right. This was the wrong way around. Izuku should be apologizing. He failed the test. He killed himself. He might have lost All Might's power. A throat cleared loudly next to them. "I'm sorry to break this up, but you both have some explaining to do." Recovery Girl's grip on her walking stick was tight, her gaze flying across Izuku's untouched skin where unrecoverable burns and broken purple bruises were just a few minutes before. And now, that night after being thoroughly questioned by two medics and a distant Recovery Girl, Izuku sits at his dinner table, staring at the fish which was becoming more and more similar to him by the second. Izuku. Honey. You're smiling at a fish, sweetie." His mother's gentle voice coaxed him out of his swarming mind. He blinked away the glaze in his eyes to see his mother paused halfway through her meal, a line forming on her brow. "Are you okay? Is it about the test?" she asked, voice full of concern and love. Deku lowered his fish back to his plate, a smile tugging at his lips but not quite reaching his eyes. Sorry, I'm fine," he reassured, hands flailing in front of him as if to brush away her concerns. His chair scrapped against the wooden floors as he stood, hurried fingers collecting his dirty dishes. "I'm going on my run now." "Oh okay." He trips into the kitchen, depositing his dishes into the sink to clean later. "Izu, are you sure? It's late, why don't we watch a movie or have ice cream in bed?" His mother wanders up behind him as he dashes to the door to collect his shoes. He hadn't finished all of his dinner, which was extremely rude of him, he knew. But he was getting lost in his own head again. "Sounds great, Mum. But I just need to. I didn't this morning, and the plan." He gestures with one hand while he uses the other to push his shoe on. His mother's lip thins, hands curled at her chest. The walls of the front entrance were beginning to look smaller. Just because he failed, doesn't mean he could neglect to his American dream plan. Just because his disappointment didn't mean he was a slacker. "Okay," Inko sighs before wrapping a scarf around his neck. "Only to the beach and back, understand?" She places a soft kiss on his forehead as he hums his agreement. "Don't make me call the detective on you. You have an hour, a minute more and you'll have some explaining to do," she warns as his hand closes on the doorknob. He nods guiltily, pushing the door open and giving her the most reassuring smile and wave he could muster up. "I'll be back before the timer is up," he promised, flashing his watch before taking off down the stairs and into the cold dark streets. His feet hit the pavement with a loud tap 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 as he trotted under streetlights that buzzed overhead. The air liked the back of his throat with an icy tongue, embracing him slowly through his layered clothes. He wondered if All Might would be at the beach, the thought filling him up with hope and dread all at once. The man wouldn't want to see him. Not after failing him so miserably. He'd passed the written exam, he was sure of it, but only 4 points, for measly points, and not to mention his band support gear. The tetrodotoxin pills. He took them in front of All Might. He took them in front of Recovery Girl. He took them in front of other students and all the judges watching over the test. Now they all knew. Everyone knew what he was. A suicidal piece of SHT. A limp fish already bone dry yet still gasping for air because he's selfish. He knew he shouldn't have taken them. But he was in so much pain and he wasn't thinking clearly, and he thought they would think it was from the shock of having everything broken, but then he let All Might down. He let his mum down. And yet there he was, still pushing, still running and hurting and screaming and breathing because what? Why? What was the point now? He could pretend, he could stick to the plan and imagine he's in a world where he isn't a complete and utter failure who can't even keep his body whole. In the test, it didn't matter how broken he had gotten. His fist, when he moved it into the robot's head, it was collateral. His arms snaked tightly into the missile launcher, it would grow back if blown off maybe. His legs when he jumped off the ground, and his fist when he downed the zero-pointer. All the mind-numbingly excruciating pain that he had withered under, that not even Recovery Girl could hope to kiss better, he deserved that. Izuku gasped, clinging to the beach railing as his legs trembled from the all-out sprint across town. He shouldn't have taken the pill. Shouldn't have used the backup plan. Should have lived with the pain. Learnt how to live without limbs. Incubate All Might's power and then, not lose it. Because he'd lost it, hadn't he? That's how his life has gone so far, hasn't it? Once he's given something good, it's taken away as fast and as painful as it can be. Like Bakuga's friendship, short and painful and left with scars that he can no longer see. Izuku trots down the stairs, wiping his face feverishly as he advances towards the sparkling ocean. Just like his life, it was supposed to be short and stop on that school roof so many months ago, but even that option was taken from him. That's what got him into this mess. That's how he met All Might. Toshi. The man he's lied to. Stolen from. Disappointed and ruined his whole life's work, all because he just wouldn't stay down. His hand finds his shoulder, squeezing and clawing at it absently as he watches the waves cry out warnings of the deep depths they harbor. I'm pathetic, he whimpers out at them, worthless, disappointment, quirkless, Deku, all of his hard work. Deku, all of his progress with Dr. Watson. Deku, every promise he's made to his mother. Deku, it was all for nothing. He didn't get into UA. He didn't stop himself from committing suicide. And he lost, he must have lost. I'm such an idiot. He screams, fist flying blindly into the boardwalk deck entrance by his side. Bright bolts of electricity fly into the night, lighting up the beach in a fireworks show before the boardwalk exploded into a cone of a sandstorm originating at clenched purpling fingers. Deku's jaw drops, eyes going impossibly wide as he takes in the destruction. Oh, he chokes before glancing down at his distantly throbbing arm. Oh, his body trembles, his knees hitting the sand feel like tiny needles as he bows into his throbbing arm. It feels just like that afternoon, concentrated into the one arm instead of almost all of his limbs. It was as if there was something inside his bones, raking sharp talons into his muscles, trying to break open his skin. His harsh half-stifled groan breaks past his teeth before something bubbly and disgusted wells inside his chest and trickles out in sharp hiccup. He laughs. And with every jostle of his shaking shoulders his arm screams in protest. But his laughing and crying and holding onto his ruined arm because it's funny. It's so freaking funny and he doesn't know why. I'm such an idiot, he whines, giggling as tears drill holes into the sand and his runny nose fills with ocean salt. He presses his other hand into his eyes hard, sobbing uglily. Because he just assumed. He assumed he had lost it and he was so scared and guilty and upset with himself and dreading to have to face Toshisan. But then he destroyed the boardwalk, holy SHT, he destroyed the boardwalk. He hisses though his giggles, shuddering head to toe, and if anyone saw him now he knew he would look like a madman, but he destroyed the deck and he didn't lose All Might's powers and he has another broken arm again. And it was hilarious. Izuku. Deku had just opened the door to his apartment, arms crossed awkwardly as he stumbled inside to his mother's voice. I'm home. He tried to keep the winch from his tone as he towed his shoes off, knocking his arm against the wall the wrong way. You're lucky, 2 minutes more and I would have 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 on his way. She sounded as if she were in the kitchen, probably washing up the dishes he had rudely left behind without even a quick rinse. Sorry to keep you waiting, he mumbled shamefully as he tiptoed softly towards his room. He reaches his door, All Might's sign glaring judgmental eye down at him. How about that movie and ice cream, here? His mother offers sweetly, voice full of hope and love. Deku squeezes the doorknob tightly, gritting his teeth as he wills his vocal cords to be steady. I'm a little tired from the run and a test today, so I'm heading to bed early, maybe tomorrow. His speech cracks at the end, he winches, eyes boring into his door as he waited for her reply. Oh, okay then, sweetie, his heart squeezes in his chest. We can do that tomorrow then, make sure to wash before bed, sweet dreams. He rests his head on the cool wood of the door, listening for her to slowly trot further into the house and away from his room. The door screeches open like a ghost's call. The lights from the hall wash shadows throughout his room. His All Might figures pose menacingly, eyes that he knew were kind glaring as he closes his door and encases himself in darkness for only a few moments. He clicks his desk light on, opening his drawer with shaking fingers and pulling a handful of small notebooks out. He bites back a whimper as his arm starts sliding down his chest a little as his other hand finds a centimeter of fishing wire on the inside of the drawer. He pulls it up, bringing the false bottom with it to reveal an open small package he had received 4 months ago along with small sealed metal vials of homemade tetrodotoxin liquid and a handful of DIY pill capsules with rings to hold the drag in place. Finding the tetrodotoxin was easy. Nearly every sushi shop that offers the pufferfish delicacy is more than happy to throw away the poisonous liver as it was illegal to sell. This didn't faze the online black market however, probably fishing out the biohazards from local bins and setting them up as well sought-after merchandise. A bit of digging and a fake online account in an internet cafe later his box of dried livers arrived. Of course he reported the website as soon as his purchase was bounced around the country and presumably landing somewhere in Tokyo instead of in his hands. He wasn't risking such a tool to be used for crimes any further. The hard part was to isolate it into a concentration that would not just take minutes, but seconds for the dose to be lethal. After a few months of secretly working on it between his breaks in the American Dream Plan, he managed it eventually, creating a concoction deadlier than cyanide. He kept it safe and hidden of course, making sure it wasn't found accidentally in a place only he could access. His next problem was to find a way to carry it on his person, for it to not only be easy for him to get access to it but to keep it well hidden as well. The hard pill capsules came to mind and after accidentally swallowing one or biting into it before it was needed, he found his way to keep them secure and hidden latched on behind his teeth. Deku pulls out one of the pre-made pills from the drawer carefully before sliding the false bottom shut again and putting everything back into place. He looks at it guiltily, rolling it between his fingers as he makes his way to his bed. He knew his arm was broken in at least a few places as he could physically feel the bone rubbing against each break as he moved, plus the ugly purple-black bruising and pain was a dead giveaway. And now he knew he still had All Might's quirk even after death, plus he was curious about whatever flashing weird new color thing in the nothingness game over screen was. He wouldn't be able to hide his arm. He already died that day as well. And he could also time how long the pills take to kill him. He gets his phone out, cracked but overall alright to use, still even having bathed in BLD. It was fine. He would just get into bed, put the timer on, bite the pill and no mess. Easy. Stupid. A disappointment once again. But did he really have a choice? His arm was useless and probably needed surgery which they could not afford. He would never put his mother through that. She wouldn't even have to know, but he would know. Deku sighs, falling onto his pillow with a quiet yelp and holding the pill to his face. It wasn't like before. It wasn't like with 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. He was doing this to heal. He was doing this to heal. He wasn't doing this for punishment even if he deserved it. The pill slides into his mouth. The tasteless outside sits on his tongue for a few moments as he closes his eyes so he cannot see his All Might alarm clock staring at him. His heart races in his chest, pumping BLD to his already throbbing arm twice the speed. Blindly, he presses for the timer to start and bites down hard. The rush of bitter salt washes down his throat instantly. Quickly, he spits the hard pill cap out. Before his face picks up the needled sensation, Even if it was small enough to swallow safely, he didn't want it in his system. He curls in on himself, shivering and convulsing involuntarily or not. Izuku. His eyes snap open as light fills his room. His mother pokes her head in through the door, hand reaching to turn on the light. Nua, tongue numb and throat constricting, he pushes himself up, raising his hand to stop her from coming in. From seeing. He hears a gasp, and tears well in his eyes as his room spins, the whole light becoming rippling waves. Izuku. Why your hand? Sweetie, what's wrong? The world becomes brighter, and somewhere in the back of his mind he connects it with her turning his light on. But everything's swimming and he's panicking and choking and dying, and his mother can see, she can see him. Star, Emoy. His head hits his pillow, wheezing for air as his lips turn blue and his skin goes white. Esahe, he rasps when an explosion of pins and needles rip across his face where he knows her hand is. There's a high-pitched whining in his ear and someone's shaking him against his termers, but he's drowning. He's trying to apologize. He's trying to make her leave. He doesn't want her to see. He doesn't want her to see. He doesn't want red heart game over. Continue. Yes, Eno, not Izuku squints up at the fuzzing red light as his second heart slowly drains of its plumpness. Everything's nothing. Nothing matters. Whatever is changing colors above his options was not something he could see. So, it didn't matter. He blinks dumbly at the two options. Izuku comes back to himself slowly. First he can feel the pillow cupping his head. Then he can hear the quiet sobbing somewhere near him. A frown wrinkles between his eyebrows as he wonders who that could be. Blinking his eyes open as if just waking up from a deep sleep, he lifts himself up and surveys his bedroom. The covers that were pulled up to his neck fall down into his lap. His head spins from getting up too quickly and he holds it in one hand. His hand. He sees his mother's back sitting on the end of his bed, bent over as her shoulders shudder quietly. His chest burns suddenly, stomach dropping and needing to vomit because she saw. He whispers, afraid, guilty, still very much sick and needing to wash his mouth out. She glances back at him, as if she can't stop herself to see him awake, but then turns back, refusing to meet his gaze again. He wants to crawl under the covers and pretend it never happened. He wants to cry and beg for forgiveness. He wants her to yell at him. At least that was something more than the quiet crying she was trying desperately to hide. He reaches for the water bottle at his bedside, washes his mouth quietly before spitting it into the bin just to give himself some time to think. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to see that, he rasps as he screws the bottle closed. Is this what you used? She responds without looking at him, holding an empty capsule between her fingers. His heart skips a beat. And be careful, he warns, his mother's glazed eyes as she chokes on nothing flashes violently through his mind. Cautiously, he crawls closer to take it from her hands. She doesn't resist, however, as soon as it is in his grasp her other hand snatches his own. She's shaking. Don't, she weeps, cutting whatever he was about to say off. Don't you ever dash? Her voice hitches, furious and hurt expression scrunching into itself before she's sobbing again into her other hand, holding her mouth as if she can physically push her tears back in. Deku would rather be at the mercy of Bakuga's fists than to listen to her body-shaking sobs. He did this. This was his fault. He broke his promise, he broke her heart. The pill tumbles from his fingers, bouncing somewhere in his sheets as he curls forwards. Her grip is vice-like in his wrist, as if when she lets go he'll disappear again. He hesitates before comforting her, because she wouldn't want to be touched by him, not after what is done. He tries, his hand slowly touching her back, rubbing up and down carefully and ready to pull away when she will surely slap him away. Principal Nezu called me, she confesses before he can say anything else. His heart jumps. I know what happened in the test. Her eyes finally meet his, swelled with tears and a complicated emotion Deku couldn't name. You didn't tell me, she weeps. I was waiting for you to tell me. His bottom lip trembles, chest tight and hand frozen as he battles with his voice box. You can tell me anything, Izuku. I want to help, I want to listen, you just have to speak. I thought, he squeezes his eyes tightly shut, biting his lip to try to stop the waterworks. Where are they? She asks and is confused for a moment until his eyes dart to his desk quickly. She follows his line of sight and lets his wrist go. "Show me," she whispers. He tumbles out of his bed on wobbly baby deer legs before reaching his desk. He plants his hands on the cool surface, pitter-patter of tears landing softly on its surface as he bites his lip. His fingers spread towards the drawer before he reaches behind his laptop to a hero Matryoshka doll covered in a light layer of dust. He twists the top half of All Might's wooden body and it pops open, holding 3 blue pills instead of the next doll, which was Endeavor, who was sitting on another shelf with the other heroes inside it. He holds it out to his mother, who takes the bottom half with shaking fingers. She looks at them for a moment and Deku's hands hover to take the doll back before she turns and walks out of the room. Quickly, he follows, fear drumming into his veins before she leads him into the bathroom. She places the doll back into Deku's palms. He looks at them dumbly. "Flush them," she instructs, gesturing to the toilet. Mummy just is trying to apologize, because he needs to. He needs to apologize. For before and for now. "Are you really fighting me on this, Izuku?" she asks him as she wipes her cheeks. He silently tips the pills into the toilet water. 3 quiet splashes follow, but he doesn't look at them. He can't look at them. He catches his own eye behind his mother's back in the mirror. Disgusting. It whispers to him and he swears he sees a speck of dried BLD in the corner of the mirror that he missed. He presses the flush button down and the room fills with white noise that whisper horrible things in his ear. He distantly feels hands on his shoulders. "Izuku," his mother softly begs for his attention. His eyes slowly tick back to her tired puffy face. "Next time something like this happens you will tell me and we can work it out together." He can't hold her gaze for very long, guilt and hate and self-disgust brooding in his belly. "There are better ways of dealing with this, baby," she pleads, and he softly nods once. "Okay." He tastes slime on his tongue. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice and after such a shocking event," Principal Nezu greets, sipping his tea peacefully. Pro-hero teachers sit around the large conference table, the U-shape allowing the whole staff to see the large screen displaying a controversial student's entrance papers on one side of the room. "Recovery girl, if it is no trouble, as you were there to witness it firsthand, would you fill the rest of us in on the events that took place after the test?" The aged hero lifted her head, a troubled expression engraved deeply on her usual cheerful face. "As you know, the boy, Izuku Midoriya, was gravely injured while protecting another examinee from the zero-pointer. This was due to his quirk. It was as if it was not suited for his body, as it destroyed his limbs to a point where I knew even I couldn't recover them. It was amazing that he was still conscious through all that pain." Her small hands clasp her needle cane tightly, brows deepening further. "Never in my career here at UA has any sort of test caused such harm to a student." She turns to Nezu, who nods once at her silent question. "We will review our testing methods at a later date. Please, go on," the principal encourages. Aizawa shifts uncomfortably in his chair when a few pairs of eyes flash to him. He had been pushing this topic for several years now. He just wished it wasn't a child's death to push forward his plea for different testing methods. A hand snakes its way into his under the table. It was Hisashi's, trying to be uncommonly subtle in an attempt to comfort Aizawa's visibly troubled thoughts. He doesn't squeeze it back. But he doesn't let go either. "I called the ambulance as I tried to calm him down and get him comfortable, but he just smiled and told me he had a backup plan." She then pulls out a pink spotted handkerchief, depositing it on the table for all to see. She unfolds it carefully to reveal a bright blue pill capsule and a ring of the same substance clearly broken off. Everyone in the room seems to hold their breath. "I thought his airways were blocked, however when I stuck my fingers down the boy's throat to dislodge the object I pulled out this." Hound Dog, who had been sitting quietly at Recovery Girl's side, leans in closer to the object, sniffing carefully. "Poison," he growls, the tension in his shoulders rising. Vlad King's hand rests on the other hero's back. "So you're saying he killed himself because he thought he didn't get enough points to pass the test?" Vlad asks, the air shifting to unease. Present MIC squeezes Aizawa's hand again, this time seeking comfort. Aizawa rubs his thumb across the back of the other man's hand once, his face unchanging. "That is what I thought at the time," Recovery Girl answers, folding her package back up and pushing it silently towards Nisa's direction. It is passed carefully along the table to end up in front of the creature, who just looks at it thoughtfully. It wasn't until we were on our way to the hospital that he revealed the real reason to his backup plan. She looks to All Might, who is on the other side of the room, unusually quiet and still. And you seem to know of this. He finally looks up from the table, his great form sighing as he rubs his tired eyes. I did not know of this plan, but I know of his quirk. The number one hero says before straightening up and addressing the rest of the heroes, young Midoriya can come back from the dead. There is a beat for that information to set in before all hell breaks loose. You didn't think to tell us first. That's an impossible quirk. Nothing like that has ever existed. So, he's alive. The boy is okay. Isn't his quirk being super strong like you, All Might? Can we see him? I need to beat the living SHT out of him for scaring us so badly. The principal quietly sips his tea once more as the overwhelmed hero tries and fails to answer all the questions at once as half the staff abandon their seats to get the man's attention. Aizawa stares straight ahead, eyes wide and drying quickly even without his quirk activated. Hisashi is standing, both hands braced against the desk as he tries and fails to not use his quirk to demand answers. Nezu slowly places his teacup back onto its plate before stepping in. Settle down, everyone. What is important is the boy is safe and well, most likely back at his home with his mother. I had an interesting conversation with her after Recovery Girl contacted me, but please everyone, would you take your seats? We still have much to discuss. Slowly, everyone backs down, most quietly seething and ready to burst with more questions and demands. Nezu nods happily once the room settles somewhat. Now, we must decide whether or not to allow young Midoriya permission to attend UA's hero course. What do you mean decide? Aizawa speaks up, his eyes turning cold as he recovers quickly from the emotional blow. He shouldn't be let in, P. Hold on what grounds? Midnight counters, flipping her dark hair away from her face. He beat out 6 villain points and 60 rescue points. That should rank him in 5th place for the whole physical entrance exam. He also had one of the highest grades in the written exam, 13 points out, drawing their attention to the screen where his grades were displayed. Actually, he only made 4 villain points, but in any cause, these points shouldn't matter because he killed himself in front of the other examinees as well as Recovery Girl. Ectoplasm says, his eyes narrowing, I know I am known for pushing my students, however to the death is just too far. If reviving from death is his quirk, then he is just demonstrating a more innovative use of equipment, just as he did with that missile launcher. Excel without constraint. Power Loader praises, his metal fingers rhythmically beating at the table as his mind bursts with support gear ideas for the kid. A quirk like that isn't very heroic, Vlad King seethes under his breath. 13 visibly blinks, whole body turning to the man seated at the head of the table with Nezu by his side. Excuse me? They ask, the eyes in their helmet wide and disbelieving. Any quirk can be heroic if used correctly. Vlad King looks as if he is ready to defend his statement, however the way he leans away from the other hero shows he is not ready to fight against their views. Self-destructive as it is, because of it he thought he saved that girl's life against a robot that yes, we could stop at any moment, but he didn't know that, and that's exactly why he shouldn't be allowed to join the hero course, Cementos says from the other side of the table. He killed himself in a controlled test situation. What if it were real life? What then? He has a point. Midoriya would be dead weight in a real situation. Aizawa adds, All Might bristles with a counter on the tip of his tongue. A flash of red eyes stops him. He wouldn't have Recovery Girl to whisk him away, he would still be in the middle of battle, a liability to whoever works with him. And unlike him, people do die and will die if he thinks he can fix every injury with death. We all saw, Recovery Girl speaks up again, he ran into those robots without any regard for his health and safety even before he encountered the zero-pointer. But All Might sits up, unwilling for his student to be steam-rolled out of his dreams and hard work like this. And letting him access life-threatening situations like that would be irresponsible of us, as we would be fueling his suicidal tendencies, Vlad King adds. Izuku does not have All Might bristles again before being interrupted. I know firsthand what happens to heroes without clear heads before entering into a situation. Ectoplasm gestures to his legs grimly, lightweight prosthetics made for him specifically. Without a clear head he would be unable to work in the field. What that kid needs is a therapist, not a mask and a hero license. The room silences slightly, the heavy topic weighing on their minds. In any case, why are we still debating this? He broke the rules, no unregistered support items allowed in the test, that poison is technically a support item. 𝐒𝐿mentos gestures to the hanky in front of the principal to get the discussion rolling again. Slow down there, partner, he used that after the test, can't put him in the calaboose if he ain't done nothing illegal. Snipe's gun spins in his finger, his boots up on the desk angled towards ectoplasm instead of 𝐈𝐲 on his other side, as he knew he would lose his toes if they were anywhere near the gruff underground hero's face. Sides, I like his spirit. Yes, exactly. His spirit. All Might finally gets his chance to butt in, his standing now, as if his added height would radiate just as brightly as his natural golden charisma. Like I was saying earlier, young Midoriya has the drive and passion to become a hero. He seeks to help with no reward in mind. He works hard, harder than any expectations. He is strong, brave, selflessness, and has the drive to help others, his beaming with pride. Midnight looks convinced, as does Power Loader and Snipe, and 13 was in on board teaching him from the beginning, but there is a scoff from the table adjacent to the #1 hero. Isn't that the same speech you delivered in the viewing room? Eraserhead looks tired, more done with the world and this meeting than he ever was. You talked him up, telling us to watch him cause he'll do great things, but as soon as he goes down you're running out of the building without an explanation. He braces his arms against the table. If you just told us his quirk beforehand, then we wouldn't be having this conversation, as we could have restricted him or warned him to not use it in front of other students like that. Now that Eraser says it out loud, it seems obvious to All Might. He had gloated, yes, and he shouldn't have been showing his favoritism this early in the teaching year, and maybe it would have been useful to give the staff a heads up on the kid's quirk than just his swelling heroic spirit. But Toshi had thought, ignorantly so, that Izuku would not use his other quirk. Not when he had one for all that is. No wonder you like him so much, you're both reckless, borderline suicidal. A pang of guilt and embarrassment hits the place All Might's stomach used to be. He knew Aizawa didn't approve wholeheartedly of his fighting methods, but that was a low blow to imply that the way they rescue people was life-threateningly reckless without cause. Now hold on just a minute, his chest huffs intimidatingly, ready to defend Midoriya before he is again cut off. What was your relationship with this boy again? Aizawa questions, scold deepening every second. I train him. Aizawa clicks as if all the puzzle pieces fall together. There you have it, that's the problem. No wonder he has zero self-preservation. Eraser, present MIC quietly hisses warningly. Do you have something to add, present MIC? You have been extremely quiet throughout all this. Aizawa's eyes flashed red in his direction. The accusation was there, another question between the lines of Aizawa's tone that had MIC painfully aware he had to choose his next words carefully. MIC gestures helplessly to All Might. I'm kinda on the fence with this one, Eraser, he confesses. Midnight mouths cowered playfully at him from the other side of the room with a badly hidden whipping motion. His cheeks heat slightly. It's just, pointing the finger isn't going to solve much. It doesn't matter who trained him, all that matters is what he did in the exam. He passed the exam. Midnight adds again. He killed himself, Vlad King clarified. Aizawa tiescus, arms crossing as he digs his chin beneath his attack weapon. He needed a nap. No, 10 naps. And a yogurt packet. Exactly. MIC points to both of them as if they had just answered the game show's last question correctly. What we gotta decide, dear listeners, is what's gonna happen to him next. His cheery disposition continues, Aizawa recognizing the automatic plastic of it with the large emphasizes and hand gestures. He was never really good in high-stakes arguments. Hound Dog snarls a low growl over his beefy crossed arms. Vlad King nods before translating, right, he had his chance, he blew it. Midnight slaps the table with one of her WHPs. Where will he go? We're just going to leave him in the hands of less qualified teachers, or worse, villains. She holds Vlad's stare without flinching. Toshi pales slightly, clearing his throat discreetly before he hacks up the surprised splash of BLD. I've rang lead with dozens of villains that would give an arm and a leg for that type of quirk under their belt, Snipe adds. The sudden image of Izuku being tossed into building with bombs strapped to his chest or being taken apart piece by piece until whatever evil mastermind works out how his quirk works blazes inside to his eyelids. He wouldn't let that happen. He would never let that happen. We can teach him. 13 calls out, waving their arm as if to volunteer. He's young and willing to learn. We can help him realize the dangers of his quirk and also teach him how to utilize it for good. Plus his quirk doesn't seem to be just he's pretty strong as well, minus the exploding body and all that. 𝐿𝐴 slips in helpfully, clenching his fists and mumbling about armor or something incomprehensible. What's the name of this quirk? Recovery Girl squints at the board that highlights Midoriya's important details. Midnight pinches the computer mouse from in front of Nezu before clicking on the outline name. Restore. She nods approvingly before continuing on with the quote. Subject is able to revive themselves from death extent unknown. See page 2 3 times before going into recharge mode. See page 3. Subject also uses stored. See page 4 energy built up from revive to use at will extent unknown. She sticks out her lip before skimming the other pages. This was only updated a few months ago, she exclaims. Everyone but All Might seems surprised by this. That's proof then. 13 points out, he is still discovering the limits of his quirk even now. We can help him. I agree with 13. All Might rushes in before more negative jabs are thrown his student's way. That doesn't change the fact that he's reckless and has shown that he cannot handle life-threatening situations without making himself a liability. Aizawa still doesn't look convinced, nor does half the room for that matter. The mouse, bear, animal-like creature that is their principal nods once, satisfied with the discussion. Thank you all for sharing your views. I think now after hearing both sides I am ready to make my decision. Izuku's muscles burnt. It was a familiar burn that flowed up his arms with every push he made with his weights. He counted them. 586, 587, 500 and because if he didn't count them then it would leave his mind to wander. He would replay moments in his head. Made up conversations on the spot. WhatIf? He imagined standing in front of All Might, head bowed as the hero towered above him. I expected more from you, he would say. I am disappointed. Izuku pumped his weights faster. 599, you lied to me. 610. As if I would waste my time training some suicidal teenager who can't even preform when push comes to shove. 600, you have dirted my power and lost my trust. His arms trembled, he squeezed his eyes shut and tried to breathe out through his nose with every rest of his weight. Disgusting. Deku cries out as the weight drops from his grip. It rolls under the coffee table as he shakes his sweaty head, fingers digging into his hair. Izuku! His mother chimes from the other room, concern laced in her tone. Jay just dropped the weight, Mum, he answers as he scrubs his face with his hands. Quietly, he curls into himself. I can't do this, he says into his palms. I'm tried, need bed, can't keep thinking about it. He sighs and stands, leaving the weights and deciding cleaning them up was a tomorrow Izuku problem. When he reaches for the door handle it hooks down on its own, swinging open lightning fast. He stumbles back as it hits him square in the nose and groans. Through squinted eyes he sees his mother scramble across the floor, a fat letter in her hands. Aizuizazinivyu, she squeaks, head darting side to locate her son to tell him the news. He steps out from behind the door, eyes wide as his mother holds the letter out. It came. It's here. She cries. The red sealed stamp of UA glistens, almost the same shade as the big red panic button that Izuku figuratively slams with one for all in his own mind. His hands fall away from his face with the intention of taking the letter from her, however they only drop to his side. It's here. It's over. There's no WhatIf after this. BBLD, Izuku. BLD. His mother shrieks, her hands hovering over his face as his nose drips lazily. He dabs at his chin, fingers coming back red. Bibu, he cries back as tiny droplets of it patter onto the envelope as they both try to find tissues in a panicked frenzy. Everything was fine. Everything was peachy. There was nothing to worry about. Besides his whole future and self-worth inside a slightly blooded envelope set on his desk. Besides that. Yeah. Nothing was wrong. It was like that scientist's cat, wasn't it? If he didn't open the package, then he would simultaneously be accepted and denied into UA. He could live with that. Not. No way in hell. But he couldn't open it at the same time. He had tried. About 12 times now. It took 8 goes to chain himself to his desk chair. He hoped he didn't leave a groove in the ground behind his desk from his pacing that wouldn't make for a very well-balanced floor. His chair could fall over if there was a dip in the ground. Well, maybe that way he could accidentally roll backwards and hit his head HRD on the way down. Now he was just getting off topic. He needed to focus. The envelope was patiently waiting for him to finish panicking, which was very polite of it. That observation didn't mean he was finished panicking, however. He knew he hadn't gotten in. Right. They still send denial letters, don't they? But the letter, it was really thick and heavy. It must have had a whole novel of his failures, probably a bill or two for the damage he had done to the robots. That wouldn't surprise him. Maybe another bill for self-murder, a fine of some kind, yeah, probably. Why else would it be so large? He could hear his mother pacing outside. She'd ruin the floor too if he didn't hurry up and open the DMN thing. She didn't need a floor bill to add to the damages bill he was certainly going to get. Definitely, just open it. He snatches the envelope from the desk, pulling at each side with gritted teeth. The paper and seal give, a metallic device jumping from its wrapper and clattering noisily when it lands. An electronic whirl fills the bedroom, a bright blue glow flashes before All Might's face appears in front of him. "I am here." As a projection. All Might announces, his big bright smile filling up a rectangle of radiant space above Deku's head. Toshisan. Deku's heart races. He wasn't ready. He couldn't face the man. But the letter, it was from Yue, not Toshi, wasn't it? He checks the seal and yes, definitely Yue, so why? "I had to fill in a lot of paperwork and attend a few hundred meetings." All Might coughs, turning away from the camera for a second before continuing on. "I'm sorry I couldn't contact you until now." He apologizes sincerely with a short bow. Izuku swallows audibly. "See Izuku," he thinks to himself, "he was busy is all. He didn't abandon you." His fingers twirl into the end of his shirt. "As you know, I came to this city with a purpose, and to help that purpose, I took up a job at UA." All Might answers as if he could read the boy's mind. Izuku's jaw had drops into his lap. "Here. All Might. At UA." Izuku leans forward as a hand appears off screen, twirling its finger in the universal sign of wrap it up. But I have a few things I need to say to him before All Might tries to push it, but the hand stops him. He cannot hear what the other person is saying, but from All Might's response the man is given no room for argument. Toshi sighs before nodding and turning back to face Izuku, hands on hips and stance wide. This was it. All Might was going to decline him, to his face. Deku's heart pangs with pain. He wishes it wasn't Toshisan. This was too close to his imaginary conversations for comfort. "The written exam you passed with flying colors, young man. I am very proud of you." However, grainy footage flickers on behind All Might. He recognizes the green fuzzy thing as himself and the large silver things as the robots he fought. Deku winches when the screen turns white after an explosion. He remembers that. That had hurt. "You only gained 4 villain points, despite demolishing robots up to 6 points. He says that last bit to whoever was off-screen with more than a little bit of displeasure. The hand appears again, urging him to move on. "You would have needed at least 6 more points to pass the exam." His tone is apologetic, but the implications of the words hit him like a mountain of bricks. "You didn't pass. You didn't pass. You didn't pass. You didn't." "I knew it." Deku whimpers, shoulders slumping and unable to look at All Might's projection anymore. "I knew it." His nose turns sour, back shaky as he tries to hold his tears in. "I knew it, but..." The grip on his knees tighten, teeth between bottom lip to stop it from trembling. "I'm pathetic. And you earned 60. His voice continues above him. His heart leaps, head shooting up so fast that it let out 2 tears from his hold. "When you saved that girl, you didn't just help her, you helped yourself as well." All Might turns, directing a remote to behind himself, and a scoreboard leaps into existence. Name, villain, rescue, rank, Katsuki Bakugu 77-0 First A Hiro Kirishima 39-35 Second Ochiko Uraraka 28-45 Third Ibara Shiozaki 36-32 Fourth Itsuka Kendo 25-40 Fifth Izuku Midoriya 466 His name is highlighted in flashing bright green. 6th place. He got 6th place. Rescue points. "You didn't think we were just testing how much you could destroy enemies. We were also looking for people who could protect. Izuku stands and leans in, eyes glued on his name, because that was his name, right there, in 6th place. It wasn't a trick. This was real, right? He had passed. Right. I never thought, he hiccups. All Might smile lessens then as he stands back. The scoreboard disappears and another video clip ready to be played replaces it. However, Toshi said, and Deku's knees buckle. However. Of course. There was a however. How could he be so stupid to think that this was it? The video starts up. The nice girl comes into view, behind her the scary boy in glasses. They were both in different junior high uniforms, slightly ruffled as if they had just quickly thrown them on. There was even rubble still in the girl's hair. Excuse me, she asks Present Mike's retreating back as he quickly walks down a hall. He looks back, glasses tilted and hair disheveled from its normal high-peaked state. Sorry listeners, I'm late for a meeting, he says, not sounding anything like his high-energy self. Even when he said listeners it was dry and hollow. He continues on his way before the boy calls out, I'm chopping the air as they follow the man. Present Mic Sensei. We are sorry to hinder you in any way, however this is urgent business that must be addressed, the boy urges. The hero blinks back at them, head turning back to the room he was headed towards and then to the kids. Sighing, he fully faces them. This has to be quick guys, he warns, and the boy almost salutes to the man, his heels click together at least. The girl pushes past, hands clutched at her chest and eyes beginning to water. The boy, the one who, he had green curly hair, plain looking, he was injured really badly, she starts. It was him, she was talking about him. Present Mic grimaces, his head shooting back to the meeting room. Is he okay, she asks, lip wobbly, and Mic crosses his arms, as if bracing himself. The hero isn't looking at the students. A million emotions pass across his face before he lands on his usual wide smile. His fine, dear listeners, all patched up, he responds, giving them his signature peace sign before turning back around. Now go home before the gates close, listeners, he advises, but the girl rushes back up to him. He said. He didn't have points. So I was wondering, Sensei, if I could give some of mine, she pleads. He gives her a thumbs up, nodding. Yep, sure can do, his voice is tight, but she doesn't seem to notice as her shoulders relax and she smiles brightly. Thank you, Sensei. She trots back to the scary boy who straightens from a 90-degree bow and they walk out of the shot together. Present Mic nods his head as he opens the door and Izuku catches a glimpse of a few heroes sitting at a table before the footage goes black. All Might returns to the center of the screen. Do not worry, you didn't get any of her points, Toshi said, and Izuku's shoulders lowered a small bit because he would have hated to take points he did not earn himself. This footage was shot before anyone was told of your quirk. He tenses back up again. And there it is. However. The problem. His quirk. Or more specifically, what he did with it. Your actions after the test were not favored amongst some of the teachers. He can't hold his tears back anymore. It hurt. It hurt worse than being told outright that he wouldn't be attending UA. Why had Toshi built up his hope like that? He was being punished, wasn't he? But this was just cruel. He clutches at his shoulder, burying his nails in, trying to ground himself. If you want to be a hero that badly, there is a quick way to do it. Bakugo was wrong, that wasn't the quick way to do it. It wasn't even the quick way to die. Useless. Hopeless. Pathetic. Deku. Why did he even think he had a chance? Was he stupid too? Of course. Of course. So when you start first semester, the staff at UA will have plans and rules in place for your quirk usage. It wasn't what I suggested, you have done splendidly on your own, but that was the condition, so we will just have to live with it, won't we? Deku was having a heart attack. He was definitely having a heart attack because his chest was so tight and the butterflies in his stomach were battling with his heart and his head was spinning and he was crying so hard his face hurt. Izuku, All Might says gently, this is your hero academia, and that's the last nail in the coffin. Deku curls into his hands, gross sobbing filling the air as he tries to gasp for oxygen around salty tears because he made it. He made it. Thank you, he bawls to the frozen smile on All Might's face. Thank you, he whimpers into his desk. He got in. He got into UA. Toshisan 6:30 p.m. Hello young Midoriya. Wave. Emoji, did you get your letter yet? Izuku Midoriya 6:30 p.m. All Might Toshisan 6:30 p.m. Yes. Izuku Midoriya 6:31 p.m. 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐝 𝐷𝐴𝐺𝐻 Toshisan 6:31 p.m. I'll take that as a yes smile. Emoji Izuku Midoriya 6:32 p.m. Thank you so much All Might, I can't believe it, is this real? Toshisan 6:32 p.m. You are most welcome young Midoriya, but it wasn't me who decided in the end. Izuku Midoriya 6:33 p.m. Greater than, thank you UA deciding team. But still. Thank you Toshisan. For everything Toshisan 6:33 p.m. It is my pleasure my boy Izuku Midoriya 6:40 p.m. Toshisan, you're going to teach at UA. Toshisan 6:40 p.m. Yes smile. Emoji, I am thrilled to be able to work with you further young Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya 6:40 p.m. 𝐂𝐩𝐽𝐫 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞 Toshisan 6:41 p.m. Your way with words is astounding my boy Izuku Midoriya 6:41 p.m. I'm sorry I just OMG All Might, I'm going to UA. We're going to UA. Toshisan 6:42 p.m. I am quite excited as well. I haven't taught in a school setting before. Let's both do our best flexed biceps. Emoji Izuku Midoriya 6:34 p.m. Flexed biceps. Emoji yeah. Izuku Midoriya 8:05 p.m. Hey All Might. I just wanted to apologize for what I did in the exam and with OFA my body. I broke under the power of it. Shoot. I'm sorry, you're probably sleeping, that's so rude of me. I'll shut up now. Toshisan 8:34 p.m. I was just patrolling my boy. Yes, we need to have a talk about what happened in the exam. But we shouldn't over the phone, and I wanted to apologize as well for OFA I suspected, but I didn't have time to tell you, and I didn't even realize you would get hurt at that extent. We can talk about it next time we meet up, maybe not at the beach. The deck is in ruins, so I am wary of any villains lingering around. Now that you cleared the trash, a few kind heroes have offered to patrol there more regularly now, so don't go out there alone until they give the all clear. Okay. Izuku Midoriya 8:36 p.m. Oh. Yes, I'll stay clear until you give the okay. Toshisan 8:37 p.m. Thank you my boy smile. Emoji, it is quite odd why anyone would destroy the deck. Have you seen it yet? Izuku Midoriya 8:37 p.m. Nope. It was probably caused by some random civilian that is very sorry for accidentally destroying public property smile. Emoji Toshisan 8:38 p.m. Expressionless face. Emoji Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya 8:38 p.m. Oh look. It's past my bedtime now. Good night All Might. Sweat. Smile. Emoji, the first days of spring rolled around seemingly fast, yet not fast enough for Izuku's liking. His finger pinches in his tie and he wiggles it frustratingly until he is set free. It is crocked and fat, sadly tucking into his freshly pressed school jacket. As he brushes his teeth he chances a glance into his mirror, momentarily paling at his face before his eyes shot down to his uniform. His toothbrush hangs limply in his mouth. His fingers trail across the fabric, quietly marveling at how perfectly it fit around his body, hiding the seemingly untouched flesh underneath. A dribble of toothpaste slips silently down his chin. Startled and not wanting a stain before he even left the house, his hand shoots up to catch it, knocking the toothbrush out of his mouth. Toothpaste sprays across his front as the brush hits the bench. He squeezes his eyes shut, unhelpfully shielding himself from the spray, but the damage is already done. Izuku. You're going to be late if you don't hurry. His mother calls and Izuku clears his mouth before groaning at the white spray across his front. Well, he thought darkly, hopefully this is the only kind of stains I get on this. He chances another glance at the mirror, heart jumping when he sees the spray of toothpaste on the mirror as well. Taking a deep breath, he marches from the room to change again. It was only toothpaste. It was only toothpaste. Once dressed in his second and last clean uniform jacket, he tries to tame his wild curls without the help of the mirror before giving up when he glances at the time. He jogs through the house, falling heavily at the door to tie his shoes. Izuku, do you have your pocket tissues? Inko asks, running quick fingers through his hair to fix the cow like he missed. Yes, he grumbles, tugging on his left red shoe. And your handkerchief? Have you got that? He bats her hand away gently and she moves to dust the green strands that had already gotten stuck on his back. Yes, he moves to his next shoe. I've got it. No time, gotta hurry. He leaps to his feet, laces without a double knot because he had to go now. Izuku, she calls again as he reaches for the door handle, throwing his backpack over his shoulder. What, he whines, turning to face her anyway. She frowns at his tie, fiddling with it however somehow making it worse. His irritated expression softens with the loving look in her gaze. You look great, she grins, tears pricking the side of her eyes. He places a soft kiss on her plump cheek, giving her a wide toothy smile to set her nerves at ease. I love you, he says as he opens the door. Her bottom lip trembles and she nods, smile now very watery. I love you too. And with that he pushes out of their apartment, overjoyed with the thought that this was his first day at UA. It was the first time in a while that he was a little bit happy he made it past junior year. The small pouch shaped like an omamori bounces on the back of his backpack as he dashes to the classroom door he finally found. His drum roll heartbeat screams in his ears as he stands stiff in front of the massive Class 1A door. His head tilts up, the action nearly causing him to fall back from the weight of the backpack that is more than half his size. He was only 5 minutes early, and while he had planned for it to be 20 minutes, actually locating his homeroom in the massive school was nearly impossible. But somehow he had made it. But now that he was here, he wanted to leave. Stomach turning, he quietly listens to the rumble of voices coming from the room. He anxiously fiddles with the pill between his teeth. This was a mistake, wasn't it? He didn't really belong here, did he? He'd cheated, right? What if he just walked away? What if he just never took a step into the classroom? But then that would be worse. Then he would never ever be able to face Tosha-san. To abandon his dream, after all the man had done for him. Despite it all, he wanted to still be a hero. Even if it's just for the moment, this was still and always has been his dream. He was one of the 38 chosen. The elite that passed the exam. Behind that door, 17 others in the top ranks will be. Deku, he feels ghost fingers around his neck. Izuku swallows hard. Kaken had gotten in. He squeezes his eyes shut, nails digging into his backpack straps. And that scary glasses kid too, surely he had gotten in as well. Please don't be in my class. The door rumbles as he slides it slowly open. Please don't be in my class. Hunched in on himself, shoulders towering over his head, he opens one eye and takes a peek through the crack in the door. Remove your foot from that desk. Bold pointed eyebrows, the gleam of polished glasses and stiff posture created a brick of dread which fell heavily in his stomach. Such an act is insulting to those who came to UA before us, but that wasn't even the worst of it, as well as the craftsman who made the desk. The smug sharp grin that screamed predator dragged that metaphorical brick straight down into the depths of hell along with all of Izuku's inners. Like I care, Bakugo sneered. What middle school does Deku hits the wall hard, bright light spark across his vision. His hands automatically grabbing onto the arm lifting him, but with a warning growl from Kaken his fingers jolt away, clinging to the bricks behind himself for support. Kaken, he sobs, unable to meet the other boy's burning eyes and sharp canine teeth that were ready to rip out his bared throat. What dirty tricks did you use this time to do it, quirkless twerp? Bakugo jostles him roughly, pressing his fist curled with the front of Deku's uniform deeper into his chest. The sharp pressure feels like it's burrowing into him at all sides, pinning him down, ready to kill him. You ruined it. Kaken snaps and Deku digs his heels into the ground as his knees threaten to give out. I was supposed to be the only one who got in. Deku shuts his eyes as he grits his teeth, warm wetness trailing down his cheeks as he does so. I'm sorry, Deku rasps, the skin around his chest beginning to heat up as Bakugo's quirk starts to unleash. He watches his own skin in his mind's eye, bubbling and blistered as Kaken brands him with his explosions again. Would they stick this time? The perfect handprint over his heart could come back, the skin red and pulling, numb but aching. No, you're not, you fing liar. Kaken barks, shoving him again with enough force to knock Deku's head back against the wall. His skull screams, teeth rattling and ears ringing. His eyes dart towards the light away from the shadow around him. He knows no one will come, knows the sound of Kaken's voice frightens even the teachers away. A beetle, a jade gem against a dark background, crawls along one of the walls caging them into this secluded spot in their school. He wonders what it would be like to be over there, watching without a care and unaware of what was happening to Deku. He'd like that. Maybe if he tried really hard, maybe, just maybe, he'd be that beetle. If he reached out hard enough, then 𝐭𝐿 wouldn't be holding him down, everything wouldn't be so hot, too hot. He'd be over there, stuck on a wall, without a thought in his head or a hand on his chest, because he'd be a beetle free to fly out of this place. You ignoring me now, BSTRD? His uniform's on fire a little, black smoke curling across his neck and stinging his eyes. He holds a whimper in his throat, I clicking back to 𝐭𝐿 because he was still here, this was still happening. He wets his dry lips, nails digging into the wall at his back. He wouldn't let go. He wouldn't fall this time. I'm sorry, but, he shifts, the discomfort of his heated skin making him twitch. All Might's proud grin comes to mind from the acceptance video. He feels his mother's tearful smile and warm tight hug after he came out of his room. The fingers in his hair as she praises him through their sobs. The detective's congratulatory text message. Toshisan, helping him and pushing him and training him and staying with him even after everything. I worked for this, he whispers under his breath. Hey. Bakugu. Snarls, baring his teeth uglily as his nose scrunches up, trying to decipher the tiny mumble. I hurt for this. Deku's bottom lip trembles, fat tears freely rolling down his cheeks. In a leap of confidence he lets go of the wall with one hand, latching onto Bakugu's own arm and squeezing just as tightly as he felt. I died for this. The beetle on the wall leaps off, buzzing up into the sky and away from the dark corner holding Deku prisoner. Izuku glares, pouring every defiant muscle into the action as he can. 𝐭𝐿's face twists into something unsightly and the burning becomes too much to bear. Izuku is ripped from the wall. His shoulder connects harshly with the gravel and he has only a moment to brace before the world goes up in flames. Deku clutches at his stomach, feeling the harsh blows from heavy boots all over again as he watches Bakugu snap at the scary glasses kid. Of course 𝐭𝐿's here, why wouldn't he be? The world wouldn't let that be the end of it, he had to suffer more, that's just how it was. Oh. That curly hair. It's you. He flinches at the gleeful voice as it gasps behind him. You gotten just like present MIC sensei said. Oh, but you're on the floor again, you were like this when we first met, is it that you like the floor? Izuku looks down and oh, yeah, he was crouching again. When had that happened? The nice girl crouches down with him, her kind grin and pink cheeks warming something inside of his chest. In a good way. Not in an I'm getting burnt alive kind of way. He feels his face warm up as well, he can see the tip of his nose turn bright red as he shields his face with his arms. Her voice is bubbly and she talks with her hands and is trying to listen to the words she's saying, but she looks really cute in the UA uniform and he hadn't rehearsed what he was going to say to her yet, so what came out of his mouth was a mumbling mess of loose vowels and a handful of apologizes. Thank you, I mean, no, I just wanted, when you, it's just, Izuku's brain frizzled under the attention and there was so many things he wanted to say. Sorry I died in front of you. Thank you for looking out for me and slapping me in the face when you did. Thank you for thinking of me. Thank you for checking up on me. I don't deserve any of that. You're so. A shadow casts over them suddenly. It has him jolting up to his feet and stumbling away. Because he was vulnerable and open to attacks to his head if he was that low, and 𝐭𝐿 would definitely go for his head if he got the chance, and it is you. The boy's glasses gleam in the light before he snaps into a full 90 degrees bow, and people's backs shouldn't be able to do that. I am immensely relieved that you have recovered well from your injuries. Izuku's hands hover over the student, his mouth trying to ask if the boy was all right and to raise his head, but his words jumble and what comes out is a worried whimper. The boy's sharp hand fires out towards him, open for a handshake. Hesitantly, Izuku takes it and within a tenth of a second the boy shoots back up into a straight position and shakes their hands robotically. I am Tenya Ida from Sumi Private Academy. It is a pleasure to officially meet you. Mida. Izuku's body bounces with the handshake's rhythm, cheeks still red and thoroughly overwhelmed. Midoriya Izuku, 6th place in the entrance exams. You bested me by 3 points. Ida's teeth clench. That is the cavern between us. I misjudged you greatly. You perceived the true nature of the test and there is no doubt that you are the superior candidate. Ida snaps back into his bow again, narrowly missing hitting Izuku on the way down. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for being rude before the test and misjudging your character. Raise your head. I didn't, it wasn't you, you got it wrong. Izuku lets him go as he staggers backwards, his heart jerking when the back of his legs hitting something soft. If you're here to socialize, Izuku slowly peers down behind him, his eyes suddenly attacked by a bright yellow worm-like thing that had appeared in the hallway. Then get out. Izuku leaps away with a fearful EP. As the thing moves, he finds himself behind Ida as a juice packet slips into existence from inside the soft yellow creature. It seeks it up like a vacuum, BLD shot eyes staring at them as it does. As if energized just enough from the drink, it wobbles into a vertical position, towering over them before the yellow slowly slips off, revealing a man that looks dead on his feet. His eyes haven't left Izuku. He sinks under the intense stare as the man moves, sliding past Ida to stand uncomfortably close to Izuku. Just as Izuku is about to ask if he was their teacher, the man's fingers latch onto his chin, holding him in place and squeezing his jaw open. Izuku struggles, heart rate stuttering to maximum speeds as a squeak of surprise sounds in his throat. He tastes salt from the man's skin as he sticks his fingers into Izuku's mouth. He GGs as there is a shout of protest to his right before the fingers are gone from his mouth but still holding onto his jaw, nails sharp on his cheeks. A blue pill on a small ring is held in front of his face, behind it, the murderous expression of their teacher. Where's the rest? The BLD shot eyes fire holes straight into his soul before he's spun around. He feels the Omamori bag snap off of his backpack before he is whirled around again to face the man fingering through it, revealing a small stash. Thought so, he tisks before holding the bag open. Izuku feels the prick of tears as he covers his mouth, staring at the deadly pills he had snuck with him just in case. Here are your orders, brat. The teacher snaps and Izuku jolts to attention. If you do this even once without my express permission, then you're expelled. Deku's stomach drops back into hell and stays there. One time. One accident. One miscalculation. And then he's out. The teacher pockets the pills before facing the rest of the class, all waiting with bated breath and curious eyes trying to look into the pouch he had confiscated. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. It is pleased to meet most of you. Deku's head ducks down at this. He'd messed up, not even 2 minutes into class he had already fed up. Aizawa shuffled through his sleeping bag, pulling out a sports uniform. Now, quickly get changed and meet me outside. Izuku undoes his tie with unsteady hands. He's facing the wall like most of the boys in the changing room, staring a hole into the concrete as he bites his tongue. He was too slow to snag one of the few bathroom stalls, Bakugo having pulled the back of his jacket before he had entered the last vacant one and slamming the door in his face. So now he was stuck outside with the other boys, probing his buttons as he glances at the people around him to make sure all eyes were up front. He visibly flinches when his eyes lock with the boy to his side. Boy, fire boy, the sparkling examinee winks as he slips his jacket slowly off his shoulders. It is a pleasure to meet you again. Izuku shifts his body away, averting his gaze as the other boy shamelessly undresses. Oh yeah, it's good to dash, he mumbles, halting when another kid with a black streak of lightning through his hair watches him curiously from his other side. Fire boy. You already picking up a reputation then, kid? Getting in trouble before the first day even begins. He's grinning, impressed as he zips up his sports jacket. Izuku ducks his head as another student behind them, a short round boy, snorts. He was already dressed however, was darting around the walls in search of something unknown. What even was that stuff he took away? The bubble head pushes past the sparkling supposedly French student, scratching the concrete wall. Izuku feels the attention of the rest of the changing room turn towards himself. Some obvious with full body turns and others pausing as they changed. Brushing his sweaty palms on his breathes, Izuku tries to pretend they aren't there. Shadowy figures with 2 bright red orbs drilling into his back. Oh well, you see, it isn't, no, it was, just, a support item for my quirk. He finishes off lamely, ready for a hole to open up at his feet and drag him down into the abyss. It was a mistake is what it was. A stupid idea that didn't really work out for him last time, but just in case. Just in case, he at least needed, he felt much safer, with a backup plan if needed. Why would Monsieur take that? There is a slight slope of the twinkling kid's pointed smile as he adjusted the bulky belt around his waist, It is needed, no. He poses, hips moved outwards and arms crossed between his head to show off the gleaming belt. And no, it's okay. I shouldn't have had it in the first place, it was stupid of me really, and it isn't really needed, and if Aizawa-sensei says it isn't allowed then I'm not going to use them and it's really not a big deal. Izuku sinks under his arms as he mumbles up a storm, being abruptly cut off as Ida sticks his head back into the change rooms. Time is of the essence, everyone. We mustn't keep our sensei waiting. His hand chops through the air, as if that would crank up the other's speed, and it surprisingly does, because within seconds Izuku finds himself alone, still in his regular uniform. He glances around again, shuffling to the corner of the room and away from the door as he holds his shirt again. His lungs fill all the way as he preps himself, relieved that there was no longer glowing red eyes watching his every move but still conscious about the dwindling time limit. He unbuttons himself with shaking slippery fingers, taking one glance at his front before he wraps himself back up, eyes shooting towards the wall again. The bruising had cleared up quickly, however, right where Bakuga's hand had been, was a little oval pink burn scar. Not one of his worst he's ever had, but it was there, an exclamation point on his newly pristine skin. He takes a long drag of air again, keeping his eyes straight before taking his shirt off and snatching his sports uniform jacket up and tucking his arms through it. He zips it up quickly, letting out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He does the same with his breathes, blindly slipping them off and putting his new pair on as fast as he possibly could. He takes a moment to calm his racing heart, rubbing his stinging eyes before he turns to leave. The bathroom stall door in the corner hits the wall, and the loud bang nearly makes Izuku need a third pair of breathes as his body attempts to jump out of his new ones. The other boy doesn't look as startled as he is, but his mismatch eyes are wide as he pauses, straightening the cuffs of his sports uniform. Izuku's nervous laughter bubbles in his throat, head bowed as his classmate makes his way out. He's quick to follow, fingers twining at his front and flinching when the boy checks back on him. They exchange a polite nod as they hastily join the rest of their class. The force of the explosion sends Deku's wild head of curls towards the sky. He watches numbly as Bakugo huffs, more from exhilaration than exhaustion. If Izuku was a snail, he would have permanently stuck his head into his shell, vowing never to come out while a seething Bakugo was around. But sadly, Izuku was a human, and humans did not have such a luxury. He opted to shifting behind the multicolored-haired boy in a much-failed attempt to avoid the very pointed glare from Bakugo that whispered venomously in his ear next. The awe-filled praises that had sprouted generously in the crowd came to an abrupt stop, as did Izuku's heart and, quite frankly, will to live. The one with the lowest score across all 8 events will be judged hopeless and be expelled. Despair curled around him like an old friend, telling him it was a miracle he had gotten even this far because he would fail. His hold on one for all was shoddy at best, his microwave theory ready to be ripped to pieces because he hadn't tried it yet. It was a theory, one that Toshisan approved with a little more than a little amusement. But he hadn't tested it in practice. Hadn't had the time or stomach to try it just yet. But now he had no choice. He had watched his classmates race with his fingers firmly screwed up into his shirt, mind racing for a plan. Anything. Before he knew it, he was positioned to start, kicking off into a full-on sprint for his life straight into a mouthful of flames. He'd finished coughing up a lung, wheezing as the robot congratulated him. He searched out their teacher's gaze, flinching at the hard line between his brow before stumbling off to the next event. He couldn't be last. He just couldn't. The grip test was next and he focused, really focused as he pictured the egg. "Don't explode, don't explode, don't explode," he whispered into his imaginary microwave, squeezing the device at his thigh until his hand was left shaking. But not even a like of one for all appeared deep in his belly. Reluctantly, he read the numbers on its side. Not enough. It wasn't going to be enough, he had to think. Long jump had landed him on his butt as Bakugo flew over his head. The tubby bubble boy had beat his sorry legs inside, stepping by tenfold. High jump was more like face plant and toe touching, that yes he could do, but so could 90% of the class. He was frizzled, a being of nervous energy in its purest form when the ball toss came though. Everyone had done so well, so spectacularly in at least one of the events so far. But then there was him, a little above average and better since junior year but nothing, Absolutely nothing compared to the others. He was so painfully average, and so obviously going to end up in last place. As he stepped up to the court, the harsh snap of Quirkless from Bakugo sounded at his side. He took another glance at Aizawa-sensei, not knowing what he was expecting, but all there was a stone-blank expression. The ball was clammy in his hands as he paused in the center, ready to do his shot. His mouth thinned into a determined line. This was his shot, his only chance. He would not be expelled. He refused to let down his mother. Let down Toshisan. He searched inside himself, latching onto the buzzing power of One for All, squeezed his butt cheeks and took aim, firing with all his might because he would make it. He can dash. Game over. Continue. Yes, no, the bright pulsing hearts hanging above him drained one by one. The rich red color sked dry from the first heart, then the second and the third followed it quickly. The blazing something above the continue buzzed and jolted, a mass of colors. For the first time, not Izuku felt something inside the nothing. It was faint, so small he would have missed it if he wasn't paying attention. He felt fear. Aizawa watched with mild detachment as Izuku Midoriya fell like an armful of bricks. The boy's body crumpled to the concrete, uncaring of what angle he hit or how hard he did it. Aizawa had never seen someone just drop like that. One moment he was about to activate his quirk, and he knew he was going to activate it, because it had that obnoxious bright green lightning course around his whole arm, and then the next. The boy's usually bright green eyes bore into his own, expression frozen in softened shock. Aizawa waited for him to blink, to laugh it off, to apologize for just. Sensei, a female voice cried to his side, bloated with fear and worry. Her voice was a slap in the face that pulled him back down to reality. He blinked hard, deactivating his quirk with a hiss between his teeth as his eyelids ground his eyeballs like sandpaper. He felt his bangs flop back down to his forehead and weapon weigh heavily on his shoulders. Squinting through watering eyes, he rushed towards the body in the middle of the training field. Midoriya, he says, kneeling down at the kid's side, hoping to hear a response, but he just knows he wouldn't get one. His fingers press into the warm skin of the boy's neck, his middle finger bruising into his jaw. Nothing. Nothing. There was nothing. Do not worry, kids, a loud boisterous voice booms through the field as All Might appears from seemingly out of nowhere, despite Aizawa knowing he had been watching this whole event behind the school building, observing his protégé like a nervous schoolgirl building up the courage to confess to their crush. All Might's presence usually fills people with hope, but it only drowns Aizawa in dread. He is not dead, the man announces proudly, beaming with confidence. He's dead. Denki Kaminari yelps, sending a zap of worry and panic throughout the whole class. Aizawa knows face palming right now is a little insensitive, but he just can't help it as this idiot stumbles over his words trying to fix the damage he had caused. The homeroom teacher tries to turn his attention back to the boy at his knees, leaving his class in the incapable hands of the number one hero against his better judgment. He's not dead. Deku bellows from behind him. Blazing heat sends a familiar flash up Aizawa's back and his turning, support weapon lifting from his shoulders just in time to catch sight of Bakugo Katsuki storming towards them. Stay back with the class, Aizawa demands, but Bakugo crouches next to Izuku's head and for a moment Aizawa thinks he's going to check his pulse just as he did, but he stops at the boy's hair, grabbing a handful of curly green locks and lifting his head. Stop! Aizawa demands, snatching burning skin and breaking its contact with Izuku. The student's head bounces back onto the concrete with a painful sounding thump. There is no other response from the boy. He's faking it. Bakugo screams, struggling against Aizawa's grip, hard enough the teacher has to shift his position to gather more resistance from the ground. Bakugo is slippery, his hot breath rushing out in harsh hisses between his teeth, but his eyes aren't on Aizawa. His eyes are pinned on Izuku, murderous and angry and watchful and worried. He too is waiting, for a blink or a breath, a twitch or a sound. The teacher manages to shove him back, pinning the boy as his capture weapon wraps around him like a snake constricting. I know you are worried about your friend, however screaming and making a scene is not going to help, Aizawa hisses between his teeth. He feels the heat of the quirk before he sees it. There is a snap against his thigh where he has the boy's stomach pinned. The first flash has him driving daggers into Bakuga's face with his eyes, the blaze of his quirk activating sending his hair flying. Bakugo flinches, teeth gritted into a snarl as his sweat gathers but does not ignite. It feels like flies are crawling across his eyeballs, scratching with tiny hooks, and he sees Midoriya falling again. Aizawa's eyes shut before his mind supplies him with the sound of the body hitting the concrete, and when he opens them he sees Bakugo. His face is twisted, chest raising and falling as quick as Aizawa's heartbeat thumps. He's going to be alright, he tells the student, but he doesn't know which one of them he's trying to convince. There is a sharp inhale behind them and Aizawa's gaze darts back to Midoriya as he wheezes on the air. With every coughing breath his skin filters back its color. He blinks rapidly, tearing up, and Aizawa is empathetic of the probably dry to the bone eyes he has, but he doesn't think about that because the boy is okay, he's breathing, he's moving, he's alive. The body under him moves, breaking free on the loosened grip, and Aizawa struggles to hold him down. Aizawa's shoulders collides with the pavement and his capture weapon unfurls. Izuku was just beginning to sit up before a shadow covers the sun he had been trying to blink out of his eyes, and a hand latches onto his front. The side of his head throbs as he is hurled up. He goes limp as Bakugo jostles him. What the F was that? Deku. The breeze brushes past Izuku's stomach and there is a bit of lint on Kaken's shoulder. His newly started heart struggles to keep up. His tongue is made of stone. It scrapes against the inside of his mouth and chisels every word wishing to go past. Bakugo is in his face, breathing the hot promise of pain on his cheek if he didn't start talking, but he didn't know what he wanted and he didn't know if he could talk because there was scissors spinning down his throat and water in his lungs. And then Kaken is suddenly not there and Deku crimples to the ground. Grunts and yelling sound off in the distance, but Deku can't focus on them right now as his chest squeezes and his arm begins to go numb. Another shadow appears over him, and he wishes for Bakugo to just get it over with and kill him already instead of taunt him like this. Izuku, my boy, he hears instead, and he knows he should feel relieved, but his shoulders rise all the same as All Might kneels down next to him. Are you alright? He asks, and his brain supplies him with the very unneeded fact that they haven't spoken about what happened in the exam yet, both of them just awkwardly scooting around the subject, unable to think of the right words or moment to bring it up. But now was not the time, brain, because he knows this feeling in his chest. It is unfortunately familiar. To All Might, he chokes out urgently before the soft mumble around him breaks and his eyes meet a dozen worried faces standing around the center court. His jaw clamps up when he feels the eyes of his classmates zone in on him like red-hot coals. What happened, dude? A sharp-toothed student asked, and Izuku wonders if they could rip out his throat if he said the wrong thing. You fell quite hard. Do you need anything? A hawk-eyed like girl says as well. She looks like one of the girls from his old school, the ones that laughed behind their hands when he walked past. Deku-kun, the nice girl asks, and that hurts. Like a punch in the gut while he's down, but the betrayal is spiked with a bit of relief, because now he can stop waiting for the other shoe to drop. Who'd want to be friends with a useless Deku anyway? His heart flipping in his chest alerts him of the more pressing concern than his dying friendship he stupidly hoped for. All Might, I'm going to dash is dead before the sentence ends, falling face first into All Might's arms. The students cry out as he does so, Uraraka reaching forwards but to do what she doesn't know. A heart attack, Toshi realizes with a quiet gasp, remembering the weight of the boy on his back from what feels like years ago. I can help, shouts one of the students, kneeling down and holding out their hands which spark with bright electricity. All Might sensei, please, he asks as the students give him room. However, All Might does not move away from the body. He shakes his head, smile strained but still present. No need. He will be fine, he reassures, and boy, it is hard to keep up his smile when he receives incredulous looks from the whole class. Not Izuku smashes their fist into the giant, flashing NO over and over again, being ripped and dumped back into the nothing as if someone had him by the back of the head, plunging his soul in and out of freezing cold water. He remembers flashes of scenes of wakefulness of varying times and places. He remembers his head pressed against a stuttering heartbeat and being jostled. A shrill of a voice, bright lights, and back being gently cupped by springs and foam. He knows he had a brief conversation with someone, the details of whom and what about escapes him. A hand on his head, raking through his hair. But mostly nothing. His heart slowly but surely filled one by one. The old television static of a space still crinkled. He still chose No, not remembering that the yes blinks instead, every single DMN time. You awake. He hadn't realized he was, having been staring at the same speck on the roof, lost in the sound of his heart clunking along to its own pity party tune. He didn't want to be awake. Didn't want to be alive. But he had to see who was addressing him, however to get his head from looking at this speck to turning to face the voice was an impossible task. He'd have to crank his neck muscles, tick his eyes over to a side position, maybe even shift his shoulders a bit, and God, he had to breathe, didn't he? Too much effort for such a little reward. If he was lucky, they would be an axe murderer and Deku could knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. He winches as a chair scrapes against the floor, the sound clawing at his eardrums. There is a huff and a grumble before the hairs on Izuku's arms stand on end, reacting to the presence of another. Midoriya, we need to talk, Aizawa-sensei says, and he knows it's his teacher by the way his stomach drops at these words. Oh. Why now? Why not later when he can find the right wire in his brain to let him blink? When he had taped and super glued his will to live back together with dollar store stickers and bubblegum. Not right now when he just couldn't even make the effort to swallow the dryness down in his mouth or gather the will to even look at the man. This conversation couldn't wait, he knew it couldn't. The bright side to all this is that instead of being expelled in front of the whole class and Kaken for being complete and utter garbage, he can be expelled in here, for breaking the one stupid rule he wasn't supposed to break. He didn't even make it past his first day. He really is a useless Deku. I want to apologize for what happened today regarding my quirk, Aizawa starts, and this is definitely not what he was expecting. Detective Naomasa is on his way here so you can press charges through him. I will take full responsibility for my actions. Izuku is up before the man can even finish his sentence. Press charges. What? What are you talking about, sensei? He says through the dizziness, finally seeing his teacher. The man is as white as his scarf snug tightly around his shoulders. BLD shot eyes averted away from him. That is okay, I thought you would not remember. He nods once, skiing in a breath and retelling that day's events like he was reading from a mission report. During the training exercise, I activated my quirk to cancel out your strength-enhancing abilities before you severely injured yourself again. However, I did not have the foresight to see just how badly my quirk would have affected you. His head lowers into a bow and Deku's stomach drops with it. No, please raise your head. I remember, that is, when I and you, but I thought that I couldn't even last the day. I won't be pressing charges, sensei, it was my fault. His voice hitched, and he scrubs roughly at this face, the uniform fibers itchy against his eyelids. I really appreciated having the opportunity to go here, sensei. And I would have loved to learn under you, but he bites his trembling lip, his last-ditch effort confidence dying as he listens to his own words. Expelled. He's going to be expelled. He is probably already expelled. I understand if you wish to leave after today, however, UA still has plenty of opportunities and I will most likely not be returning to teaching after my sentence for some time, so you can be assured I will not be back until at least a year, and even after that I will take every effort to not make you uncomfortable while you continue your studies here at UA. Aizawa reassures, the words tasting bad in his mouth. Deku blinks owlishly back at him before his eyes fill with tears. Why mean I'm not expelled? The pills in Aizawa's pocket become heavy again. He drops the one he had been absently fiddling with back into the heap, blinking just as surprised back at the boy. Of course. You did not intentionally kill yourself, it was I who thank you. Deku was holding his chest, and for a moment Aizawa thought he was going to have another heart attack. Thank you. The teacher shifted, lifting a hand to pat the boy to comfort but faltering before he even got near the trembling head pressed into their knees. Midoriya he is interrupted by a knock on the door. This a bad time? Detective Tsukochi asks, the hulking mass of All Might peering meekly over his shoulder, giant fingers twiddling anxiously. Detective, All Might. Izuku sniffles, his shirt cuffs now thoroughly drenched with tears and snot. Aizawa stands as the two enter the room, nodding once to the detective who nods back before turning to Izuku with a kind smile. How are you feeling, Midoriya-san? He asks. All Might softly pats Aizawa's back with a gentleness that the man didn't know the other had. The confident smile makes Aizawa sick. I am fine, Detective, I don't, I don't want to press charges that is, the sheets have been effectively tangled between Deku's fingers. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's hand lands in his hair, making him jolt for a second before relaxing at the understanding in the man's eyes. I know, Midoriya. Don't you worry, I'll sort this out with as little hassle as I can. He gives Izuku's hair a little ruffle before catching Aizawa's eye again, jerking his chin towards the door and leaving with the tip of his hat. The homeroom teacher follows closely behind as All Might takes his seat. The stool cracks and groans under the weight, the man's knees having to sit up closer to his shoulders than what seemed comfortable, but he did not complain. Aizawa met the detective out in the hallway. Outside the giant window he could see a few stragglers lingering around the gates, but the introductory school day was officially over, so they evidently had the whole building to themselves besides the nurse's office. I have a pretty good picture to what's happened today, the detective says, straightening his gloves. Aizawa nods, hiding his face in his capture weapon. His fingers find the pills in his pocket again. This isn't my first time getting arrested, detective. Aizawa deadpans, you don't have to do the whole rundown, we going in your car or mine. He shuffles through his other pocket, the jingle of his keys chime as he brushes them. The detective smirks, holding out a hand. Won't be necessary, eraser. I'm not arresting you. Aizawa quirks an eyebrow and gestures towards the nurse's office, but 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shakes his head. Worse, you'll get his community service, and I think as of right now, the best service you can give the community is to teach him how to become a hero, not just for others, but for himself too. Aizawa folds his arms against his chest. I don't understand. It's the detective's turn to lift his eyebrow. Which part? Everything. Why I'm getting off with a slap on the wrist for murder. Why Midoriya was even accepted in the first place. His eyes were still burning. He needed his eye drops, but through all of this madness he had forgotten them. The detective gives him a knowing smile. I think you already know the answers to those questions. He tips his hat again and begins to walk away from the man frozen in place. Good luck with him, Aizawa-sensei. You're going to need it. He says with a lazy wave, leaving Aizawa with his freedom as well as a problem child under his wing. On second thought, maybe a nice quiet cell would have been better. Is this the part where I offer to train you to be a hero? The joke forces its way out of Deku's throat, trying to cut through the tension, however it only soaks up into the air like a sponge. That time in the hospital, it felt like years ago. Toshinori's smile is clearly forced to spare Deku the embarrassment. He presses his fist further into the mattress, biting his lip to stop himself from trying and failing to break the awkward silence. He was never good at not filling the silence. I'm sorry, I did it again. His head hangs low. He feels a hand brush against his and he tries not to pull away. You did well today, my boy. Toshi says, you did nothing wrong, I saw the whole thing. Which was probably the wrong thing to say as Izuku's face turned white and gaunt. I'm so sorry you saw it again. No, it is. I would be lying if I said it was okay. I do not like seeing you in pain, my boy. He squeezes his hand and Deku fights back tears. I'm sorry. Deku bites his lip. There is no reason to be, you were not the cause. Aizawa-sensei, is he going to be alright? He's not going to jail, is he? Deku begins to push the heavy sheets from his legs, ready to go outside and beg the detective to not punish his teacher for Izuku's mistake. Toshi-san stops him with a large hand. Do not worry, my boy, he will be fine. Deku settles down some, but still watches the door as if he can mentally project himself outside to hear what they are talking about. All Might fixes up Deku's blanket, leaning awkwardly forwards past his thick knees to do so. Midoriya, my boy, he starts, the seriousness in his tone shifting. There is something I've been meaning to talk to you about, something that was brought up at a certain meeting back in the entrance exams, when you died. I know we haven't had a chance to speak of this, however it has been weighing heavily on my mind for some time now. He finishes fiddling with the blankets and glances up at Deku, an uncertainty in the shadows of his eyes that Izuku hasn't seen before in All Might's large form. Deku's battered heart can hardly keep up, struggling to persist through all this turmoil. He could avoid it again. This will not be the first time he has dodged certain conversations he wishes to not have. Ever. I was picturing the microwave, All Might, I swear. Deku holds his fists out, looking down at them as if he could see one for all swimming inside his veins. Wise my boy, but that is dash, it's like you said, I go from 0 to 100, but I can't do tricks just yet, but with more time I think maybe, Midoriya my boy. All Might mutters. And I haven't broken anything since the entrance exam, well unless you count the Pia dash. All Might blinks, I suspected as much, but Midoriya that is not dash, I'm so sorry All Might, I tried to fix it as well but then those heroes that were patrolling came by and dash, Midoriya please can I just dash. All Might places his hands on the very edge of Midoriya's bed and Deku pulls his hands away to his chest. He can't look at the hero. His teeth quietly chattering and maybe he was crying, he couldn't be too sure. After the exam, we did talk about it, about your quirk, mostly about One for All, that is until we were interrupted by fans, and maybe I was relieved to not. All Might takes in a breath, we trained, well you trained still at the beach but I wasn't there, after that conversation. I should have been there but I wasn't and I want to apologize firstly. The stuttering in Izuku's heart settles down some, he sniffles and smiles, and no don't apologize. I know you are a busy man. You're the #1 hero after all and joining to teach UA this year is a big task, big time consuming task, I understand, understood. All Might nods but his grin does not swell as much as Midoriya was expecting it to. I am relieved, but that is not all what I was wanting to talk to you about. Deku's heart skyrockets again. When will he ever get a break from this rollercoaster of a life? You see, where should I start? This is a delicate topic to bring up but months ago, no, in the meeting after the exam some of the teachers, Aizawa in fact, brought up a few statements that I wanted to discuss with you and I being your teacher now and not just your trainer, I thought it appropriate. All Might goes on, scooting around his words, backtracking and jumping forwards in random points in his sudden monologue. But Deku is smart, if any time Bakugo calls him a nerd is any indication. He can read between the lines, but that doesn't mean he's ready to understand what he's seeing. But he does. And he wishes he doesn't. He jumps back to the time All Might was in his room just like this, blowing his world up with just a few short cropped sentences before leaving Izuku to deal with the shattered remains. Or further back on the day they met, properly speaking in the hospital room. Will it always be like this? Deku listening, waiting for his life to be shattered again. It felt like half his life was just waiting. For that letter. For the ball to drop. For All Might to get to his point. He cracks his jaw open, eyes unfocused on his curled fists in his lap. It was easy, it was hard. Maybe the hardest thing he had ever done. There was no thought to it but he'd thought about it so much. It just slipped out. I killed myself, and there. It was out. Just floating in the air and adding 12,000 gallons of tension to that sponge, so much so that it couldn't all be sked up. It was out there and he wanted to take it back. I mean at the entrance exam yes, I'm sorry about. That it was a stupid idea and dash, Midoriya my boy. I know it was wrong but I didn't have any other plan, Izuku. It's kinda a funny story really, but it all worked out in the end, Izuku I know. Another ball drops, heavier than any he could have ever imagined. Izuku's words felt far away in his ears, what? I wanted to find out how you had acquired such potent poison, and Detective Tsukochi had previously worked a case with similar effects and so we talked, about before we met, of his case with you. This was the other reason I haven't been able to sit down and talk to you properly lately, I'm sorry. Oh. Out of all the scenarios he had rehearsed through late at night of this conversation, this was not in the script. He knew. What did that mean? The detective, oh. Deku's hand comes up and grabs a fistful of green curls. I understand, I'll give it back. I'm so sorry All Might, I wasted all of your time. I dash before each wire of hair released his scalp a large land rested atop of his own. This changes nothing. Bibadish he also told me how much you have been trying to improve your health, the psychologist, the training, these are not signs of a boy who has given up. Toshisan gently unlocks each of his fingers from his head before holding it between his own hands. You are Midoriya Izuku. I don't think it is even possible for you to give up. I am still happy with my decision, I still want you to be my successor. Bakugo was right about another thing, Deku is a crybaby. Toshisan, he sniffles through bubbles of snot. All Might huffs fondly. I told you, just call me Toshi. Izuku makes a broken noise, nodding his head as the tears rain down. By the time Izuku is discharged by Recovery Girl, he's dead on his feet, emotionally drained and ready to crawl into bed. He wobbles towards the school gates like a straggling zombie, squinting at the figures lingering around. They are black shadows against the falling vermilion sun. "Ah, Midoriya-san," Ida announces, raising a bent arm in greeting. Deku blinks hard a few times. "Ida-san." He pushes his backpack straps up his shoulders before bright pink cheeks and wide concerned eyes fill his vision. "Deku-kun, you're all right." "Oh, we thought you were dead," Uraraka says, and Deku's eyes drop to his shoes. "I'm sorry," he mumbles, shuffling away from her. "Sorry. Dude, you had like 2 heart attacks and you're walking out like nothing happened. That's manly as hell." A strong arm beats his backpack, causing him to stumble forward the extra steps he had taken away. He looks up to a shark tooth grin and pales a little. Deku nods his head before freezing at the rest of the small crowd gathered at the gates. It was as if the whole class was waiting for him, minus a few, most notably Bakugo. One of the shadows breaks off from the other end of the gate and begins his descent back to town alone. "Are you okay, Midoriya-chan?" A girl ribbits, head tilting with the tip of her tongue broken loose from her mouth. Deku nods a few times, shoulders raising above his head. Were they going to beat him? Gang up on him? Should he head back inside? But the shark-toothed boy was behind him. He was surrounded. No escape. What did he do? Was it because he messed up their first day? Was anyone expelled? Did Bakugo talk to them when he was gone? "Everyone please, give him room," Ida instructed, chopping the air around Deku, which was suddenly void of approaching students. Deku squeezed his backpack straps, his head swimming with panic he didn't have the energy for. The top of Ida's head pokes into his vision and it takes a moment before Deku realizes his bowing. "You are heading to the train station, correct?" he asks, and Deku bobbles his head before remembering Ida can't see him from that angle. "Weiss," he mumbles, and Ida shoots back up, narrowly avoiding him again. Ida turns to the crowd and announces, "Those who are going to the train station stay, others you may go. Midoriya-san has been cleared and in good health." Deku blinks at more than half of the small crowd waving at him and wishing him good health and safe travels. His eyes land on the darkest shadow out of all of the students, a boy with a bird's head, sharp red eyes blazing like the sun behind him. "May the eternal darkness be with you, child of the Raven Queen," he says, before turning and disappearing behind the hill. Deku can't be sure if that was a threat, he's going to assume that was a threat. Deku soon finds himself swallowed by the remaining people, Ida to his left and Uraraka to his right with Frog Girl and spiky red hair shark teeth ahead of them. By the time he makes it down the hill he has built the courage to ask, "Why were you all waiting for me?" He ducks his head again, unable to see the others' reactions. "We were concerned, you were injured, 𝐭𝐻𝐿. The Frog Girl tilts her head again, blinking up cutely at him. Deku nods, but he doesn't really believe them, even though he knew he should. They hadn't been anything but kind to him since they met. "Next time if this event happens we shall be prepared," Ida announces, holding up a first aid book with various sticky notes poking out. "Hopefully it won't happen again, right Deku-kun?" Uraraka asks, and Deku squashes down his hope of friendship again. They were teasing him, that was all this was. Dangling friendship in front of his face to only pull it away from him when he goes for it, laughing the whole time. "Is something wrong?" she asks. They are a few steps ahead of him, he must have stopped walking. There was now distance between them, he was safer, right? "It's nothing," he mumbles, before shuffling further back to make his escape easier. It's just Deku is all." She makes an inquisitive noise. "Isn't that your nickname?" "Deku. That's what that screaming boy back at the test called you." "I guess, it's not really, it's something Kaken says to tease me." Deku suddenly finds the pathway very entertaining, his fingers twiddling with his backpack straps. "A derogatory pet name?" Ida asks before Uraraka gasps. "Oh. I'm so sorry, I didn't realize." She claps her hands together in front of her face and squeezes her eyes shut. "Please forgive me, Midoriya-kun. I thought it meant do your best or something." Izuku is speechless for a moment. Did that mean she wasn't making fun of him? That they were just walking with him to the train station because they were worried? That they waited because they cared? Oh, Deku wanted to punch himself in the face. This was what Dr. Watson was talking about, wasn't it? His thoughts aren't always correct, especially the nasty ones. Seeing it in real life unfold before his eyes was much more real than getting told he may experience it in a therapy room. "It's fine." He mumbles out dumbly and the serious mood is suddenly lifted. "You can call me Zoo," the frog girl says. Kirishima, the shark-toothed boy, raises his hand with a grin. Izuku nods awkwardly to both of them in greeting, even if he had been traveling with them for some time now. Warm water fills his chest as they start walking to the train station again, the lull of joyful conversation leading him through his sleepy haze. The first day of school had been hectic. He hoped the next day wasn't as crazy, but if they all ended like this, walking home with people he might be allowed to call friends for the first time ever, then he guesses he wouldn't mind. Izuku dumps his bag at his front door and lands heavily on the step to untie his shoelaces. It is like cicadas have been stuffed into his ears during his walk from the train station to home. Uraraka-san, Ida-san, Kirishima-san and Asuno Zu had all offered to walk him further, and they would have if the train doors hadn't closed on them during Deku's rambling. He felt bad as soon as the train started to pull out of the station. But that warm feeling returned again when the group hopped back into their seats to squish their faces to the train window, waving him off as Ida-san began another lecture about hygiene behind them. That warmish feeling returned again, and carries him past his and his mother's rooms to the lounge and kitchen area. He gathers a long breath into his lungs before setting down cross-legged on the couch to wait for his mother's return. His fingers find a tossed notebook on the coffee table. He flips through it and notes it's only a newish one for the news channels, so he turns to the middle and sets his pencil to work. Every 2 pages gets a name, quirk, and initial observations of each student in Class 1A he observed in between his own panicking. While his hands move, his mind unfortunately races. On the train ride he had mostly been watching every action or word that left his mouth as to not mess up and scare his new friends. That was still very hard to believe away. Or maybe he was being so careful to not upset them, because of course if he upset them then they would surely stop being his friends. He listened and nodded where appropriate and answered direct questions as best he could with as little words possible, but still a little part inside him thinks he had messed up already somehow. And now, without the distraction of his without everyone, the little voice in his head thought it appropriate to replay all his mistakes that day. Aizawa-sensei, the test, the changing rooms, talking to All Might, the class meeting him at the end of the day. How could he face Kaken after he saw? And he had to tell his mother all about it when she gets home. 'Cause he promised. But the thought of her knowing he fed up on the first day, it turned his insides into paper and he crumpled. She already knew, of course, the school would have called her, but she didn't know everything. She told him that he can tell her anything, that he should tell her. The front door opens and his mother's voice calls out for him. The pencil tip breaks where he was writing about the double-colored haired boy's ice quirk. His tongue bolts itself to the roof of his mouth. "Izuku-in?" Inko asks as she steps into the living room. When she sees him they both freeze, 1,000 words from the both sides trying to surface all at once. Deku shifts through the tangles of wires that control his face and pulls at the one that should give him a smile. "Welcome home, Mum," he says, and he tastes salt. His mother rushes forwards and holds him tight, cradling his head and shaking. He's transported back to when Kaken came to visit, and the day he discovered his quirk. "You have toothpaste on your tie," she hiccups, running her fingers through his hair as they both cry. A gurgle of laughter swells weakly in his throat. "Oh, oops," he sniffles, holding her tight. She doesn't need to say anything else, ask any more questions. He buries his head into her shoulder and tells her about his day. Uraraka-san met him at the train station that morning. Ida-san joined up with them on the train. Kirishima-san was loitering around the city train station when they got off. And Zu and Ashido-san were waiting for them at the gate. By the time Deku made it to homeroom he was surrounded by an ever-growing group of classmates, and he didn't know why. He had been surprised to see Uraraka-san at his station, but she blamed having to change over trains. He grew suspicious when Ida-san had saved them a spot. He felt like he was going to get jumped when Kirishima-san put his arm around his shoulders at the ticket gate. And now he felt like a bug under a microscope, with the majority of the class turning their bright red glowing eyes onto him as soon as he found his seat. The brightest and most heated of all the eyes watching him was definitely 𝐭𝐿 by a long shot. It was so distracting that he didn't even stand when Aizawa-sensei entered the room, didn't even mutter the good morning greeting, because all he could see was 𝐭𝐿's eyes burning death into his forehead. 𝐭𝐿 was in front of him, wasn't even looking half the time. But just a split second of those eyes on him had Deku breaking out into a cold sweat. It was so distracting that when everyone began to leave the class he didn't even notice until Tokoyama-san tapped his shoulder and said, "Taking sanctuary in the darkness will not hide you from the light." Which really didn't help calm his nerves at all. He followed the class out into the field they had used the previous day for their test. Deku tried to locate 𝐭𝐿 through the crowd to make sure he couldn't sneak up on him, but his vision was blocked on all sides by one of his new friends and the ice quirk boy to his left. "Alright, cause we didn't finish the test yesterday due to unforeseen circumstances," Aizawa started, and Deku shrunk down 3 sizes to avoid his gaze. "We're going to do another quick test." The man steps aside to reveal a large circle of equipment. "Obstacle course." He finished and lazily flipped through his notes. Ida's hand was straight in the air. Aizawa looked at it with exhaustion already. Ida took that as a sign to ask his question. "Will this test have the same parameters as our last one yesterday? To be more specific, expulsion to the person with the least amount of points?" he asks, and unease spreads across the class and settles itself deep in Deku's stomach. "Yes," Aizawa responded, and Deku was glad Kirishima was blocking his view, because the remnants of his soul abandoned his body to save itself from witnessing the failure that was sure to come. The sharp-eyed girl put her hand up next. "Aizawa-sensei, will it be all right for all of the class to engage in a strenuous activity after yesterday's incident?" Yoerozu asks, and if anyone wasn't looking at Deku before, they definitely were now. Aizawa's sigh sounds like it is carrying the weight of the world before he responds. "If Midoriya can't keep up with the school's curriculum, he knows where the door is, Yoerozu-san." Aizawa deadpanned and Yoerozu-san ducked her head apologetically. "Right everyone, go." Aizawa gestures to the course and half the class takes off. "Come on, Midoriya-chan," Zu says, grabbing his hand and pulling him, along with the rest of the class, to start the obstacle course. The first obstacle is running through tires. Deku hears words when Ame turns to face them and jumps up into the air. "Watch it!" Kirishima shouts, jumping in front of Deku, his quirk activated and deflecting the laser beam that propels Ame past the tires. "My apologies, Copains," he calls out as he trots over to the next part. Deku cowers as Kirishima turns to face him, ready to get yelled at for being an airhead. "You okay, Midoriya?" he asks instead. Deku blinks blankly at him. "I'm fine." He squeaks and stumbles when Kirishima gives him a hearty pat on the back. He hardly gets his footing back before something wet and sticky wraps around his waist. "Hey!" He looks down before his stomach stays at the starting line while his body flies over the tires and lands right next to Zu. She retracts her tongue and croaks at him with a smile, and he has barely a second to comprehend what just happened before a hand slaps his back and he's floating in the air. He yelps, flailing for something to hold on to. His face burns at the zero-gravity sensation, sending him back to when he was a child small enough to be carried by his mother's quirk. His fingers find the top of the climbing wall and he clings on tightly. As he does, gravity returns to him and it's like someone tied bricks to his legs. He dangles off the end, heart racing and breathing wild because he's being attacked by his friends and he doesn't understand why. Zu leaps onto the wall and he flinches away from her, loosing his grip on the bricks. He hardly falls a centimeter before her pink tongue snatches his hand and he feels like a fly about to be eaten. She pulls him up until he's hugging the edge of the wall. "You okay, Midoriya-chan?" She places a finger on her lips and tilts her head. He heaves and kicks against the brick, trying to stay on before looking down, which was a mistake. His joints lock up as wind blows against his face, whistling him into a dizzy spell. He chokes as the world spins too quickly and he doesn't even feel Zu's hand grabbing the back of his shirt, he only sees himself falling headfirst towards the ground. He shuts his eyes at the last second, bracing himself for the game over screen as soon as his head spills against the concrete again. "Gotcha," someone says, And Deku doesn't feel the nothingness but a warm body holding him against itself. He peeks open an eye and all the blood rushes away from his face when a mouth on a ball greets him instead of the concrete. He can't even find his voice to scream. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 slides him down feet first, but his legs don't want to cooperate as well, but that didn't matter because he wasn't being placed onto the ground but onto a stiff back. Strong arms wrapped around his legs and he only has a moment to hear the shout hold on, and actually wrap his arms around Ida's neck before his being boosted across a 100-meter field in the blink of an eye. If his soul hadn't already left him then when he gets dropped at the finish line it definitely would have said its goodbyes then and there. "Watch your head," a floating uniform said, pushing Deku's head to the ground, and with the help of a boy with a large thick tail he is slid across the slimy ground, through the crawl space barbed wire obstacle like socks on tiles. When he reaches the end he's a ball of muddy slime. It plasters his clothes to his skin, squishes between his fingers, squirms slowly down his back. His first reaction is to cough and gasp, clawing at his throat and spitting it onto the ground because it's up his nose, in his eyes, down his throat, squirming inside him, green and smelly and rotting his organs, cutting off his lungs. Hey. It's all right. That acid wasn't even acidic. It was only pH like 6 at worst. A pink hand grabs his own, hoisting him to his feet. He heaves, bracing his hands against his knees as snot and tears mix with the mud on his face. Acid, he coughs and she pats his back giggling, saying something about her quirk that he would be interested in if the world could stop trying to squeeze him out of existence. His hands are again pulled away from him, and something tight wraps around his palms. The white tape pinches his fingers and he stares at them blankly before the smiling boy pats his back towards monkey bars. He stands under the first rung, body quaking and mind racing because he thought these were his friends. He told his mother about them and she was so happy. But now they were manhandling him across Aizawa-sensei's obstacle course and he couldn't work out what he had done wrong. "Allow me to assist, child of darkness," Tokoyami says, appearing beside him, and Deku's shadow raises off the ground, clenching his ankles, and all Deku could do was reach up and grab the rung, trying to pull himself away from the darkness. The shadow drops and he clings on tight. Bright red eyes slowly peek over his shoulder. "Boo!" the darkness screams. And this time he does scream as he is chased across the monkey bars by the incarnation of midnight, the creature laughing the whole way. When he reaches the end he flings himself off the bars, drops and rolls to his feet and spins to face the nightmare, his shaking fists held in the position All Might had taught him. "Okay, that's enough," Aizawa-sensei shouts, his glare just as sharp without his quirk activated. "All of you get your buttes over here now." Despair curdles in Deku's blood, because he had done nothing. He had been thrown around by his classmates, like a ball in a sick game that they only knew the rules of. His shoulders slumped and arms dropped to his sides as he shuffled over to his teacher with the rest of the class. Aizawa was waiting for them, his arms crossed and his aura radiating murder. Kirishima pat his back reassuringly and Aizawa watched the movement with eagle eyes. "Now, let me remind you that you are all here because you all want to be heroes," he began, looking over the small gathering of children, and in some cases the job encourages working together. However, that does not mean dragging your classmate through their challenges for them. A few of his classmates look down guiltily, Ida-san even looks close to tears but bows 90 degrees instead. "Next person who tries to help Midoriya through the course will be expelled. I run these tests to see each of your potential. How is he able to show us anything if you are all treating him like a delicate fing snowflake? You are all trying to be heroes, treat each other accordingly or get out of my class." The bell rings for the next class, but Aizawa only stares at them, daring them to leave without his permission. Deku wants the world to open up and swallow him whole. He didn't want anyone to be expelled, not because of him. 5 laps, last one to finish will be going home. Aizawa snaps and the class rushes back to the beginning tires. Deku hesitates for a second before breathing in and running with his classmates, ignoring the concerned and apologetic red glowing eyes that pushed at him at all sides. He doesn't stop at the tires, he jumps right in, lifting his knees and staring right ahead to the wall. His foot snags on one of the rings and there is a gasp next to him, a hand reaching out in his peripheral before he shouts, "I'm fine." He pushes off the RBB, his hands coming back black as he finishes the obstacle. Zu leaps up the wall in a single bounce. The ice boy lifts himself up by his ice. Kaken blasts himself over like a rocket. Deku stares at it, his mouth thinning into a line before latching into the ice and brick. He's climbed mountains of trash higher and slipperier than this. His hand on the ice is burning, his other hand gaining scrapes and blisters by the time he makes it to the top. He gives himself a moment to breathe at the top, something he realizes wasn't the brightest idea. He looks down and he swears he sees his burnt-up notebook displaying a target for his head at the bottom. Kirishima stabs up the wall next to him. He looks at Midoriya, then down at the ground the other boy is looking at in silent terror. "I'm fine," he gasps, shaking himself and swinging his legs over the edge. He finds the ice boy's crappy ledges he had accidentally left behind and makes his way down. The moment he touches the ground he wants to lay down and kiss it, but he had to keep going. "Shota!" screeches present MIC as the English teacher and radio host stomps towards the training fields. A few students look his way, but one glare from their homeroom teacher has them averting their gaze and continuing on with their obstacle race. "What?" Eraser snaps, shoulders raised high, covering half of his face with his weapon as he watches the kids run. MIC stops at his side, gesturing to the obstacle course helplessly. "It's my time with the kids," he pouts, showing Aizawa his English textbook like it was a ticket to teaching. "They're busy," is all Aizawa says as he scribbles down a few observations just to ignore the other teacher. MIC whines next to him, leaning on his shoulder to show Aizawa his teaching plans and sulking when he gets shoved off. "I think one is stuck under the wire," MIC observes, and sure enough Midoriya is frozen mid-crawl in the slimy mud. "Isn't that Dash?" "It is." Aizawa grumbles before shouting, "Keep it going or you'll miss lunch too." This spurs the kid from whatever place he had stuck himself in his own head and he keeps crawling on like nothing happened. Aizawa scribbles down a few more notes. Present MIC crosses his arms and watches the green-haired boy for a moment, looking back and forth between him and his partner. MIC clears his throat awkwardly. "I know we talked a bit about it last night, but I was going to ask, how are Dash? If you want to teach your class, set up at the beginning of the running track and don't let them pass before they answer a question correctly." Aizawa grumbles, his pencil snapping against his paper before he moves off to watch another part of the course. MIC watches him leave and sighs, "Well, that answers my question then. Raise your hands if you know the answer. Ye." Present MIC squawks, posing with his textbook and piece of chalk in front of a blackboard on wheels. "Number 4 is incorrect." Momo shouts out with her hand raised as she jogs on the spot. "Yay! Little lady gets to go through, the student doesn't hesitate to run past." He has gathered a small group of students jogging on the spot in front of him, a few that had been doing so for the past 5 minutes, having been unable to even answer a single question yet. Translate this statement: "I am running late." Present MIC says in English, looking at the hopeless crowd staring at him as if he had spoken an alien language. I am late, I am running late." A student puts up his hand. "Correct. Keep on going." MIC says automatically and pauses his radio host demeanor as soon as green hair runs past him. He watches the boy go for a moment and worries his lip between his teeth. "Sensei, we are ready for the next question." Ida says, hand already raised in the air to answer whatever MIC could throw at him. Kaminari grumbles that Ida had already ran past him twice and stolen the 2 easy questions. MIC turns up his smile and faces the hopeless students and new to join the group again. "Ida, you all didn't completely fail." Aizawa grumbles to his notepad as the students all spread themselves out onto the grass like dying birds. "You all did fantastic." MIC translates next to him. Eraser huffs tiredly before turning and displaying the results onto the blackboard. The students all hold their breaths, eyes traveling down the list to find their name and then to the bottom to see the unlucky soul. The light dies from Midoriya's eyes and a few selected students sit up and look like they are ready to protest, which Aizawa really does not want to deal with. "You're lucky I don't expel you all for the SHT you pulled, but no one's going home today. Now get changed and go eat your lunches before I change my mind." He spits, deactivating the scoreboard. Midoriya looks like he's ready to faint. "So I'm not." He squeaks out and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 has to look away from the small hopeful brightness still trying to cling to the boy's face. It was a logical ruse, meant to bring out the best in all of you, he says, and this time the class does not hold back their outrage. 𝐿𝐿, you're so mean. MIC whines as the class tries to calm itself down and get out of 𝐒𝐬𝐽's way before the teacher really does change his mind. Call me 𝐒𝐬𝐽 when we're at school, Eraser reminds him, trudging back towards the school building in the direction of the teacher's lounge. MIC quickly trails behind him, looking back to the students who all crowd around Midoriya again. 𝐿𝐿, slow down, he whines, trying to catch up. Can you just tell me if you're okay, he huffs, and the last of the students disappear behind the building in the opposite direction. I'm fine, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 says, his annoyance rising every step his partner follows behind him. He just wants to sit in his chair, drink some coffee and pretend Izuku Midoriya doesn't exist for a while. But that was Midoriya, right? Izuku Midoriya. All Might's little problem child, as you put it. MIC asks, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 blindly pushes open the back door and counts his footsteps as they go down the hall. He was one of them, yeah. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 grumbles, sliding his hand across a wall for a moment before turning when it stopped. And you're going to say nothing, not after what happened yesterday. MIC pushes and 𝐒𝐬𝐽's lip curls. I said it's fine, he spits, resigned that no one was around to hear them. A hand grabs his arm and spins him around, then open your eyes. MIC shouts, his quirk rattling the windows beside them. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 turns his head away from his partner, willing his eyes to open but they still remain shut. I don't know why you didn't stay home, 𝐿𝐿. You're still shaken up by -- I'm not -- he opens his eyes, but is unable to direct them at MIC just yet. You are, he cups 𝐒𝐬𝐽's cheeks into his hands, look at me, he pleads. The air is thick and sits heavily in his lungs. He tries to sigh it out, reminding himself that his quirk wasn't activated, that MIC won't just drop like that. Even if he dreamt it. Even if the thought had kept him awake until MIC chased him to bed with some temazepam and a promise he'd be there when he woke up. He tilts his head up to glance at the worried expression on Hisashi's face. I didn't give that brat any special treatment, he got in because he showed up and got SHT done. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 told him and Hisashi nods. I know. Tension leaves his shoulders like a hole in a kiddie pool. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 leans into Hisashi's hands. It would have been easier if I ended up in jail, he mumbles. 𝐿𝐿. MIC gasps, and Eraser grins. Kidding, gods, you're such a worrier. You could have taken your class time off when the kids didn't show up, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 points out. Hisashi pulls that cute pouty face that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 definitely doesn't find cute. You make me worry, idiot. He says, and kisses him quickly on the forehead. When he pulls back is met with a flushed face glare. Not in school, idiot. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 huffs before pushing MIC back to continue on his path. MIC watches him go for a few moments before trotting back towards him. But 𝐿𝐿. No. And it's 𝐒𝐬𝐽. 𝐿𝐿 and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 would never admit to swapping a short kiss before they entered the teacher's office, but it kept his spirits high for the rest of lunch break. Lunch was stressful, but nothing charged Izuku's batteries better than hot gourmet food. They had all left him alone when he was changing, which he was extremely grateful for, but as soon as he found a seat in the cafeteria, most of the class had found some way or another to join him. By either squishing on a bench or pushing another table to his until he found himself surrounded by familiar faces. Midoriya-san, let me just say on behalf of everyone here, we apologize for our behavior during class. Ida bows, nose brushing against the tabletop. Deku hides under his arms, overwhelmed by the chorus of apologies and the guilt building itself up in his insides. It's okay. Really? He manages to squeak out. That is admirable of you to forgive us so quickly, Midoriya-san. You are truly worthy of your position above me in the entrance exam rankings, regardless of today's test results. Ida-san says, looking ready to cry again. Yeah, dude. You're so manly. You didn't even use your quirk and you still made it through the course faster than I would have without mine. Kirishima-san praises, and Deku's face turns red again. It wasn't like he wasn't trying to use one for all. On the last lap he would have really loved for it to work while trying to hold himself on the monkey bars. By that time his arms were ready to fall off. He had squeezed his butt cheeks, summoned the feeling of All Might's power swimming through his BLD, but he had chickened out last second. He was thankful he even made it past Aizawa's test, forever grateful that he was still there at school, able to continue learning alongside such amazing people. The conversation moves on when lunch rush interrupts them to take their orders, and he's grateful for that too. The food comes rather quickly and soon everyone is digging into 5-star meals. Deku keeps his head down most of the time, quietly listening into the conversations going on all around him. As he eats his rice he glances upwards bravely, looking around the giant table with so many people, and he feels suddenly overwhelmed. He was so used to sitting alone at lunch, hiding for Kaken and his friends so he could finish eating before his food was tossed onto the floor. But now here he was, sitting in between Kirishima-san and Uraraka-san, with a large group of girls squashed on the bench side of the table and an even bigger gathering of boys scattered around, and fighting over elbow room besides the ice Quirk boy who sat at the end of the table sipping cold noodles. He was invisible in the crowd but noticed in the group. Whenever he built the courage to speak up and add a comment to a few conversations, people listened. When he ate quietly he wasn't forced to speak. They had all been worried about him. They weren't teasing him or being nasty. He couldn't believe he thought they were even capable of something like that, after everything they had done for him already. Izuku felt the bubble of warmth return again, allowing him to sit quietly with his class, unknowing of the red eyes that glared deep into his back. It was 3 weeks before his high school career would officially begin, and he still hadn't handed in his hero costume idea to UA yet. His mother had asked him about his thoughts the day before, and he confessed he was having trouble and was ready for the designers to create a costume for him based on his quirk instead. His last attempts at progress was torn up crumples of paper half-heartedly thrown across the room into an overflowing trash bin. He'd thought of everything, drawn a million different designs from old-time video game to All Might inspired. He sat staring at one of the All Might designs. It was a normal flexible jumpsuit with a 2-part face mask. The bottom was a mouth guard that paralleled All Might's winning smile he admired so much. The more mask part, attached to the guard, hid his face. It presented 2 long ears that he might have made too closely resembling the hero's rigid twin strands of hair from his Big Might form. He had stared at this design for quite some time, his thoughts stewing and quickly rotting. What was he thinking? He wasn't All Might. Wasn't worthy of any likeliness of the man. The design was a childish dream that his younger self would have squealed happily at. But he's older now. He knew All Might, Toshisan. The hero was so far beyond him in every level possible, how could he even hope to live up to that? He had the man's quirk now, but that didn't give him permission to run around with All Might's persona. You can never be a hero, Deku. He tore the head off the design, fists shaking as he did. He threw the bundle across the room and watched it bounce off the wall and away from the trash can. Hopelessly, he looked out at the sea of paper ball that had invaded his bedroom floor. Glancing at the clock, he decided that it was time for another run around the block to get his BLD pumping again. He dropped to his hands and knees, scooping up the papers like piles of snow and squished them down into a plastic bag. Once finished, he tied it off and headed for the front door. "I'm going for a run," he called out to his mother. "Be back soon. Dinner is almost ready," she answered from the kitchen. It only took her a few more minutes to make their gyudon. She placed it all on a tray, and sighed as she made her way to Izuku's room. He was still training so hard even after being accepted, she couldn't be any prouder of him, but if his run wasn't fast his dinner would go cold. She placed the tray on his desk, refusing to look at the All Might Matryoshka doll as she did. What caught her eye, however, is his notebook, and the torn head of his costume design. She glanced over to the trash can to find it empty, however spotting a few paper ball poking out behind it. She picked them up and unraveled them, finding the head to match the picture her son was drawing as well as another design entirely. She took his pencil and quickly sketched the design in his notebook over the scrap paper one and looked down at it determinedly. It was time to support her son. 2. Principal. Nezu at Educat. UA. COMCC. Subject. Izuku Midoriya costume request attached. Image. JPG. Dear Principal Nezu, I am writing to inquire about information regarding my son's hero costume allowance and design. I apologize if you are the incorrect person to ask, however this is the only email listed on the school's website. I wasn't sure if it was allowed, however I have helped create my son's hero costume. I used to be a seamstress and I want to support Izuku in every way that I can. I have provided an image of the final product. I acquired heavy-duty but flexible materials, but there are a few components of his designs that I can't create at home. Would it be convenient if I sent this along with his design requests? Thank you for your time, 𝐿𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya. To Midoriya. 𝐿𝐭𝐚𝐲 at mail. 𝐶𝐿. Subject. Izuku Midoriya costume request attach. UA visitor pass. PJG Hello 𝐿𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya. Your craftsmanship and dedication to young Midoriya should be rewarded. The support hero, 𝐼𝐺𝐿𝐿, is the head of costume design and he is delighted to team up with you to create the perfect hero costume for your son. He has taken a keen interest in his progress and has reported to me his mission to create the best for not just your son but for all of this year's new hopefuls. We would be thrilled to have you and your son's costume base at your earliest convenience. Tomorrow 12 p.m. I believe. I have attached your visitor's pass to be presented at our gates, and we look forward to having you here. We'll see you soon. From Mr. Principal. 𝐿𝐭𝐴 stood before the towering gates at UA, clutching at her canvas bag and crumpling her visitor pass slightly. Her head darts around the door to find a bell to ring or knocker that wasn't on thick cement wall. A robot's head slowly peeks out from a hollowed-out section of the wall. Its camera zooming in and out at her suspiciously. Hello, state your business, human, it demands. Startled, 𝐿𝐭𝐴 stumbles backwards away from the machine. You see, I have this. She holds out the paper towards it. A bright red laser strikes the page with a high-pitched squeal. 𝐿𝐭𝐴 flinches but holds the crumpled piece of paper out as the light scans it up and down. The robot's eyes turn green, a friendly tune sounding from its speakers. Good afternoon, Mrs. Midoriya. 𝐿𝐭𝐴, please follow me to your appointment, it says as it turns away from her. Shakily, she pushes the paper into her canvas bag. Instead of the giant cement gate opening, the robot leads her through the small door-sized hidden section of the wall. The wall inside falls, opening up the whole UA school grounds to her. She makes it through the other side and her legs forget to continue when the giant glass building stands without any barriers holding its magnificence back. This is where her son will be going, she thinks in awe. This is where he can start his life anew again. Right this way, Mrs. Midoriya. 𝐿𝐭𝐴, the robot chimes, its will tapping like an impatient foot as it waits for her. Oh! See coming. Her face ripens to a bright red and she continues to follow the robot further into the school. It's a labyrinth, one she was certain she would get lost in without her robot guide leading her around. She hoped Izuku wouldn't have this much trouble finding his way around the first few weeks of school. Are you sure it can't be more like 13's costume? A voice sounds through the halls. 𝐿𝐭𝐴 is being led down, the source coming from one of the lit-up rooms. 13's costume was created to hold their quirk and let it be released more efficiently. This kid needs more maneuverability than that. Get that bubble wrap out of my face. Another responds just as the robot rounds into the room. Hesitantly, 𝐿𝐭𝐴 follows, just poking her head around the corner to assess the safety of the room before heading in. Inside is a tremendous workshop, if she could call the mountains of scrap metal and thick long workbenches a workshop. There was multicolor lines taped all over the floor, their purpose for safety but from which danger she couldn't choose from. There was blades and heavy metal and terrifyingly wonky scrap towers ready to topple over anyone who ventured too close. At the front of the room was a large robot, but on closer examination there was actually a person inside. Next to the person robot was a scrawny man, his clothes a few sizes too big and his skin too tight around his bones. 𝐿𝐭𝐴 Midoriya, status, guest, has arrived in designated Power Loader Workshop, beep bop. The robot that was leading her announces, drawing the two men's attention to her. Startled and a little embarrassed, she slides into the doorway, hoping they didn't think she was eavesdropping, but technically she was, but she was just being cautious. She holds a hand to her chest to calm her racing heart. Hello, she bows. Power Loader opens his arms, metal tips gleaming in the industrial light. Midoriya-san. Welcome to UA, you are just in time. This is Tosh. A hand clasps the man's mouth as fast as a speeding train. Tosh-san, I will be teaching this upcoming school year. Toshinori's voice cracks with a strained smile, BLD threatening to spill as a consequence of his quick movements. 𝐿𝐿oda raises an eyebrow at Toshinori. Oh. It is very nice to meet you, Tosh-san, 𝐿𝐿oda-san, she says uncertainly. 𝐿𝐿oda pulls Toshinori's hand from his face, an eager smile replacing his confusion. Call me Majima, Midoriya-san, we are now co-workers after all. He scuttles over to her with a speed someone wearing a metal exoskeleton shouldn't have, and snatches the bag loosely hanging off of her arm. He holds Izuku's jumpsuit up as she recovers from the intrusion. Excellent, fantastic, this stitch work, very sturdy. His hand blindly pats the bloated workbench behind him. The color is wise and oh I love this pattern, very flattering. He lays the suit nicely on a cleared workbench space, flattening it out with care. Best material on the market, you couldn't have gotten any better. A knife plunges right through the BST of the suit. Both 𝐒𝐭 and Toshi flinch as 𝐿𝐿oda tuts, however not as good as what I have. He brushes a match against his helmet and tosses the flame onto her work. She gasps as it catches fire a few moments later. 𝐿𝐿oda! Toshi scolds as days of 𝐒𝐭's love and care begins to burn. 𝐿𝐿oda turns to them. Oh yes, you're right, you're right. He pulls the jumpsuit off the table, ripping a large hole up to the neck with the knife still embedded in the wood. He presses a button from a remote hanging from the ceiling and a dummy rises from the floor. He pats the flames out as he fits the costume to the doll, the material scorched and ruined for good. Test begin, he shouts. A log the size of a tree swings just past 𝐒𝐿 and Tus's noses, straight into the test dummy. The scrap towers on either side of the log's trajectory sway as 𝐒𝐿 holds her heart, Toshi's hands on her shoulders ready to pull her out of harm's way. The dummy's pieces are scattered all over the floor as the log swings back and forth slowly to a stop, the remains of Izuku's costume twisted with shards. 𝐿𝐿oda taps away at a computer before gesturing for them to come over and see with a smile. Toshi walks 𝐒𝐿 around the log, keeping a large radius between it as he glances around for any other dangers in the workshop. 𝐿𝐿oda gestures proudly at the screen, no even spread of the force at all. He says cheerfully, his internal organs mushed, bones turned to dust, and look at this. It says here his brain would continue to rattle in his tiny skull for hours after his death. Whatever higher power that was holding 𝐒�'s tears back breaks. Toshi rubs her back as she wails, giving a clueless 𝐿𝐿oda the stink eye and silently arguing over her trembling head. I could have 𝐒𝐿 killed my baby, she sobs. This stops the argument faster than that log had time to hit. No, of course not. Toshinori says, his face more pale than usual. 𝐿𝐿oda raises a metal finger. Villains could have killed him. He corrects, and when she wails louder he scrambles to add, I mean your work is some of the best stuff I've seen come out of a civilian, but you just didn't have the resources to create something UA standard, but you're in luck. He holds out his arms, gesturing to the giant warehouse of a workshop. 𝐒𝐿 sniffles, looking up at him with glistening eyes. You are at UA right now. And you have all its resources, one of the best costume designers and best hero teachers at your disposal. She holds the crumpled hanky Toshi had handed to her chest, tear tracks still quietly racing down her cheeks. Why, you'll help him? Help my son? She asks meekly. The man in metal nods, and then shakes his head. No, we'll help your son. He takes her hand, pulling her to another workstation, Toshi following close behind. Stretched out on the bench is a cutting of a black material. 𝐿𝐿oda hands her a metal torch-like device. Turn that on, pointing at that, he says. She angles it uncertainly and presses the SWCH down. A burst of flame erupts from the end. She squeaks, dropping it instantly. Toshi catches it before it hits the ground, but the other two are watching as the flames lick around the material and go out on their own. 𝐿𝐿oda dusts the cutting proudly. It isn't completely fireproof, and I'm not allowed near Endeavor's patented material, but this was as close as I was legally allowed to get to. It is also a tad more resistant to cutting. He demonstrates this by slashing at it with his claws. The material just bounces, leaving behind the smallest of cuts not deep enough to completely pierce the material, and also distributes force like a shield would. All the students have one form of this or another depending on their quirks, and little Midoriya, I hear, is prone to getting into situations that require a bit more protection. Toshinori looks away guiltily as Midoriya-san wipes at her cheeks as she nods. What can I do to help? She asks, which brings another large smile to 𝐿oda's face. He sets her up on one of the work benches, both teachers hovering over her shoulder, one nervous and the other ecstatic. A large cutting of the black material is laid out on one side and a colorful array of tools on the other. 𝐿oda excitedly explains each one, from the laser to the ruler. After, he parks himself on another bench to fiddle with a headphone-looking device, leaving Toshi to hover and 𝐭𝐼nko to stare apprehensively at the technologically advanced items in front of her. Toshinori breaks the silence, clearing his throat. "I am terribly sorry for 𝐿oda's behavior, 𝐭𝐼nko Midoriya-san," he says, and she shakes her small head, pulling the material closer to her and ruler on top of it. "No matter how hard I tried, I knew I couldn't protect Izuku alone." Her fingers shake as she marks the measurements she knew off by heart. Toshi gently touches his neck, swallowing around the lump building up. "But you are not alone, He pauses for a moment to blink the memory of meeting her son for the first time away. "I mean this school, and all the teachers working here, will help you protect him." Her fist squeezes around the pencil as she nods, tears dripping onto the ruler. "He suffered for so long to get here," she says to him as he takes a seat on the other side of the table, "but I'm glad he'll have teachers like you looking out for him, Toshsan." He looks away, but nods all the same. "He is lucky to have a dedicated mother like yourself by his side. You have done well raising him to be the magnificent person he is today." She pauses her measuring, staring hard at the black material but not seeing it. "Did I?" she whispers before covering her mouth, her tears flowing faster and sliding off the material. "But of course, Midoriya-san," Toshinori says, raising a little bit in his seat. "He is resilient and caring and a model young hero. Those traits are not just born into him." She hiccups a quiet sob. "I know I'm not always sure, not when he --" she shakes her head. "I'm sorry, Toshin, I shouldn't be unloading my doubts onto you, but you remind me of." She shakes her head, then gets back to work through blurred vision. "I love my son," she states like a confession, "with all my heart and more, and I wish he loved himself just as much, but he does not see through my eyes no matter how much I try to show him." She wipes her tears away with her sleeve. "But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. I will show him no matter how many times it takes that he is worth something more than horrid a name." She begins cutting the material with the laser in crisp, neat lines. "I will show him with this. I will show him with my support for his goals. I will never apologize for him ever again. He is Izuku, he is my baby, and he will become a hero no matter what." She flips the material, blowing a gust of wind right through Toshinori, her words carried with it right into his heart. He feels the sudden need to transform into his all-might form but doesn't, or to fist-pump the air and support her and her son even more than he is already. "You are an amazing woman, Midoriya-san," he says, smiling his no-quite-all-might signature grin. Her cheeks redden as she shakes her hands in front of her much like her son does when he's overwhelmingly embarrassed. "I shall help you with your noble mission. I will give it my best to show him that he has the support of his teachers as well as his mother." He picks up material shaped as a red heart, sensors and wires hidden on one side. As fast as he does so, however, it is taken away, 𝐿oda holding the piece close to his chest. "You can keep your clumsy hands off of our precious work. If you want to help, you can just sit quietly and watch our creation unfold." 𝐿oda sneers. All Might's sunken cheeks heat up when 𝐿oda makes the man sit on his own hands to keep him from ruining the costume. 𝐭𝐼nko smiles warmly at the two men, glad Izuku has people like Tosh-san and Majima-san helping him along the way. 𝐭𝐼nko peeks into the lounge area where her son is quietly talking on the phone. Her little heart dances behind her ribcage as she hugs his jumpsuit to her chest. Tomorrow she would have to adjust any part of the costume that didn't fit him right, but now, she was going to surprise him. She hoped he liked it. "I just thought maybe the costume designers would do a better job at making my costume for me. I'm not a professional, Toshi-san. They would know what is best for my quirk -- I'm home," she says as to not startle him, which she fails to do as he throws the phone up into the air with a squeak. Welcome back," he says with that guilty face that had "I did something naughty but I'm trying to hide it" written all over it. He never changes. She wasn't too concerned about who he was talking on the phone to. He only has hers, Mitsuki's and all Mick Toshinori-san's number in his phone. It didn't take a genius to know who he had been speaking to. He was still jumpy on the subject. Training with the #1 hero was quite a top-secret task. But she wasn't here to pry into his training life. She holds out the jumpsuit against her body with a nervous but excited, "Congratulations on getting in, Izuku." He twists around, standing from his seat, big green eyes as large as dinner plates, a jumpsuit. On the outside the costume looks simple, the black material just like her original design with the red stripes going up the side of his legs, arms and body. Her 3 patchwork hearts on his right sleeve were now infused with whatever complicated technology Majima-san had stuffed into them for whatever purpose she had failed to understand. But if it helped her son then she was happy. I know it doesn't look like that much or super cool on the outside, but Majima-san, Tosh-san and I created this. It's an official UA costume. Oh. But this isn't all of it, just the base. I agreed with Tosh-san you needed more protection and you do have joint padding Majima-san is still making and a few other things, but this was all I could do for you. It's the least I could do since I said such awful things back then and I'll always regret that, but now I'm here to support you and your dreams, so you never have to give up again cause I'm here and dash. Her rambling is cut off as Izuku jumps into her arms, squeezing her tightly as he hides his face in her shoulder. I love it. I love you, it's perfect, he sniffles, and she holds him back, vibrating with happy nervous energy. I'm cheering you on with everything I've got from now on, Izuku, she promises, kissing the top of his head. He nods, still hiding his face, but she can feel his smile around his tears. Shakily she wipes her own tears away. Now, try it on, I want to see you look like the super cool hero you're growing into. I am. Izuku jolts in his seat, having been staring at his notebook instead of the back of Bakuga's head. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might swings into the room, cape flailing in the wind he naturally creates when he moves too fast. Chatter erupts through the room as he marches to the front desk. Deku can't help but feel a ping of excitement go down his spine. Even if he had already been learning under All Might for a few months now, this was UA, a completely new experience of teaching. All Might flexes in his Silver Age costume as he starts his class. Welcome to the class that will mold you into heroes. Hero Basic Training. He poses in his signature stance he had been captured in multiple magazines, each Deku owned double copies of. No time to waste, today's activity will be, he pulls a card out, displaying it for all to see, battle training. The class, already on the edge of their seats, almost fall off of them. Battle. Kaken's aura becomes blazing red around him, Deku squeaks and hides in his arms. And for that, you will need. All Might presses a button on a remote suddenly in his hands. The walls beside the teacher open up, slowly revealing cases of costumes. All Might and the class cheer together. Deku peeks from under his arms, marveling at the shining squares holding their precious gifts. Meet me at ground beta after you change. All Might orders, his cape disappearing through the door as fast as it had come in. The class don't waste a second of time, all scrambling towards the open walls to collect their cases and run out the door to ground beta changing rooms. Izuku barely stands before his own case is plopped on his desk, a smiling Uraraka-san behind it. Uraraka-san. He squeaks, she hugs her own case to her chest. Come on, Midoriya. Kirishima-san calls from the door. Not just Kirishima, but a large handful of the class are waiting in a large cluster around the door. See coming. He stands from his seat, clutching the case to his chest and trotting out with Uraraka-san by his side. The multicolored-eyed boy following close behind them. This time Izuku does get a stall to change into. The stall beside him quickly becomes cold, ice frosting across the floor and slightly over to his side. He tiptoes away from it and puts his case down on the bench. Fingers trembling, he flips open the clasps and the case opens up to a notebook-sized instruction manual. He picks it up. Let's not keep All Might Sensei waiting. Ida-san calls, which is followed by the sound of rushed strapping and clicking and grunting. Izuku places the manual to the side and gets his jumpsuit, holding it out with a wobbly smile. It takes him a few minutes to zip everything up, put all his accessories together and make sure the strap around his neck wasn't too tight, but when he stumbles out of the stall the whole changing room is empty again. Besides a human icicle strapping his shoes on. Hello. Izuku yelps, adjusting the headgear to fit better amongst his curls. The boy tilts his head at Izuku, his stare feeling like he was being pinned against a board and dissected right down the middle. Naya, the boy asks in an extremely serious voice not meant for that word. What? Deku yelps, holding his hands against his chest to cover himself a bit. You know, like, the boy holds a hand up, fist facing downwards like. Naya, he says in that too serious tone again. Deku looks up at the two cat ears attached to his headphone-like headgear. His face blooms bright red. Oh. Yes. I think it was a mistake from my other designs or a joke on the designer's part cause cat and it's funny but I don't know, my mother chose it I think it's pretty cool dash the ice in the boy's eyes soften a bit. Young man, a familiar voice says in his right ear, almost sending him through the roof. All might. Deku screeches, holding his hands to the one-side earpiece that came with the gear. Class will begin in a few moments, you and Mr. Todoroki-san should make your way outside soon, he says, a touch of amusement in his voice. Why sir, he jumps towards the door, then swerves on his boots to face Todoroki again, he can still feel his burning cheeks. He shuts his mouth and points towards the door. Todoroki stands and walks straight past him. Deku lets out a tight breath. This was it. This is where his hero journey finally takes off. He spins back around again and marches behind Todoroki ready to face the light at the end of the tunnel. Everyone's costumes are cooler than he had imagined them to be. Uraraka's space theme, if not a little tight-fitting, really did fit her quirk. The sharp-eyed girl's sports bra and shorts were simple like his jumpsuit but he had seen her pull objects from her skin. Exposing her stomach, back and legs gave her ample room and cover to use her quirk. As he continued to spin around, analyzing each of his classmates' quirks, his teacher caught his eye. All Might's grin focused on him for a few moments, and Izuku straightened under the attention. Toshisan looked him up and down once, then gave him a very obvious thumbs up. Izuku smiled his wobbly grin at the man, trying to convey his thanks for getting him this far without words. Sensei. Ida's voice sounded from a full-body armor suit, he didn't even recognize his classmate. I couldn't help but notice this is the entrance exam grounds, will we be battling robots again? Toshisan puts his thumb away to point at Ida. Excellent question, young man. His hand dives into a hidden pocket. All Might clears his throat, and with the tips of his brawny fingers he flips open a small book. Notes. Izuku mumbles out loud, jolting at the familiar annoyed grumble emitted in the gathering of students. He covers his mouth before he can accidentally say another word. Today you will be participating in a 2-on-2 indoor battle. All Might announces. The class buzzes with questions and excitement. Toshisan waves his hands and attempts to answer them all, a flustered blush slowly crawling up to his cheeks. Behind his hand, a fond smile slips out into Deku's face. Toshisan has really put his all into this. Listen up. The villains will be hiding a nuclear weapon in the building, the heroes will have to go take care of it in a limited time frame. Each team can capture one another. Heroes win when the bomb is secured or all the villains are captured. Villains win if the timer is up or they capture the heroes. He reads this speech from the tiny notes he not so secretly was holding in front of his face. Once he reads it all he drops the paper and holds out two boxes labeled hero and villain. Is that really the best way? Ida asks, hand hardly raised before he starts his question. And then his talking before he even knows it. It makes sense. P-pros don't usually get to choose. What was he doing? You know, right in the heat of the different agencies, he's not at the beach anymore. This is you, this is a class. He's talking in front of a class. He wasn't even called to speak. And quirks you just have to. His voice trails off. It packs its bags and leaves him behind for a better life away from rude, interrupting so many eyes staring nervous wreck of an owner. All Might clears his throat again. Yes? Well put, my boy. In the heat of battle we don't get to decide who is there to help against a villain. The staring red-hot eyes slide off of Deku's back, all but one that he will always know the feeling of until the day he dies. Which might be today. Definitely today if Bakugan's glare has anything to say. Maybe this time he'll stay dead. All Might lets them draw a letter from his box. Deku mindlessly stares at his A for a few moments until Uraraka gasps beside him, holding their matching letters together. Her smile brings color back to his face. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Now, I will draw the first round battle. All Might moves both of his hands into a box, pulls out 2 balls, looks at them, bites his tongue and shoves them back into the box all in 1 second. If he had blinked he'd have missed it. Toshi-san laughs, shaking the boxes to mix them again. Once finished, he does this again, but this time he lets the ball linger long enough to read them. And when he does, Deku knows that this is his last day on Earth again. Hero Team A. And Villain Team. He looks at the ball as if it had betrayed him in every way, shape and form. We're up against Bakugo and Ida. I'm so pumped. Uraraka gasps, fist pumping the air. Deku is a husk. An empty husk made of brittle fear and bubble-gummed prayers to whatever god was out there to just finish him off already. Bakugo and Ida stroll past All Might, who was still trying to will the ball to change letters with his mind alone, and right into the building. Once the door shuts, Toshi-san jolts and tosses the ball into another box. Everybody who isn't participating to the viewing area, he instructs. As the students pass they wish Izuku and Uraraka good luck. We're cheering you on, go heroes go. But Deku can hardly hear them through the cotton haze screaming alarm bells in his ears. He doesn't even realize All Might was pulling him aside until the man starts whispering to him in a concerned voice. The detective told me about what happened between you two, he starts off, which drills that bottomless pit in his stomach to new levels of bottomless. If you want to sit this one out and wait for another battle, then just say the word. Deku opens his mouth, his jaw heavy and sore already. His nails dig into the palms of his hands. His shoulder feels like it's burning. Wrong, he whispers, his voice far away from him. All Might leans forward some more, his hand cupping his ear. I didn't catch that, my boy, he says. Deku takes a shaky breath, ropes in his vocal cords, ties them down with his tongue and tries again. Kaken didn't, he didn't do anything wrong, his voice is all kinds of wobbly, but at least he gets the sentence out. All Might tilts his head, but the detective said shit, it was a misunderstanding, it wasn't, nothing really. He squeezes his eyes shut, shoulders trembling when his words that had disappeared on him all come rushing back, banging at his teeth all at once to come out. He had thought this conversation was over when All Might had told him that he knew yesterday. It felt like eons ago they had that conversation in the nurse's office. But it wasn't as over as he had hoped, and this was the last place he wanted it to be had again. So, he flashes his teeth with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes, letting the words battle behind them until one sentence, a lie, is victorious. It's fine, I can do it. It tasted of garbage sludge and spelled his doom. All Might worries his hands, thinking Izuku's words over quietly for a few moments. He taps his ear where an earbud with an identical heart from Izuku's hero costume sleeve is sitting. I'm in direct link to your helmet. If you need to stop, even if it's just for a pee break, you tell me right away, alright? Deku can't even manage anything past a nod at this point. Alright. Break a leg, my boy. Or, no, don't do that. All Might slaps his back good-heartedly, a nervous cough trailing at the end. Deku nods again, silently staggering to Uraraka, who was waiting for him in front of the building. Lucky, did All Might give you advice? Uraraka asks when he's close enough in range. Deku blinks slowly, her words tumbling in his brain a few seconds longer than normal. To break my leg, he mumbles. The concerned look on her face makes him blink again, the haze falling away a little bit when he realizes what he had just said. His cheeks bloom as she laughs nervously. Is that your quirk? I thought it was super strength, like from the entrance exams, but now that I think about it, you were pretty roughed up afterwards. A finger taps her chin, contemplating the possibility that his quirk was actually breaking his legs. Well, she wasn't that wrong. His arms wave in front of his bright red face, trying to hide from her calculating look. I.e. is kind of I know not that I can restore it's kinda. He hadn't planned a speech for this yet, all the conversations he had had in his head at night, daydreaming in the middle of class, not once had he actually stopped and rehearsed himself telling someone else about his quirk. Or well, his cover-up quirk that was his real quirk but watered down, a bit for the re-part but more so for the store part, All Might's quirk part. Calm down, I was only joking. She smiles and it's like a bullet straight through his insides because she was making fun of him. No, he had already sorted that out. She wasn't making fun of him. She was his friend. Oh, ha ha ha, he was supposed to laugh, right? It was a joke, so she wants him to laugh, right? She tilts her head at him. You seem nervous. She taps her chin, sizing him up, and he shrinks under it. He's always nervous. When is he never not nervous? Oh. Are you worried about a punishment if we fail? This isn't Aizawa-sensei's class. All Might doesn't seem like the type to do that, you know. He nods, his fingers fiddling with the little metal piece attached to his headband he could flip down to his cheek or up closer to his ear. He assumed it was some kind of microphone. I guess, it's just, he can be honest with her, right? She's been always nice to him, so it's okay, he thinks. Kaken's amazing. He bites his lip, looking up to the top of the building where he imagines Bakugo screaming out, "Come and get some." He blinks, the image fading. Aida too, they're both really strong, but Kaken, he doesn't really like me all that much. His cheeks darken. He didn't mean to admit that. He's the one who gave you that mean nickname, right? She asks, her voice a bit more somber than before. Oh. Yeah, I guess. But it's okay, I only mentioned it 'cause he's super strong. It's gonna be hard to beat them if he takes this seriously. And of course he's going to take this seriously. This is the hero course's first class. This is what they were here for. Deku glances over to Uraraka. He doesn't know what expression he expected from her, but determination was a surprise. She holds her fists in front of her, as if ready to punch someone. He hoped it wasn't him. But we're strong too, Midoriya-kun. My quirk is zero gravity and I know how to throw a punch, and I've seen you fight. You went whoosh. And then the robot went wo. Kablam. Oh, but then you were hurt, but you got better and now you're here. She reenacts the entrance exam animatedly with her hands, sound effects included. That warm feeling in his chest returns. So we're not gonna lose to them. She finishes, her grin infectious. He holds his hands like she has them, ready to fight. Alright. They bow. Over the floor plans, whispering, planning. Indoor anti-personnel battle training, start. All Might calls over the speakers and Izuku's earpiece. Uraraka turns to face the building. She takes 2 strides towards it before Izuku pipes up. We should go through the window, he suggests. She raises an eyebrow, looking at the windows thoughtfully. No, up there. He points to the 3rd floor. Kaken, he wouldn't put the bomb on the top or bottom floors. That's just too obvious. It's somewhere in the middle, he elaborates, then a sinking feeling pulls in his stomach. Had he overstepped? You're a genius. Uraraka claps her hands together and Izuku hides under his arms. He wasn't, it was just that he knew Kaken and he's really good at strategy. He's seen him read a lot of books about it. Sorry to interrupt you, but may I? Uraraka asks, her hand hovering near his shoulder. His fingers bang against his mouth. Sorry, he says into his reddening skin. He gives her a nod and with a tap he's weightless. He can't help but flail his limbs as he rises past her head, the image of him flying all the way up into the sun crossing his mind. He wonders if he'd die. He grabs onto the side of the building before he can find out. He looks at his upside-down reflection in the 2nd-story window and goes all shades of pink, looking at the cat ears firmly stuck to his head amongst his green curls waving towards the ground. He wondered where his mother got the idea from. Behind him, the round shape of Uraraka passes him. It really does look like she's an astronaut like this. Shakily, he moves up the wall backwards, trying to keep at least one hand on the building at all times. At the 3rd floor, he knows he shouldn't have done it, but he looks down. SSHD, he says in English, courtesy of Toshisan. He's so high up. All Uraraka would need to do was release her quirk and he'd fall splat headfirst into the pavement. He can feel the BLD pooling behind his eyes, throbbing with anticipation for the crash. Don't look down, Uraraka suggests a bit too late. But he nods anyway, squeezing his eyes shut and trying to stop the falling feeling running through his body. She grabs his ankle, orientating him the right way up so he can look into the window. It's dark inside, a long hallway stretching out before them. He gives the window an experimental tug, hoping it was unlocked. It was. No smashing windows, better chance of infiltrating undetected. Good, 'cause he didn't know if his gloves were cut resistant. He really should have read that manual or at least worn All Might's old gloves instead. Carefully, he slides the window up, letting Uraraka float in first before him. Release. she whispers, touching her fingertips together, and Izuku tries not to fall on his face. "We're in," he says back, crouching, ready for a sneak attack. But none came. They didn't say a word after that, silently agreeing that to do so would alert Bakugo or Ida to their location. Izuku hugged the walls, leading Uraraka through the building. It was a maze, but a logical one from the floor plans. They paused at every corner. At first they had tried to look around corners with Uraraka's helmet cover, but turned out in the dark it was a little bit pointless to do so. So, despite Uraraka trying to push ahead instead of him, Izuku looked around the corners. Each one had his heart screaming. But if Bakugo was around the corner, hands blazing, then he didn't want to get Uraraka unnecessarily hurt when he can just take all the damage. Izuku suddenly became very aware of the time limit and their spider crawl method might not be the best way. He was about to relay this to his partner when a familiar explosion rocked the floor. All he saw was those bright red eyes. He jumped, collided with Uraraka, sending them both out of the raging flaming path that erupted from Bakugo. His ears rung, a distant burning feeling at his side that he rolled away from. There was a buzzing that wasn't inside his head but in his ear. His earpiece was damaged. "Are you okay?" he asks Uraraka at his back. "Why, thanks," she responds. Bakugo pulls back the curtain of smoke with the swipe of one, fully equipped, arm. "You won't dodge next time, Deku." Bakugo spits. Deku's shaking hand pushes against Uraraka's leg, silently urging her to run. "𝐭𝐽, what a surprise." His voice wobbles as he rises, his eyes never leaving Kaken's face. "Don't look away. Read his face. Predict his actions. Stop shaking. All Might is watching." "Shut up, Deku." Kaken screams, baring his teeth, "You really pisses me off." Deku swings himself away from Bakugo's right hook. The air from the boy's fist screaming past his ear. This only angers Bakugo further. "Go!" Deku shouts, his boots squeaking across the floor as he stumbles away from Uraraka. Bakugo follows him with a hard kick that lands square on his back. Deku catches himself on his knees, sending a spark of pain up his battered spine. "But dash!" she begins, and he feels her approaching. He's suddenly blasted with images of her, smoking and unconscious at his feet. "Find the bomb." He feels the slightest wave of heat at his back. Without a thought he drops and rolls into the wall. A river of smoke and flames courses over his head. His fingers slip against the cement as he claws his way back up to stand as fast as he could. He knows that if Kaken catches him when he's down, he was not going to get up. "I'll be okay," he lies for the second time that day. When he hears the retreating footsteps of his partner he smiles. "Finally, I can talk to you without those extras around, 𝐻." Bakugo swings his fist again. Deku launches himself around the corner, feeling the ghost of Bakugo's fist against his head. He doesn't stop for a second, doesn't double think about the noise, he bolts. The hallway stretches out ahead of him, seeming endless, restricting. "You think you're so smart hiding behind them all day long, Deku?" Bakugo, the human rocket, takes flight. His boots, sprinting after his prey, leaves the ground and he blasts himself, shoulder first, into the retreating Deku. They tumble messily. Limbs and metal and sweat. Deku gasps, a wet choked sound, when his leg is grabbed. His chin meets the floor, his teeth sing. Squeezing hands claw their way up his body. Deku tries to kick, he squirms, but then those hands are on his shoulders, thighs straddling his legs, and is staring up into the deep lava pit of Kaken's eyes. He's suddenly transported back months ago, but there is no detective or his mother to save him this time. "Spill." Bakugo spits, "And don't you lie to me cause I'll know." Deku's heart is beating so quickly that his chest is going numb. His breathing so harsh that his throat feels like it's on fire. He shakes his head, his wet bangs sticking against his forehead and tears making his cheeks gluey. Why hadn't Bakugo put the capture tape on yet? Why wasn't this over? It's just a training exercise, right? All Might is watching. Kaken wouldn't hurt him that bad when All Might was watching. I don't know what you dash. His hands are spread against Bakugo's chest, pushing like he's trying to hold up a refrigerator. Spill Deku. Kaken lifts him up and drops him, his head hitting the ground hard. He can't work out if the buzzing in his head is only from his earphone now. What really happened in the ball throw? I knew you were feeling weak but you don't got heart as a. What were you trying to do, here? Messing around in class to get attention was it? You just think 'cause we're in a new school that no one will work out what you really are. A fing freak. There's a sudden sizzling sound that shoots through the buzz. He doesn't need to look to see the smoke rising from Bakuga's fingers. Deku tries to tell him he doesn't know what he's talking about. This earns him a punch to the face. Don't interrupt me unless you got some answers under that fing stupid stammering. Deku squeezes his eyes shut and for a moment, he thinks about giving up, about yelling out to All Might through the microphone that he quits. But then, he thinks about Uraraka. He didn't want to let her down. This was their first training exercise, and they had promised to win. He just needed to hold in there a little longer. She'll find the bomb. He'll distract Bakugo. It will be over soon. He can't let her down. Deku raises his legs, locking his foot behind Bakuga's. He can feel every grain of sweat rolling off of the other boy, soaking into his costume. He can taste the smoke as the controlled explosions quietly break through whatever flame-proof oils painted into the fabric. He twists his arms around the ones pinning him, and with all his might, with all the strength training All Might had led him through, he pushes outwards against Bakuga's arms. The other boy loses his grip and then it's Deku locking his arm around Bakuga's and they're rolling and Deku can finally breathe and think and see and he doesn't waste a moment of it. He pushes up off of Bakugo, apologizing weakly when his knee crashes into the other's stomach but he leaves that apology behind with a sputtering Kaken and he's off again. Get back here. Kaken's voice follows him around the corner. He aches, but there is no central point to the ache. There is liquid fire in his veins, boiling him under his skin. He can't dwell on it, he can't look back, he just has to push, just for a little bit longer. Uraraka. He presses his finger to his ear, trying to break through the static. He doesn't get a response. He darts into a room, knocking into an office room divider. Ahead of him is a maze of desks hidden away behind shoulder-height screens. At the end of the room is another door. He runs for it. Deku. Bakugo crashes into the door frame. It splinters and blackens against his exploding force. Deku looks back, realizing he's in a straight path to get pinned again, so he throws himself into a cubicle, jumps into the desk and over to the other side and drops. The screens hide him relatively well, at least Kaken couldn't see him moving towards the door they had just came from instead of the closed one on the other side. Kaken was storming towards the back of the room, his fingers popping off explosions that Deku could feel under his skin. You think they're your friends? Ha! What a fing joke. But, they were his friends, weren't they? Deku had army crawled to the edge of the column, he'd have to cross a crossroad of open space. He pauses, listening for Bakugo, trying to map the room out in his head. God damn, you're delusional. He was saying, now slowly stalking in the middle of the room. Let me spell it out for you so your small pea brain can handle it. Those extras out there, they're only hanging around you 'cause they're hero students. What? Deku whispers then slaps a hand over his mouth. He strains his ears to hear Bakuga's breathing or clunky steps. He hears a creak, then a hot huff of breath as a shadow pulls around him. His head darts up to take in a scolding Bakugo from over the screen. That was your plan, wasn't it? He growls low, the coldness of his voice freezing Deku's insides even as they burned. Deku kicks off the carpet, running before he's even balanced again, down the aisle to put more distance between them. Who in their right mind would even consider talking to you unless they were forced to? Bakugo jumps over the screen, landing where Deku just was. Simple, you make them pity you. And no, that's not. Deku backs into another cubicle, climbing up a desk to jump over another screen. Bakugo is approaching him slowly, reminiscent of a large cat stalking its prey. Deku thought he was supposed to be the cat in this cat and mouse game. He guessed his mum picked the wrong animal for his costume design. Do you think they have any kind of respect for you? That obstacle course should have been a big but eye-opener, Deku. You're a victim. Bakugo kicks the dividers and one by one they all come crashing down like dominoes. Deku jumps just in time to leave a desk and fallen divider between them. You made yourself look weak and helpless so that they could come rescue you, didn't you, Deku? 𝐿 he shakes his head, his hands held out, trying to push the words away from him. Do you think being here is a game? Bakugo lifts his hand and Deku is running again just as an explosion rips a path through the office equipment. You're the luckiest WhatIf to even get into this school without a DM and Quirk, and you're manipulating them so they can protect you from every challenge this school's got. Deku leaps over a fallen divider. He can feel Kaken's footsteps through the carpet, his voice clasping at his throat, his words rotting his spirit. An explosion punches him through the door, he collides with the hall wall. But look around, Deku, his shoulder screams as he pushes away and begins to run back down the way they had just come from. Bakugo steps out of the office room, glaring at Deku retreating back. Those extras aren't here to save you, and when I'm finished with you they will realize what a motherfucking mistake it was to let you into this school. He raises a gauntlet and pulls the pin. Indoor anti-personnel battle training, start. All Might takes his finger off of the arena speaker and listens into Uraraka and Izuku plan their attack. The students behind him are absolutely buzzing with excitement, and it's contagious. Now you see here, class, you get an exclusive edge compared to this first group. Learn from their successes and mistakes. He instructs them, like an instructor. He was a very good teacher so far, he thought, didn't slip up once in the explanation, and the kids were still engaged in learning. Let's get a running commentary in here now. What are your thoughts on the villain team? Of course, many hands went straight up, eager to get the number one hero's attention and approval. They are kinda overpowered, 𝐂𝐿 is quick to point out, looking at the monitors nervously. It was a wise choice to deposit the objective straight into the belly of the beast, says the Raven Boy partway into the shadows. The winding halls gives Ida-san a disadvantage with his quirk. Ojiro adds. With Bakugo's quirk it's going to be pretty hard for the heroes to get close to the bomb. Kirishima says, watching Bakugo exit the room he was supposed to be protecting with a heated shout at a panicking Ida that none of them could hear. The villain team isn't as cute as the hero team. Mineta butts in as if this is a real observation. All Might nods along as they go on without him. Naturally their observations move on to the hero team's advance. He is quickly distracted. Uraraka-san, don't drop him. Mina begs the screens, inching closer as if she was ready to catch Izuku if he were to fall. He's not made of glass, Mina, Kaminari points out as Izuku grabs onto the side of the building. See? They've got this. Remember what Aizawa-sensei said. Her cheeks become a darker shade of pink as she glares at him. I know, she huffs loudly, it doesn't make it any less nerve-wracking. Bakugo came first in the entrance exams, remember? And his fist packs a real punch. She says, bringing forth memories of the ball throw, however this time replacing the ball with Izuku's head. I'm sure he wouldn't go too far, this is only a class after all. Kirishima reassures. I'm with Mina-chan on this one, Kiro. Zeus speaks up, her finger resting against her chin. I do not like seeing either of them in danger, but I believe in Uraraka-chan and Midoriya-chan. They both came high in the entrance exam too. Even if Midoriya-chan has a sickly body, his quirk or something similar must make up for it for him to be here, Kiro. Yes, now that you mention it, just exactly what Midoriya-san's quirk is has been bothering me, Momo interjects. Kirishima frowns, realizing that he doesn't have an answer to this question even if he has known Midoriya for a few days now. Hey, you're right. Did anyone see him use anything special in Aizawa's classes? He was pretty average if you ask me. Kaminari closes his eyes to think. There is a distinctive burning smell coming from between his ears, usually emitted only when he overloads. Allow me to illuminate. Ayama interjects, flashing his cape in the monitor's light to make it sparkle. Perhaps the perfect occasion hasn't arrived yet for him to use it. Momo ponders, completely ignoring Ayama as he fixes a few more poses before he realizes no one is taking him seriously. No, really, I know it. We were in the same entrance exam. He put on quite a show. He pushes up his mask, posing again with his cape out this time. The room's attention was now suddenly all on him, just as it should be. He milks it for a few seconds too long with a few more choice poses that highlight his fabulousness. Well, Kirishima prompts, what is it? Oh well, I was occupied, so I didn't get a good look, touts Les Persons. He spins to show off his butt, One of his most compelling features besides his gorgeous face, the room did not look as impressed as he expected. He bathes in the spotlight for a moment longer before revealing his card, but he took down the 0-pointer. Mineta snorts, picking his nose. Impossible. It's true. Dark shadow squawks from the shadow Tokoyami had disappeared in. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Tokomi shakes his head. I was too preoccupied with the battle at hand to dare look back. So, Kirishima starts, staring at Izuku clinging to the walls, tearfully glancing around every corner they came across. Midoriya is some sort of secret powerhouse. Doubt spreads across the room. All Might coughs in his hand. He hoped today would be the day his student would finally show off his immense power and intelligence hidden under his nervous surface. He should really be more careful with what he wishes for. The students let out a collective gasp when Bakugo unleashed his ambush. All Might's finger was against his heart-shaped earpiece as the kids cringed for Izuku's pain. Are you alright, my boy? He asks. A crackly, yeah thanks, breaks through the static. He lets out a sigh of relief, but does not untense. Oh man, he looks zest, 𝐂𝐿 points out nervously. Midoriya, get up. Mina urges. Bakugo, my boy, this is a training exercise, remember your objective, All Might reminds. The other side of the fight. Bakugo doesn't even react, launching more attacks on a fallen Izuku as Uraraka runs. He waits for a response and frowns deeply as he watches Bakugo's mouth move, but no sound emits to his end of the microphone. He tunes back into Izuku's channel, instantly bombarded with static. Run, run. Hagekyo chants, and it seems like Midoriya gets her message loud and clear. Why isn't he putting on the capture tape? 𝐂𝐿 asks, his nervously sticking and unsticking his fingers against his elbow. All Might blinks, remembering he is supposed to be teaching a class. This you see class, this is a rookie mistake, the loss of the objective. He begins with a strain in his voice. He gestures to Uraraka. Uraraka-san is heading towards the objective, while Midoriya distracts young Bakugo, who has been overcome by emotion. He presses his hand back to the transceiver as Izuku is pinned. Midoriya, my boy, I can stop the exercise if Midoriya shakes his head as All Might asks. The visual isn't HD, but it is clear he is saying no. Toshi is filled with worry but also pride. His boy must have a plan. He clears his throat to compose himself again. Watch carefully, children, this is the hero course, there is no holding back here. Watch your first student v student battle. But it wasn't much of a battle. This wasn't even a fight. Bakugo's blow is felt across the class. Momo steps forwards and touches All Might's arm. Sensei she begins just as the tables turn dramatically. Kaminari cheers loudly as Izuku flips their positions, coming out on top and dashing away with a hardy knee to Bakugo's stomach. Wah! So manly. Kirishima shouts. Like a karate MSTR. 𝐂𝐿 agrees. All Might puffs out his chest, nearly moved to tears by Midoriya's show of skill and strength. His boy is going to be alright. Uraraka buzzes in his ear. Toshi presses his finger to it, glad their connection is finally back. Well done, my boy. We are all cheering you on, he says. A few shouts of go Midoriya, and just hold on a little longer, sounds off across the room. We still have to cheer on Bakugo though, right? Kirishima adds, his fists turn to stone, he's working hard to win too. Shoji nods, he is not holding back even though Midoriya is supposedly a weak rival. He could afford to hold back a little though. Gyro interjects, this is just painful to watch. They all go quiet as they watch the intense game of cat and mouse. All Might interjects a few times into his connection with Midoriya's headpiece at the rising anxiety in his movements, but the staticky nose and shaking of his head prevent him from pressing the intercom to call off the battle game. The next time the class makes a noise is when Bakugo pulls the pin. Deku had half a mind to shut his eyes and protect his head as a blazing white light swallowed him up. Its teeth were sharp enough to cut through his arms, the heat like stomach acid against his skin. He opened his mouth to scream and swallowed down a lung full of smoke and fire. He comes back to himself lying flat on the ground, his left elbow skinned from the sandpaper-like concrete below him. He heaved, smoke turning to tar in his lungs, debris clinging to his sweaty burning skin. They gave you that, he whimpered, trying to sit up, using his right arm. His costume was torn on his left arm, with few haphazard rips opening up where the flames became too hot or the wall shrapnel hit him too sharply. He silently thanked his mother for the costume. He was sure he would be dead if not for its protection. Izuku! A panicked voice screeched in his ear. Are you all right? What was that? It felt like the building was swaying, but Deku reassured himself it was just him. He pressed a finger to his ear. The microphone was still singing a high tone. I'm fine, what about you? Did you find the bomb? He doesn't hear a response. His heart sunk into the soles of his shoes. Come on Deku, fight! Bakugo screamed, you're in a hero class, remember? Are you just going to lay there like a wounded animal, waiting for someone to rescue you? His second gauntlet flashed red, indicating it was filled. You're in UA, we don't have room for cowards like you. He held up his other arm. There was a gaping hole at Deku's back, fallen pillars and a wall on either side of him and Bakugo ahead. He was trapped. He was going to die. There was nothing left but his body to break the exploding force at Bakugo's fingertips. Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku had never heard that tone from All Might before. It demanded attention and promised violence if he was ignored. You will not use that attack again. It was reckless. Destroying one's base will lose you points. There was a loud cracking behind All Might's voice. I wasn't going to hit him head on. Bakugo argued to the wall. Below him, Izuku felt the building shifting. Something was happening. It was dangerous to take his eyes off of Bakugo, even more so by staying on the ground. Regardless of young Midoriya's excelled dodging abilities, Deku shifted, putting his legs under himself with his one uninjured hand raised towards Bakugo like he was facing a wild animal. But Bakugo wasn't concentrating on him. Excelled abilities. Bakugo scoffed, I let him jump out of the way. I know what I'm doing. Deku is at a crouch now. He knew that Kaken isn't completely ignoring him, but maybe this was his only chance to run to Uraraka to back her up, but something was keeping him pinned to his spot. The cracking snapped through the halls, echoing and shaking. At first, Deku thought it was Uraraka and Ida upstairs and he took his eyes off Bakugo for a split second to look up. You will stop arguing with me, young Bakugo, All Might said, the class behind him backing him up with comments about letting them continue or announce a draw. Bakugo snarled into his earpiece, glaring at the ground when there is a bright flash of green light beside him. It is like a gunshot had gone off in the room. Run, Uraraka! Deku wailed, electricity surging up his legs like a fire ant swarm, biting at every muscle down to the bone. He watched himself snatch Bakugo around the middle. Their skin connecting would have usually sent firecrackers through Deku's mind, but he felt nothing but pure adrenaline. All he could see as he tossed Bakugo towards the gaping hole in the wall was the deeply cracked ceiling giving in to the pressure, and falling like a meteor shower over his head. Bakugo swore as he was flung through the air. His boots caught onto the concrete for a moment as he skidded and then he was falling. His scream was murderous as he straightened his arms against the bellowing air that was swallowing him as he fell, thick like water below him. His quirk sent pins and needles up his arms as he ignited, turning himself into a human rocket to shoot right back up towards that stupid Deku. Just as his senses returned, and he was swearing up and down he would murder that piece of SHT for throwing him out of a building, he noticed multiple things at once. Glass was raining from the sky like some crappy apocalyptic nightmare. The building was leaning closer towards him. Round Cheeks was screaming, also above him, clinging to turbo legs like a koala. He was mid-run in the middle of the Fing sky. There was only concrete and a balloon of dust shooting up and out towards him through the floor he was just on moments ago. Kaken let off another explosion below him, angling his arms towards the building to propel him right into Round Cheeks and turbo legs. He knocked them backward and up, throwing them all towards the building across the street. Below them was a wave of dust spewing out from the training building and chasing them upwards. He felt a hand on his shoulder and then his stomach flipped as gravity stopped pulling him towards the dust more below. Turbo legs shout something and Bakugo is bracing as they rip through a window. Glass fell below them but they are mid-air for a few more seconds before crashing down. He hissed as tiny shards break his fall and BLD weeps into his new hero costume fabric. But he can't look at it right now. because right now the building across the street is being consumed by a dust cloud that seemed to fall straight through to hell. Round Cheeks tried to call out something, but vomit is the only thing that came out, covering Turbo Legs' shiny chest. Turbo Legs doesn't say anything as he stood up with visibly trembling legs and grabbed the girl. Bakugu! He's screaming, but 𝐭𝐚𝐲 couldn't hear him, his ears ringing a high-pitched tone that won't stop. He watched All Might jumping from the heavens like it was straight from a comic STP. Where is Midoriya? Turbo was bellowing, terror laced in his tone. 𝐭𝐴𝐴 gritted his teeth until it started to hurt. Turbo's gloved hands grabbed the back of 𝐭𝐴𝐴's costume and shake him. Where is Dash? He's still in there. 𝐭𝐴𝐴 snapped and the hand on his back fell. He threw me out. He Dash. That stupid thing, pathetic son of a beach, is still in there. And as he watched the dust clear from above, the speck of their teacher tossing concrete slabs 10 times larger than himself out of the way down below, Bakugu knew that he did this. It sounded like droplets of water hitting a tin shed. Heavy rain just as the witching hour had begun. Deku stretched his jaw, sand sliding over his tongue as air tried and failed to be swallowed completely down. He didn't know he was in pain until he tried to cough up the stone in his throat. The sudden movement spasmed across his whole body. He could feel his liver hugging against his kidneys, his knee free-floating down near his ankles and his head squeezing as he stared out through 2 egg slits in his helmet. He didn't remember putting on a helmet. His breath came out in short panicked bursts as he struggled to gather enough air into his lungs to banish the stars in his vision. His fingers brushed across pieces of glass to find his face and he hit something solid over his head. It left his mouth open to gasp and cry the dusty air of the night. He pressed his hands above him, feeling a solid coffin of stone. His heart sunk. He reached out around him, cutting up his skin as he grazed concrete on all sides. He reached his hand up again, the motion like electricity straight through his organs, and caught a spot of sunlight on the back of his hand. His tears were dripping down his face. He was on his back. He was on his back and there was a light above him, if he could just. He braces his hands against the ceiling of his crawlspace. He doesn't give his mind time to talk him out of it before his pushing. Hot red lava spills out of his lower half as he grits his teeth, screaming around his tears. Come on, come on. Looking deep inside himself, one for all flickers, clawing its way up from his shattered legs, filling the space with a brief flicker of bright green light. His arms tremble, he can feel the bones in his fingers exploding like red party balloons, and he drops his arms and with it a large stone that barely dodges his neck, tumbling into the broken glass next to him. Hello. He sobbed, gulping in dust to scream. Hello. He reaches up again to touch the slither of light. Anybody, please, please, All Might, please help me. I'm down here, I'm stuck. His voice breaks. I'm stuck, I can't move. Mum, please, All Might, please. His throat is hoarse, the only moisture tastes of copper. Snot bubbled out of his nose, blocking his breathing for a moment, and all he could do was GG and wail nonsense. Young Midoriya. The static through his earpiece formed words. I'm coming, young Midoriya. Just hang in there. I'm coming. Toshisan, Deku rasped. Yes. Yes, that's right, young Midoriya. I'm almost there. Just hold on, my boy. Deku blinks, and he felt like he had been blinking for a very long time because when he opened his eyes again the small dot of light was now a fat slit. His heart galloped in a heated wave pool. Answer me, young Midoriya. He responded with a wet cough and a weak wheeze. His lower chest was very cold and wet, and as the light grew larger with every blink, he understood why. It was red. A red steel beam. He wonders how it managed to snag him like a useless worm on a hook. He knew he had fallen through several stories, and several more had fallen on top of him like the world's worst sandwich. Uraraka was near the top floor. He really hoped she and Ida had gotten out. He knew that 𝐭𝐴𝐴 would be okay. 𝐭𝐴𝐴 was 𝐭𝐴𝐴. No mere building could harm him. Uraraka. Ida, he mumbles to the light slit. They're fine, it's just you, young Dash. But he had stopped listening to the light speck. It had told him everything he needed to know. He could close his eyes now and wish for this game to be over. But even as All Might hooked his arms under his shoulders, Kirishima holding onto the beam screwed straight through his friend as Todoroki froze it in place. He didn't see the 3 hearts, only white-hot pain. All Might paces behind the theater glass looking out into the operating room. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 sits in the corner closest to the door, glaring at the man and the stupid boy being operated on below. MIC's blowing up his phone with worried texts ending with stupid heart emojis, but he's ignoring them, silently asking the man to just stop worrying about him and focus on all the kids he's supposed to be looking after. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 sits up front on top of a thick textbook to see over the railing. He is a picture of calm. It's his eraser off. All of it. Why? Is all 𝐼𝐬𝐽 can get out, his voice cutting the tension and right into All Might's back. The lanky man pauses his pacing, sunken worried eyes glued to the glass but unable to see anything past it. This is all my fault, Toshi mumbled. Eraser's hair begins to float. No 𝐻D. He barked, and Toshi flinched like an abused puppy seeing a rolled-up newspaper. You were supposed to look out for them, you were supposed to be the adult. These are children, they aren't pro-heroes, and you just sat back and watched them destroy each other. They could have died. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 hasn't been this angry in a very long time. He knew this was all just a terrible idea. Letting in a self-sacrificing meathead and his just as idiotic apprentice into their school. It was a bomb waiting to go off, but he didn't think it would explode so literally in their faces so soon. He didn't want to stop. He told me to All Might began to defend, which only stirred 𝐼𝐬𝐽's capture weapon from around his neck, making it float around him menacingly with every word. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 holds up a paw. This is not the time. Can you not see Izuku Midoriya fighting? They turn their attention back to the surgery for a few moments. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 folds his paws back against his lap. They were all thinking the same thing, but no one wanted to voice it. So, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 took the initiative to breach part of the subject with a deep sigh. No one outside the school can know of Midoriya Izuku's full quirk, not while he is still vulnerable and inexperienced. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 began. All Might seemed to want to protest, but his eyes set back to the small boy. All Might had many enemies, a lot of which would jump at the chance of this supposed immortality his pupil had. Today's exercise showed them all that despite Izuku's capabilities, he was still only a child. Eraserhead, once he dies, I need you to take care of the physical evidence, I will deal with the rest. 𝐼𝐬𝐽 nods grimly, biting back his words. They all jump as the theater fills with loud sounds and lights. Deku is vaguely aware of voices above him. He's pleasantly numb, but he can still feel something moving inside him. He pictures a worm, a very large worm, eating up his insides one mouthful at a time until he's just an empty shell. The creature slithers up through to his chest, and wiggles between his ribs, mouth open then shutting its sharp teeth around him. Game over. Continue. Yes, 𝐻𝐻. He watches absently as one of his hearts drain as he floats in the nothingness. What catches his eye though, is the multicolored blur above the continue. It flickered from red to orange, to red again. Then it seemed to like the color red, and stuck with it. What it said was still very incoherent. Deku supposed it wanted to be just like his two remaining hearts. Guess it felt left out. His hand hovered over the options, and he knew there was only one obvious answer. 𝐻𝐻, we have a pulse, someone calls out from above him. The worm in his chest had gone on a rampage, brushing its sharp teeth with his ribs and battering his body with sharp spines. His eyes were open, and for the first time his brain realized that he could see. There wasn't much to look at besides a glaring light above him as shadows scurried back and forth beside him. Something glinted off of those lights, a metallic pole irked just above the dark blue sheet, preventing him from looking to see if the worm had swallowed his whole body yet. It felt like it had. He honestly hoped it had a good meal, but he knew it would have been disappointing. Game over. Continue. Yes, 𝐻𝐻. Red swirls down into the nothingness from the third heart. This time he sits and watches the red blur though, wondering if it would give him a light show or something fantastical within the void. No matter how hard he squinted, whatever the red was probably not a language he understood. Maybe. He couldn't make heads or tails of whatever it was. But he did have time to work it out. But time wasn't a concept he was familiar with. So, at some point, in some time, the red swayed to orange. Which was nice. A change from the nothing and red, something new. Was it exciting? He didn't know. Feeling was also foreign. He guessed it could stay if it wanted to. But, turns out it didn't really want to because it turned into green. At this point, This game seemed to be boring now, and not Izuku turned his attention to the words he could read. A very tired-looking doctor walked purposely through the halls. He had a clipboard in his hand and thick black hair covering his face. His coat was dirty and against regulation, however, no one dared to stop him. Despite his hidden expression, this man held himself like he was off to fight a war all by himself. Or maybe he just hadn't had his coffee. He reached the staircase and began his descent. His footsteps echoed down to the bottom floor, where he plucked out a key card from his pocket, the photo of a woman. That clearly wasn't him on the front, and swiped it. The door opened. Aizawa felt a chill skip up his spine, starting from his feet and spreading out through his skull. He felt villainous being in the morgue in a stolen coat and key card. He circled the tables, his attack weapon wrapped tightly around his face. He stopped at the tuft of dull green hair and wondered if this was his life now. He hesitated to push back the sheet. "What were you thinking?" he asked the room. He half expected a stuttered response about saving people and becoming a hero mixed with an unhealthy dose of apologies. But really it is he who should be apologizing. "I know it is hypocritical of me to judge him," he told his student, "and that it isn't you who I should be angry at." He lifted the sheet carefully and his stomach flipped at the sight. He'd seen this boy dead twice now, but he wasn't numb to it. He watched in fascinated horror as the skin on the boy's stomach moved sluggishly. His legs were an angry shade of purple, but the longer he looked, the lighter the shade became. He lowered the sheet again to give the boy privacy. At least he knew his quirk was working now. "The second I saw you in the training grounds, I just knew you would be the new problem child," he admitted to Izuku. "Bringing poison to your first day of class? Stupid." He put his arms under the boy's broken legs and against the small of his lazily weeping back. He lifted, and for a second, he wondered if this is what a Boro would have. He dispelled the thought. Cursing, he gingerly kicked the morgue door open with his foot and backed up into the hall with an arm full of Midoriya. He tried not to think at how cold his student was under the sheet, or that the only sound from the boy was not rhythmic breathing, but his literal bones snapping back together with whispered pops and snaps. "Doctor!" An unsure voice called from behind him. He glanced back, his face in a grimace. "What?" He snapped back to the sweetly dressed nurse. Her hair was a soft purple color, small whisker-like markings streaked across her cheeks in a rainbow of colors. She didn't look that much older than the boy in his arms. She seemed to flinch, her pretty green eyes swirling red for a moment, but she blinked them back with a polite smile. "Sir, I don't mean to be rude, but Dr. 𝐒𝐿 and I are the only ones assigned to this ward." He cut her off with a growl. "You are wasting my time, nurse. Don't you see that I am busy? Do I have to have a word to Dr. 𝐒𝐿 about you?" he said in a tone he usually only saved for when he's especially sessed off at MIC. She paled, her eyes flashing to yellow. "We're sorry," she cried out, bowing low and physically more stressed than she was moments ago. "Please don't fire us, sir." He grimaced, only slightly troubled by the fact that threats to fire people, even when he didn't even work there, still had an effect. "I'll forgive you this one time if you shut it and get back to work," he instructed in his best. "I'm too tired to deal with this tone." Her head bobbled violently as she scurried down the hall, leaving him to reflect on the fact of how close that was. If it was this doctor she spoke about instead of the young intern nurse that caught him, he definitely wouldn't be slipping out of one of the side exits and into an unmarked car with a young corpse in the seat beside him. He still thought this was a bad idea. It felt like there was gravel still stuck in his ears. He rubbed and poked, absently telling himself what a bad idea it was to do so. The gravel could go further into his head, getting stuck there, and then he would never be able to become a hero. Because there was Fing gravel in his ears. The clock ticks. Tick. Tick. Why wouldn't it shut the F up? This was stupid, this was so Fing stupid. Bo, are you listening? A voice, muffled like it was coming from a face under a pillow. He lifted his eyes to stare at the mouse-like man. The principal's paws were together, his chin rested on top of the intertwined knuckles. Bakugo couldn't yell at the mouse, not even if he wanted to. Why was he acting so Fing calm? Why wouldn't the ticking stop? What did they Fing want with him? The mouse's voice sounded like it was trapped underwater, but that didn't stop it from coming through to Bakugo. This level of disregard for another human life is concerning for a young man wanting to become a hero. The mouse pointed out blankly. I didn't think Bakugo growled, stopped by a raised paw. Language. This was so stupid. He didn't mean for this to happen. He didn't want Deku to. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just doing the exercise. I didn't know the building would come down like that. His knuckles were white on the armrests, he couldn't feel his hands. His school uniform was already covered in sweat, despite only having just put it back on. Bandages wrapped around his limbs, making it hard to not feel restrained. He took in the sweet smell of his body, making him feel nauseous. Bakugo, Nezu sighed. His paw pad tapped his phone, and the recorded video of the fight began to play again. They had watched it 3 times already. He tried to keep his eyes on the principal's phone. A flash of green caught his attention and he was looking back at himself from behind, seeing the terrified look on Deku's face as he caught him in the hall. Bakugo heard mumbling from Nezu, but he was focused on the little SHT's blurred face. Round freckled cheeks, wet with tears flowing down from petrified eyes. Why did he look at him like that? When did he start looking at him like that? He could taste rust as his jaw clenched. He remembered last year when he told the idiot to give up on UA. Cornering him in school. His fist, full of that familiar uniform. The tremble of the boy's voice. The familiar emotionless, unseeing glassy look in his eyes. I died for this, he had said. Why did that send chills down his spine to the pit of his stomach? He thought of the feeling he got burning the little SHT's desk, his smirk when Deku walked into class that day to see what he had done. When the extras had kicked Deku down just as hard as Bakugo did. Just putting the little SHT in his place. He remembered that face when he told him he didn't want to hang out with him anymore. It was just like the one on the screen. He remembered feeling the burns under Deku's uniform sometimes. He remembered the face Deku had pulled in the forest that day when they were playing around with Bakugo's new quirk. Bakugo's chest was burning. Had the fall into the building damaged him internally? Nezu's phone lit up, drawing the boy's eyes from the footage and muffled words from the mouse. Nezu casually picked it up, tapped a couple of times, then looked back to Bakugo. There was a complication at the hospital. Nezu paused as Bakugo took in the news. Complication, Deku was in surgery. They hadn't said anything besides that. When people said there was a complication, it's usually followed up by, he flinched when something cold trickled down his face. He wiped at it dumbly, his fingers coming back wet. He made a choked sound that he couldn't hear, but he felt it. He felt it along with his tingling fingers and racing heart. A heart filled with grief, yes, but relief. How fed was that? Why was he relieved? What the F was wrong with him? His friend was dead. He had killed him. He was a murderer. He killed Izuku. Again. Bakugo fell into the chair again, having not realized he was standing as he pressed a hand to his chest. He was gasping around that lump in his throat. He tried to be quiet about it. He wouldn't show weakness in front of this mouse. But he felt like he was dying. Did he kill them both? But it seems like Mr. Midoriya will make a full recovery, Nezu finished, a calculating smile across his face as he watched Bakugo's reactions. Bakugo froze, unable to take a breath. There are only 2 reasons for your reactions towards Mr. Midoriya, Bakugo Katsuki. 1. You're a truly villainous person who only wishes pain to those around him, or 2, well. Nezu said, watching the young boy's face crumple up, his shoulders trembling. There were studies done about 50 years ago in Japan about how children respond to trauma. Each was given a doll, whom they became attached to over the year. The beginning of stage 2 of this study was to show the children an old horror movie, with their doll as the main villain. 2 things happened. Half of the group of children proceeded to throw the doll away quickly and move on to another. However, the other half kept the dolls and destroyed them systematically, too attached to let them go, but too afraid to leave them be. Bakugo stood now, his breath coming in quick, sharp huffs. It was an accident. He screamed, baring his teeth to the principal. What the F do you want from me, you rodent? You're not making any sense, just expel me and get this SHT over with. His hair was standing on end now, his face hurt from his clenched teeth. He braced himself against Nezu's desk, unable to stop his shaking. Nisa's frown deepened. What happened, Bakugo Katsuki? Pain. He had to hurry. We were playing in the forest. Can't breathe. Too much. He was running behind me. I told him to stop. His hands are sticky. There was dirt in his mouth. His knees were both skinned. You told me to be gentle cause he's sick all the time. He was pleading. His voice was raw from screaming so loud. He had screamed for so long. No one came to help. No one heard him. No one saw them. No one saved them. We stopped by the river. He was cold, so I hot. Too hot. Can't control it. It hurts. It hurts. Why won't it stop? His face. Bakugo Katsuki gasped, snot running into his mouth. His face is gone. He wailed, clinging to his mother's shirt. Blood splashed down his front. He could taste it along with the dirt. Every time he closed his eyes he could see freckles giving way to ripe red flesh and bone. Izuku's body crashed into the river. It turned red. He didn't move. He didn't swim. He didn't smile. He couldn't. It was gone. Katsuki had. He told him not to get too close. He held him, using his hands to cover the red. It was hot. So hot and wet under his fingers. It wouldn't go back. He couldn't fix it. They were running so far he didn't realize he was so sweaty. He put his hand on that soft cheek and Kaken. A weak voice pondered. Izuku emerged from the bush. His left overall was burnt off, and he was covered head to toe in mud, but he was fine. Where did you go? The green-haired boy asked him, eyes welling up, bottom lip trembling. He didn't have those things. He had lost those things. Izuku was his fine. Katsuki, his mum huffed, bouncing him slightly on her hip. Gosh, you boys worry us too much. Look at how dirty you are. What did you do to Izuku-kun's clothes? Katsuki, but he wasn't listening, too focused on the thing that had climbed out of the forest with his best friend's face. That wasn't his Izuku Midoriya. He was at his desk when he got the email. It was short and to the point, which is all he really needed. Detective Naomasa Tsukochi, there has been an incident at UA High School. We request your presence at your most convenient time. It is about Izuku Midoriya. Yours sincerely, Nezu. Naomasa had his coat in his hands before he even finished reading it. He slipped it on as he hurried out of his office, apologizing to his secretary on the way out as he pressed his phone to his ear. Incus, yes, I heard. Slow down, buses, you're walking. Hold on, where are you? I'll pick you up. Naomasa had seen Inko upset. Maybe even at the most upsetting part of the woman's life. Back then, she was an inconsolable sobbing mess, but now she was stone-faced. Her eyes reminded him of her son's. Hard-set and determined. She strangled a hanky Naomasa had given her while they waited for Nezu to finish his meeting. She only stopped clenching when a happy golden dog nudged at her hands. Einstein, she breathed, opening her palms for the retriever to place his head between, his chin resting comfortably on the woman's lap. She bent over, rubbing the dog's ears gently as the dog and his owner stepped closer. Dr. Watson held out her hand for Naomasa. He took it. With a solid shake and a grim expression. Thank you for coming. He began, but she waved him off. You weren't the first to call me. My client is in there, she gestured to the office. Izuku? Inko asked, hope in her voice. Watson slowly shook her head. No, but I will see him later, Einstein and I, she said warmly, gesturing for the dog to get off of Inko's lap. He had his front legs up, hugging her as his tongue hung out of the side of his open mouth. Einstein looked back at the doctor, gave Inko a soft like on her cheek, then shuffled down and sat back at the doctor's side. Inko rubbed her cheek, it came back wet. Thank you for coming, she hiccuped, and Watson wrapped her in a hug of her own, rubbing her back firmly. You are doing so well, Midoriya-san. I'll see you a little later, okay? She smiled down at the woman as Inko nodded, unable to use her voice at that moment. Einstein heeled to Watson's side as she pulled away, then followed the doctor to the door, which was opened without much of a knock. Inko caught a glimpse of the UA uniform behind the door, but she knew that boy's posture, even if it was bent and broken. She hoped Mitsuki would show up soon. She would appreciate her friend's tough presence, and so would her son too. Deku was falling. He could feel the earth dragging him down from a string attached to his stomach. The sky clouded over with concrete and shrapnel above. He clenched his teeth, bracing himself. A light flashed near his cheek, something solid wrapped around the back of his head and stopped gently on his nose. He blinked, looking through shaded lenses just as his body made an impact with the ground. His stomach was burning, he gasped, feeling around as he slowly slid down the metal steel beam. He covered his head as concrete tumbled down from above him, but there was something already around his head. It was hard and smooth, and the concrete slab slammed his legs, snapping them under its weight, and oh gods, he couldn't feel anything. He was going to die. He gasped awake. A scream echoing in the empty room around him. No, not empty. Footsteps rushed to his side and he was looking up at three faces, one of which waved the other two away quickly. Toshi-san was in his small form, his cheek was bright purple and his eye was slightly swollen. Aizawa-sensei, he was glaring at him, but he was in some sort of white coat. It didn't suit him at all. And recovery girl. The one who had pushed the two teachers out of the way. Her mouth was moving, he supposed she was saying something, but there was water in his ears. "I'm sorry, I don't." He tried to sit up, and she let him. He pressed his palms to his eyes, rubbing flecks of dirt and God's knows what out of his face. His eyes felt so dry, his tongue was like sandpaper in his mouth, his whole body throbbed. A cup of water was near his face in an instant. He saw the hand attached to it was Aizawa-sensei's, his knuckles were bandaged. Deku took the cup with a small mumbled thanks, sipping slowly through the straw. Toshi-san offered him an All Might patterned hanky, which he felt bad getting dirty, but it was wet and felt cool on his face. Feeling a little better, he looked to the adults in the room. "Where am I?" he asked. "Yui, nurse's office," recovery girl answered. "You were in the hospital, but due to your quirk, we had to take you back here." She pressed a cold utensil to his chest, which he vaguely remembered was used to check the heart. She listened for a few beats, then popped them off. "Now, I'm not going to comment on how terrible you ended up, because it wasn't your fault, and I have already had many words with All Might and his actions during this event," recovery girl started. All Might flinched and Aizawa flexed his still sore hand from landing a solid punch to the man's face as soon as he saw him. Recovery girl refused to heal either of them. "But you must promise me to not get yourself into situations like this again," she insisted. He gulped and nodded his head. "Yes, recovery girl, I'm sorry, I keep ending up in your office, it won't happen again." He began to mumble furiously, but she waved a hand in his face. "No, you will try your best to keep yourself healthy, but if you fall ill or are injured, I expect you back here before you have to use your quirk." He nodded again, knees pulling up to his chest. His fully whole, not pierced through chest. "Yes, She nodded once, then turned to the men in the room who flinched at her attention, but she didn't say anything. She just walked out of the room to inform the principal of Izuku's recovery. It is quiet for a few moments. Toshi, the overly lanky man, stood with his middle fingers pressed together in the corner like a scolded child. Aizawa had his arms wrapped around his middle under his coat, a calculating look on his face. "Am I expelled?" Deku whispered out, so softly it was hard to even catch it. Both men jump, Toshi exclaiming something while Aizawa gave the boy an incredulous look. "Of course not, my boy." Toshi gasped, waving his hands in the air. "Where did you get that idea?" Aizawa asked, glaring still. Deku shoved his face in his knees, breathing just like Dr. Watson had taught him, trying to calm down. "I'm sorry." No, my boy, I am sorry." Toshi began, interrupted. "You should be." Aizawa snapped. Toshi paused, biting his lip. He stepped forward, then dropped to his knees. If Deku wasn't going to have a heart attack before, he was now. "All Might." He gasped, straightening in his bed. "We re-watched the footage, my boy," Toshi-san said, his head to the floor. "I misunderstood, I thought you were talking to me, but it seems young Bakuga's first attack almost destroyed the communicator. I thought that you were telling me to not stop the exercise. I thought you wanted to show the class what you had trained for, your strength and courage and if." Deku choked on spit as the solid kick landed right on Toshi's injured side. Aizawa looked like a rabid dog set loose. "There is no excuse," he said, looking to Deku. "Us adults failed you again. He's sorry about that, so am I, which is why he will be stepping down. from his teaching position, only appearing as a special guest, if I approve it. Aizawa shoved his hands into his pockets as Toshi regained himself on the floor. We are in this same position again, Midoriya. His eyes narrowed. Do you still wish to continue at UA's hero course? There are plenty of other schools who would be much safer for you. Despite how it looks, this is not how the hero course is supposed to operate. You aren't supposed to end up in the nurse's office after every class. Deku swallowed hard, glancing down at Toshi then back up to Aizawa again. He felt hot hands across his body, solid burns eating up his skin. But then, he felt himself screaming for Uraraka, pushing Bakugo, seeing the determined and happy faces of his classmates sitting at lunch around him. I don't want to leave. He hiccuped, tears already falling and mixing with snot. I love UA, I love Toshisan, I love your classes, I want to stay here, please, I want to be a hero, I still want to help people, I want to control my quirk, I want to make friends, please, can I stay? He whimpered, shivering as he pled. Inko steps into the room, unable to keep back with Naomasa and Recovery Girl. She wrapped her arms around her son, squeezing him tightly as he broke down in her arms. Her heart broke as he did. Okay, she shushed, I hear you, Izuku-kun, I'm listening. She ran her fingers through his hair, her hand coming back dusty. Okay. What happened to Uraraka-san, Ida-san, Keikaken? He gasped around his tears. She pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. They are fine, everyone is fine, only a few scratches. Bakugo. She turned to look at Aizawa, who nodded. Bakugo won't be in your class anymore, he finished for her. He felt himself falling again, his stomach down near his toes. What? Deku once again stood at the feet of the gigantic door to Class 1A. His arms were itchy from the bandages bound around them and the plaster on his face was threatening to peel off. There was nothing wrong with him, besides the fact that there was nothing wrong with him. A whole building fell onto him not even 3 days ago, and here he was, ready to start his life in the hero course again. The teachers allowed him to work remotely from his mother's old computer. During the week he would tune into his classes from a small webcam on the teacher's lectern facing the board, and a microphone is hidden on the teacher. MIC's classes were the hardest to take, as the man would forget he had Deku in his pocket and would scream joyfully as the class answered his questions correctly. Deku would cringe and tug off his headphones, rubbing his ears to try to stop the ringing. When he wasn't in class, he was at Dr. Watson's office, running his fingers down Einstein's back as they worked through his trauma. Really, he just ended up sobbing into the retriever's fur for an hour and then stumbled sleepily through his exercises when he returned home. He was exhausted, all the time. But he couldn't sleep. He would close his eyes to drift off, and his body would begin to fall. He would jolt awake, gasping and feeling around his middle and head for damage, then he'd get up and do 50 push-ups to work out the sudden burst of adrenaline. His fingers curled tightly around his backpack straps as he clenched his jaw. His eyes stung a bit. What if when he walks in, Kaken was still in there? He was told by multiple people that he had been transferred, which Deku felt extremely bad about. He even offered to leave in Kaken's place. He would see Class 1A at lunch, it would be okay. Everyone had outright refused his suggestion though. But, in Deku's eyes, the building incident was both their fault. If Deku was just strong enough to tape up Kaken when he had the chance, then he wouldn't have had to use that big finishing move on him. Deku shook his head, trying to clear it before he stepped inside. Dr. Watson had told him to stop thinking things like this, that they were really all just bad symptoms of Izuku-kun. You're back. And you're on the floor again. Uraraka stopped just in front of him and squatted down to meet his gaze. He hadn't even realized he had crouched. Uraraka-san. Izuku gasped, a strange warm feeling crawling up the back of his neck when he realized she was so close. How are you feeling? Are you alright? Could I give you a hug? She asked in quick succession. His blush met the tips of his ears now, his mind blank but thoughts racing all at once. A gush of wind blew Uraraka's hair into her face. Izuku glanced to the side as a voice gasped. I thought I heard someone. Kirishima almost cheered from inside the now open classroom. Midoriya. Welcome back. There was a loud scrape of chairs and the clutter of things being immediately dropped at the mention of Izuku's name. Are you alright? Kiro. Your battle was wild. Nice dodging. How are you even at school right now? Oh Mondayu. You are like a phoenix. But not as shiny as more. The Raven Queen has gifted you with eternal suffering, it seems. Everyone, please. Give my Doria-san space. Deku must have looked like a deer in headlights at the onslaught of voices. Ida stood in front of him, blocking the rest of the class from watching the other boy begin to tremble. Uraraka reached out and brushed her fingertips against his hand. He didn't mean to, but he flinched. He stumbled over his words, trying desperately to apologize, but he was cut off, a familiar shadow looming over him. What are you all standing around in the doorway for? Take your seats. Aizawa groaned. He was lacking his signature yellow sleeping bag this morning, but his all-too-familiar grimace was still plastered across his face. Ida looked as if he would have died right there on the spot. And he would have if he didn't know they had 2 more minutes until the bell. There was a mad dash for seats. Uraraka and Deku last to sit down, as the brunette helped him stand back up with a shy hand. When he slipped into his seat he couldn't help but glance around, eyes searching out for the familiar spiked hair and loud voice, but his eyes only met briefly with the multicolored-eyed boy behind him. The other boy raised an eyebrow at Deku, which made him jolt and turn his eyes to the front, cheeks still flushed. Aizawa lumbered to the front of the class and dropped into his chair. He slapped down his folder and surveyed the classroom with disdain. I hate repeating myself, Aizawa started, his lip twitching with annoyance. I expect you to all treat each other as equal heroes in training. If you don't show each other that respect then, he paused, staring at them expectantly. We'll all be expelled, they all slowly answered. Like Bakugo, Denki snickered under his breath to Mineta, who snorted. Deku shifted uncomfortably, his head ducked down but not fully under his arms just yet. Aizawa sighed and pretended he didn't hear the comment. Alright, now I'm sure you're all aware now about the press trying to stick their noses through our gates after somehow catching wind about our number 1 hero supposedly teaching here, but let me remind you again, don't give them anything. Think of this as part of your hero training. There are times and places for press conferences, outside a school building is not one of them. If any of you are late for my class again because you were talking with them, you can stay outside of the school with them all day. He gave pointed looks towards Emma and Ida, who were both caught up in the spotlight for 2 different reasons. One, being a camera-aware, the other, not knowing how much information is too much information to indulge the press with. Deku thought back to the morning when he was quite literally cornered by microphones and cameras on his way inside the school. Just thinking about all the noise, the bodies pressing and knocking against him as he tried to squeeze through, while questions were hurled at him at unrelenting speeds, made his lungs hurt. No wonder he was so worked up at the class door. Deku looked up, checking again to see if the seat in front of him was still empty. It was. Now, to homeroom business, sorry for the sudden announcement, but today, Aizawa pauses, watching each and every one of his students tense at the prospect of a pop quiz or exam. He would have probably given them one today if MIC had unleashed him from their bed anytime in the night. But no, whoever allowed his husband a whole week off from his late-night talk show was determined to keep Aizawa away from his own desk as well. You'll pick a class president. There was a few moments of stunned and relieved silence before me. I will. Pick me. Me. The position was made for me. In my administration, all girls must wear miniskirts. I wanna be leader. Deku pressed his head down against the desk, his arms wrapping around his head for cover. Everyone was standing up, hands raised in the air as they shouted at their expressionless homeroom teacher. Deku squeezed his eyes shut, feeling his heart thumping against the top of his desk. Quiet down everyone. The crisp voice of Ida cut cleanly through the chaos again, making Deku jolt up to attention, eyes wide and searching for the danger. Many inquisitive looks landed on Ida, who didn't shrink away from the spotlight. This is a very important decision for our classroom. If this is to be a democracy, then I put forth that we should settle this with an election. His hand was still raised high above his head, way too obvious that he too wanted to be the president. Will you allow this, sensei? He finished, and all eyes bounced back to the front of the room where Aizawa was climbing into his yellow sleeping bag. Yeah, whatever, as long as I have an answer before the PRD ends, he said, zipping up and flopping behind the desk. But won't we all just vote for ourselves? Tsuyu pondered out loud, which is when Deku tuned out of their conversations. He rubbed gently at his palms, attempting to stimulate his senses to come back online, but for the moment he was stuck. The loud eruption of noise set his brain to the moments after the pin pull. He could see the cracks on the ceiling above their heads, feel the building sway under his feet. He gripped onto the sides of his desk tightly, trying to keep himself from falling off of his seat. A piece of paper was placed in front of him, a very fast scribble of names and checkboxes in front of them. He scanned the list, seeing he was only supposed to put a tick in one. He tried to find Kaken's name in the lineup, but it wasn't there. He scared in a tense breath, unable to decide who to vote for. He always just voted Kaken for whatever they were doing. But, now with all these names, all the different decisions, he couldn't decide. He looked around his classroom at all the different faces. He hardly knew anyone there. Ida was chopping the air nervously under his desk as he counted the votes. He was really nice to him and had shooed crowding people away from him countless times, and he looked like he really wanted to be class president. Uraraka was chatting to Tsuyu, a blush dusted across her cheeks as the two debated on who would win. She was nice to him as well, handling the internal building battle expertly, besides being flung out of the building afterwards. But Ida helped save them all then too, didn't he? Uraraka and Ida together made an amazing team. But he only had one vote. Kirishima was laughing at some joke Denki was telling, all smiles and charisma. He was nice too, they were all really nice to him and super smart. How could he choose? Then he looked behind him and he colored in a square. Todoroki Shoto. Ida came around to his desk before he even had a chance to sit up. The other boy folded Deku's piece of paper, not looking at it to keep anonymity until it could be counted. Deku smiled at Ida, a weak, pitiful smile, but at least it was something. Ida and Momo counted the votes, double-checking to make sure they counted right. Momo Yorozu, 3 Tenya Ida 2, Izuku Midoriya Fumikiage Tokoyami 1. 5 Yuga Emma 1, Mina Ashido Tsuyu Asu, 1, Ochiko Uraraka Mashirao Ojiro, 1, Denki Kaminari A Hiro Kirishima, 1, Hanta Siro Shoto Todoroki, 1, Minoru Mineta Menso Shoji. 1 Deku paled at the results. Who had voted for him? He glanced around, trying to catch anyone's eye, but everyone was staring at the board. The same, perplexed expression was across the multicolored boy in the back. Deku didn't really know why he chose him. Maybe it was because he wasn't loud, but it seemed like he was always quietly watching. He seemed really smart, and kinda, like Naya. Deku slapped his face, his brain becoming fuzzy. Why did he have to think of that? Momo stood at the front of the class, her cheeks flush and eyes wide. Me, she asked, sounding breathless. There was a round of confirmation, comments about battle strategy and coolness during training. Ida stood too, his hand appearing to the left of Izuku's face. Deku followed the hand up to look at Ida. He was about to ask what was wrong when Aizawa emerged from his cocoon, glaring at the board. Fine. So, the class president is Momo Yorozu, and class vice presidents, Tenya Ida and Izuku Midoriya. Vice. Deku yelped as Ida finally took his hand, leading him to the front of the class. It is a shame that I am not president, however I am proud to be serving this term with you by my side, Midoriya-sen, Ida said good-heartedly, shaking his hand to the speed of his stuttering heartbeat. There is a vice president is all Izuku could get out, the room felt like it was spinning. Presidents, Ida corrected, I'm sure we will make a great team, the three of us. Momo nodded to his side and it took everything within Deku not to throw up on the spot. This was so Fing stupid. Who the actual F decided that he had to Fing take General Mother Fing studies. Every minute sitting in the useless homeroom was another minute wasted. Another minute less to becoming a hero. They didn't even Fing stay in school the same amount of time the hero course did. They didn't even eat lunch at the same Fing time. Bakugo had to Fing walk home while those Fing extras went off to do hero training. How is that even fair? They wouldn't even let him Fing watch, even if Deku wasn't even there. Why did Fing Deku get to stay in the hero course but your internal monologue is annoying, a voice mumbled next to him. Bakugo reflectively tensed, shooting a wild glare at the purple-haired boy next to him. He had his head pillowed in his arms, baggy eyes squinting darkly at Katsuki. "You wanna thing dash?" Bakugo began to hiss before his thoughts went pleasantly numb, expression lax and body slumping down. There was a sudden tension in the room as people around them pretended to not see the quirk usage, fearing it would be their turn next. "Calm down and do your work until the homeroom teacher shows up," ♯yawned, settling back into his arms. Katsuki felt himself turning towards his homework. He'd already completed it last night. "Calm down." He took in a breath, held it, then release. Breath in, hold, gently out. In, hold, gently out. His jaw unclenched, eyes unfocused, just breathing. No swell of something threatening to break just below the surface of his mind. No rising heat. No internal scream. Keep it down. Keep it together. Stop being weak. Do your work. Bounced around the inside of his skull. There was nothing but equations in his brain, double-checking his own work. It was nice not having to stress about anything but the task right in front of him. It felt like a warm bubble was stuck around his head, keeping all other thoughts from entering until midnight walked in and the bubble popped. With a rush, everything came back to him into a sharp and painful focused wave. Deku. Everything felt so suddenly real, no fog, no quiet. Failure. All of his anger, the complicated feelings he couldn't put a name to, all rushed back through his mind. Expelled. He can't move. Building. He can't breathe. Injured. Can't be a hero. Failure. 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 Murderer. Where are you going? Midnight snapped as Bakugo rushed past her. He could barely growl out some excuse about the bathroom before he was sprinting down the halls. There was an explosion slowly ripping through his chest. Firecrackers going off in his lungs. A fire blazing across his skin. He couldn't see where he was going, he didn't know where he was going. He just had to get away. He needed air. He needed to breathe. Was he dying? Katsuki's hands hit wet grass. His outside. The sun was hot on his back. Breeze against his face, but there was no air coming in. There was no air coming in. Run so fast, a voice said behind him. His hands dug at the grass, trying to find purchase, an anchor to ground himself, allow the bubble of boiling water to pop around his head, but it wasn't popping. Calm down, just breathe. Bakugo swiped blindly backwards. Calm. He shrieked, his voice not sounding like his own. You want me to calm down? An explosion ruptured the air. His fist connected, landing solid into an unprotected stomach, and he sent his pursuer flying into the forest. ♯had enough mind to cover his head as he fell. He tumbled across thick roots and wet leaves, each impact sending pain across his whole body. He abruptly stopped against a tree trunk, glancing up just in time to see the other boy flying towards him in a blind rage. He tucked and rolled out of the way, another explosion sending splinters out like shrapnel around them. I'm sorry. You've been seething all week, I thought you could use a break. ♯screamed as he ran. It was nonsense, he didn't know what he was thinking. One moment he's watching the privileged idiot steaming from the ears, and the next, he really should tape his mouth shut again. I don't need a break. Bakugo launched himself again. I need to get back. I need to become a hero. He swayed direction midair, landing a solid kick against ♯'s side, sending the boy flying again. But I'm stuck here. Sitting next to you. ♯ landed hard, his knee taking the brunt of his landing. His shoulders trembled, but not from pain. And how do you think we feel? He screamed right back. Bakugo turned and slowly stalked closer, his hands popping off explosions, but ♯ didn't back down. You were in the hero course, you made it. All you had to do was stay there and you would have succeeded. But now we have to compete with you for the opportunity you threw away. He was fed. He was so fed. Why couldn't he keep his DMN mouth shut? But maybe this is why. Katsuki isn't the only one frustrated here. Isn't the only one who needs to blow off some steam. You call that success? Bakugo seethed. That was nowhere near success. Getting into the hero course, it's a stepping stone. One that you have to fight to stay on top of. He threw a punch, but this time ♯was ready for it, ducking as Bakugu caught air, and I fought and stayed on top until he let off another explosion, sending the dexterous student back a few feet, until that stupid thing Deku ruined everything. Shinsu ducked when he heard the explosion, but he didn't feel anything. He opened an eye to look just in time to see a tree next to Bakugu slowly wobble then crash down into the forest. Bakugu stood there, heaving and shivering with every breath. Slowly, Shinsu relaxed, running a stressed hand through his hair. "Feel better now?" he asked the other boy. Those red eyes flashed dangerously, but he turned away, mumbling a small, "yeah." Then the alarms went off. "So what's been happening, Bakugu?" Dr. Watson asked, her notepad balanced on her knee. Bakugu threw down the reading material and quiz she had given him onto the small table between them. Einstein lifted his head from the floor next to Watson, his tail slowly wagging, eyes trained on Bakugu as the boy flopped down into the seat parallel to the doctor. "School," he grumbled, making it a point to not look at her. His arms crossed, teeth clenched. This was thing stupid. If they didn't say he couldn't enter the hero course again until this stupid woman cleared him, then he wouldn't be here. It's fine though, he can check whatever boxes she needed. He won't lose to this woman. "Oh, and what have you been learning?" she asked him, gathering the papers and flipping through them. "Nothing," he gritted out, glaring at the wall. Einstein glanced up at Dr. Watson, a small whine emitting from his throat. "Nothing. Haven't you been paying attention?" she asked him, which made him turn to look at her and snap his jaw. "Of course I've been paying attention," he barked. Dr. Watson raised an eyebrow and gestured down to the rope at his feet. He scared and snatched it up, Einstein snatching the other end happily. This was their rule. Every time he swore or yelled, he had to play a game of tug-of-war with the stupid mutt. The rope was about a meter long, a piece of orange tape in the middle of it. Einstein jerked backwards, shaking his head violently as he tried to pull Bakugu from his seat. In return, Bakugu pulled right the F back, causing the dog to slide across the wooden floors and past the coffee table, marking Bakugu's victory. Einstein's eyes were on the coffee table, growling the whole way until his front paws crossed the line, then he let go. Bakugu raised the rope above his head and threw it down at his feet again. Einstein trotted back to Dr. Watson's side and sat, seeking out head pats that she allowed. "So, what have you learnt?" Dr. Watson pressed again, attention on the boy in front of her. He huffed, crossing his arms again. "Just normal stuff, I guess. It's the same as school," he admitted. "Rather be in the hero course though," he added bitterly. "I bet all the students in that class would," she nodded, tilting her head. "Have you made any friends in class yet?" she wondered. Bakugu suddenly found the door a lot more interesting to look at. The moment he stepped into that classroom, the whole room had been against him. He had to stop himself from punching one of the snickering kids at the back. He did yell at them, told them if they had a thing problem they could sort it out outside. Midnight had gently slapped him upside the head for that and told him to take his seat. No one dared to talk to him, but they all looked at him. He was fine with it, used to it even. Let the F'ers look. He's what they all can't be. But, well, that's not true anymore, is it? He's in the same boat that they are in, one step in UA, but not even close to the hero course. They're all a bunch of extras. I won't be sticking around long enough to know him, he told her blatantly. She hummed, not in agreement, just acknowledgement. "So, you haven't tried yet," she concluded. His shoulders tensed, growl in the back of his throat. Einstein looked up again, tail thumping happily against Watson's chair. Bakugu saw it and bit back his first instinctual comment and rethought his response. "Ain't no one worth talking to in that class," he gritted out. There was the purple-haired kid to his left who was always asleep at his desk or just staring at him. Then no one to his right. He was in front and he couldn't care less about whoever was behind him. No one ever worth SHT sits behind him. "You would be surprised," Dr. Watson commented. "Why don't we make that your homework, here? Just to introduce yourself to one of your classmates, see where it goes," she suggested. Bakugu gave her a disgusted look. "What? Is that too hard for you?" she asked him, which, he knew what she was doing. He knew she was poking at his competitive nature. Even so, he wouldn't lose to this stupid woman. Fine, if that's what it takes to get back into the hero course, he grumbled, grinding his teeth. She nodded, satisfied, and noted that part of the homework down on a fresh piece of paper. Now, I would like to discuss what happened during your hero class, if that is okay with you. He knew this was coming. Sure, not like we've gone through this 3 times already, he growled. Einstein leapt up from his sitting position, racing for the rope and pulled. Bakugo scrambled to snatch the other end, grasping it just before the end knot, and he yanked it hard, reeling in the dog to the coffee table with ease. He held up the rope and threw it down again when the retriever let go. A victorious smile spread across his face. Go on, ask your stupid questions, he told Dr. Watson. She cleared her throat, not allowing her smile to show through her expression. Right, well, yesterday you told me about the surprise exam, could you elaborate? She asked him, seeming interested. Bakugo slumped back into his cross-armed, glaring position. Yeah, well, Aizawa-sensei made us do it twice because of that dash. He cleared his throat, 'cause all those extras were tossing Deku across the field the first time. Oh, and why do you think that was? He snorted. 'Cause he's weak, they're all heroes in training, course they would try to help him, they saw how useless he was and they all jumped at the chance to baby him. She hummed again, not agreeing, just acknowledging. Did they tell you that? She asked him, and he scoffed. Heck no, they were all too busy carrying him around, he answered, rolling his eyes. Did you speak to anyone in the hero class? She asked him, and he snorted. I guess, got yelled at by 4 eyes about my feet on the desk, and shitty hair wouldn't shut up at lunch, he listed off. Shitty hair, she pondered, tilting her head. He shrugged his shoulders, couldn't be bothered remembering his name, he admitted. She hummed again. And what did you two talk about? Hero stuff, I guess, he responded, trying to think back, kept going on about Crimson Riot. I told him that All Might's better though, then he went off about manliness, and then Pikachu opened his mouth and we couldn't recover from the stupid that came out of his mouth. He snorted, a slow smile spreading across his face, then Tape Weenus laughed so hard juice sprayed out of his nose. Dr. Watson covered her mouth, obscuring her laugh with a cough. They sound like a nice bunch of kids. Have you kept in contact? She asked him, and his smile dropped from his face. Shitty hair sent me a message, but doesn't matter. His eyes turned icy. She tilted her head at the same time as Einstein. Why not? His lip curled. Why not? 'Cause they're all on Deku's side. Another close call with the rope. If he didn't have amazing reflexes, that stupid mutt would have won. Einstein settled back after losing for the 3rd time. There are no sides, Baku, Dr. Watson frowned, you're all hero students. She pointed out. Yeah, well, why am I stuck here talking to you while stupid Deku gets to train? He asked her, looking at the time. It was around 4 p.m, the hero studies class was in session. He isn't, she told him, he's still in recovery. Bakugo slumped, the heels of his hands pressed into his eyes. Yeah, well, he will be, and I am not letting that bestiary get ahead of me. I'm going to get into that class again and become the number 1. I just need to win the stupid sports festival and pass your stupid test. The papers on the coffee table caught his attention. So, when is it? The sooner the better, he grumbled. She hummed. Not yet, we still have a lot to go through. Figures, did he pass? Bakugo scratched his head in frustration. Did that stupid Deku pass your test yet? That's confidential information, she informed him. He scoffed. Would it bother you if he did? He gave her an incredulous look. No. Of course not, I don't care about that stupid hay. Bakugo dove for the rope, it wrapped around his wrist and he pulled, dragging Einstein up onto his hind legs. Einstein's tail was going wild. Let him, she told him. Hey. Bakugo barked back as Einstein pulled himself back onto all fours and shook his head, dragging Bakugo forwards a bit. Let him win, she suggested, gesturing to Einstein. Bakugo looked down at the dog, his face was low, ears turned down, tail still wiggling madly even as he growled. He felt the retriever jerk him closer as his muscles faltered for a second. It took him a few seconds of pulling, but Bakugo let go of the rope. Einstein toppled back, shaking the rope a few times before he realized the lack of resistance. He jumped 2 feet into the air, landing into a run. His tail tucked between his legs as he ran circles around the couches, whimpering happily with the rope still in his mouth. Bakugo watched the little idiot zoom around and around, waving the rope in Bakugo's direction in a mock that not even Bakugo could be angry about. Einstein stopped at Katsuki's legs, chewing madly at the rope, trying to rip it to pieces, slobbering all over Bakugo's end of it. Bakugo reached down and touched the dog's head. Einstein responded in full, turning his head up to like at the boy's face, butting his head against the boy's hand. He howled happily as Katsuki scratched him behind the ears, working his fingers down the sides of his head and up to his chin. He realized he's never touched Einstein before. He didn't realize dogs could be this soft. Dr. Watson only then let herself smile, watching her client openly chuckle at her assistant's antics. She hoped Bakugo would learn from this. I don't really know if I'll be a good vice president, Deku mumbled around his katsuden. Uraraka gasped, holding a hand to her chest in an overdramatic fashion. What do you mean? It hasn't even been an hour since the decision and you're already doubting your skills. Little did she know he was doubting his skills way before he was even chosen, which is why he didn't bother voting for himself. I just mean that I've never really done anything like this. I'm usually the last person people choose for anything, he said, shoving rice in his mouth to keep from saying too much. You're friendly and smart, just a little shy is all, and don't forget you're not alone, you have Ida as your partner. Kirishima added, slapping the glasses-wearing boy on the back. Ida nodded, fixing up his skewed lenses. It is an honor working with you, Midoriya-san, he said, inclining his head. Together I'm sure we can carry out our classly duties with our class president tremendously. Which is why I voted for you. Deku blushed, ducking his head to hide his expression. He was touched, but also felt a little guilty. He should have voted for Ida too, it was fair that way. I don't even know what vice presidents do, he mumbled honestly. Ida straightened at that. We are the voice of the students. Yorozu-san may be the final voice but we are the gatherers of knowledge, Ida explained, a finger in the air. We will assist Yorozu-san with class events, council meetings, attending to the well-being of our classmates and creating a bridge between the students and the administration. So Momo-chan's your boss? Tsuyu asked, head tilting. Correct. Not really, Momo softly stammered at the same time. Tsuyu gave her a questioning look, so she reluctantly elaborated, IT's a big responsibility, really, so I would prefer it if we could work together as a team, even if our titles are as they are, she admitted. You are too humble, Yorozu-san, but I shall do as you wish. Midoriya-san. Ida's attention was back on Deku. Deku had zoned out slightly, his finger tapping at his lip as he tried to catalogue all of the events they would be responsible for. Creating feedback sheets on class quality and suggestion cards inside his own mind. What? Sorry, was I mumbling too loud? He asked Ida, his head bowed low. I'm sorry, I'll try to keep it down. Kirishima snorted, don't sweat it, Midoriya. Uraraka nodded, then, I kinda like the white noise you make. It's not like we're in a quiet room or anything, Momo added. Sorry thank you. Deku squeaked, then shoved katsuden into his mouth so he would stop stammering. They liked his mumbling. His too loud and annoying shut the F up Deku mumbling. Were they just being nice to him again? Anyway, what's the first event on YA agenda? Kirishima asked, should we ask the teachers to take us out into town with them to shadow for a day? Deku's heart leapt at that. Shadowing Aizawa. All Might. Sure, he would run to any hero fight that was in his vicinity, but to witness the build-up to the rescues and missions instead of just the CLMX, the information potential was astronomical. They could learn the proper procedure, they could witness the de-escalation of potentially harmful villain attacks and events, they could pick up the best tips and tricks for street-wandering heroes. He'd need another notebook. Not sure actually, Aizawa-sensei only told me to think of a way to organize the class for field trips and such for the moment, Momo admitted. Oh. Where are we going? Uraraka asked, and Momo shook her head, shrugging. He zipped back up before he gave me any more information. We would need a seating system for any bus, and allergy and medication information if we leave the school grounds. R&Ida began listing, his arm striking the air harshly with every suggestion. "The way you talk," Uraraka started, tapping her chin in a familiar, Midoriya-like fashion. "Ida, you're a rich kid, right?" "Rich kid?" Deku asked aloud, unsure how Uraraka came to that conclusion. Ida picked up his spoon and tapped his rice for a second. Momo also looked away while Todoroki slurped on his noodles at the end of their table. "Ah, well, I don't really like to talk about it, but," Ida said, pushing around peas before puffing his chest up, "yes, mine is a renowned hero family, I am the second son." "Wow, cool." Kirishima interrupted, eyes sparkling. "Which hero?" "Kero." Ida's smile was genuine as he squared his shoulders and fixed his glasses. "The turbo hero, Ingenium." Deku almost dropped his chopsticks as his heart leapt. Ingenium. The Ingenium, who employs over 65 sidekicks at his Tokyo office, has won the Most Peaceful Villain Capture Award for 3 years running and is quickly climbing the ranks at breakneck speeds. Izuku was on the edge of his seat, eyes wide and glittering. Ida sparkled right back, his grin stretching at the praises. "You're very informed, Midoriya. Is that a new word count record for Midoriya?" Kirishima whispered to Tsuyu. "We should talk about heroes more often," she croaked back. "He is a prime leader who conducts his office with unwavering adherence to the rules and regulations. I admire him greatly and have learnt that I have a long road ahead of me to becoming a leader like him, which is why I am glad that Yorozu-san and yourself, superior candidates, are by my side through this journey of our class presidency." Ida's hand cut through the air, the pride in his eyes was dazzling. Momo hid her blush behind her bangs, keeping her comments about herself being far from superior to herself. Deku couldn't hide his blush though, nor his open admiration towards Ida. "I'm definitely not better than you, Ida-san, but I'm glad I can help you with your dream," Izuku admitted, butterflies in his stomach. Ida's just like him. Izuku has All Might to look up to and strive to become close to, and Ida has Ingenium. He could tell that Ida could be an amazing hero if he followed the path he was on, probably get into his brother's office as a sidekick, work the ranks and save many lives along the way. He had a bright future laid out ahead of him, powered by his presence at UA, and Izuku had, what was his future? His posture slowly lowered back around his bowl as the others continued to chat around him. He was here to become a hero, right? But that wasn't entirely true. He could pretend all he wanted, but he had already made up his mind, didn't he? Was he going to be around when Ida becomes a hero? When they even graduate? He pressed a hand to his chest. How long did Restore take to bind with One for All? Had it already? He didn't feel any different, but now that he thought about it, there were changes with his quirk. Brief memories from his time in the nothingness came to mind. A flare of color that was previously not there before. Was that One for All? How long did he have? He glanced up to look at the faces around him. Would he have enough time to see his class grow? Enough time to make connections, have friends? Was it selfish to make friends right now? Should he start to pull away now before he gets too close? Midoriya. Are you -VE? Security level 3 has been broken. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion, a calm female voice instructed over the speaker system. Deku had dived under the table as soon as the alarm had gone off. He covered his head, trembling as he tried to get his mind under control. Someone's broken in dash. He heard above him. Villains. Is that a fire? Run. Breathe. Breathe. Deku urged himself. But he couldn't move, he had to move, they had to evacuate. Were the villains already inside the building? How much time did they have? Midoriya, a cold finger poked his shoulder, startling him from his own mind. Todoroki was crouched next to him, knees pulled up to his chest with an unreadable expression. "TT Todoroki-san." Deku yelped, "What are you dash? You jumped under here so quickly, I thought that was what you're supposed to do, is it an earthquake?" Todoroki tilted his head, everyone left though. He was right, the cafeteria was completely empty, thousands of voices were screaming and murmuring, filling the whole space, but they were all in the hall, away from the two. I don't know, I think someone's broken into the school." Izuku scanned the room from his position. There was food everywhere, chairs unturned, even a table was on its side. Todoroki slid out from under the table, standing full height to look towards the windows. Deku followed slowly out, his fingers worrying together as he tried to calm himself down. Too many people down there. Todoroki nodded his head towards the hall, the fastest way to the exit. Deku swallowed hard. The thought of being in a mass of terrified students all fighting to get out first with a villain attack close by did not appeal to him. It didn't seem to appeal to Todoroki either as he walked towards the kitchen. Where are you going? Deku asked him even as he trailed behind him. Todoroki blinked. The staff exit. Deku felt stupid. Oh, that's really smart. He shifted on his feet as Todoroki continued on. He reached the staff-only door before looking back at Deku, who was still standing in the sea of ruined meals. Are you coming? He asked him. Yes. Yes, thank you. Deku hurried forwards to the other boy's side. Todoroki only raised an eyebrow, then entered the kitchen. It was gigantic. 3 full workbenches were filled with various ingredients, all in different stages of preparation. There were 12 stoves, all housing a pan full of sizzling noodles or rice or meat, still cooking from the residue heat. Ovens lined the walls, even a giant industrial-sized one next to the giant walk-in freezer door. The sinks looked like skyscrapers made of plates and trays, a conveyor belt connecting the sink to a commercial dishwasher. Wow, Deku said, admiring all of the hard work Lunch Rush had to go through every day. Do you think Lunch Rush's quirk is some kinda super speed telepathy to man all these different stations on his own? He asked, absently running into the back of Todoroki. He squeaked and raised his hands in surrender. I'm sorry, but Todoroki didn't seem to notice. His eyes were intensely looking at Midoriya. Midoriya, he said, and Deku's back snapped to attention. What did he do wrong? Was Todoroki going to hurt him? He can run for help, but could he make it? Todoroki frowned but asked, what is your quirk? Izuku paled, his voice was working against him, clawing at the edges of his throat, refusing to come out. Someone said you took down the 0-pointer during the entrance exam, but you fought normally with Bakugo during the training exercise, and you had a heart attack during the ball toss, but you walked out of a collapsed building alive. How is it that someone like you is in the hero course? Should he lie? He hadn't really thought about his answer when asked outright like this. Even after he ran into this same situation with Uraraka during the building exercise, he had trouble finding the right words to describe his quirk. It was true, someone like him shouldn't be in her hero course. His quirk it wasn't heroic, it was barbaric and useless in battle. During the entrance exam, he pushed his body past the limits, ignoring all the pain, acting recklessly as he scrambled for points, then completely destroying his body at the end. Someone like that couldn't be a hero. Even if he was able to push himself harder than anyone else, break bones, snap flesh, destroy himself, it left him useless. Made him useless for a very long time. Last he checked, it was 20 minutes to revive. In a second someone could get hurt, someone could die. In a real battle, he wouldn't have 20 minutes to be on standby. He didn't even have control of All Might's quirk yet, had only used it twice, once during the entrance exam, the next accidentally blowing up the pier at the beach. So no, he didn't really belong here. I don't know, he mumbled as he wrapped his arms around himself. Todoroki's frown deepened. You don't know what your quirk is? He asked, looking as if he was solving a very difficult math problem. Deku bowed his head. No, I know what my quirk is, but you're right, I don't know how someone like me got into the hero course, he said darkly, tears threatening to fall. I don't understand, Todoroki admitted. Deku said in a shaky breath. My quirk, it's called Restore. The world didn't feel real, it was as if he was watching himself from behind. Restore. Deku nodded. I can get injured and it'll all just build up into energy. But when I use that energy, my body it can't take it. He held out his hands, they felt as if they were covered in pins. When I use it, my body just breaks. Todoroki was quiet for a moment, letting the confession linger in the air for a few more beats as he processed it. So, the more you get hurt, the more energy you can store? Todoroki asked finally. Deku shook his head. No, I'll take damage, and it'll keep building up until I collapse, then my body restores itself. It takes a while to do so though, and then, with that same restoring energy, I can release it. He punches the air weakly. It felt wrong to lie. The words tumbling out of his mouth didn't seem to be his own. So, when the building collapsed onto you, I fainted, he lied as he unwrapped one of his bound arms, and restored. He showed Todoroki his arm, his uninjured, unscared arm. You tried to use your quirk during the ball toss and fainted too. Deku didn't say anything, letting Todoroki lie for him. Todoroki lightly touched his skin, sending chills down Deku's back from the boy's icy fingertips. You're hiding it, Todoroki pointed out slowly. Do you hate your quirk? Deku's heart jumped right out of his body and into the frying pan to his left. It was as if Todoroki had completely frozen him solid. Did he? He didn't hate One for All. It was All Might's quirk, his tool that he used countless times to save countless lives. Restore, it had only helped him this whole time, hadn't it? He wouldn't even be at UA without it, wouldn't even be alive. But that reason, was that why? We should go, we're still in an evacuation, Todoroki said, a hand covering the scar on his face. Deku physically shook himself out of his own mind. Did it hurt? Was there anything Deku could do to help? Alright, Deku mumbled, then gestured towards the exit sign towards the back. That way. Todoroki nodded and he leads the way outside. Deku wrapped his arm back up as they walked around the school building to the entrance where a crowd was swarming. They stopped a few meters away from it, watching the backs of MIC and Aizawa-sensei. They were keeping the media from entering the building, but they had already made their way into the school. The boys' attention was drawn to the smoking entryway. It had been blasted all the way through. Villains. Deku pondered out loud. Todoroki pointed and Deku followed the direction to see Class 1A on the other side of the media, standing in front of the giant crowd of students, acting as a barrier between the media and the UA students. Deku blanched at all the people. Todoroki shoved his hands in his pockets. You want to stay here? He asked, leaning against the closest tree. Deku bit his lip, catching a glance at Ida, who was directing injured students towards Recovery Girl. That crowd, it was huge, but Bakugo would be somewhere in there. Wire. He joined Todoroki under the tree to watch the police break up the paparazzi cloud and the teachers direct the students back into the school building. Aizawa-sensei was the last to walk inside. He met their eyes from across the field and inclined his head towards the building. That was their cue to go back to class. Security level 3 has been broken. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. OF, Shinsu gasped, his attention drawn back to the school building. Did we do that? He asked in a mildly hysterical tone. Oh gods, we're dead, we're definitely expelled. F off, we're not. Bakugo barked, grabbing Shinsu by the back of his collar and dragging him towards the building. What are you doing? Shinsu yelped, stumbling with Bakugo's swift pace. Fleeing the scene, dead eyes. What the F do you think we're doing? I ain't sticking around for the teachers to find us, he spat back, releasing the boy's uniform with a huff. Shinsu struggled to keep up, suddenly feeling all of Bakugo's blows at once. Alright, Shinsu said, limping next to Bakugo as the two entered from a side entrance. They jogged through the empty halls, noting all of the open classrooms, void of any classes. This is creepy, Shinsu noted, trying and failing to keep up. Shut up, Bakugo hissed, turning his head to listen. He could hear rumbling footsteps, the low buzz of voices, this way. He turned a corner, then staggered to a halt, watching a sea of students wash down the corridors and towards the main exit. Oh gods, Shinsu whined from behind him. Bakugo latched onto his shoulder and pushed him straight into the crowd, ignoring the boys' protests. It smelt and felt like they were in a pile of slow-moving laundry, with added sharp elbows. Bakugo couldn't keep them all away with his glares and growls. Quickly the bodies overwhelmed them. The only thing keeping them together was Bakugo's sweaty, determined hand clasping around Shinsu's shoulder. Shinsu yelped as someone stepped on the back of his shoes. He tumbled, dragging down Bakugo with him, who screamed a curse. There was a loud pop and flash which made the people around them scream and begin to run. Shinsu had just enough time to cover his head, yelping as people rushed to escape the small explosion they had heard. A shoe kicked the back of his arms. He was kneed in the back, and then there was a hand in his hair, dragging him up to stand again. "Keep moving, dead eyes." Katsuki barked, his hand was scorching against his back again, pushing him forwards. He looked up, his eyes meeting with Midnight's, who was a couple of students ahead. "SHT!" he yelped, and it seemed as though Bakugo had seen her too, pushing Shinsu against the crowd and into another hallway. "F out of my way!" Bakugo yelled, using Shinsu as a battering ram to push past the flood and into an opened bathroom. Shinsu stumbled inside, closing the door behind Bakugo, then slid down the wall to land on the floor, gasping for air. "You think she saw us?" he asked Bakugo, who was turning on the sink to wash his hands and face. "Probably," he grumbled, "she can't do SHT till the crowd's gone though." He cupped his hands and drank a handful of water, feeling a bit more cooled down. Bakugo noticed him staring, so he rolled his eyes and said, "My quirk, too hot and it'll go off on its own." Shinsu's mouth formed an O, so back there was nothing, okay. "It was just you tripping over your own diamond feet," Bakugo snarled, "probably hit your head or something." Shinsu laughed and closed his eyes. Whatever, he didn't have the energy to call him out on his bullshit. Everything hurt. It felt like he'd taken a beating, not even a month into his high school years, and he was already getting scuffed up again. What even was his life? He opened his eyes again and noticed that Bakugo hadn't stopped staring at him. "What?" he asked, uncomfortable. "Who are you?" Bakugo snapped. Shinsu couldn't help but let out a disbelieving laugh. "What? Are you joking? You've been sitting next to me all week. You literally just tried to kill me." "Who hit their head?" "Again." He scoffed. Bakugo's lip curled like he was some kind of rabid dog. "That's not what I mean," he snapped. "Your name. Give it to me." He crossed his arms, looking about ready to rip Shinsu's head off. "Shinsu," he gave tiredly, not understanding what had the other boy so worked up. "I'm Bakugo." I know." Shinsu scratched his head. Was he hallucinating or something? Bakugo turned away from him, facing the mirror. "Yeah, well, now we've done the whole introduction thing, but don't expect me to remember your name, Dead Eyes." Shinsu's head hit the wall behind him as he gave up on this conversation. "Okay, whatever, angry dandelion." "The F did you just call me?" Bakugo spat, and Shinsu raised his hands in surrender. "Hey, if you're not gonna use my name, why do I have to use yours?" He shrugged, sitting up a bit against his wall position near the door. Bakugo turned away again. "Whatever, if you call me that again I'll punch you." "Doesn't seem fair, Blasty." Bakugo's grip around the sink tightened. "You're on thin ice." "I'm on the floor actually," Shinsu pointed out. He scratched the back of his head. "So, why are you here anyway?" he asked. Bakugo looked at him as if he were the biggest idiot in the world. "What, you want me to blow up the crowd of students out there while Midnight watches?" he hissed indignantly. "No, I mean, why are you in Class 1C, you were in 1A a week ago." "Doesn't effin' matter, I'll be back there soon." "Does it have something to do with Deku?" The wall blackened with an explosion from the palm of Bakugo's hand. Shinsu sat up, a glint of fear rushing through his system. Why did he have to open his stupid mouth? "I just told you," there was a fire behind his eyes, the promise of violence in his posture. "It doesn't matter." Shinsu could feel his burns flaring up, taste the ash in his mouth. He was prey, and this was a predator. The door swung open. "Would you two stop making out and follow the evacuation announcement, please?" Midnight cut in, her sharp heels clicking on the tiled flooring. She looked between the two boys, oblivious to the tension. "What the F?" Bakugo screamed, an explosion close at his fingertips. "You heard me, get on outside, you're messing with my head count." Midnight stepped away from the door and held it out, showing the now empty hallways. Shinsu slipped under her arm, grateful for the excuse to flee the situation he had dug himself into, not caring if he was running straight back into more trouble for himself. "Exit sign Ida." Kirishima laughed, slapping the boy across the back good-heartedly. "That's our vice pres for YA, Denki added, smiling dumbly. "Good job calming down the students, Ida-san," Deku added, raising a small fist in support of his friend. Ida's posture was as straight as a pole, his chest out like a proud bird. He accepted the compliments as Deku took his seat again, trying to blend back into the crowd. Ida was so cool, he stopped the major panic in the halls with the help of Uraraka. While Deku just hid with Todoroki, he knew he wouldn't have been any help. He hated crowds, they made him feel vulnerable, not to mention claustrophobic. He glanced behind himself at Todoroki, who was quietly doing work at the back of the class. It looked like the homework from Mike's class. He didn't know how he felt about one of his classmates knowing about his quirk. They were going to find out eventually, surprising they hadn't already. Then again, he didn't really know anyone's quirk yet, besides a handful of classmates. "Alright, settle down," Aizawa mumbled, rising from his sleeping bag like an old-timey vampire movie. "He was there the whole time." Zero gasped while everyone scrambled for their seats. Aizawa surveyed the room, appearing annoyed to have to look at them all. "You guys did terribly during that evacuation," he deadpanned. "The whole room felt the blow. Not only did you panic, but if this was a serious evacuation, like a villain attack, then you would all still be in the building and vulnerable to the attack." He made sure to meet each and every one of their eyes. "It took you way too long to get clear heads and you all split up from each other." He grimaced, then looked towards Ida. "Ida and Uraraka were the only two among you who attempted to help, and I will give credit where credit is due." He gathered a couple of papers, then began to exit the room. "Grab your suits everyone, and don't ask questions." Then he left the room. Most of the students were up straight away, but it took Deku and a couple of others to get out of their own heads and move. Todoroki handed Deku his case as he walked up to the wall. Deku bowed his thanks and they set off after their homeroom teacher with the rest of the class. It was a small marathon to keep up with their teacher. He wouldn't give them any more information, just instructing them to keep it down and to keep it up. Present Mic joined their little group, his hand slipping into Aizawa's right away. Aizawa allowed a whole second of hand-holding before pulling his hand away. Mic felt satisfied for a few minutes, enough to turn around to the students and announce, Hey kids. I'll be joining YA this class, but don't worry, I'll totally find a way to slip in our English lesson we're supposed to be having now." He said this pointedly at Aizawa, who didn't even glance at him. Momo raised her hand. "Yes, young listener." Mic finger gunned her to ask her question. "Sir, do you know where we are going?" she asked, cheeks flushed from the sudden exercise. Mic raised his finger to happily answer, then bent over, gasping as Aizawa's elbow met his defenseless side. "I've been wounded," he gasped, to which Aizawa rolled his eyes. "You'll find out when we get there," Aizawa answered for Mic instead of apologizing. They arrived in Ground Beta 3. It was a mock school setting, complete with fully furnished classrooms. Aizawa directed them to get changed in the bathrooms and to meet him outside in 10 minutes. Deku entered the bathrooms and glanced around for a stall. There were 3, the rest of the bathroom open-spaced changing area. Mineta pushed past him, heading for one of the stalls with a girls behind that wall. But he didn't make it into one, his path blocked by Todoroki. "This one's Midoriya's," he told the other boy. Deku's insides somersaulted as he approached. "He's okay, Todoroki-san, I can wait." He began, to which Todoroki raised an eyebrow. "Please leave the girls alone, Mineta," Zero sighed from behind them. "Yeah, be manly and respect their privacy," Kirishima added, his shirt already flung off to the ground. Mineta grumbled about next time, and they don't understand as he waddled to the corner to change into his hero outfit. Todoroki stepped to the side and gestured into the stall. "Why you don't have to?" Deku began, to which Todoroki shrugged. "If you don't want it, you can change out here," he said, gesturing to the boys already halfway in the process of undress. Deku looked back at the open room, feeling sharp red eyes all around him. He bowed low as he shuffled into the stall. Thank you, Todoroki-san." Todoroki took the stall next to him, leaving Deku to stare at his hero costume case. He undid the clips, opening to reveal the brand new material. Aizawa-sensei had told him that his first uniform had been turned to string. Even his helmet, he didn't even know his headgear could turn into a helmet, had been mostly destroyed. Despite this, Aizawa had also informed him that without his costume, he wouldn't have made it back to the hospital alive as he did. His mother had gone into UA on one of the days Deku had been required to stay home and had returned later that night telling Izuku that they had fixed his hero costume. She had also carried back the instruction manual for him to flip through. His headgear wasn't just a communicator, but a collapsible helmet that activated much like the airbags in vehicles did. The visor comes down to protect his eyes from shrapnel but is also a display screen with LED green eyes which track with his eye movements. They are one of the 2 visual cues to show others around him his quirk. The LED eyes become crosses if he is dead or unconscious, which Deku would have found funny if it wasn't so depressing. The other visual cue was on his sleeve. 3 glowing red hearts kept track of his deaths, going black when his own heart stopped. He read that they flash while he's in his recharge mode, warning others of his heart attack fits. If he chose so, a recording of his mother's voice would play, telling others about his condition and giving them accurate information on who to call and how to treat him if he can't do it himself. He turned that feature off, his cheeks hot. He wouldn't need that this lesson, he wasn't planning on dying. Both these features track his state of being via the black strap around his neck. He could turn all of these features off if he chose to as well, which he was grateful for. As Deku jumped into the black and red material, he felt the wash of ice from the stall next to him. Todoroki's costume was plain, but he covered half of his body fully in his ice. Deku wondered how the other boy didn't feel constantly uncomfortable with that design. It must have been hard to move around in. He placed his bandages in neat rolls inside his many pocket bags around his belt and adjusted his headgear. He held the other end of the communicator in his palm, unsure on who to give the other end to. There were 3 of them, 3 little hearts to give to his teachers or teammates to keep in contact with him. There was a knock at his stall and he jumped, nearly dropping the small devices. "We're last again," Todoroki's voice murmured from the other side. Oh. Coming, just dash he patted down his sides, checking that he had all of his pockets locked and his shoes were tied. He opened the door. Todoroki's eyes landed on Deku's headgear once again. Deku felt the back of his neck heat up. What?" he asked. "I just got it," Todoroki admitted, expressionless. 9 lives, cat, makes sense. Deku covered his face, regretting telling Todoroki his quirk. T3 actually, he gestured to his sleeve. "Well, I'm not sure actually, 'cause I remember losing 2 but then I don't really remember much about back then so I could be wrong but I might need a recharge soon, maybe, I'm not sure," Deku mumbled in his signature fashion. Todoroki frowned at the hearts. "So, don't push yourself?" he asked, unsure. Deku stopped his rant then nodded, flushing brightly. "Why? I don't want to cause any more trouble for you guys. I've already ruined 2 class exercises so far." Todoroki nodded. "Should we go?" "Alright. Yes. Sorry." Deku looked down at the number in his hand, 2. Like All Might's class, they had drawn numbers from a box. Uraraka tapped both of their pieces of paper together in cheers. "We're together again." She smiled brightly as Kirishima held up his paper in the air. "Who's in group 2? he shouted and Mina raised her paper. "Me." Uraraka raised her paper. "Us." Todoroki silently shuffled next to Deku, comparing their papers quietly. "You're in group 2 as well, Todoroki-san?" Deku asked, noting the numbers. Todoroki nodded his head silently. "Oh, man. We're so gonna win whatever this is with Todoroki on our side." Kirishima cheered. "The way you won super fast the second day of the building exercise was super manly." "Group 1, Aizawa grumbled, holding out BLNDFLDIS, "Put these on and hold on to this rope." Ida, Tsuyu, Aima, Kaminari, and who he assumed was Toru, all stepped forward and reluctantly accepted the masks. "The rest of you go sit under that tree," Aizawa ordered. They complied, confused and nervous all at the same time. Present MIC guided the group further into the school via the rope. They looked like a bunch of preschoolers crossing the road like that. From behind the tree ectoplasm, the mathematics teacher as well as Pro Hero casually slipped into view. A couple of the students jolted at his sudden appearance, but it was quickly replaced by confusion. "I'll leave them to you," Aizawa told the other teacher as he followed the bond-fled students. Ectoplasm nodded but didn't say anything. Further, they were all too nervous to ask him if he had any idea what was going on also, so they collectively decided to wait and debate amongst themselves. "Punishment maybe," Zero suggested. "But Ida is with them," pointed out Mina. That was when they heard the scream. It was present MIC's Quirk. They couldn't make out the word, but it vaguely sounded English. What's die? Kirishima asked, his English accent heavy. Die, both Deku and Momo answered together. The class went silent again, straining their ears to hear another word. You sure it's not a punishment? Ojiro asked, tail thumping nervously to his side. A worried murmur took over the class then. After 15 minutes, Aizawa returned, alone. Group 2, he read out tiredly. Deku, Uraraka, Todoroki, Mina and Kirishima stood, all looking at least a little bit ill. Bielandivas, rope, Aizawa repeated. Present MIC appeared from behind him, his moustache up from his happy grin, fists on his hips triumphantly. They took the offered fabric, putting them on around their eyes. Deku paused for a few moments, controlling his breathing. Aizawa tapped him on the shoulder, making the boy jolt. Earpiece, Aizawa-sensei stated, his palm held outwards. Deku pet his pockets quickly and placed one of the hearts in Aizawa's hand. Aizawa looked down at it then said, if you repeat the pattern you've made I'm giving you detention for the rest of the year. He told Deku matter-of-factly. Deku swallowed then nodded. I'll be careful, sensei, he promised. Aizawa squinted at him, not convinced but hoping the threat would make the boy rethink any funny business. He really didn't want to fish his student out of the morgue again. BLNDFLD, Aizawa repeated as his response. Deku quickly fastened it around his eyes, looking down to the floor to lead him to the rope again. Once he had a hold on it, MIC announced, all aboard the fun train, then marched them deeper into the mock school. Immediately, Deku began counting his steps back to the class. 29, 30 left turn, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36 right turn. This is totally terrifying, Mina whimpered out loud. Aizawa-sensei, we're sorry for panicking, please don't kill us. Aizawa made an irritated noise in the back of his throat but said nothing. MIC laughed nervously. Now little listeners, be nice, Shota's made a whole new exercise just for you guys to do to help you become the best heroes you can be. Aizawa corrected automatically. 310, 311, 312. Oh, they entered a building. The floor feels different. 317, 318, 319 stairs. Going up, there were 15 stairs in total, 335, 336, 337, 338 left turn, 340, 341 warmth on his shoulder. There must be windows facing towards the sun here. 461 left again. 462, 463, 464. A hand landed onto Deku's shoulder. Okay, you're in here, Aizawa told him, directing him to the left. Don't take the BLNDFLD off until the announcement. Don't move till then either, Aizawa instructed. Deku nodded shakily, hearts not on his sleeve but in his throat. He didn't hear anyone else enter after him. In fact, he heard the rest of the party continue to march down the hall. He slowly reached around himself, finding a hard surface at hip level, a desk he thinks, his inner classroom. He turns his head, concentrating, smells dusty, unused. He doesn't hear anyone else in the room, but that doesn't mean he was alone, just meant that if someone was with him they weren't moving. His suddenly flooded with images of Bakugo sitting at the desk in front of him. Staring. Waiting. He takes a few steps back, suddenly feeling a lot less safe. All right. Aizawa's voice came through his earpiece and loudspeakers in the room, startling him. He almost tripped over a rogue chair behind him. Listen up, there are 30 students in this building, played by ectoplasm. Your task is to lead them all to the evacuation area located north of here. But there is a villain in the building. If you save more students than the villain kills or takes hostage, then you win. If you save all of the students, then you get extra points. If the villain kills more than half of the student population, you lose, and you won't be going on our field trip this week. You have 15 minutes. BLNDFLDS off. VRI. Security level 5 has been broken. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. Deku ripped the BLNDFLD from his face, his eyes going straight to the desk in front of him, the empty, Kakenless desk. He let out a relieved sigh. He was standing in a standard UA classroom. 20 desks, teacher podium, blackboard and cabinets. 15 minutes, that was far too small for 30 students, right? He turned and headed for the door, hoping to join back up with his team as soon as possible. He froze. There was a shadow down the hall, very slowly approaching him. Click, click, click. High heels. He thought, but no, this was different, this was distinct. Sensei. His voice was shaky, posture balanced and ready for a fight. Villains, they were fighting villains, not their teachers. Ectoplasm stepped into the light, his eyes narrowed. Who you calling sensei? I'm a hip young UA student. His overly deep and intimidating voice cut through the air. Deku faltered, shoulders high and ears red. Ectoplasm was in his usual trench coat and full-body hero suit, but with an added UA student tie loosely wrapped around his neck. Pardon me, yes sir. I didn't realize that you were acting dash. To that you are a S student, Deku corrected himself, bowing lowly. A hip young student, Ectoplasm added, and I don't need no announcement to tell me what to do. I'll fight the villain myself if I have to. Deku paused, considering his options and the goal of the task. Save as many students as possible, evacuate them to the north. He gestured to the speakers on the wall. But we were told to evacuate, even if you're strong, we should do as the school says and not get in the teacher's way. He fiddled with his fingers and shuffled on the spot. He was never really good at talking to adults. Ectoplasm scoffed and turned up his nose. I'll take down the villain myself, he announced. But Midoriya. Mina rushed around the corner, hand in the air. She stopped just before Ectoplasm, unsure. Ashido-san, this student, he doesn't want to, he says he's too hip to, follow the announcement, Deku explained, gesturing to the grown man in the red tie. Oh. Well that's fine, he can join us, Ashido said, petting Ectoplasm on the back. He wants to be a hero too. Ectoplasm considered this for a moment, then nodded. I'm strong and I can do anything, he told them in a deadpan. That's the spirit. Mina cheered. Now, we gotta find the others. Midoriya, you stay close to me, okay? She held out her hand for him, and he looked down at it. Sure. A nervous laugh bubbled in his chest. He didn't really know how to talk to her. This was the first time they were alone together. Well, alone not including the other student. But, the exit is that way. He gestured behind him with the hand he was supposed to use to take her offered hand. She tilted her head. How do you know? She put her hand down. There was a beetle in his throat, stopping every second word that tried to exit his mouth. Girls, how do you talk to girls? Well, the sun, and I counted, and there are stairs, 15, hey. She approached him and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Just breathe, we're gonna get out of here okay? Ah, she was so nice. He didn't know how to get his tongue back out to talk to her, so all he could do was nod and point in the direction he knew they entered from. She took the lead, Ectoplasm walking next to her as they walked a couple of paces towards the stairs. His fingers squeezed his shoulder, trying to rub the burning sensation away. Oh, hello there. Mina said towards the stairs. Deku looked over her shoulder to see Ectoplasm again. This time his tie was tied up correctly, but there were Hello Kitty pins clipped all the way down the edge of them. Hey, Ectoplasm sat at the bottom of the stairs. I'm totally scared, so I'm waiting for my boyfriend. The kitty pin Ecto told them in his uncaring voice. I'll stay with you until he shows up, Hip Ecto suggested to his twin. Or, we could all go together. What do you say? Mina offered, all smiles. My boyfriend told me to yeah, but boys are dumb. We should listen to the teachers and get out of here before something bad happens. Besides, he could already be outside with the others, Mina said as she hopped down the stairs. Ectoplasm looked down at his pins. Yes, boys are dumb, okay. He stood and Mina gave the man a small high five and a smile. Wow, Mina was really good with people. He would have probably said he'd wait with the student in case her boyfriend needed assistance too. She seemed really confident and level-headed, the complete opposite of himself in the lockdown during the morning. He ducked his head and slipped past the group. This way, he murmured, following his steps outside. He let Mina chat happily to Ectoplasm behind him. They had somehow ended up on the topic of hair products, which was unusual because Ectoplasm had his hair covered in his hero costume. They made it outside and Deku scanned the immediate area. They were in an open pathway system, more buildings to the right, a seating area to the left. It was completely abandoned. This way, Deku said as he walked carefully down the path. You sure? She asked him, looking around the area for herself. Deku paused and looked up, doubting himself for a moment, then nodded, but he was suddenly very unsure. Why, the sun sets in the west, it's afternoon, so, the sun over there, and that means that this way is north, I think. He shuffled on the spot, looking between the two students and Mina. Mina grinned. Wow, Midoriya, you're really smart. All right, this way it is. She began their march north to the evacuation site. Midoriya stuck behind the students, his hand covering his mouth as he tried to hold back mumbling. The site wasn't too far from the building. Just on the other side of the neighboring structure was an open field with a large banner held in the middle of it reading out "Safe" in big bold letters. The group stopped under it. They seemed to be the first to save students. Hip and Pin Ectoplasm crouched down on the grass next to numbers laid out. 1 and alright, you guys stay here and I'll be back with more, Mina announced, then turned and began heading back to the school building. Deku started to follow, but she stopped and turned around. That includes you, Midoriya, his gut twisted. What? But the announcement, she shook her head. I mean this with the least offense as possible, Midoriya, but I think the best place for you to be right now is protecting these students. She gestured to the ectoplasms who seemed to be occupying themselves with correcting math test quizzes summoned from whatever pockets the hero was hiding in his trench coat. Beeb, it's a lot safer over here than in the building. There's a villain in there, you understand, she said, her smile awkward but not unfriendly. I guess, but, great, she waved her hand. I'll be off, we only have like 10 minutes till the exercise is over, hang in there, Midoriya. Then she was gone, running back into the building. The wind whipped up his hair, sending a chill to his center. He watched the doorway of the path for a few moments, his body trembling slightly. Was she right? Should he just stay out of the way of everyone? He'd done nothing but mess up their hero exercises so far. They were all probably really annoyed with him at this point. They might even hate him for it. Die! MIC's voice screeched from the closest building to him. Deku gasped as he saw a red object flying through the window. Wait, not object, that was Kirishima. Come on, villain. Taking hostages is unmanly. Kirishima yelled as he floated in the air. His whole body hardened, he slammed his fists together then yelled, Uraka. Drop me. He suddenly dropped like a piano. Deku winced as he landed, creating a crater of dirt and grass. Kirishima didn't stand in it for long, jogging right back into the building. He didn't even seem like he noticed Deku. His legs were moving before he even thought about it. He entered the building, only a few paces behind Kirishima. Kirishima-san. He called out. The other boy slowed down, turning to greet Izuku with a wide smile. Ah. Hey, Midoriya. Oh. It's good that you're here, you know English, right? Kirishima asked, slowing down just enough for Deku to catch up, then he continued with his normal speed. A little, Deku admitted, cheeked flushed. Great. Cause present MIC's the villain, and we have no idea what he's saying, Kirishima laughed. Deku nodded, remembering MIC did say he was going to get his English lesson in somehow. He struggled to think back to his conversational English, nerves sparking around his body the whole time and making it hard to think. They spotted Uraraka with her back against the wall. To her left was an open doorway. When she spotted them, she smiled. Izuku, Kirishima, she gasped. He's still got 10 of them in there. He said something about money or monkeys, but he hasn't killed any of the students yet. Deku repeated the words out loud then mumbled. Probably money, he said, to which Kirishima agreed. Yeah, that kinda makes sense. Why else would you hold hostages? Kirishima pressed his back to the wall on the other side of the door. Alright, what do you say we give this guy a round 2? He slammed his fists together, making a satisfying crunch. Midoriya, stick behind me, he winked, then entered the room before Deku could say anything else. Well, look who's back, one more step and I kill this little girl. MIC laughed in a manic, classic English-speaking villain style. Deku gasped and yelled, don't move. The two other students paused, Uraraka's hand hovering near Kirishima's shoulder. He said he'd kill her if you step any closer, Deku gestured to the ectoplasm tied up to his seat. A pink plush rabbit flopped thoughtlessly on his lap. They were in another classroom setup, but this time the desks were smaller and the room was set up with colorful paper and children's drawings across the walls. It would have been funny in any other situation to see 10 ectoplasms tied to comically small chairs with a fully decked out present MIC standing on the teacher's desk, his hands on his hips as he laughed. This situation, however, was not funny. It was slightly terrifying if Deku was being honest. Well, well, smart kid, MIC snickered, twirling a golden chain around his finger. Finally someone who understands me. Listen up, little students, he pointed at them, chuckling as he did. If I don't get my money in 10 minutes, I'm gonna scream the heads off of these students. Deku frowned. MIC was talking too fast. He needed a moment, or at least a pen and paper. The two students looked back at him, a question in their eyes. He wants money. If he doesn't get it, then he's going to kill them, he informed them. They tensed and Kirishima yelled out at how unmanly MIC was acting, but Deku wasn't listening. They needed a quick and harmless way to dispatch President MIC or at least get them enough time to get the students out. He glanced up at the clock in the classroom. If it was correct, they only had about 10 minutes to come up with a plan, execute it, then save all the students. Oh, okay. Deku nodded his head as he tried to remember the words, "We get you money. Don't hurt children." He held out his hands, then gestured for the two to walk back out with him. MIC's smile widened. You have 5 minutes, then I blow up the little girl. MIC placed his hand on top of Ectoplasm's head. Oh no, I'm so scared, the other teacher deadpanned. Okay, Deku said, nodding his head as he stepped out and back behind the wall. The other two joined him with a questioning look. He suddenly felt the spotlight, his legs were turning to jelly. What's the plan? Uraraka asked him in a hushed tone. Deku pressed his back against the wall, attempting to ground himself. His nerves were shot, his confidence down the drain. He really should have just stayed in the safe zone. I think we should. His eyes were pinned to the ground. It's alright, bro, we got this. Kirishima clenched his fists, trying to encourage the words out of his friend. Deku bit his lip. Words. Come on, words. Get out. 1, 2, 3, out. Todoroki, he choked out, his fists twirling in the bottom of his uniform shirt. He can freeze Present Mike's jaw closed, right? Kirishima's fist landed in his open palm. That's a great idea, he stage whispered, and Deku tried to hide behind his bangs. You guys go find Todoroki and I'll dash actually, Deku mumbled, his shoulders high near his ears. I can talk to him, so I should, that's right. I totally forgot. Awesome, so you distract Present MIC sensei while we get Todoroki and how many other students that are running around? Kirishima asked, his eyes bright. Deku's head bobbled in affirmative. Uraraka's brows drew inward. Will you be all right alone? She asked him, worry in her voice. The last time she had left him alone he'd ended up really hurt. Her eyes were drawn to the bandage on his cheek. Deku noticed, then covered it with a hand. I'll be fine, but he wasn't too sure. What he did know was that it was the safest to have him in the room. Even if Present MIC was their teacher, he was a villain right now, which meant that he could hurt them if he wanted. He could take the damage easily, but he'd rather these guys were out of harm's way for the moment. Alright, we better hurry, we don't have much time, Kirishima said, petting Deku on the shoulder. Good luck, Midoriya, we'll be quick. Deku felt nauseous. He'd really have to ask everyone to stop touching him. It felt wrong. It left his skin tingling for ages and his nerves constantly on edge. With a final salute, Kirishima and Uraraka headed down the corridor, leaving Deku alone to deal with the villain. Are you just gonna stand out there or are you going to fight me? Present MIC shouted, using his quirk just enough to make Deku's ears ring. Deku appeared in the doorway, his hands up. No fight, he stammered, hoping his accent wasn't too heavy. Calm, let's, speaking. Talk, MIC. Corrected him automatically, then grinned, okay, let's talk. Deku stepped further inside and closer to the hostages. Outwardly they didn't seem to be panicking, but a couple of them routinely repeated phrases of distress as if they were reading off of palm cards. He noted the knots on the rope around the students. It was a simple one, but they would take time to undo. He then noted the type of rope. It was familiar. On your radio show, Deku began slowly, trying to think of the words. You play, game, hero hot seat. Present Mike's posture changed, his head rising from his evil villain persona to his radio host persona. You listen to my show? He asked, his grin widening. Deku nodded, then kept stumbling over his words as he said, we play, I win, release children. Present Mic threw his head back with a laugh, and if you lose? He asked, hand covering his face dramatically. Deku swallowed, wiping his hands down his hero costume. I will use rope, like them. He nodded to the ectoplasms. Mic couldn't help but laugh again, delighted. You will be my hostage too. Okay kid, you got a deal. Mic cracked his neck and stretched his arms, readying himself for the game. Hero hot seat. You have 1 minute to answer as many hero questions as you can. Answer any incorrectly, then you fail. If you're too slow, you fail. English edition. He slipped completely into his radio show persona as Izuku took a seat near the hostages. The determination and the concentration in the boy's eyes were irresistible. Question 1. Todoroki didn't know how to deal with this. He was standing in the middle of a hallway, watching a gang of ectoplasms run up and down in a panic. He could freeze them, but he didn't think that would help the situation. They were supposed to be students, he thought, cause they hadn't attacked him and they were all wearing UA ties around their necks, heads and arms. There was even one with the tie around his leg that others kept tripping over occasionally. Hey, he tried, but no one looked at him. They were ignoring him in favor of going back and forth up the hall. He tried again. Hey, you all have to go north, he told them. South. One voice squawked from the middle of the crowd. I think the exit is south. What? No, Todoroki gasped as all the other ectoplasms agreed with various shouts of south, exit south, villains are north and whoever goes north is a dumbass. The herd of ectoplasms began running the wrong way down the hall, further into the school building. Wait! Todoroki shouted, running with them, but no one was looking at him. He grit his teeth, activating his quirk which whipped up the wall, slung on the roof then tumbled down into a wall of ice in front of the ectoplasms. They all paused, a couple of them shuffling back a bit. Todoroki sighed, the exit is north, he insisted. One of the ectoplasms turned, opened his wide mouth and screamed, the villains are attacking us. Scatter! Todoroki's BLD turned to ice as all of the ectoplasms turned and bolted into his direction. He raised his arm to create a wall between them when his stomach flipped and he was suddenly weightless. Todoroki! Block the other direction. Kirishima yelled from down the hall. Uraraka pressed her back to the wall, her fingers pushed together, face twisted in concentration. Kirishima blocked that direction with his body alone, turning around ectoplasms with a friendly, that way. Behind you. Wow, buddy, back up. Todoroki held out his hand midair as the ectoplasms rushed below him. He tossed an ice slide, which all of the ectoplasms slipped down and out of the building, all running north now. Release, Uraraka said, and Todoroki felt gravity greet him again and he slid down a quick pillar of ice and landed on his feet. I'll make sure they get to the safe area, Kirishima shouted as he ran past them, you take Todoroki to Midoriya. Uraraka gave a thumbs up, catching her breath and swallowing down vomit. Midoriya? Todoroki asked, suddenly worried. Again. Present Mike's voice boomed through the building. Uraraka and Todoroki picked up the pace, running headfirst into a wandering ectoplasm. This one was holding a fuzzy pink bunny rabbit plushie and said in a deadpan, can you help me? Uraraka paused. There were 5 new ectoplasms in the hall, all gathered close to where the hostages were being kept. I'll lead these guys to the safe zone, you go save Midoriya, okay? Uraraka asked Todoroki, who had stopped to listen for Mic's voice. Yeah, he nodded, slightly relieved he could help now instead of trying and failing to convince ectoplasms to go to safety. He approached the door, listening to the broken English being tossed back and forth between present Mic and Midoriya. He poked his head in, taking in the situation. Present Mic was standing on the teacher's lectern, firing questions at Midoriya, who was on the edge of a desk, answering right back in English as ectoplasms cheered beside him. He noted the hostages, 5 of them. He shifted his foot, ice racing towards the teacher, under desks, up the side of the lectern, twisting around MIC's leg then it stopped. MIC paused his questioning and looked down, seeing his trapped limb. Something snapped and curled tightly around Todoroki's wrist. A rope. Todoroki followed it all the way up to Aizawa, his hair floating, eyes glowing bright red. "Stop messing around, Vani," Aizawa called as MIC broke his leg free. "You left yourself wide open." Aizawa grinned widely at Todoroki as he yanked his capture weapon to send the boy crashing into the wall. "Todoroki!" Deku gasped, standing up. "Take your seat." Mike's voice boomed. Deku felt the explosion of sound burst through him, sending him off his feet and back into the chair which toppled over with his sudden weight. Todoroki pushed off the wall, racing headfirst towards Aizawa, who smirked. "Bold move," he noted as Todoroki's fist swept through the air, missing its mark as Aizawa ducked low and swept out his leg. Todoroki fell hard. He tried to make ice to catch himself, but not even a snowflake appeared across his skin. Aizawa's capture weapon zipped around him, squeezing his limbs close to his middle. The man stood over him, his hair floating, a glint of red behind his glasses. "MIC," his voice came out like an order, "tie Midoriya up too." Deku's face was ground into the floor. This position, however, was a familiar one for him. He blinked away the stars sparking across the wood but was unable to shake the ringing in his ears. Everything was coming to him muffled as if he had dove underwater. Movement above him caught his attention. He kicked out, connecting to something solid. The kick slid him back and away from the chair, and he used the moment to scramble to his feet. Present MIC rubbed his chest, hunched over slightly. "He's got a good kick," MIC wheezed. Aizawa's eyes were beginning to burn. He couldn't look away from Todoroki for even a second, couldn't blink. The moment he did, he knew he would be covered head to toe in ice. It, he didn't want to enter the building. He was fine outside the window, hanging by his capture weapon as he killed off rogue ectoplasms. Not to mention, he didn't want to be anywhere close to Midoriya with his quirk. MIC. He shot to his husband, getting sessed off now. 5 minutes. He couldn't have just tied Midoriya up with the rest of the hostages and be done with him. No, the kid got to him, drew out his playful nature to draw out the time. "Sit." MIC sent Midoriya backwards again and into the ectoplasms. Deku blindly apologized to the men as arms wrapped around his middle from behind. MIC hefted him up, pinning Deku's arms to his sides. Midoriya yelped, flailing his legs, wiggling and moving as much as he could. MIC stumbled, forced to put him down back onto the floor in front of him, his arms still tightly around him. "Just hold still," MIC mumbled, trying to get the rope around Midoriya. Deku shifted his stance wide, then placed his left leg behind present Mike's legs. "What the stop?" Deku bent his knees, his arms wrapping around the teacher's legs, and he shifted his hips, stretching out the leg he had behind MIC to trip him as he pulled him to the floor. MIC dragged Midoriya down with him, yelping as the kid landed a sharp elbow to his chest. Deku twisted his body and scrambled to stand, his cheeks flushed and eyes wide. It worked. Where'd he learn that? MIC shouted from the floor as Deku bolted from the room. He rushed at Aizawa, arms outstretched to push the man over and disconnect his line of sight. Aizawa stepped forwards, grabbing onto Todoroki, trying to keep his eyes pinned on the half-boy. He blindly threw a punch that caught its mark, sending Izuku back. But Deku wasn't done with him. He latched onto one end of the capture tape still around the man's neck and pulled, trying to force him back. Aizawa coughed, attempting to stop himself from choking on his own weapon. He's been caught like this before. All he needed to do was slip under his capture tape, and Todoroki took a page from Deku's book and pushed his teacher with his legs, bracing his back against the floor. Aizawa grimaced as the sharp kick connected. This kid was like a freaking horse. In pain now, he held onto the material still tightly bound to Todoroki, keeping himself from stumbling back into Midoriya and losing contact with Todoroki. But he was now majorly off balance, which Deku fully took advantage of by wrapping his arms around the teacher's middle, sweeping his leg at the man's sloppy stance to drop him. Aizawa plummeted. The moment he touched down, ice flooded around him. It crawled up his skin, inside his clothes, felt like fire burning through his whole system. His eyes squeezed shut for a moment, savoring the sandpaper-like sensation, then he flashed them open. He could feel the thin sheet of ice stop at his cheeks. He let out a full-body tremor, not daring to look away from his student. Todoroki's bindings were frozen tight, Aizawa's hand still clutched around the material. Todoroki tried to wiggle, then realized he had trapped himself against the wall and a very frozen Aizawa. Mic appeared at the doorway and he stopped, taking in the situation. Deku turned, hand outstretched, fingers curled and ready to flick, his other hand bracing his arm. "Stop or I'll use it," he warned. He was shaking all over, adrenaline rushing through his veins just as much as his BLD did. "Use what?" Mic asked, wary now. "A theory I've been working on, with my quirk," Deku said slowly. He clenched his whole body, keeping his stance strong. He was visualizing it. The flashing mass of power that was All Might's quirk, usually kept hidden at his center, but now, he was concentrating it through his arm. Flashes were lighting up his sleeve, stray bolts of power he was unable to contain in the single limb. Mic glanced at the clock. They had 3 minutes, he would only need one to save his husband and capture the kids. Mic scared in a breath, his quirk at the tip of his tongue, and screamed just as Deku released his flick. Deku's scream joined in with Mike's, the waves of power connecting in the middle of the hall, instantly shattering the windows of the whole building. It was only an instant, but Mic saw the moment his kid-friendly shout broke momentum and whatever wave of force Midoriya had released rushed straight towards him. He gasped the moment before the wave hit. Mike's whole body was thrown. His back collided with the lectern, pushing it back, and only when he crashed into the wall did he stop. He slumped, dazed and aching. Deku closed his fist, his whole finger was purple and bloody, the skin on the tip where he released one for all had burst and exposed the flesh underneath. But he could still move his arm, his other fingers, even the broken finger with a stupid amount of pain, but it was possible. He took a moment to celebrate his victory, then saw Mic move and his heart jolted. He bent down and pulled the bandages from his side bag, tugged the goggles from Aizawa's face, then proceeded to wrap the material around his teacher's eyes. The dexterity he had to use sent flares of pain through his hand, but he tried his best to ignore it. "Make sure to make it tight," Aizawa grumbled. He couldn't do anything but allow his eyes to close and attempt to blink the dryness away. Midoriya checked to make sure the bandages were tight enough around his teacher's head before he jumped to Todoroki. "Midoriya," Todoroki mumbled as Midoriya searched for a way to untangle the other boy. "Todoroki, are you okay?" he half-shouted, frantic fingers pulling at the cords. Mic had stood up now and was stumbling towards them. Deku's head shot up towards the man, his coming back dash. He looked down to Todoroki, panicked. "Midoriya, lift me," Todoroki urged, "I need to see." "Oh okay." Deku used the bindings as a handle to lift Todoroki into a sitting position. The moment Mic's eyes locked onto Todoroki's, it was over. Present Mic only had the forethought to close his mouth as he was encased in ice, frozen all the way up to his mustache. Deku lifted Todoroki to his feet, making Todoroki's stomach do a somersault as he was placed down easily. He didn't realize Midoriya was so strong. He always assumed the other boy had average strength, but he just picked him up like it was no big deal. "Is it over?" Deku gulped behind him, shouting slightly. Todoroki looked down at himself and his full body tangle. It was going to take a while to get this off. "Go free the students, I'll be right behind you." He shifted his foot and double-iced Aizawa. He didn't need the teacher breaking out as they were leading the students to safety. "What?" Deku yelled. He was rubbing his ears, his headgear was crooked on his head, making his cat ears look tilted. Todoroki shifted uncomfortably. He didn't like raising his voice, but "Ectoplasm," he said a whole decibel louder, now facing Izuku. Deku stared at his lips, which sent a weird feeling against Todoroki's cheeks. Then Deku repeated the word slowly before recognition flooded his expression. "Oh, the hostages. Right." Deku stepped over Aizawa, took a few steps forward, then turned back. "Will you be okay?" he shouted. Todoroki nodded, which seemed to be good enough for Midoriya, who turned around and slipped behind Mic and into the classroom. "Midoriya!" Kirishima raised his arm in a wave. He was halfway back to the school building from his second trip inside. He had gotten sidetracked by Mina, who was tied to a pole, slowly burning away at Aizawa's capture weapon material. She had 2 more ectoplasms with her who apparently didn't know how to untie knots. Kirishima had broken the frayed material and helped them back to the safe point now that they knew it was 2 and not just 1 villain they were fighting. Better safe than sorry. Uraraka had beaten them with 2 more ectoplasms, bringing their total student count to the windows blew out. Kirishima said, "You guys okay? We thought President MIC had gotten you and we were coming to rescue you guys." Kirishima. Todoroki is inside, can you cut Aizawa-sensei's capture weapon with your quirk? He shouted, even though they were less than 10 feet away from each other. I could try. Kirishima yelled, activating his quirk, then faltered, hold on, you faced both teachers. Midoriya frowned then rubbed at his ears. What? His head tilted to the side as he stood a few centimeters away from Kirishima. I can't hear you, President MIC-sensei used his quirk. Midoriya. Uraraka joined them, her eyes widening. What happened to your finger? She gasped. Wow. Dude, that looks painful, you alright? Kirishima added, finally noticing the broken purple flesh. Deku's frown deepened, trying to concentrate on their lips. He then looked to where they were looking then understood. He shook his head and hands in front of himself. I'm fine, just my quirk, but Todoroki needs scissors. Vri. Security Level 5 training is complete. All students, please stand by the safe zone for dismissal. Kirishima and Uraraka turned to count the number of ectoplasms they were missing, 9. When they turned back, Deku was already halfway across the field. He looked back, gesturing for them to follow. Where is he going? Mina asked as she stepped up next to them. President MIC-sensei blew out his ears, Kirishima told her with a shrug. He probably didn't hear the announcement, Uraraka added. Mina frowned, looking troubled as they jogged towards Deku, who began to run to the building again when it was clear they were following him. I knew he would get hurt, she mumbled, guilt in her voice. I told him to just protect the safe zone, she admitted. Both Kirishima and Uraraka shared a look. Aizawa-sensei said we aren't supposed to treat him differently, Uraraka pointed out. Kirishima nodded. Yeah Mina, we know how you feel. A troubled look made its way across his face. Todoroki and we helped All Might pull him from the rubble with the bar in his stomach. Just a week ago. It's crazy insane how his back so quickly. He clasped his hands together, stopping them from shaking. But the point is, he wants to be a hero too, so we shouldn't stop him from trying. Mina sighed. I know, but just look at him. She gestured to Deku, who promptly tripped on the concrete path, but corrected himself quickly without breaking pace. What's he done in class besides get himself hurt? Even the entrance exam. Uraraka, you said he ended up in an ambulance. She rubbed her arms, hugging herself. There just comes a point in time when it's just irresponsible to let someone like that run headfirst into danger. He could get killed. He nearly was killed. Mina, Uraraka could get where she was coming from. Midoriya was her friend, but every time they were in danger, Uraraka was too far away to help him. She was trying to respect Aizawa-sensei's wishes, which is why she didn't insist to stay right next to Midoriya's side this whole exercise. She had to trust that he could be a hero, just like she could trust Kirishima or Mina or Todoroki with situations like that. It's almost as if he's quirkless, Mina said, or he's just got an incredibly bad luck quirk. He's a sweet guy, and he's real smart, but he's just so nervous and accident-prone. And I know heroes come in all shapes and sizes, but at the end of the day, he just gets hurt. But he's here, Kirishima said. Quietly, his quirk activating up his arms. A pensive look crossed his face. Midoriya, he's gotten hurt in almost every practical class, but he's still here. If it were me, and every class I just kept failing to show what I was made of cause of like health issues and accidents and even 2 helpful classmates, he smiled bitterly at that, I'd be feeling kinda nervous and shitty too, but man, he stayed back to negotiate with a pro-hero/villain, and he kept on his toes without his quirk facing Bakugo before in the first indoor anti-personnel training exercise. I don't know, he's got like resilience and bravery, even with the world working against him. He crunched his knuckles together, and I think that's pretty dim and manly. Mina's smile was pained. I guess, but when is the line drawn between bravery and reckless stupidity and obvious neglect on our and our teachers' parts? How hurt does Midoriya have to be to say no more? Todoroki. I got everyone. Midoriya yelled around the corner, then backtracked quickly into Kirishima Sensei's loose. Around the corner, Aizawa was dripping liquid from a small capsule into his eyes, his untied and open eyes, that were now glaring at them. Todoroki was standing next to present MIC, the capture weapon completely off of him and back around Aizawa's neck. Shot TTTTA. I'm CCCC cold. Come hug me warm again. MIC demanded, the ice now just covering his bottom half, leaving his arms free to make grabby motions towards Aizawa. Aizawa cringed, Todoroki, just leave him. Okay, no. MIC wailed. Oh. Deku mumbled, his eyes on the clock, it's over, his cheeks turned to a very ripe shade of red. He was still pressed against Kirishima, stunned while he tried to comprehend the situation. His shoulders slumped as he covered his face, suddenly exhausted as all of the adrenaline left his system at once. Wow, Midoriya, Kirishima said, rubbing the other boy's back, don't faint on us again. He snickered, but it was a nervous kind of laugh. Did he faint? Todoroki asked, suddenly in front of Izuku. He took Deku's hand, examining it with a troubled expression, his fingers still broken though. What? Kirishima snorted, confused. Deku's whole skin was quickly flushed. If it were possible, his hair color would have turned red as well. Mina looked at the boy sandwiched between Kirishima and Todoroki and then at his expression. Oh my gods guys, give him space before he has a heart attack. She turned to look at Uraraka with a boys, and a shake of her head. Uraraka tapped her lips, tilting her head. Boys, she repeated, unsure. Please tell me he's not actually having a heart attack. Aizawa grumbled from behind Todoroki, who stepped out of the way for his teacher to look. Kirishima also backed away, confused as to why Mina wanted him to. Aizawa clicked his fingers in front of Izuku's face, which was currently staring holes into the floor. He jolted and glanced up, a sudden wash of fear flooding away his embarrassment. I'm sorry for flipping you over, sensei. He shouted. Aizawa drew his head back, grimacing at the volume. MIC threw his head back in full belly laughter. Aizawa's eyes flashed red back at him. It stopped the rising in volume but didn't stop the laughter, increased it even. What are you laughing at, here? Aizawa grumbled as he turned away to fish out a droplet tube from his pockets. You were supposed to capture him but you ended up inside a desk. That didn't stop the laughter, just added whines about how much his back hurt. Aizawa grabbed Deku's face and turned his head, exposing his ears. He released a few droplets into each ear as the boy struggled to not pull away or grip tightly onto Aizawa's arms. He then used fresh bandages to bind Izuku's broken finger with an unbroken one to support it until they could reach Recovery Girl. He couldn't say he wasn't impressed. He didn't think Midoriya could HNS any amount of 1 for all without breaking his whole limb, nor did he expect any level of fighting prowess in the kid. He trained with all might though. He didn't know what he expected besides an overinflated self-sacrificing nature and raw power. He didn't want the thought of Toshinori being a competent teacher. Because that meant he would have to let the man back into the school. DMN it. What happened? Uraraka asked, confused while they watched Aizawa-sensei stop Izuku from rubbing his ears with his injured hand. Midoriya is all Todoroki said before he was waved back to help MIC. Kirishima, Mina, and Uraraka all shared a look. The hall was soaking wet, every window blown outwards, both teachers dripping. It looked as if present MIC, Aizawa, and Todoroki went toe-to-toe, but Todoroki's hearing was fine, and he was all tied up before, so whatever attack that broke the windows was actually aimed at. Their eyes all landed on Izuku. The other boy jolted, feeling the stares on his spine. He glanced back, wide green eyes blinking back at them in confusion with a hint of fear. Kirishima gave him a little wave, which he returned, taking that as a cue to join them. Secret powerhouse, Kirishima mumbled, remembering all the way back during the indoor anti-personnel battle training class discussion during Midoriya's battle. What? Deku asked, frowning. Nothing, just a thought, Kirishima said, ruffling Midoriya's hair. We won. Deku ducked his head down, his shoulders squaring up to his ears. I don't, Deku squeaked, trying to remind himself that Kirishima wasn't going to pull his head up by his hair and punch him in the face. This was a friendly gesture. Friendly gesture. MIC swung himself into Aizawa's back shouting, "Cooled." Finally he was free to cuddle his husband, who was having none of it. Aizawa pushed MIC away by his face, glaring. "You're still wet, get off," he hissed. MIC pouted, pressing his whole weight into the other man's hand. Later he sniffled as Todoroki joined the other students again. Aizawa scoffed and released him, which wasn't a no, so MIC took it as a yes. "All right everyone," Aizawa said. The students' hushed whispers stopped, even Izuku turned his head. "Which meant the medicine was working. Get your buttes moving. I've got 2 more groups to go through this exercise today and you're holding up the class." "We thought you forgot about us," an ectoplasm said as they approached the safe zone. "You guys seriously got your butts handed to you by a bunch of dash. How many of you did they find?" Aizawa said between gritted teeth. If it were possible, ectoplasm's smile widened. 21 and 4 of them were near the zone when the timer went off, ectoplasm answered. He wanted to see the security camera footage on those last few minutes very badly. Aizawa nodded, then turned to face the group of huddled students. "You're 5 short," he scared. "You passed." MIC translated happily behind him. The group slumped, relieved, all but Midoriya, who was counting on his fingers. "But there was 30, and we saved 21, which means we were 9 short." He asked. "Shush, Midoriya, he gave us a better score." Kirishima put a finger to his lips, half joking with his comment. Deku ducked his head, apologizing. "Yes, 21 ectoplasms, and 4 other students," Aizawa grumbled. He waited, watching the gears turn slowly in his students' heads. Gods, how did they even pass junior year? "Oh." Uraraka's fist landed in her open hand. "We're students too." There was a chorus of oaths followed by the comment, and Aizawa resisted face palming. "Okay, ectoplasm, you have a couple of minutes to reset in building G through K," Aizawa said instead. "You're still gonna mark all my senior final projects this year, right?" Ectoplasm asked, to which Aizawa nodded his head tiredly, already beyond irritated. "Okay. Come on guys." The ectoplasms straightened their ties as they waltzed with their safe sign and markers west. "Come on." Aizawa led the students towards the large gymnasium. Inside was a theater setup. A couple of chairs facing towards a large projector screen. Aizawa handed them all pieces of paper with a "get them back to me by the end of the week," then he left them alone. Well, not alone. Ida, Tsuyu, Ayama, Kaminari, and maybe Toru were all in the front row, and ectoplasm standing next to them. On further inspection, the projector was displaying different security camera angles, one of which was facing a block of half-melted ice in a windowless building. "Holy SHT Midoriya!" Kaminari yelled, breaking the silence. "An impressive display of power expected from my vice president partner," Ida stated, his arms chopping the air. "You were all sparkling, but not as brightly as more. Hang in there, Mina. You tried so hard, I'm proud of you. All of you." Toru announced her presence. "You guys got more than us, Kero." Deku tried to hide behind the slip of paper Aizawa handed to him as he stuttered, "I didn't do much, it was all Todoroki-san." His voice was barely audible. "Dude. You sent both present MIC and Aizawa-sensei to the ground. Twice with present MIC." Kaminari was standing on his chair, fists clenched and smile wide. "You're like a kung fu emsa." "He did what?" Kirishima said, a smile slowly growing on his face, part disbelief and part of him soaking up Kaminari's positive energy. "Sensei, can we watch it again?" Tsuyu asked. Ectoplasm nodded and pointed a remote to the projector. "Oh. And can we see the floating Todoroki combo in the hall?" Toru asked, excited. Deku was covering his face completely, wondering if there was a back exit, but he too was interested in seeing his classmates' small battles, just not his own. It was terrifying and embarrassing. He thought that they had lost multiple times during the battle, and it was only when he could hide behind Todoroki that he felt like they were okay. Deku took a seat near the back and Todoroki joined him, leaving a space between them. Uraraka, Mina, and Kirishima joined the group at the front to get a better look at the screen. Deku stared down at the piece of paper in his hands, It was a permission slip for a field trip to, his heart leapt, the USJ. Tree villain, cat snapper. Deku heard his own voice play through the speakers. His ears burnt, he wished Aizawa hadn't fixed his hearing now. What is Flutter Hero, Nymphopad's real name? Tuwata Tobu. Current occupation. Pro hero and science teacher. Dude, I have no idea what they are saying, Kirishima admitted during the video. Ida began to translate when Kaminari cut him off, skipped to the good part. Deku slid down the chair, he didn't want to watch. You okay? Deku flinched, he'd forgotten Todoroki was next to him. He was so quiet. Why? He found the back of the chair in front of him had a stain on it, probably from a quirk. You did an amazing job, be back there, he mumbled. Your quirk's really powerful, so is yours, Todoroki said. There was a calculating look with his voice. Not really, he fiddled with his bandages, still broke a finger, not enough damage to collapse though, Todoroki pointed out. Deku bit his lip. No, it wasn't enough to kill him, he was still alive, he could still lift Todoroki for the finishing blow. He wasn't dead weight. Butterflies scrambled around his intestines. He was happy, he thought. Which wasn't a familiar sensation, especially with a broken finger. That flick was built-up power from the building falling on you. Todoroki asked openly. Butterflies gone now. They were now clambering caterpillars eating his insides. And no, that's not how Deku gestured with his hands. It was the flick, it was the same. That what I mean is that it was the same kinda boom that when I collapse it comes from the same stuff, you know. He peeked behind his bangs to Todoroki, who had that same calculated look on his face. No, he admitted. Deku wondered if it wasn't too late to try to make Todoroki forget about his quirk. Lying was hard enough. Lying about his quirk, which was related to a huge secret, was worse. The same stuff that heals me can be released to Utua. Do that. He flicks with his fingers towards the chair ahead of him, making sure not to actually summon All Might's quirk. I see, Deku slumped. He hoped he wouldn't have to explain his quirk to anyone else anytime soon. He had to explain his quirk to everyone else the moment they reviewed the footage as a class. He didn't stand up in front of the class or anything, but they all gathered close to his desk, Ida making sure that there was at least a 5-foot radius of air around him so he didn't feel overcrowded. Todoroki sat at the back of the group, arms crossed, a troubled expression slashed across his normally stoic features. I can release powerful bursts of energy but breaks me. His fingers were tangled in a hair tie, which he thought that Uraraka had placed down on his desk that morning accidentally. He hoped he didn't stretch it. Recovery Girl wasn't mad at him when he had entered her office to get his finger looked at. She wasn't surprised in the slightest, but she didn't scold him about his finger, just urged him to be more careful next time and to get that lanky scarecrow to teach you how to use it properly already. That's how you took down the 0-pointer? Uraraka asked, tapping Hechin thoughtfully, and then you were all messed up afterwards. I see, so that's why you kinda sickly, here. Zero asked, sticking and unsticking his elbow, "'Cause your quirk ain't good for your body." Aomar had his chin in his hands, staring intensely at something in the corner. Deku could only nod, unable to produce any more words. "Restore?" Uraraka asked, remembering vaguely the name he once gave her when she asked about his quirk. "Release, restore," Aizawa grumbled as he rose from behind his lectern, "and return, which you all should be doing to your seats." There was a mad dash for their chairs as Aizawa turned around to switch off the projector. Their review of the battles had bled into the hero class time. Aizawa wasn't impressed with the overall class during their performances. None of them worked out that they were also counted as students before the timer went off. The third group even spreading out through the whole mock school to find these elusive last 5 ectoplasms until the very end of the timer. Only the second group was able to take down the villains. Momo's group had a hard time negotiating with present MIC, as the only one who could fluently speak English decided on giving MIC a lesson on the economy. Ida's speed would have been an asset to the second team, but he was quickly captured and strung up by Aizawa during the first 3 minutes, leaving Tsuyu to do the majority of looking and Toru to sneakily try to free the hostages. That however did not work out as she was caught as well. Tokoyami became lost in the mob of ectoplasms. Gyro found her whole team and gathered them together quickly, but they planned poorly. Group 3 was one ectoplasm from being denied going to USJ. The only reason they were in was because Mineta decided to stay in the safe zone to talk to the Hello Kitty ectoplasm. Ectoplasm has since put in a ban order on Mineta from all of his classes. The running score they had going was, Groups 1, Ida, Tsuyu, Emma, Kaminari, Toru 18-2, Midoriya, Todoroki, Uraraka, Kirishima, Mina 21-3, Ojiro, Koji, Soto, Shoji, Mineta 16-4, Gyro, Zero, Momo, Tokai 19. Aizawa begrudgingly allowed them all to go to the USJ the next week, but warned them that he could take that right away from them if they acted out. When Deku returned home that day with his letter, he felt like a child hovering around the doorframe of his mother's room. He waited until she had settled down for the day, made sure to clean all the dishes, even tidied up his room a bit. "Yes, Izuku?" she asked before he even said a word. The paper crinkled in his grasp. "And there's going to be a field trip soon." His voice was coming out shaky, he could feel tears already beginning to prick his eyes. He didn't know why he was so nervous. Maybe because if she said no, then he would be behind all his other classmates. If she said no, he wouldn't be able to go and then he wouldn't be able to learn. She held out her hand for the paper. He stumbled into the room and sat down next to her on the bed, reading the paper over her shoulder with her, even if he had read it 10 times at least already. All Might's gonna be there, and Aizawa-sensei and President MIC and a special guest pro hero. That's 4 teachers, Mum, and I won't even use my quirk, or at least I won't try. I'll just watch if I have to. She had picked him up from school that day with the detective. There was no room to hide his finger from them. They had already been called about the temporary hearing loss. She would have stormed the school the moment she received the phone call if Izuku hadn't asked to stay. "What about recovery girl?" Inko asked him. He turned away at that, mumbling, "They're all pro heroes, Mum. They know first aid. Besides, she's the school nurse, not the class 1A nurse." She slowly put the paper down. "I don't know, Izuku." She read over the class outline, supervisors' names, address, and timetable again. There was a feeling in her gut telling her that something bad was going to happen on this trip. I told my class about my quirk, that they look out for Mimi too. Uraraka-san and Ida-san, they're really strong and nice, will be together the whole time. "You didn't tell them about all of it, Izuku," she sighed. "They are just kids, just like you. What will happen if you fall into one of these flood zones, or the fire zone? What if you get trapped under the earthquake zone? They won't be able to help." She was crying now, horrible images fueled by memories of her son gasping for air in his own bed. The place where he is supposed to be the safest. "But what happens when it happens for real though?" he asked, a hiccup in his voice as he bit back tears. "Mum, I'm going to be a hero. I'm going to have to go into these situations. I need to learn alongside them on what to do." He was right, but she didn't want him to be. She wanted him to be safe, but his dreams were the furthest from it. She had promised though, that she would let him follow his dreams, she'd support him. "It's all fake, right?" she asked him. He nodded quickly. "And all 4 teachers will be present the whole time?" Again a nod. "And you promise to be careful?" "Very, very careful," he promised. She pulled him into a tight hug, defeated. "Okay, you can go." "Shitty hair 6 p.m. Hey. Bakugo, you right. Didn't see you after class, we're all worried about you. Dish, what happened back there?" "Read Shitty hair 7:09 p.m. Don't know if you know, but just got word from the Ida in the hospital. Midoriya is in surgery. You guys are close, right? Same junior high. You think we should make a card? I hope he pulls through. How are you doing though? Heard you got busted up a bit. Read Shitty hair 7:58 p.m. You heard anything about Midoriya yet? Group chat's been pretty quiet. Why'd you leave the chat? Read Shitty hair 6:45 a.m. Hey, you coming to school today? Read Shitty hair 4:05 p.m. Hey, just checking up, you weren't in class today, so wanted to see if you needed company. IDK, I'm here if you need to talk. Read Shitty hair 4:15 p.m. Uraraka and Ida are okay, just a couple scratches. You really saved them back there, you know. If you need a bedside bud while he'll don't hesitate to call Red Shitty hair 8:06 a.m. Hey. Midoriya pulled through. Thought you would want to know, kinda heard it through the grapevine, not the sticky grapes though. Tongue sticking out. Gyro said she heard some stuff from the teacher's lounge. Gonna ask Aizawa-sensei as soon as he's up from his nap. Red Shitty hair 8:40 a.m. Hey, Sensei just told us. I'm so sorry dude, you'll be back after the sports festival though, right? You just gotta hang in there. Muscle emoji. I could totally take secret notes for you for the hero class. I'm not great at keeping notes, but I can try. Maybe even get Kaminari to sneak in a camera for YA. Don't give up, yeah. We'll still see YA at UA, right? Come visit us as soon as you're back. Read Shitty Hair 6:21 p.m. Hey, how are you? We retook the internal battle training today. I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of the footage. If not, I'll give YA hit by hit play through call or text, whatever is easier. It was pretty intense, also a little weird without you and Midoriya. Kinda feels wrong to do the exercise again after. Well, anyway, found out a lot about the other guys' quirks in class. Everyone's so cool. You gotta get back here as soon as you can, dude. Call me. Read Shitty Hair 7:34 a.m. Hey, I don't mean to be annoying, but you wanna hang out after school? We're going for snacks at the 7-Elevens. Maybe you could meet us there. Read Shitty Hair 9:15 a.m. Hey, whereabouts is your classroom? We could totally kidnap you and sneak YA into our class. I'll skip English. Isn't that when class 1C has lunch? Read Shitty Hair 5:02 a.m. Good morning. You wanna train today? We meeting at the park in 10 minutes. It'll text me if you get here. Read Shitty Hair 9:10 p.m. night. Read Shitty Hair 5:10 a.m. morning. Crew. Read Shitty Hair 11:34 a.m. image. Yo, look, Zero's got straws in his nose. Might SK up the excess juice, am I right? Smiley face, we miss you. Read Shitty Hair 1:03 a.m. Hope you're okay. Read Hisashi Yamada entered his apartment with a sneeze. I think I'm getting a cold, he sniffed, blindly taking his hero costume off while he wiped his nose with his hand. Don't spread it, Aizawa Shota grumbled as he entered after him. He unwrapped his capture weapon and placed it on a hook at their front door. Shoes, he barked tiredly at his husband before the lanky oaf could step all over his clean floorboards with his mud-caked boots. Hisashi whined but did as he was told, slumping down on the step to their hall and pulling off his boots. He stretched his toes, suddenly appreciating their freedom. He then trapped them again in plush fluffy slippers. Aizawa used Hisashi's shoulder to balance as he took off his own boots and headed straight for the kitchen, slipperless. He leaned down and stared inside their fridge. There was 4-day-old pasta, 3 cartons of jelly pouches, half-eaten lemon cakes, cold chicken nuggets and various takeout containers ranging from pad thai to curry. He goes for the jelly packet. There's pizza in the bottom, Hisashi called from the hall. He goes for the pizza. He kicked the fridge door shut and found Hisashi laid out across their couch. Pizza in mouth, jelly packet on coffee table along with various half-empty cups. He nudged the man until he rolled over and allowed Aizawa to lay down and slot in at his front. Aizawa pulled the other man's arm around his shoulders and finally started to chew on his meal with his husband at his back. Where's mine? Hisashi whined. Aizawa made a grunting noise and the crust of the pizza found its way into Hisashi's mouth. Hisashi chewed begrudgingly on his piece, saying around it, "Should we order in or?" Aizawa held up his phone, Hisashi's favorite pad thai place already preparing their meal for DLVY. Hisashi settled then, letting his shoulders sag and his thoughts just live in this moment alone. He caught the end of the sentence. What? He mumbled into the back on Aizawa's neck. He felt the man sigh. Did you take your hearing aids off? Aizawa grumbled with a hint of annoyance, but he repeated himself, today's lesson, did you get your curriculum in? Hisashi's face was beginning to warm up with their close proximity, more so with others. We went over conversation in hostage situations with your video so everyone at least heard a bit of it. His bones felt like his husband's jelly packets. He sensed the beginnings of a warm cozy bubble around them. You talked a lot, Aizawa noted. He was now playing with Hisashi's fingers absently. I left myself open. Gotta stop going easy on them. Sorry I put you in that position. Aizawa pressed Hisashi's hand to his forehead and sighed. You let him bait you. You were going around the school using your quirk on ectoplasm and the kids. Aizawa pressed up closer, the connections between them were warm. That kid, he really knows a lot about heroes, here. Aizawa nodded, closing his eyes. As probably the elusive All Might Jr. who keeps winning all your hero hot seats when you let that number through. There was a long moment of silence between them. Oh my gods, that's where I know his voice from, Amisi whispered. Aizawa snorted and rolled over to face him. You're an idiot, he concluded. Hisaishi's cheeks bloom. You're idiot, he said, as he placed a kiss on Aizawa's cheek, then grimaced. Spiky, you're one to talk, Aizawa scoffed, capturing his mouth in a lazy kiss. Pepperoni and jelly, MIC mumbled between their breaths. Aizawa's phone chimed, indicating the DLVY was on its way. And pad thai, Aizawa added. Hisashi yelled softly and returned to receiving all the love his husband had promised him that day. Oh, could you do this, Midoriya? Momo asked, handing Izuku a clipboard with a list of names down the side. He stuttered out a response, but she was already walking away to help carry pre-made lunches into the bus. Ida was busy organizing everyone into a line by their desk number, which actually helped Deku a lot. Waiga Emerson, Deku mumbled, cheeks flush as he ticked off the square next to the name. Amar flashed him a sparkly wink as he entered the bus. Deku swallowed hard, staring at the next name, Emina Ashida-sen. He didn't look up from his board, ticking the name as she gave him a little nod and wave as she entered. They still hadn't really spoken about the mock evacuation. Well, Mina did tell him he did a good job afterwards, but Deku couldn't do much but nod at that point. He was wondering when the consequences of his actions would kick in, because he did disobey her. Maybe she was just waiting for the time when they were alone. He really hoped his worry was all just in his head. Tsuyu Asui-san. Call me Tsuyu, Kiro. Zu's face was suddenly up close to his. Deku's cheeks bloomed as he tried to keep his legs under him. Sorry, he squeaked, bowing as he clutched the notepad to his chest. It's okay, you're too serious, Midoriya-chan, she croaked, giving him a friendly smile and hopping onto the bus. He stared down at the list again. Girls, why was it so hard to talk to them? Tenya Ida-san. He looked up from the board to see the flash of Ida's glasses. The boy had been standing towards the back of the class trying to get Kaminari and Kirishima back to their spot, but they had bunched up with Zero to talk. Ida raised his arm and power-walked swiftly over to him. Yes, Midoriya, he asked, then saw the notepad. Oh. The roll call. He plucked the list from his hands. Of course, I shall help. Go on inside the bus. Usage Deku started, his empty hands moving about the air without anything to hold on to. Uraraka, you're next inside, Ida said, having not heard Deku as he studied the list. Uraraka tugged on Izuku's sleeve and cupped a hand to her mouth. Let's go get a good seat, she mock-whispered with a smile. He glanced back towards Momo, who had given him the task, but she was busy with counting the bags they had their school uniforms and books in. He let himself be dragged inside by his heart sleeve. Tsuyu pet the seat next to her and Uraraka gladly took it. Ah! I'm so excited. Uraraka cheered, stretching out while Deku perched himself nervously in the chair next to hers. Me too, Kiro, Tsuyu said with a wide smile. Midoriya, your uniform got fixed, she pointed out. Deku looked down at himself and flushed bright red, matching the hearts on his sleeve. Why, Mum's really good at holes and stuff. He pressed his hands against the black material, almost trying to pull strength from his mother's hard work. A black cat though. Has your design got something to do with your quirk? Tsuyu asks, like mine, I'm a frog, Kiro. Bad luck, cat. Amar asked from the seat adjacent to them. Black doesn't sparkle, I would never wear it. He flashes his cape at them. Are you guys the only animal-themed costumes? Uraraka asked, completely ignoring Amar. Oh, maybe Tokoyami. Deku asked, then immediately backtracked. Wait, is that rude? I'm sorry. The Cat, Frog and Raven sounds like a children's book. Uraraka gasped, eyes twinkling. I think your quirk is more similar to All Mights than a cat though, Tsuyu cut in, pulling the conversation back to her earlier question. Deku's brain stopped. He could feel the lightning under his skin jolt at the connection, as if it were reaching out to All Might at his name. Had he said something that connected them? How could he be so stupid? Their connection was supposed to be a secret. Could he really not keep one secret? How useless could he get? But All Might doesn't get hurt like Midoriya, Mina pointed out from her seat. He wanted to throw up. The caterpillars in his throat were wiggling, holding his tongue down in his throat. He couldn't trust himself to speak. Had the bus started moving? Why was he so dizzy all of a sudden? I think the simple kinda strength-enhancing quirk is awesome though, Kirishima's shoes appeared in front of him. Your quirk is pretty strong too, Kirishima, Uraraka answered to his side. Deku flinched when he heard the crack of a hardened fist meeting an open palm. Could be better though, like Todoroki's, or even more helpful in rescue operations like yours, Uraraka, Kirishima added. Excuse me, Todoroki's voice cut through the happy chatter. Oops. Sorry bro, I in way. Kirishima stepped to the side and a body plopped down into the seat next to Izuku. Deku glanced to the side to see Todoroki lean back and look up at Kirishima with a perfect eyebrow raised. Kirishima blushed and sat down adjacent to them. Oh man, snooze you lose I guess. Hey listeners. We're leaving. MIC screeched from the front of the bus, take your seats and hold on. Aizawa stood next to him, the attendant's notepad in his hands. That idiot's late, we aren't waiting any longer, Aizawa grumbled then under his breath, last time I invite him back for a hero class then. Should we put on some sick beats? I brought my best tape mixes. Yef. MIC jumped towards the radio and Aizawa sat in the driver's seat. Driver gets to choose, and I am not sitting through an hour of screaming, Aizawa muttered, which made MIC complain until the other man chose the least offensive tape from MIC's bag of music. Deku settled down in his seat, thankful for the change of topic. He looked up as the bus pulled out, excitement running alongside the anxiety in his BLD. He was going to USJ. He wasn't going to make it. Misery smash. All Might's fist connected with the bandit's face, sending the man flying into the waiting police vehicle. MT Lady waved her thanks as he jumped off into the distance. He was supposed to be at school 5 minutes ago, but his commute that morning had taken a lot longer than he would have thought. Help! All Might skidded on the rooftop, jumping down into an alley and dropped onto the bag snatcher before he got away. The women thanked him as he handed the purse back to her. He wiped his brow, he could taste copper down his throat. He jumped, having to grab onto a window frame to continue to ascend. In his younger days, he could scale buildings 2 times this size in a single bound. It wasn't just his jumps, it was his speed too. It was as if he had weights strapped to his shoulders and around his middle. Even now he could feel his time limit slipping away, but he had a whole class to teach. Keep pushing. He landed at the gates of UA 10 minutes later. He let out a breath as he entered, scanning the scene for the bus but it was gone. He turned, maybe he could catch it on the road. All Might. His ear twitched, he recognized that voice. He turned, and stalking out of the school building, his hands in his pockets, was Bakugo Katsuki. All Might stiffened. We need to talk, Bakugo said, his voice deep and commanding. All Might looked in the direction of the USJ, then back to Bakugo. Yes we do, young man. So big. Izuku gasped, turning on his heel as he spun to take in the overwhelming size of the place. Everything looked brighter in the USJ. It was like they were in the mountains, the city and countryside all at once. A path tumbled out from the entrance, leading the class's eyes around the various zones. The center of the USJ housed a fountain and spreading out in every direction was a new biome to explore. Hello and welcome everyone to the USJ. A person in an astronaut-like suit raised their arms in greeting. Deku almost fell over when he saw them. That was 13. They were one of the best rescue heroes in Japan. They've saved over 100,000 people since their debut following the earthquakes in Shiba City and have donated most of their money to help disaster relief groups. Really? Todoroki mumbled next to him. I didn't know that. Deku squeaked and held his mouth. I was mumbling again, sorry. Oh, I thought we were just talking, Todoroki admitted, then frowned. Wait, so our conversations on the bus was all to yourself? He tilted his head. Deku blanched. Todoroki had sat next to him quietly the whole trip with his eyes closed. Was he really having a conversation with him? Did he really forget talking with Todoroki? Gee Todoroki, we thought you had fallen asleep, Uraraka laughed. Oh, no, I was just listening, Todoroki stated. That's not a conversation, bro. You gotta talk back for it to be a conversation, Kirishima pointed out with a snicker. Todoroki blinked. Okay, he then glanced at Midoriya. I will talk back to you more often then, and Deku didn't know how to feel about that. It made the worms in his stomach squirm just thinking of talking one-on-one with Todoroki again. He didn't know why. "Oh okay," he forced himself to say. Hey, listeners. Let's get this party started." Present MIC cheered. A large boombox had appeared on his shoulder and he strutted towards Aizawa looking as if he were the cat who got the cream. "I thought I hid that," Aizawa whispered under his breath, glaring at the boombox. "Actually, before we start, I would like to say 1 or 2 points," 13 said, raising their hands. 3, 4, maybe 7 points. Aizawa gestured to the class. "You have the stage, 13. He said, aiming his attention now at MIC as he formulated a plan to confiscate the loud box from the man's shoulders. 13 cleared their throat and stood at attention in front of the class. Many quirks, much like my own, are seen as dangerous, villainous, and unaccepted in normal society. They began, instantly setting a tense tone to the air. Through training, politics, and years of experience, I was able to use my powers as a hero and be seen as a hero, but this path wasn't easy." They surveyed the class, pausing to let their words set in. "Many of you have quirks like mine, and you will struggle to wield them without hurting people around you or yourself, even through their helmet." Deku could feel the hero's eyes on him. It sent a shiver down his spine and settled heavy in his stomach. "Aizawa-sensei will show you your limits and hidden potential, but today, I am going to show you how to use your quirks to save people's lives, even with dangerous and discouraged quirks. These are your first steps towards acceptance and heroics. Not all battles will be fought between a villain and a hero. More times than none, you will be facing the world itself." Deku's throat felt dry as 13 bowed their thanks for their attention. The prospect of facing off with a villain seemed a lot nicer now than facing the world. The world so far seemed fully against him. Even now he hid his quirk from everyone around him. They could never accept him, who would? Even his mother is frightened and horrified at his quirk, and what he does to activate it. She's even weary about All Might's quirk, and how it harms him. Yeah, he would rather villains than the world any day. He knew he would regret that thought though. "Thank you for the words, Thurn," Aizawa said to the side. His expression was troubled. "All right, then first dash." An electric zap flew across the inside walls of the USJ. The bright lights shut off one by one, each flickering out with a loud crunch. A shoulder brushed Dekus as Uraraka stepped closer to the group, her arms up in fists, unsure of what was going on. The fountain in the middle of the USJ flickered as well, splashing an SOS Morse code-like sequence as a deep black cloud swirled in front of it. It ripped open the air in front of the fountain, filling the whole area with thick black smoke. Aizawa was the first to notice it. He turned slowly, his honed radar to danger, picking up the very wrong signals the appearance made. Present MIC stood in front of the students, eyes trained on the area below, the corners of his mouth downturned. From the darkness, a single, pale white hand reached out, grabbed the smoke like a curtain and pushed it back as he stepped through. The person was something out of an old horror film. Hands gripped every space they could around their body, including their face, which shielded a manic grin and shining red eyes looking up at them. "Huddle up and don't move," Aizawa shouted, startling the whole class as his voice reached a louder depth than present Mike's tone. 13. Protect the students. I'm on your right. Present MIC dropped the boom box, his leg coming up to rest on it as he plugged in his microphone. Scores of the mutated monster-like people began to flood the middle of the USJ, all surrounding the first man who entered. Long necks, giant teeth, lanky limbs, glinting knives with upturned horns and spikes going down from their necks. Like the entrance exam. A test. Kirishima wondered out loud, taking a step forward. Aizawa swiped his arm through the air, stopping them with a single gesture. "No, this isn't training." He fitted his goggles around his head, his hair and capture weapon beginning to float. "We're under attack, those are villains." Deku's BLD turned to ice. He felt sludge crawling up the back of his uniform. Villains? All of those people were villains. He leapt down the stairs, every step another line created between his students and the villains. His capture weapon flew ahead of him like living tendrils freely fighting on their own. One coiled around the middle of a crocodile woman, the other whipping a moose man against the snapping jaws headed for present Mike's throat. His husband clicked the SWCH from child-friendly to unrelenting with his screams, which sent villains by the dozen to the ground. Aizawa's eyes flashed red, freezing a lightning strike midway to Mike's head. MIC turned and Aizawa ducked as a typhoon of sound barreled above his head and sent a hulking man, arms outstretched to capture Aizawa with crushing fists, straight through a pillar. MIC latched onto Eraser's tape, pulling him forwards and away from multiple projectiles, barely missing his head. Eraser used the anchor MIC created to kick out, easily breaking the teeth of the monsters attempting to break their line in the sand. Decades of hero work, training, and trust had honed them into twin dueling blades. One strikes, another parries, both topple the enemy's advance, both hold the line. They just had to hold the line. Get back! 13's voice rang through the building, the retreating footsteps of their students stopped. MIC glanced back, his throat clenched at the sight of the shadow filling the space between his students and the door. A heavy smack pulled his attention back, Aizawa's fist connecting with one of the many men surrounding him. A sharp screech cut through the ones to his left, allowing the man to spin around and deal with the ones on his right. He had to trust 13 could protect them, he couldn't be distracted for even a moment. Kirishima's skin rippled, his quirk becoming the shield between his friend and the villain. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, the symbol of peace isn't here, the voice of the shadow wobbled, the hint of annoyance emphasized with the thinning of his eyes. Deku's feet had melted into the concrete, his vision fuzzing around the edges. The swirling mist rising above his head turned green and thick in his mind's eye. His lungs burnt in anticipation. He felt a hand squeezing his arm and he dared to look to his side. Uraraka, she was shaking, trying to pull him back towards Ida, who was pacing, his eyes darting around, searching out an exit he could dash his friends through. He saw Kirishima's back, strong and steady ahead of him. Everyone, they were going to drown, they were going to feel it. They were all going to drown, the wave will hit and it will be over, and Deku can't save them. Deku can't do anything, he can. He can save them from that torture. With numb fingers he pried Uraraka's hand off of him. He thought she said something but he couldn't hear her around the sludge in his ears. He's at Kirishima's side in an instant, staring down the wave of slime that still clung to his skin every day. He widened his stance, bracing his arm, and let off a surge of all for one wildly into the beast. The shadow's eyes widened, but Deku all but drove Kirishima through the gaping hole through the middle of the villain. Ida saw the chance, hooking his arms around Uraraka much like he did when he swept her through the window of the crumpling building, and he dove through just as the hole closed. Not so fast, the voice rumbled as 13 ordered the students to get behind them. You may be the best cream of the sea, but you are still children. The wave crashed towards their heads. Deku could feel himself screaming as he fell in his panicked scramble to get away. Breathe, you need oxygen. Oxygen will keep you alive longer inside it. All might will save us. All might isn't here. The wave hit and Deku scrunched his eyes shut, bracing his whole body as heat blazed across his skin. His nose burned as smoke blasted into his skull. His nerves quaked. It was as if Baku had pulled the pin again, point blank at his head. His eyes shot open and his vision was caught in a swirling blackness reminiscent of the void, and for a second he thought he's dead. And then his eyes stung at a sudden light. He shut them just as ice needles stabbed across his body. He couldn't stop himself from gasping. Slime breached his lungs again and he covered his mouth, his movements slow as he moves through the liquid. He felt his body tip and blood filled his head. He kicked dumbly, his whole body squirming, bubbles and snot escaping his nose as a cough ruptured his lungs. The light was floating further away from him. He was going to be a meat bag again, trapped behind his own eyes as the ocean of a villain puppet him until his flesh fell off his bones. And then he will be discarded, left to rot in the bottom of a garbage bin, melting into the slime that he now bled. He will never be a hero. Never see his mum. Never help All Might. Never have friends. It was all a dream. This was all the pitiful visions of a worthless child trying to save his mind before death. It was a repealing, cruel lie he told himself. There you are, a sing-song voice gurgled, and Deku opened his eyes, ready to scream his final line before the curtains shut. A gaping toothy mouth, wider than his head, greeted him. It was a killer whale chasing the seal, and all Deku could do was thrash pathetically as panic filled his veins. A whirlwind of foam crashed into the head of the whale, wide kind eyes met his, wings of white bubbles floating around her body as she reached out her hand. Upside down, he held out desperate fingers for her, and his vision cut out as something tight wrapped around his arm and pulled. Slime escaped his lungs as they breached the surface. His back hit something solid and he wailed through the waves of liquid evacuating his system. His bones were gelatine. Goosebumps rushed down his body. It was as if slime was stopping his breaths from expanding more than rushed breaths, and he felt dizzy from the lack of air. He was dead. He was dying. This was it, his final moments. He was dead. Doria-chan, a voice, someone was above him. What's wrong with him? Did he get hit? Someone scoffed. I don't think so, Kiro, looks like a panic attack. Here. Now ain't the time, calm down, Midge. Hey. What was that for? A hand gently pushed the hair from his face, allowing bile to escape his mouth freely. You're safe, my Doria-chan. No, 𝐒𝐴. This is bullshit. Water is pretty scary, but I'm here now, Kiro, so you can breathe now. Do you need help breathing? A hand landed on his back and he yelped, crying nonsense words as his mind raced, limbs thrashing to pull himself away from the person attacking him. Sorry, no touching, sorry my Doria-chan, nothing is gonna hurt you. Tell that to them. No please don't hit me again. It's not Seki at all. Be useful and watch the water, Kiro, she ordered as Deku covered his head, trying to pull the slime from his hair. My Doria-chan, you need to breathe properly, it'll be okay, you're with Tsuyu in the USJ, Kiro. He shook his head, feeling marbles of slime ping from one ear to the other. His hand slipped against the floor, his elbow caught him, but the blast of pain was a jolt through his system. Go away you freaks. Mineta screeched, throwing a couple of rounds of ball into the water. Do you guys know how to drive this thing? We gotta get out of here. My Doria-chan, do you know who the #1 hero is? She asked him gently. Deku pressed his face into his arm, gasping like a fish. His brain swam, but he knew the answer to this. All Might, he spat a mouthful of seawater from his lungs. Good, what about the #2? She asked patiently, trying to drown out Mineta's yelling in the background. Deku pictured the babushka doll on his desk, mentally beginning to pull each set of heroes from the set. Endeavor, he pulled at the strands of his hair, the feeling stinging. #3. He was getting faster with answering. Hawks, he blinked, the edges of his vision becoming cleaner. 4th. Best Jeanist, he gulped, receiving a full helping of air as he concentrated on taking apart the doll in his head. Next one. Headshot, his quirk is folder body. He slowly managed to stare at Sayu's legs, tracing the green stripe down to her feet. 6th. Crust, his quirk is shield, super move is shoot shield. He met her eyes and she smiled softly. Welcome back, my Doria-chan, she croaked, her hand held out to his face. Can you stand? His muscles didn't feel cooperative. It took him a moment to grip her hand, but when he did she pulled them both up to stand. I'm sorry, I don't know, I didn't mean to dash. His eyes glued themselves to his shoes as shame replaced his panic. She squeezed his hand. It's okay, Kiro, I get scared too sometimes. She let go of his hand, trusting him to stand on his own. Are you okay to keep going? She asked him. His heart was still raging against his insides, head still light, and he couldn't feel his limbs, but they really didn't have much of a choice. He could think again, that was all that mattered. Yes, yeah, I think so. I'm sorry, thank you, she ribbited, holding a thumb up. He shakily copied her gesture. Are you guys done? 'Cause we're gonna die here. Mineta waved his arms, BLD beginning to drip down his face. We're not, we just have to get back to the exits, Kiro. Tsuyu dared to look down into the water, counting at least 5 fully grown villains circling the boat. Exits? We can't face them. They said they're gonna kill All Might. Mineta emmed. A frown formed on Deku's face. Kill All Might, he repeated quietly. Toshisan sprung to mind. His random sprays of BLD, the times he would bend over and hold his side when he thought Deku wasn't looking, the decreasing time limit. No, they don't know about that. Villains couldn't have worked it out yet, not this fast. All Might was the symbol of peace, unbeatable, unkillable, and Deku was gonna make sure it stayed that way, but right now he couldn't. One for All wasn't ready just yet, he needed more time. He noted the villains surrounding them, remembering the ones that flooded the arena before his vision went black. It was a full-force attack. All Might's beaten twice the number of villains than that, with twice the hostages to think about. If these villains were smart, then they had something that the heroes didn't know about, some sort of weapon that they believed would kill All Might. No, Deku shook his head. No they can't. Mineta raised his fists. Yeah. You're right, All Might can't be beaten. He's the number one. No, they think they can, they might have something that could. This attack seems they were expecting to All Might, but their numbers are so low, they must have something making them confident. Deku tapped his chin, his fingers rubbing against his lip as he frowned. We can't let them do it. The boat rocked, forcing him to grip the railing and kicking him from his thoughts. Us. What are we gonna do against an All Might killing thingy? We're just kids. Mineta screeched, holding onto his ball to keep steady. We have to get out of the water first, Tsuyu pointed out. They're getting impatient. Deku held onto the rails, thinking. He could throw himself at the villains, let them pull him apart to give Tsuyu and Mineta enough time to get away. The boat rocked again, letting water crash onto the deck. He needed to get out too though, needed to be alive to help them, his no good dead. A spear impaled itself into the deck, right between Mineta's legs. Could he push the boat with one for all? Could Tsuyu jump onto shore? No, too heavy both options. He tested his hand, noticing for the first time how purple his finger was getting from his attack on the missed person. He blinked. Why not both? He whispered to his hand, then turned to set Tsuyu duck under another spear attack. Asui dash. It's Tsuyu, she corrected, throwing the spear back into the water. Sorry, Tsuyu, can you jump? And I can be like Kaken. He asked her as if that made complete sense. She croaked, looking worried. He held up his hands. No, I mean, can you carry us? When you jump. And I can use my quirk too, boom up then to shore. He waved his arms around, gesturing vaguely at his plan. The boat buckled, a sharp slice clean through the middle. It's the only plan we've got dash, she said, scooping up Mineta, who gasped excitedly. She considered dropping him, but she didn't, but she wanted to. Hold on, she instructed, opening an arm for him. He hesitated, suddenly realizing his plan involved getting close, touching a girl. She sighed, wrapping the offered arm around his waist, to which he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. She bent her knees, looking towards the shoreline. Here we go, she riveted. For the first moment, Deku has his eyes shut. The launch of his stomach up his throat is unpleasant. The butterflies created by physically touching a girl hit the insides of his skull, making it hard to think. Tears rip into open air and he looks down, aiming his arm towards the water and the many surprised toothy faces. A sharp glint winks at him from below. He feels his nail scrape the inside of his thumb as he releases the flaming hot electricity from deep inside. A wet and heavy slit breaks through the ringing in his ears. The grip around his waist tightens. There is a scream in his ear. Instead of plummeting forward, they are being pulled down. A villain splashes into the swirling water, hands tight around a line that goes up right down into Tsuyu's thigh. Sharp hooks bite into the muscly flesh, torn straight through from the other side. Deku has only a moment to gasp before his back shatters the water's surface. He curls around Froppy's body, shielding her as best as he could from the impact. Dark shadows rise from the wound, the color streaks backwards as water begins to draw them into the middle of the lake. Tsuyu kicks, lurching them forward and out of the way of a second harpoon, barely missing Mineta's head. Deku's eyes sting as he looks back at the fishy villain, rope coiled around his arms as he pulls. They all launch backwards, Bubbles holding Tsuyu scream rushing towards the whirlpool. Deku doesn't think, he just twists, grabbing the end of the line, and he kicks fruitlessly against the current. Mineta's face is squashed between Tsuyu's brss, holding onto her in a confused haze as the midget tries to get his bearings. Deku grits his teeth, his chest ablaze and vision waning. He couldn't focus on that. If he let himself fall into soaked lungs and dying brain, then his friends would too. He needed to save them. They couldn't die. He twists the rope around his arm, growling as they are pulled closer to the open grin of the villain fisherman. His middle finger raises towards the fish. There is a spike of anger in their capture's expression, but Deku pays no mind. Again, he releases a snap of one for all, his back colliding with Froppy's as bubbles propel them towards the edge. Mineta hits the side of the lake with a crash, releasing Froppy, who flails and kicks, shooting into the air and onto dry land. The rope follows her, and so does the villain attached to the other end. Deku tips backwards, legs kicking forwards and signature red shoes breaking shark teeth. His back digs into the side of the deep lake, sharp stone and choking dirt breaking off into the water. The villain tugs at the rope from below, dragging Deku down as tooth shards float against Deku's cheek. With his other hand, Deku snatches the offending shard and rakes it across the rope above him. The threads give, and he no longer feels Froppy digging her nails into the dirt above them to keep away from the water. He shakes the rope from his arm, peering down into the depths at the man clutching his nose, shaking his head in the dark green water. He kicks, his limbs slow and tingly, but he doesn't rise. Instead, a shoe kicks off the back of his head and he blinks the grit out of his eyes in time to see Mineta's yellow boots clamber out of the water. He's sinking faster now, fingers fumbling between slime to form some sort of flicking motion, but the signal from his brain to his hand is sluggish. He can only bat lamely against his watery coffin, unheard and hurting. A sharp hand grabs his ankle and they plume it. Deku thrashes, tears mixing with blood in the water as he flaps and kicks and wiggles the last of his oxygen away. The urge to breathe hits him with a ferocity that he couldn't refuse and he gulps. The familiar slime bleeds fire against his chest and he knows he's going to drown. He forgot to panic, only feeling the gentle tug of the water across his body, the shimmering glint of the sun becoming smaller and smaller above him. His last thought was, maybe this time. Please, Midoriya-chan, wake up dash. Froppy's voice cracks and quivers as she tries to stay quiet behind the bushes. She has Midoriya on his side. He was breathing, he had a pulse, but all she could get from him was a mouth full of watery vomit. She had rolled him onto his side as to stop him from choking. The villain had almost made it out of the water with Midoriya, Froppy's tongue straining from the added weight of the grown man. But he had been stuck in place by one of the sticky ball Mineta had used to drag himself from the shoreline. A strong right hook had the man sleeping with the fishes, literally. Another round of coughing heaving from the boy below her had her flinching. She curled over him, attempting to muffle the sounds with her body. All that stood between them and the main plaza was a bunch of straggly bushes and a whole lot of grunting from the fights meters away from them. She couldn't carry Midoriya on her own, her leg was a mess of blood. She couldn't bring herself to look, focusing on the unconscious boy below her. She knew it was bad, knew it wasn't going to come out easy, but she had to keep the harpoon in and as steady as humanly possible unless she wanted to die faster. Asui, a weak whimper caught her fuzzy brain. Call me Tsuyu, she croaked quietly, relief making her lightheaded, or maybe that was the blood loss. Sorry. Unfocused green eyes tried to stay open as snot bubbled out of Midoriya's nose. Are you alright? He asked, a little bit of awareness back as memories flooded him. Shesh. She put her finger to her trembling lips and she points towards the bush. Villains. Midoriya wipes his face, coughing as quietly as he could, muffling it with his drenched sleeve. Mineta. He whispers and she shakes her head, shrugging. Ran. Midoriya considers this for a moment, a hand rubbing the back of his head. He flinches, then examines his fingers. 3 were purple and red, almost black. She cringes, reminded of how fragile Midoriya's body was. Your leg, Midoriya gasps, sitting up with a start. The burning throb returns once again and she bites her lip, trying not to cry again. The harpoon is about half a meter long, extremely small compared to regular equipment. Then again, the weapon was tied off with regular rope instead of the steel line. If this was a real harpoon, they wouldn't be above the water. Midoriya ruffles through his belt pouch, pulling out a large roll of cloth bandages. It's wet, but you need pressure on this. Can I dash? He asks, only now is color returning to his previously blue lips. She doesn't stop him, biting down on her hand as he tries to quickly secure the harpoon in place. She builds up the bravery to look down, distantly observing the hooks shining under the cold, tightly wrapped bandages that are already turning red. We can't stay here, Midoriya says, peeking through the gaps in the leaves to see Eraserhead land a solid punch to the face or weird face hands of a villain. We can't go out there, Kero, she says as Presentimisi knocks a katana-wielding villain away from his husband. Midoriya glances back to the water, noting the distant eyes watching them from the middle of the lake. It seems as though the villains were caught up in Minatta's squishy ball, but at any moment one that had swam faster could leap out and kill them, or they could be seen from the main plaza. They were out in the open, despite the bush. They sat there for a few loud heartbeats, eyes glued to the scene in front of them, hoping for an opening to escape. Aizawa-sensei was blooded. A tuft of hair from the back of his head was singed, his cheeks were bright red from abuse, his eardrums were openly bleeding. And yet he was still moving, continuing to keep the line between himself and the students on the other end of the plaza. Present MIC had been separated from him, tossing villain after villain into the air with controlled screams across the plaza. 13 laid crumpled on the platform, surrounded by students fighting their own villains that had slipped through Eraser and Mike's gaps. Midoriya's heart clenched. He couldn't stay curled up under a bush when his classmates were fighting to save each other's lives, but he couldn't just leave Asui alone, not with an injury like this. He couldn't even lie to himself either and say he was fine. He wasn't fine. Every breath was razors across his insides. Every sound and sight was gunshots straight into his brain. He feared adrenaline was the only thing keeping him awake. He feared the moment it would inevitably drop. Midoriya Tsuyu gasps, a trembling finger pointing to a ginormous black figure of rippling muscle and pulsing brains stepped out of the portal. A weapon to defeat All Might. Deku remembered the realization just as the disgustingly large hand grabbed the back of Aizawa-sensei's head and slammed it into the ground. The resonating crack sent Midoriya reeling with memories of a pavement and burnt notebook as a target. Present MIC screamed, but that was really all Deku heard. There was words being exchanged between Aizawa-sensei and the man with hands spotted across his body. Tsuyu has her arms wrapped around Dekus, either to comfort him or her, it didn't really matter, but he felt her tense the moment she locked eyes with the head villain. He was like a bullet across the field, as sharp as the harpoon embedded in her thigh with his hand outstretched. Deku didn't mean to throw her hard, but he winched at the resonating splash her body made against the lake behind them and had a moment to feel sorry before a hand closed around his face. Each point of contact sent fireworks through his mind. How he stayed conscious was a mystery as his hands came around to grab onto the crusted skin of his attacker. The villain T-sked, glancing over his shoulder to Aizawa, eyes glowing bright red on his back. "You really are pretty cool." Eraserhead, the villain chuckled, releasing Deku's face as the boy pushed him off. Deku bowed into his hands, screaming as blood trickled between his fingers. His cheeks, his temples, his forehead, pieces of himself flaked into his open hand as he wept painfully. His gasps were heavy, every breath breaking through the holes in his cheeks. A hand curled into his costume front, lifting him up and over the shriveled bush. "You can't look forever." His costume sizzled and the thread snapped. He dropped hard, the bush breaking his fall. Aizawa had closed his eyes. Aizawa had closed his eyes. The villain's quirk was active. The villain let the pieces of the costume fall between his fingers, a puzzled expression on his face as he looked back at Eraserhead, ignoring the boy at his feet. "Keep looking." Aizawa MIC all but screeched, trying to rip the blades from his arms, large thick katanas pinning him face down. That was the whistle blown. Both Deku and the villain reacted at once. One reaching out to grab, the other kicking and aiming to break kneecaps. The villain crumpled, swearing loudly as Izuku rolled away as fingers brushed his back, flesh exploding from his costume for just a moment. "Nomu," the villain barked, a loud clap of bone on concrete, and Izuku didn't want to see his teacher's skull shattered below the giant black monster. So he didn't, he just rolled, leaping to jelly legs in just enough time to block a blow with his left arm. His skin exploded with cracks as the villain slapped instead of punched, the result more extreme than a regular blow. He skidded backwards, trying to put distance between them. The man only laughed. "Look at you, your HP is gone, your face is a mess, you're just dead walking, kid." The man snapped his fingers, gleefully smiling a stretched and crusty grin. "Don't take this personally. I only wanna leave a special gift for our symbol of peace." The villain cut the distance between them, but Izuku's eyes were only on his hands. He clenched, trying to summon one for all as his fist connected with the man's arm. Nothing. He battered the other hand with his bleeding sleeves, twisting to kick the villain away. Try again. The villain pushed against his chest, searing the place over his heart, but this was nothing. This was familiar. A full-on fist scrap. Blow for blow, one quirkless, the other burning. Beside them, the enormous head snapped back as he tumbled away from Aizawa's body, MIC rushing in with a trail of BLD and villains behind him. The villain jumped, grabbing onto Izuku and tipping them back into the ground where his hands laid across the boy's shoulders. Through screams, Izuku rolled them, punching blindly as flecks of his skin sprinkled down on the villain. One for all please, he begged in his mind. A hand wrapped around his wrist and he was screaming. He pushed against the man's face, trying to wiggle free as bone revealed itself around the circumference of the villain's hand. The villain opened his mouth, feral and bloodthirsty as he bit down on Izuku's finger. He didn't even notice the pain above all else, didn't even notice as his struggling and crying snapped his finger free, didn't even notice as the villain spat it out of his mouth and towards the Nomu. Izuku curled his fist, red raining on his target's face as electric fire engulfed his hand. One for all surged through him as the blow connected, sending an energy wave larger than his ever experienced into the world. He peered through bleeding eyes, seeing his destroyed arm flop against black pulsing muscle. The villain laughed, manic and triumphant. Game over, he cried as a fist wrapped around his skull and crushed it in one squeeze. Game over. Continue. Yes, no so. Young Bakugo. All Might began, scratching his cheek awkwardly. The boy had asked him to talk, but so far All Might had been the only one to speak, and it wasn't even about young Midoriya, it was about how Bakugo liked his tea. They were seated in Toshinori's office, All Might taking up the couch across from the boy who was cross-armed and glaring the moment they walked in. Bakugo grunted in response, staring at his untouched tea. They soak in the silence for a moment, neither of them knowing how to best start this conversation. I want to get back into the hero course, Bakugo states, and All Might internally cringes as he sips his tea. He knew he should have gone first. I don't have the power to grant such a wish, All Might started, choosing his words carefully. Before he could go on, Bakugo cut in. I know that. He snapped, his leg coming up to rest on the couch, defiant. So then why dash? You were there, you know it was a thing accident. Bakugo's eyes are red with accusation. My gauntlet was pointed away from him, both times. Bakugo. How was I supposed to know your building has shitty infrastructure? I heard Icehot froze his whole building and the students inside. Why isn't he thing expelled too? At least my quirk didn't even touch the stupid Deku dash young Bakugo dash. All Might slams his cup down onto the coffee table, breaking the handle clean off. Bakugo jumps, but his expression is one of challenge, not fear. Or at least that's what Bakugo wants All Might to think. Firstly, you will not refer to young Midoriya in that way dash Bakugo scoffs, rolling his eyes. Secondly, Toshinori takes a breath to calm himself. He doesn't want to get worked up, his side is already throbbing. Taking down the building and seriously injuring your classmate was one of the reasons you were expelled from the hero course, but not the only reason. Bakugo snarls, but says nothing, only waits. Toshi wishes he had Nezu or Aizawa to help him with this. He had to choose his words carefully. He was never good with speeches. Young Bakugo, I am sorry to say this, but as of right now, you are not hero material. The blow is almost physical. He can see it in the boy's expression that behind the glare that had hurt the young man. Good, Toshinori thought. One way to build a sound structure was to first break it down. He really didn't want to be the one doing it though, but who else would the bull-headed boy listen to if not the number one hero? At least he hoped he would listen long enough to hear him out. During your time here, you have shown us that you have little to no care of the feelings or physical health of the ones around you. I don't effing baby the other students like dash. Let me speak, young Baku, then I will listen to your concerns. All Might interrupts, making himself appear taller, intimidating, as if he were interrogating a particularly hard villain. During the ball toss, you yelled and hurt an unconscious student, but he was dash. All Might puts up his hand. During and after class you verbally harass and bully your classmates, even as they try to approach with goodwill. They're all thing dash. Young Midoriya insists that you are innocent and free of any blame. But young Bakugo, I know what you did in middle school. And there it was, the bomb to shut Bakugo up. There was a battle behind those eyes, struggling to create a coherent thought. All Might waited, allowing his words to sink in. So, this is all Deku's fault, is not the conclusion All Might wanted to hear. I'm going to stop you right there, young Bakugo. Blaming others for your own actions does not make a hero. You must own up to your mistakes and misgivings. What you did in middle school should be unforgivable, and yet all young Midoriya can do is forgive you. You are a lucky young man, Bakugo. Lucky to be born with a quirk admired by others, lucky to get into UA, and lucky to have made a friend such as young Midoriya. But what is unlucky is to have people around you turn a blind eye to your cruelty, unlucky to be given leniency for your seemingly bright future, and unlucky to not be given the tools to dealing with failure. The adults in your life have given you a great disservice, and I hope from now on that you can learn from people like me, like Mrs. Watson and all of your teachers, because the path you walk now is a dangerous one. All Might leans forwards, resting his chin on his joint fingers. The first thing I want you to take away from this conversation today, young man, is that you are lucky to even be in this room right now. The pillow beside Bakugo was quietly smoking. Are you done? Bakugo hisses through his teeth. All Might frowns, wondering where this is going. I could say more, but I did promise to listen to your concerns, is all the permission Bakugo needs. He tosses the ruined pillow away, sitting up to face the hero head-on. I've heard your speech before, this isn't news to me. I get that I was born with a lucky quirk, but I didn't get this far just on luck alone. He wipes his hand on his breathed leg, reducing the exploding threat. He never thought he would be having this kind of conversation with the #1 hero. What is news to you is that the kid you're defending, Deku, doesn't have an innocent thing bone in his body. He's more of a monster than you're making me out to be, and you don't even thing know it. The hair on the back of Toshinori's neck stand on end, his frown deepens and thoughts race. What do you dash? All Might. Ida bursts into the office, his arms full of Uraraka, both in their hero costumes, both with grim and desperate expressions across their faces. Aren't you supposed to be at the USJ? Manic laughter filled the USJ as the green-haired UA student dropped dead in front of the villain. Present MIC screamed, the blast bouncing off of black bulging muscle, protecting their boss from more violence. Tomura rolled to his knees, hacking and spitting through tears of joy. His hand curled around the boy's chewed-off finger, a prize for his victory against the heroes. Slipping it into his pocket, he stood shakily, his face throbbing from the small squabble that kid had thrown him in. His desperation, that expression of fear, spread a smile across the villain's face. He was the perfect present, he thought. He caught a glance at the boy, face down in the gravel, drowning in a pool of his own BLD as the Nomu loomed above him. Defeated. Let's go dash, he began, but with a clutter and a shout, he was cut off. I am here. This day just keeps getting better and better. His neck hurt, he thought, as he floated in the deep black. He could feel every blink like gritty sand getting tossed in the waves of his tears. He couldn't remember why he had been crying. There was nothing really to cry about. Unless he was crying about the 3 hearts floating above him. Continue. Seemed like a bad idea. But he would wait, unable to find the strength to lift his hand to the buttons just yet. And 23 seconds now, that was strange. He didn't realize he could read anything other than the words in front of him, but apparently, the new addition above the hearts had meaning. 0:45 AM. Red set of figures flashed. They ticked up in a strange fashion. Every time he blinked it would be a new set of symbols. 55 seconds. Curious, he urged himself closer to inspect it, feeling as if he were floating in thick soapy water. 1 minute and 3 seconds. Oh. It changed a lot. He wondered why it wanted to change so much. It was easier to just stay the one thing, like he was. Enamored by it, he floated close, bobbing up and down as he watched it rapidly change, then stay the same symbol for a long time, and then swiftly jump around again. 5 minutes and 41 seconds. He startled as it turned orange. The deep red he had grown accustomed to vanished without a thought, suching to this alien color, slicing through his red and black world. Oh my, he thought, and then wondered if it would ever stop. And then it changed back to red, having probably changed its mind. What a strange creature he had as company. Why could it just not accept itself? Why did it have to keep changing? He reached out and tapped it and it blinked quickly to orange. 6 minutes and 3 seconds. He frowned, looking down at his hand, 4-fingered hand. That didn't seem right. Below him, the familiar question loomed. He'd better decide now then, even if his strange new addition was orange and not red. All Might's fist met the gnome's palm, the gigantic force of the blow bellowing out in every direction as a wave of force. He couldn't let it show on his face, not with so many students watching him, but he was worried. For a split second he allowed himself to glance back at the people he had already rescued from immediate danger. Present MIC had Aizawa thrown over his shoulder, Midoriya in his arms and Sai leaning heavily against him as he tried to scurry back, blasting gut-wrenching screeches around them to keep the villains at bay. But he was struggling to move, with that many injured, and sporting many injuries himself. All he could really do was hold them off of them. The students were bundled at the top of the stairs, still struggling with the few that the teachers had missed. "Pay attention, number one hero," Tomura shouted, his sentence punctuated with the gnome striking out, barely missing his head. "Do you like my present that much?" he cackled, enjoying the show. An inhuman growl gurgled in his chest, and All Might squeezed his arms around the middle of the monster and tried to crush it down into the concrete. This was taking too long. He didn't have this time, he didn't have any time. He was running on tomorrow's fumes. He could feel the years peeling off of his life with every huff of stolen breath. Precious student, so much potential, too bad he couldn't live long enough to see the number one hero fall. He couldn't get distracted, but his vision was clouded with BLD Midoriya. He didn't even realize it was him at first. His face was torn and his body was cold. At least it wasn't. He felt sick thinking that thought, so he shoved it down just as hard as he shoved down the gnome. But just like his thoughts, the thing wiggled and pushed, rising up like a DMN earthquake to take him down. Izuku Midoriya came back to himself in trembling bursts. Spiders rippled along his face, arms, legs and chest, their webs connecting each one of his nerves. Every hairy twitch of the things was a shattering cry of fire. His breathing, Kero, he heard a voice in his ear, bubbling with relief. Green and red bled into view, and it took a couple of seconds before he recognized that face. "Hang in there," she urged. Hey listeners, keep it going," Present MSC warned them, holding Izuku closer to his chest as he began to move around again. The boy's BLD still trickled between his fingers, and there was a hazy sort of look to his eyes. "Present MIC." Kirishima yelped, and rushing towards them was the spiky redhead, a frosty two-colored haired student behind him. "Listeners, take Shouter and your friends to the doors," he instructed in a rough voice. He'd have to check if he'd damaged his vocal cords after this, maybe take the night off from his talk show at this rate. He placed Izuku gently down first, allowing the kid to sit up and look around. No light behind his eyes just yet. He wondered if the kid was in shock. As Aizawa was sliding down his back and into Tsuyu and Kirishima's arms, MIC looked away from the boy for just a second. "Help is on the way, you need to get back to," but Izuku wasn't listening anymore. All he saw was All Might holding the big brain monster down, and that hand villain stalking ever closer, just within arm's reach. All for one surged within him, his knees kicked off of the cement, legs trembling but still holding him as he dashed like a startled deer straight towards the center of the fight. Purple electricity bubbled from his center, pouring out of him with a terrible scream as skin ripped apart to expose muscle and bone as his clenched fist met the side of Tamura's face. Smash! His battle cry rung out as the man was sent straight into the fountain. The hand covering the villain's face slowly peeled off and landed in his lap. He looked down dumbly at it as Deku clasped his own hand to his chest and screamed. The green-haired boy Might's present he was Hiax. Tomura all but roared, "Cheetah! You piece of SHT!" Water pooled in his breathes, dripping loudly as he struggled to free himself from the fountain. He held his father to himself, mimicking the boy in front of him. Izuku Midoriya gritted his teeth, glaring at the villain. His face was raw, fingerprints of red still decorating his expression. The hole in his cheek had all but closed up, but Tomura slid a hand into his pocket and pulled out his prize. The finger, it was still there. "See? You lost. Game over. How dare you use cheats?" he cried on, moving the finger out as evidence of Deku's break of the rules. Deku looked down numbly at his curled fist, purple and red and definitely missing a finger. He felt sick. A chill lurched around them, a bellowing ice prison capturing the gnome attempting to escape behind Izuku. A GG from the black mist as Kirishima pinned a metallic body down. All Might's heart was moved as he was allowed 3, 4, 5 straight shots to the Gnomous head unimpeded. "Boys," he says through gritted teeth, wiping away the splatter of blood threatening to break out from his toothy smile, "thank you for the hand, however you must run now, but we want to help," cried Kirishima, Todoroki nodding softly next to him. "And you have." But 𝐵 finished the hacker. The villain had hardly finished his order before the creature ripped itself from the ice, its arm coming off with a vicious sound. It bellowed a high-pitched ring, stomping towards the boy as its black flesh wiggled, expanding as it picked up its pace until finally a new arm was created, flinging out towards Deku. All Might leapt into its path, fists crossing as he felt the entire monster's strength ricochet from his limbs, into his back and straight through him. If he was any other man, he would have surely been punched in half. Twin paths carved themselves into the floor from his shoes as he slowed the impact. Izuku was pressed against his back, holding onto the sudden shield of the man's body. "You okay, my boy?" he asked, and he felt the fabric of his suit jacket bunch up. "Are you?" was the response, and he stayed quiet for a moment, unable to lie to the boy. "Don't worry, I'll be okay. All you need to do is watch a pro show you how it's done." He stretched his smile, eyes blazing as the head villain fell towards his monster. Deku knew that, to anyone else, that would have fully comforted them, and it did fill his heart with a little hope, but All Might's timer. Blood dripping down his chin. The slight tremble to his arms. Deku knew better than to ignore all those signs. "Let's clear the game and return victorious," the villain yelled at the end of his monologue, rushing towards Todoroki and Kirishima. Deku had a moment to think before he committed to his plan as All Might shot out like a bullet. Fist meeting fist, a full frontal blow for blow, and Deku got front row seats, clinging to All Might's back. And he could almost feel the power behind those hands. The shock absorption was incredible, both sides equally matched, which made his stomach turn. No one was stronger than All Might. The emotionless bird brain look in the Gnomous eyes made him hesitate. Those jagged teeth looked like chainsaw blades and the exposed brain pulsed like a heart. Deku curled his finger, the hand that had yet to be destroyed, clenched, and nothing. Blood splattered across his cheek. All Might couldn't stop it anymore, recklessly shooting out for his sake, all their sakes, going beyond his limits. More than 100% into every punch. Ahead of them, Kirishima was scrambling away as Todoroki shot out a wall of ice between himself and their attacker, allowing the smoky villain to float up freely. Everyone was giving it their all, beyond their limits. Deku closed his eyes, begging the well inside of him, screaming down as his words echoed up inside his head. "Useless Deku, come on, go beyond. Plus Ultra." Deku and All Might cried out at once, a burst of power releasing as the Gnomeu is shot through the air, up and straight through the ceiling. Deku gapes, having completely lost his balance, his back pressed against the floor. He turns his uninjured hand about, realizing All Might had done it, he'd done it all on his own. He was amazing. "You use cheats," sounded from across the USJ, "there is no way you're weaker now." Did he lie to me?" All Might offered only a short glance back at Midoriya, quickly checking if he was okay, before he began his slow saunter towards the villain, hiding his stumble and blood. "What's the matter? Where'd your bravo go? What happened to clearing the game?" He stopped, unable to take another step closer in this form. He was done. His lungs burnt, his stomach had him almost blind with pain. He pushed all that aside, training his facial expression into a determined grimace. "Try it if you can." He challenged, praying they would take the bait, fall for the bluff. "Run. Run away, you stupid villains." Vapor pours out of him in waves, his body crying to transform. His students are backing up, safe from harm's way. Present MIC was finishing off the stragglers. All that was left was those two, the Shadow and the boss. They were taking too long. "Well, what are you waiting for?" He only had seconds left. "Scurry. Flee. Go home." The smaller one scratched ferociously at his neck, carrying on as All Might stood firm. There was a flicker of recognition as they scanned his body. Seeing the injuries, he was unable to hide behind the steam and a smile. Confidence built in their stances, and Toshisan's expression went dark as they shifted forwards. The Shadow reached him first, swirling like a storm cloud above him. A flash of lightning, green and small, leaping off of his shoulder from behind and straight into the cloud. Izuku's fist phased through the darkness, a flick from inside and the cloud dispersed with a bang. His student landed just in front of him, shielding him just as All Might did. "Leave," the usually timid student roared, holding an arm up, one finger broken and blooded, the whole other arm hanging uselessly at his side. Someone reached out from the mist ahead of them. It wasn't the hand guy, or the mist rough fingertips brushed Izuku's chin, trying to hold the boy's face up. Boom! A bullet lodged itself into the offending hand. It quickly pulled back into the void, leaving Deku dazed and blinking. "Are they tame? It's our game over screen," hissed a voice behind the mist. The clouds pulled back, collecting around Tomura in a protective shield against the rain of bullets. Next time, they cried, and with a final wisp, the villains were gone. "My boy," All Might dared to breathe. He could feel his skin stretching around his bones tightly, a wheeze of his muscles deflating. "Are you all right?" they asked at the same time. Izuku turned to face him. He was a mess, shivering in his wet clothes, and BLD Toshi supposed he looked about the same. Tomura lays face down in the bar. Failure. Game over. Months of planning, gathering, fighting, all for nothing. Not for nothing, a cold and calculating voice of his MSTR echoed around the room. "We lost the Nomu. The symbol of peace is none the worse for wear. We were completely wrong, sensei," he growled into the hardwood. "It cannot be helped, this is our progress." "That Nomus power was on rival of All Might's," responded the voice calmly. "All Might's power, we would have gotten him, if it wasn't for," he pulls his prize out to inspect. "For his MSTR prompts. A zombie, hacker, cheater. I killed him, sensei. I know I did, but," he sits up, glaring into the offending finger. "But he had another life, cheat codes, he stood in our way," he reported. "Interesting,"